Jiang Wei, equipped with the Dragon God System, traverses into the perilous realm of the Dragon Ball universe, where calamity looms at every turn, while others augment their strength through gravity chambers. Jiang Wei elevates his power by granting wishes. With each wish fulfilled, he acquires the entirety of the Wishmaker's abilities, surpassing them in combat prowess. Techniques such as the Dodon Ray, Kamehameha, Evil Containment Wave, King Kai Fist, and Spirit Bomb become effortlessly accessible. Frieza declares, "Dragon, I am the Emperor of the universe. My wish is to grow 5 centimeters taller." Jiang Wei responds, "That is quite simple." Frieza, perplexed, inquires, "Strange, you could do everything I can, yet I cannot withstand a single move from you?" Beerus states, "Dragon, I am the God of Destruction. I desire to savor the finest delicacies in the universe." Jiang Wei replies, "That is quite simple." Beerus, bewildered, exclaims, "What is happening? You wield destructive energy too? Even I, the mightiest God of Destruction, can be vanquished by you? How humiliating, meow." Zeno requests, "Big brother, I wish for a gaming console." Jiang Wei responds, "That is quite simple." Zeno joyfully inquires, "Big brother, you can also erase universes? Wonderful. Come join me in the Cosmic Match 3 game. Chapter 1. The most powerful golden finger, the Dragon God System. Ding. Esteemed Master, the Dragon God System is at your service. Ding. 7 Dragon Balls have been dispatched into the Dragon Ball universe. Previously, Jiang Wei had been skeptical his cousin had vanished without a trace while merely stepping out to collect a package, and he remained unaccounted for. But now, Jiang Wei believed he had merely stepped out to buy a pack of gum, oblivious to whether he had first placed his left foot or his right. As soon as he stepped outside, he found himself inexplicably transported in this dimly lit expanse where visibility was non-existent. One might wonder, how absurd is this? Once he regained his composure, Jiang Wei pondered whether his cousin had, like him, traversed into another realm during the package retrieval. In contemplation, Jiang Wei felt a yearning for a piece of gum. Reaching in his pocket, he lamented, "I say, system, could you not wait until I procured my gum before whisking me away?" His expression was one of frustration. "Ding. Master, your admonition is noted. This system will exercise greater caution next time." Jiang Wei's face twitched. "Next time? System, how could you?" The fundamental capability of the Dragon God System lies in casting the 7 Dragon Balls into the Dragon Ball universe. When the natives of this universe amass all 7 Dragon Balls, they can summon Jiang Wei in the form of the dragon from the series. Upon fulfilling the wishes of these natives, Jiang Wei can revert from his dragon form to his human state, achieving true traversal. Thus, Jiang Wei presently finds himself in a state of half-transformation halfway across the threshold. Moreover, upon granting the wishes of the natives, Jiang Wei reaps rewards, capable of replicating everything about them, including the wishes they bestow upon him. Hence, the stronger the individual who gathers the 7 Dragon Balls to summon him, the greater Jiang Wei's power will become. If the indigenous summoned by the king is Jiang Wei, then the starting point of Jiang Wei's journey through time is akin to the endpoint that many strive for next door. Moreover, the transformation of Jiang Wei into a divine dragon grants him the power to fulfill wishes, comparable to the wishes that the plot's dragon can grant, and he does so, without any limitations. For instance, in the narrative, the resurrection of the deceased is fraught with restrictions. Those who died of natural causes cannot be revived, nor can those who have died once before. However, these constraints are utterly meaningless to Jiang Wei. As long as someone makes a wish, he can resurrect them. Even if the deceased is reincarnated, Jiang Wei can bring them back to life. Furthermore, even if the king obliterates all universes, as long as there is a wish, Jiang Wei can restore the erased universe to its original state. In summary, if not for the inability to wish upon oneself, the mere capability of the Dragon System to grant wishes is overwhelmingly powerful. Not to mention the bug-like ability to replicate everything of the wisher after granting their wish, and this is merely the fundamental capability of the Dragon System. In the darkness, with the passage of time unknown, Jiang Wei could only discern that he himself had not perished. "Tongzi, do you know the whereabouts of my cousin?" Tongzi remained silent. "Tongzi, can I return to my original world?" Tongzi continued to uphold the virtue of silence. "Tongzi, when can I leave this wretched place?" Jiang Wei bellowed. Uncertain of how long he had languished in the dark, Jiang Wei's patience had reached its breaking point, but he vowed that if this persisted, he would surely lose his mind. "Ding! 7 Dragon Balls have been collected. Someone is summoning the Master. Oh, at long last, I can escape this dreadful place." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei's handsome and mature visage broke into a radiant smile. "In a world where the Dragon Balls can explode at any moment, I am coming." In the next instant, amidst the pitch-black darkness, Jiang Wei transformed into a brilliant golden light and vanished. Year 749 of the Aji calendar. Earth, beyond the vast snow-capped mountains, lies a dense forest, Within this woodland, a path carved by human hands unfolds. Following this wide thoroughfare leads to a heavily fortified stronghold. Atop the fortress flies a flag bearing the emblem RR in white on a red field, fluttering in the breeze. This is the headquarters of the most notorious and ruthless legion in the world, the Red Ribbon Army. On this day, the infamous Red Ribbon Army, which even the formal military of the ruling king cannot contend with, never anticipated that their stronghold would be under siege. At this moment, in an office where one could instantly recognize the commander of the Red Ribbon Army, General Black, as a brother of the same mother but different fathers as Wu Dalong, he received a report from his subordinates. An unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Regarding the impending invasion, General Black, playing with a golden orb in his hand, exhibited an expression of sheer delight, his one-eyed mask reminiscent of a gangster leader. The orb in the hands of the Black Marshal is a 2-star Dragon Ball. Just a few days prior, this 2-star Dragon Ball had unexpectedly appeared in the forest outside the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, where it was fortuitously discovered by the Black Marshal, who was hunting and enjoying leisure in that very forest. Overjoyed, the Black Marshal realized that this orb, which had seemingly presented itself to him, was none other than the legendary Dragon Ball that, when all 7 are gathered, can summon the dragon to fulfill any wish. For reasons well known, the Black Marshal had long coveted the Dragon Balls, dispatching numerous subordinates to scour the world for whispers of their existence. Therefore, he was already well acquainted with the appearance of the fabled 7 Dragon Balls. The moment he laid eyes upon this golden sphere, he recognized it as the 2-star Dragon Ball he had yearned for. How splendid! With just 6 more Dragon Balls, he could summon the dragon and realize his long-held aspirations. With the 2-star Dragon Ball in his possession, the Black Marshal needed no reports from his subordinates to know that enemies were approaching the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. As long as he held the 2-star Dragon Ball, he could distinctly sense the positions of the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. However, contrary to the legends, there had never been mention of the Dragon Balls being able to sense one another's locations. The Black Marshal failed to ponder that if the Dragon Balls could indeed sense each other, why had no one in recent centuries ever gathered the 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon and fulfill their wishes, especially given the formidable might of the Red Ribbon Army, capable of contending with the reigning powers of the world? In truth, this 2-star Dragon Ball was not crafted by the celestial gods of Earth, but was instead cast into this world by the great dragon Jiang, having only recently come into existence here. The Black Marshal remained oblivious to the fact that he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune, becoming, since the debut of the great dragon Jiang, the first person eligible to make a wish. Through his senses, the Black Marshal detected signals from 6 Dragon Balls converging together, evidently gathered by someone else, and now rapidly advancing toward the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. It was clear that the approaching party was intent on seizing the 2-star Dragon Ball he possessed. Yet from the Black Marshal's perspective, even before he could take action, 6 Dragon Balls were voluntarily presenting themselves to him. A sinister grin spread across his classic, menacing visage as he reveled in the prospect of acquiring these 6 Dragon Balls without hesitation. His long-held desires were finally within reach. Despite his excitement, the Black Marshal remained astute that he recognized that the ability of the opposing party to collect 6 Dragon Balls in such a short time demonstrated an initiative that far surpassed that of his proud Red Ribbon Army. Consequently, the Black Marshal promptly issued a command to elevate the defense level of the headquarters to its utmost. As the headquarters was unveiled, they confronted the formidable force of the king, who had summoned the regular armies of the world to mount an assault. They braced themselves for the impending arrival of an uninvited guest, who had already gathered 6 Dragon Balls. Chapter 2. The world's greatest assassin, Tao Bai. After Marshal He issued his orders, countless soldiers from the Red Satin Brigade began to assemble in haste, their hurried footsteps echoing throughout the vicinity. Armored combat vehicles brimming with fuel and ammunition streamed out of the warehouses, alongside newly developed humanoid battle mechs. On the airstrip, various models of fighter jets stood poised, eager for action, fully prepared for combat. Yet, despite these preparations, Marshal He felt an unsettling sense of insecurity. This mission was tied to his long-cherished aspirations. Thus, in addition to instructing the troops guarding the headquarters to remain battle-ready, he resolutely decided to deploy his trump card. He picked up the microphone to dial the number of the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai. In Marshal He's eyes, Tao Bai was nothing short of a walking strategic weapon. However, despite his formidable skills and effectiveness, his services did not come without a steep price. Engaging the world's greatest assassin required a fortune. It was undeniably the most exorbitant fee imaginable. Tao Bai charged per head during his missions, 100 million yuan for each target, encompassing not only the primary objective but also any individuals who impeded his task, regardless of their status. Each life claimed bore the same price tag of 100 million yuan, promoting a system of fairness and impartiality. Intriguingly, whether by design or coincidence, Tao Baibai seldom completed a mission with merely a single kill. All those who fell victim during his assignments were, in essence, a walking bounty of 100 million. Therefore, enlisting Tao Baibai's assistance required a readiness to face financial ruin. As for defaulting on payment, surely, one would not wish for the world's greatest assassin to offer his services without charge, would they? Unless absolutely necessary, Marshal He preferred not to call upon Tao Baibai. Yet, given the gravity of his long-held ambitions, he gritted his teeth and, clutching the telephone receiver, dialed Tao Baibai's number. Beep, beep. The call went unanswered. Marshal He was taken aback. Given Tao Baibai's fee structure, it was customary for him to receive little business throughout the year. How peculiar that when he truly needed the assassin, Tao Baibai had evidently received a job. What misfortune! Frustrated, Marshal He smashed the phone, commanding the Red Satin Brigade, a formidable dark force that even the legitimate armies of world rulers could not contend with. He believed he could effortlessly handle the approaching enemy, who had already gathered 6 Dragon Balls, without resorting to Tao Baibai's help. Why engage Tao Baibai at all? It was as if he were overly cautious with an abundance of wealth. With such thoughts, Marshal He tightly grasped the 2-star Dragon Ball and, with his short legs in motion, made his way to the headquarters command room, accompanied by his tall black aide. He ordered the projection of the reconnaissance images of the unidentified targets onto the large screen. Soon, the footage displayed on the screen left everyone in the command room utterly stunned. The image revealed an elderly man, arms crossed, standing atop a wooden post, exuding an air of grandeur while soaring through the skies at high speed. The Black Marshal was utterly astonished, nearly dropping his pipe and the 2-star Dragon Ball he held in his hand. He recognized the elderly man on the large screen, hurtling towards the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters at breakneck speed. It turned out that he had gathered the other 6 Dragon Balls. The notorious assassin, Tao Baibai, opened fire immediately. Eliminate him, he bellowed, his voice laced with fury as he observed Tao Baibai breach the outer defenses of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. The Black Marshal was acutely aware of Tao Baibai's formidable capabilities, especially now that the Dragon Balls had turned him into an adversary. Trembling with apprehension, he could not afford to be careless. Yes, Commander, a soldier in a military uniform promptly responded, following the Black Marshal's command. Countless surface-to-air missiles launched from the snowy mountains shielding the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, trailing plumes of smoke as they surged towards Tao Baibai, who was soaring through the sky atop a wooden plank. Tao Baibai's lips curled into a confident, yet disdainful smirk as he casually raised a finger towards the relentless onslaught of missiles. A flash of light emanated from his fingertip, and an immense surge of energy erupted forth. Tao Baibai unleashed his signature move, the Dodon Wave. With the precision of a machine gun, waves of energy erupted continuously from his fingertips, intercepting the incoming missiles, each capable of obliterating a fighter jet, resulting in a series of mid-air explosions. To the eyes of the Red Ribbon Army members, Tao Baibai transformed into a silhouette of fiery detonations. The explosions merged into a chaotic display, shrouding him in a veil of smoke, obscuring his figure. How dare one man attempt to intrude upon our Red Ribbon Army's headquarters? What a fool's errand. So what if he can fly? He is nothing but ashes in the face of our missile barrage. Ha! The members of the Red Ribbon Army, including the Black Marshal, unanimously concluded that Tao Baibai was as good as dead. No one could fathom that a mere human could withstand such a relentless barrage of surface-to-air missiles. Yet, as the screen flickered, Tao Baibai emerged unscathed from the cloud of explosions. Remarkably, even the pink outfit he wore, adorned with a distinctive emblem, remained intact. As he continued his rapid approach towards the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the smiles vanished from the faces of its members, replaced by genuine fear. How could this man, who seemed impervious to missiles capable of destroying heavy fighter jets, still be alive? What manner of being is he? The Black Marshal fixated on the screen, watching Tao Baibai breach the snowy perimeter, gripping the 2-star Dragon Ball with increased intensity. His expression darkened, reflecting the turmoil brewing within him. In the face of Tao Baibai, who could withstand even surface-to-air missiles with sheer physical prowess, the Black Marshal, after years of serving as the supreme commander of the Red Ribbon Army, finally experienced a long-forgotten sensation, fear. However, the aspiration that had consumed him for years had morphed into an obsession. This obsession soon enabled the Black Marshal to conquer his dread of Tao Baibai. Resolute in his decision, the Black Marshal promptly ordered all soldiers stationed at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters to mobilize and confront Tao Baibai. He then turned to his tall and imposing black aide-de-camp, commanding, "Quickly summon Blue for me." Blue, a general of the Red Ribbon Army, was a striking figure with golden hair and blue eyes, possessing a handsome visage and a robust physique. Apart from his severe obsession with cleanliness, he had a penchant for charming young boys, embodying the ideal of a Prince Charming in the eyes of many young women. He was also the most formidable warrior within the Red Ribbon Army, in addition to his remarkable strength capable of shattering steel. Blue possessed a pair of mesmerizing blue eyes endowed with a mysterious superpower. Anyone who met Blue's gaze would be rendered paralyzed, enduring excruciating pain. ultimately left powerless like fish on a cutting board, unable to retaliate. The Black Marshal was convinced that if anyone in the Red Ribbon Army could triumph over Tao Bai, it would undoubtedly be Blue. Chapter 3. Tao Bai summons the dragon. Just as the Black Marshal was calling for Blue, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army had devolved into a gruesome battlefield. Corpses clad in military uniforms littered the ground, and once mighty armored vehicles lay in heaps of mangled debris. Advanced mecha combat units had been reduced to smoldering scrap metal. In the skies above, various models of fighter jets plummeted to the earth, trailing black smoke. Meanwhile, Tao Bai ambled through the ruins of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters with an air of nonchalance. A monster. He is undoubtedly a monster. We cannot defeat such a creature. Run, cried out a soldier. I refuse to serve in the Red Ribbon Army any longer. I want to go home. Before long, the forces dispatched to confront Tao Bai were utterly routed due to overwhelming casualties. So this is the might of the world's foremost assassin? The Black Marshal, witnessing the scene, was left aghast. Blue, can you defeat him? He asked in fear. Should Blue respond that he could not vanquish the advancing Tao Bai, the Black Marshal would resolutely surrender the 2-star Dragon Ball in his possession. He understood well the wisdom of the adage, as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. By handing over the 2-star Dragon Ball and allowing Tao Bai to fulfill his wish, the Black Marshal would merely have to wait another year to gather the Dragon Balls again to realize his long-held desire. A year's wait was a trifling matter to him. Rest assured, Commander, no one can match my strength, Blue asserted. Though he too was taken aback by the power demonstrated by Tao Bai. The greatest asset of Blue is undoubtedly his extraordinary blue eyes, which instilled in him the confidence to defeat Tao Bai. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and eliminate Tao Bai. Seize the 6 Dragon Balls from him. Upon hearing Blue's self-assured declaration, General Black's initial fear dissipated, and he excitedly yelled at Blue. However, that sense of exhilaration quickly faded as Blue confronted Tao Bai. In an instant, he was vanquished by Tao Bai's tongue, unable to even utilize his most formidable asset, his superhuman eyes. Blue's demise was a result of Tao Bai's relentless desire to possess the last 2-star Dragon Ball that General Black held. Unwilling to waste time on Blue's ineptitude, and thus he dispatched him without allowing any opportunity for resistance. Now it was too late. Is it too late for me to surrender the Dragon Balls? Blue lamented in despair. At that moment, General Black contemplated fleeing, but it was already too late. Shortly thereafter, with a resounding crash, a gaping hole was breached in the concrete wall of the underground command center. Tao Bai, hands clasped behind his back, entered with an unmistakable air of excitement. The members of the Red Ribbon Army present, many armed with firearms, felt no inclination to oppose him. They merely stared in terror at the advancing figure, too afraid to move lest they attract his attention. Tao Bai approached the trembling General Black without hesitation. Here is the Dragon Ball you seek. For the sake of our long-standing acquaintance, spare my life. General Black pleaded, kneeling before Tao Bai, holding the 2-star Dragon Ball high above his head, trembling in desperation. It was only then that the Black Deputy realized that this seemingly invincible foe had come for the Dragon Ball in the Commander's possession. However, with events having unfolded to this point, it seemed too late for realization. The Deputy could only hope that Tao Bai would show mercy, considering that the Commander had surrendered the Dragon Ball, allowing the Red Ribbon Army to escape unscathed. Otherwise, the once mighty Red Ribbon Army would meet its end that very day. I appreciate your willingness to hand over the Dragon Ball, but even so, I cannot overlook my principles. Expecting me to let the Red Ribbon Army go free is out of the question. Let me think. How many lives have I taken on my way to your headquarters? Tao Bai remarked, taking the 2-star Dragon Ball from General Black's grasp and feigning contemplation. General Black's face was etched with despair. He understood that today would mark the end for him and the Red Ribbon Army. Who could fathom how many lives Tao Bai had extinguished on his path to their headquarters? Given the current state of losses, he had likely slain thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. Tao Bai's principle dictated that each life was worth 100 million. Even if he were to sell the entirety of the Red Ribbon Army, General Black could never amass such a sum. Tao Bai had no intention of treating the Red Ribbon Army as anything more than a mere afterthought. True to form, after pretentiously calculating, she announced a price that the Black Commander could never possibly afford. Is there any chance you could grant us a little more time? Just a few days? And we promise to gather the funds for you. The Black Commander lamented, desperately clinging to the last vestiges of his life. I'm afraid not, dear Black Commander. This is a small-scale business, and we do not extend credit. Not even for the esteemed leader of the Red Ribbon Army. Tao Bai smiled with the demeanor of a cat toying with a mouse. Consequently, burdened by the exorbitant debt owed to Tao Bai and unable to pay, the Black Commander and his associates fell victim to her machinations. Thus, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army met its demise. It is only logical to surmise that with the fall of the headquarters, the various branches scattered across the globe would soon unravel as well. As death loomed, a singular thought consumed the Black Commander's mind. Was this the end of my aspirations for greatness? Having gathered the 7 Dragon Balls of Jiang Wei And after dispatching the Black Commander and his cohorts, Tao Bai, filled with excitement, ventured into the open sky to summon the legendary dragon and fulfill her wish. At this moment, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army lay desolate. All who could escape had fled, leaving the fortress eerily empty. The only remnant of its former glory was the flag, a striking red background with white letters, still defiantly fluttering in the wind. Tao Bai placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground before her, raised her hands high, and shouted into the heavens, "Come forth, divine dragon, and grant my wish." In an instant, the Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant golden light. The very fabric of the heavens and the earth shifted. What had begun as a clear sky was soon engulfed in thunder and lightning, a heavy sense of impending doom descending upon the world. People across the globe felt this ominous change. In West City, within the home of the wealthiest individual, the extraordinary phenomenon was unmistakable, the result of someone collecting all 7 Dragon Balls and summoning the dragon. Yet, how could this be? A young woman with blue hair gazed at her newly crafted dragon radar, which displayed signals of the 6 Dragon Balls scattered across the globe, her expression one of bewilderment. Karen Tower. After centuries, someone had finally collected all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon. It remained uncertain whether this event would prove to be a blessing or a curse for the world. A stout, white cat leaning on a cane gazed at the extraordinary sight in the sky and sighed heavily. Atop Karen Tower, in the Temple of the Deities, another figure, a thin green-skinned being leaning on a cane, looked up at the celestial spectacle with equal confusion. This wrinkled creature felt no connection to the dragon that was about to be summoned. What on earth is going on? The old green-skinned being murmured in perplexity. Chapter 4, Burning Bridges? A Path to Self-Destruction. Under the watchful eyes of the old white cat and the old green-skinned being, Tao Bai successfully summoned the dragon. Before her appeared a colossal azure dragon, stretching over 100 meters in length. Before the azure dragon, Tao Bai appeared diminutive. However, he did not sense any formidable aura emanating from the majestic creature before him, which seemed incongruous with the overwhelming pressure surrounding him. The reverence in his gaze towards the azure dragon was swiftly replaced by disdain. Transformed into the azure dragon, Jiang Wei greedily surveyed the scenery around him. Finally, he was liberated from the suffocating darkness of that wretched place, which he had grown weary of. Taking a deep breath of the sunlit air, a look of sheer enjoyment washed over his face. As he adjusted to his draconic form for the first time, Jiang Wei felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet it did not deter him from focusing on the diminutive figure of an elderly man below, who resembled an ant. The old man donned a flamboyant pink robe, adorned with a large emblem on his chest, and sported a braided hairstyle tied with a red bow. With his hands clasped behind his back, he observed Jiang Wei with an air of superiority. The distinctive features of this character made it easy for Jiang Wei to recognize him instantly. It was none other than Tao Bai who had summoned him here. Thus, Jiang Wei's journey in the Dragon Ball world would commence with the fulfillment of his wish. Jiang Wei found this beginning rather agreeable, feeling no disappointment that his summoner was not a powerful figure like the Omni King or Beerus. In fact, Tao Bai was not without merit, despite being a villain. His flamboyant appearance did not detract from his status as one of the few formidable experts on Earth in the early stages of Dragon Ball. Having inherited the Crane School's teachings, a smirk crept across the dragon's vast maw. "State your wish, quickly," he urged, eager to wrap up Tao Bai's request so that he could enjoy his newfound freedom, having been stifled in the previous realm of darkness. "Dragon, grant me and Master Roshi eternal life," Tao Bai declared loudly. As a skilled assassin who had lived for centuries, he believed there was still room for personal growth, contingent upon possessing the everlasting youth of a non-aging existence. Moreover, Master Roshi was his brother, and their bond was profoundly deep, with the prospect of advancement. Tao Bai was determined to support his brother in their shared pursuit of progress. Eternal life? Jiang Wei pondered thoughtfully. In the narratives, the dragon had never granted such a wish. Even when the entire population of Earth perished, the dragon could resurrect them. It could even restore the aging King Piccolo to his youth. But whether the Earth Dragon or the Namekian Purunga possessed the capability to grant eternal life remained uncertain. However, Jiang Wei, with his limitless ability to fulfill wishes, indeed had the power to realize what the narrative's dragon had never accomplished. Although he held a disdain for Tao Bai, it was not solely due to his role as an assassin, but rather for his indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, exemplified by his heinous act of murdering a tailor merely to avoid paying for custom clothing. Yet, the illustrious dragon Jiang is a being of principle and martial virtue. Since Tao Bai has summoned him and has not acted against his interests, it is only fitting to adhere to the established norms. This is rather straightforward. Jiang Wei lifted his dragon claw and snapped his fingers with a resounding crack. Tao Bai's wish was granted, restoring him to his youthful age of 18. His expression radiated uncontainable joy. Concurrently, in fulfilling Tao Bai's desire, the illustrious dragon Jiang reaped his own rewards. In addition to receiving the same wish for immortality that Tao Bai had granted, which he could bestow upon himself or others, Jiang Wei also replicated Tao Baibai's abilities. All the experiences and knowledge accumulated by Tao Baibai over several centuries, including combat skills, were now bestowed upon the illustrious dragon Jiang. Ding. Acquired the skill of Dong Dong Wave. Ding. Acquired the art of column flight. Ding. Received a wish for immortality. Such is the power of the world's foremost assassin. It is formidable, and I feel as if I have become superhuman. In this moment, Jiang Wei felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through his being. A power he had never before imagined. He reveled in the sensation of possessing such formidable prowess. After all, in the past, according to the standards of the Frieza Force's combat power detector, Jiang Wei was merely a fifth-rate fighter. Your wish has been fulfilled. Now farewell. Jiang Wei bid farewell to the rejuvenated Tao Baibai and prepared to depart. Wait a moment, dragon. As Jiang Wei turned to leave, Tao Baibai immediately called out. A sly grin spread across his face. Jiang Wei paused, a curious glint in his eyes as he regarded Tao Baibai. Dragon, you have granted me my wish. Allow me to repay you in kind. Tao Baibai gazed at the towering azure dragon before him. His words, though seemingly generous, were laced with ulterior motives. And how do you intend to repay this illustrious dragon? Jiang Wei inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes as he perceived Tao Baibai's hidden intentions. How about I kill someone for you, free of charge? Tao Baibai replied with a mischievous smirk. The dragon before him was his target. Having been an assassin for so many years, there was no one on earth that Tao Baibai had not dispatched. Yet, he had never slain a dragon. Quite an enticing prospect. Very well, when this dragon has someone to eliminate in the future, I shall inform you. Jiang Wei pretended to ponder before responding. No, you must tell me now who you wish to kill. If you have no one in mind, then I shall take your life instead. Tao Baibai's finger pointed menacingly at the illustrious dragon Jiang, a vast energy shimmering at his fingertips. In response to Tao Baibai's treachery, Jiang Wei merely stated, you have already paved your own path to demise. The dragon system is not to be underestimated, beyond its fundamental abilities. It possesses life-preserving techniques that allow Jiang Wei to emerge and operate alongside Earth's dragons, competing with the likes of the Namekian dragon and the super dragon. Jiang Wei felt no trepidation before Tao Baibai, akin to his indifference towards Piccolo Daimau's betrayal. In his form as the Azure Dragon summoned by the 7 Dragon Balls, Jiang Wei stood in an absolute state of invincibility, including the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Anyone who has taken hostile actions against the Divine Dragon Jiang will face severe repercussions. Those who have attacked the Divine Dragon Jiang or harbored malicious desires, such as wishing for his demise or aspiring to make him a slave, will be ruthlessly stripped of everything, including their very lives, by Jiang Wei. Thus, the invincibility manifested in his Azure Dragon form is mockingly referred to by Jiang Wei as plundering the home. However, this invincible state is merely a passive ability that operates on the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. The Divine Dragon Jiang cannot exploit this invincibility to bully others at will. Therefore, in Jiang Wei's eyes, despite the apparent unfairness of this invincibility, it remains merely a survival mechanism. Suddenly, a Kamehameha wave struck the towering form of the Divine Dragon Jiang. The smile of Tao Baibai vanished in an instant. Before him stood the Azure Dragon, unscathed. The energy wave that collided with its body was akin to a pebble cast into the ocean, creating not a single ripple. Tao Baibai was taken aback, and as he prepared to unleash another, more powerful Kamehameha wave, he was horrified to discover that all his power had vanished. His body reverted from that of an 18-year-old to that of an aged man of several hundred years. Furthermore, he found himself unable to remember how to execute the Kamehameha wave. Not only had he forgotten this technique, but all the other advanced skills of the Crane School. His own creation of the flying pillar technique and the accumulated knowledge and experience of centuries had slipped from his mind. Moreover, Tao Baibai's vast fortune, amassed through his career as an assassin, along with the various treasures he had gathered, now belonged to the Divine Dragon Jiang. After triggering the invincibility of the Divine Dragon and suffering the consequences of plundering, Tao Baibai found himself with nothing left but his own insignificant life. Even that fragile existence now rested in the palm of the Divine Dragon Jiang. Chapter 5. The Dragon Has Killed. Tao Baibai, you are indeed a generous soul. Feeling the surge of power after robbing Tao Baibai of his strength, Jiang Wei smiled and offered a compliment. In return for Tao Baibai's generosity, the Divine Dragon Jiang could not hold back. With a gentle swipe of his claw against the ground, he obliterated Tao Baibai, reducing flesh and blood to a gruesome mess. What manner of dragon are you? After eliminating Tao Baibai, an ancient voice unexpectedly resonated in Jiang Wei's mind. It was the celestial god reaching out to the Divine Dragon Jiang. The dragon is actually killed. This revelation nearly caused the celestial god's eyes to pop out in astonishment. Celestial god? The environment on Earth is splendid. I quite like it. Ha ha ha. With that, Jiang Wei disregarded the celestial god, transforming into 7 radiant beams of golden light that scattered in all directions. The 7 Dragon Balls dispersed across the globe. turning into stones that would require 12 months to cool before reverting to their original forms. Upon shedding his dragon transformation, Jiang Wei reappeared within the vacant headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. For a lifetime, the celestial deity, perched high within the temple, observed the world below. Upon witnessing the mysterious dragon vanish, it transformed into a strikingly handsome and composed young man, causing the deity to widen his eyes in astonishment once more. What could this mean? Could it be akin to a unique ability, much like that child, to metamorphose into a colossal ape under certain conditions? Jiang Wei, having strolled through the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army after everyone had dispersed, finally discovered what he sought. In one of the military supply warehouses, he found an abundance of chewing gum sufficient to last him several years, gathering all the gum into the space provided by the Dragon System. He also pilfered numerous battle vehicles, humanoid mechas, and fighter jets left behind by the army, items that had piqued his interest in his original world, yet remained utterly beyond his reach. Next, he severed a cylindrical pillar from a building, carefully attuned himself to his surroundings, and hurled the pillar skyward. He then leaped atop it, propelling himself swiftly towards the direction of a formidable presence he sensed nearby. Jiang Wei's next objective was to leverage his familiarity with the storyline to amass the benefits of Earth. He aimed to grow stronger, to become the singular force within the Dragon Ball universe, overpowering all who dared to oppose him. From Tao Pai Pai, Jiang Wei had already learned that the narrative had yet to commence. The dragon within the plot remained uncalled by the likes of young Goku and Bulma, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to showcase his prowess. Standing atop the pillar, chewing gum, he soared against the wind, soon encountering a vast azure ocean. Before long, a solitary small island emerged in the ocean's expanse. The island was indeed diminutive, with a solitary house occupying most of its area. This was the dwelling of Master Roshi. According to Jiang Wei's senses, Master Roshi was currently the weakest among Earth's martial experts. Tao Pai Pai boasted a combat power exceeding 100, while Master Roshi, in his current state, was considerably weaker, barely reaching a combat power of 100. Of course, this pertained to Master Roshi's usual combat strength. In his muscular form, while employing the Kamehameha, his power would undoubtedly surpass 100. Compared to the Crane School's relentless pursuit of profit through violence, Master Roshi appeared to be enjoying a leisurely retirement, having become complacent in his martial arts practice. At that moment, Master Roshi reclined in a lounge chair, shaded by a sun umbrella, embodying the essence of a beach vacation. He held an adult magazine in his hands, reveling in it with a series of lewd chuckles. Suddenly, the mischievous grin vanished from his face, replaced by a grave expression as he sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching. He set aside his cherished magazine and looked towards the distant horizon. Someone was gliding towards his island atop a wooden pillar. It was that scoundrel Tao Pai Pai. No, the aura was different. But who could this unexpected guest be, arriving with such a flamboyant entrance? Under the perplexed gaze of Master Roshi, a dashing young man clad in a sleek black overcoat, incessantly chewing gum, with a handsome yet mature visage, swaggered confidently onto the scene, landing before him with a flourish. "Young man, who are you? What is your relationship with Tien and the Crane Hermit?" Master Roshi inquired, his demeanor cautious. Once, both Master Roshi and the Crane Hermit were disciples of the martial arts master. However, due to their differing philosophies and the Crane Hermit's nefarious methods, they had become adversaries. Master Roshi sensed a formidable aura emanating from Jiang Wei, one that even surpassed his own, renowned as the god of martial arts. He could not afford to be complacent in the presence of this youth. "Hello, Master Roshi. No need to be alarmed. I am Jiang Wei. All my abilities are the result of a fair exchange with Tien and have nothing to do with your rival," he said, leaping down from the pillar and landing gracefully on the sandy shore of the island, a broad smile illuminating his face as he greeted the elder. "Then what brings you to my humble island?" Master Roshi relaxed his expression and asked. Given Jiang Wei's prowess, he surmised that if the young man intended to cause trouble, he would not be so cordial. Jiang Wei's gaze flicked to an adult magazine precariously positioned on a small table beside Master Roshi. The cover featuring a sultry woman posing provocatively. "Ah, indeed, an old lecher," he mused, before noting the 3-star Dragon Ball casually draped around Master Roshi's neck. However, Jiang Wei's visit was not solely for the sake of the Dragon Ball. Rather, he was intrigued by Master Roshi's remarkable skills. Despite the old man's lecherous tendencies and relatively modest strength, he was, without a doubt, the god of martial arts, adept at instructing his pupils. The strongest Saiyan, Goku, and the mightiest Earthling, Krillin, were both products of Master Roshi's tutelage. For Jiang Wei, Krillin held little potential for cultivation, but the Saiyan Kakarot was a promising prospect. If nurtured properly, he would yield immense benefits. Chapter 6. Acquiring the Kamehameha and the Evil Containment Wave among other abilities. Jiang Wei was different from his neighbors. The prevailing figures next door were predominantly Saiyans, with the occasional appearance of Frieza, Cell, and the rare Majin Buu. Jiang Wei, a purely Earthling, had acquired the Dragon System. enabling him to replicate any abilities by merely fulfilling a wish. This unique attribute meant that Jiang Wei, as an ordinary earthling, found training to be an unwise endeavor. Why labor tirelessly when, upon others achieving mastery, he could grant them a wish and effortlessly claim their hard-won abilities for himself? It was a fool's errand to toil for wealth when one could effortlessly reap the rewards. While others toiled and struggled, he would simply enjoy the fruits of their labor. This was the destiny bestowed upon him in the Dragon Ball world, one born to be a master. Thus, Jiang Wei recognized Goku's potential and resolved to take him under his wing. Once Goku had honed his skills, Jiang Wei could fulfill a wish for him, thereby acquiring Goku's abilities. Goku's talent and diligence would become Jiang Wei's own, ensuring that he was always stronger than the Saiyan. However, the Crane School is a method designed to cultivate assassins, which is clearly ill-suited for a righteous martial artist like Sun Wukong. It is far more prudent to adhere to the storyline and nurture Sun Wukong through the teachings of the Turtle School. This necessitates utilizing the extensive skills and knowledge that Master Roshi has accumulated over centuries. Master Roshi, hand over the 3-star Dragon Ball hanging around your neck. I can grant you any wish you desire. Without further ado, Jiang Wei plunged directly into the matter at hand. As he spoke, he transformed, instantaneously becoming a 3-meter-tall figure, adorned with horns and a tail, resembling a cerulean dragon human. This humanoid dragon form, since Jiang Wei intended to enhance his power by cultivating those with potential, he would not depend on the dragon form that requires gathering all 7 Dragon Balls and can only be summoned once a year. The humanoid dragon transformation is the most frequently utilized ability of the dragon system. In this humanoid dragon state, akin to the dragon incarnation, Jiang Wei can also fulfill wishes for others and, in return, acquire the ability to replicate everything about them. He can grant a wish every 12 hours, allowing him to replicate an individual's entire skill set once the time has elapsed. However, unlike the dragon summoned by collecting 7 Dragon Balls, the humanoid dragon cannot invoke invincibility. Should someone attempt to betray him, he must rely on his own strength to resolve the conflict. Thus, there exists the potential for a powerful adversary to strike him down. Nevertheless, even if he cannot invoke invincibility, it is still no simple feat to defeat Jiang Wei in his humanoid dragon form. Much like the Saiyan's great ape transformation, the humanoid dragon can amplify his base combat power by 10-fold. Furthermore, he is immune to superpowers, magic, destructive energy, and all forms of special ability attacks, including the erasure by Zeno. He is also impervious to negative effects, meaning he can freely utilize the Kaioken up to 20 times, stacking it with Super Saiyan transformations without any repercussions. In the face of imminent danger, he can even trigger the humanoid dragon transformation passively with a 1-second advance. It can be said that as long as Jiang Wei does not seek his own demise, it is exceedingly difficult for him to be killed while transformed into a humanoid dragon. How is this possible? He is even stronger than the once dreaded demon King Piccolo. Upon sensing Jiang Wei's transformation into a humanoid dragon, his combat power skyrocketing 10-fold, Master Roshi was left in shock, his head as bald as Krillin's. And he plopped down onto the sandy ground. The long-lost sensation of fear returned at that moment. With his combat power now exceeding 1,000, Jiang Wei had undoubtedly become the most formidable being on Earth. Facing someone with over 1,000 combat power for the first time, how could Master Roshi not be terrified? Quickly, state your wish. Do not waste my time. Observing Master Roshi sitting on the ground, rendered speechless, Jiang Wei impatiently urged him. Can you make me disappear from this island? Master Roshi, regaining his composure, stood up and cautiously handed over the 3-star Dragon Ball hanging from his neck. This is quite simple, Jiang Wei remarked, bemused, as he snapped his fingers. In an instant, he vanished before Master Roshi's eyes, unable to sense it. Master Roshi sighed in relief as he felt the terrifying aura of Jiang Wei, which far surpassed that of the demon King Piccolo. However, it wasn't long before his expression turned to one of regret. Had he known that making a wish to the dragon god Jiang could truly manifest desires, why hadn't he simply wished for a beautiful girl to come live with him on the island? The thought of losing the opportunity to share a home with a lovely companion left Master Roshi lamenting deeply, striking his chest in frustration, even losing interest in the adult magazines he had been perusing. When Jiang Wei reappeared, he stood on solid ground, far removed from Master Roshi's little island. The notifications chimed. Ding, gained Turtle School Kamehameha. Ding, acquired the Universal Shockwave. Ding, obtained the Demon Sealing Wave. It seemed that Master Roshi's wish was of no use. Jiang Wei placed the newly acquired Dragon Ball into the system space and muttered to himself. Ding, does the Master wish to dispose of Master Roshi's request? He chuckled, knowing the system would not let him suffer a loss. With a grin, he had the seemingly useless wish processed by the Dragon system. Ding, Master Roshi's wish has been disposed of. Congratulations, Master, you have received 100 Senza beans. Suddenly, an ancient-looking small jar materialized before Jiang Wei, which he caught in his hands. Upon opening the jar, he found it filled to the brim with dried beans. Given that by the later stages of the plot, There were hardly any senzu beans left in the Dragon Balls. Such a trivial wish had yielded 100 of them. Jiang Wei laughed heartily, plucking a senzu bean and tossing it into his mouth for a taste. Though it had no distinct flavor, it truly quelled his hunger. After consuming one, he felt satiated and disinterested in further meals. He casually found a small town to spend the night. The following day, after the 12-hour cool-down period had elapsed, Jiang Wei ventured into a nearby forest to chop a piece of wood and set off towards Korin Tower. What could he possibly be up to? The deity, observing Jiang Wei from the temple, was utterly perplexed by his actions. The divine being truly could not comprehend what Jiang Wei was doing. When Jiang Wei transformed into a human dragon on Master Roshi's island, the deity had been startled by his combat power exceeding 1,000. Though he was not Piccolo, it was enough to turn the deity's face pale with fear. One could only hope that this enigmatic dragon, seemingly aimlessly wandering on Earth, would not cause chaos. Meanwhile, atop Korin Tower, the feline sage, who could also observe the world below, felt an overwhelming anxiety as he watched Jiang Wei approach at high speed. A combat power exceeding 1,000? My goodness, how could such a powerful and formidable being exist on Earth? This was a presence even more terrifying than the one that had once threatened to destroy the world. Moreover, he was clearly heading towards Korin Tower, evidently seeking him out. The chubby face of the cat sage was drenched in cold sweat, like a prisoner granted a reprieve. With a thunderous roar, a log plummeted from the sky, crashing beside the towering Korin Tower, startling the pair of Native American guards stationed there. Jiang Wei directly stated his intention. He had come to ascend the Korinta. The Indian warrior, brandishing his spear, expressed that not everyone was deemed worthy of this endeavor. With a nonchalant yet powerful punch, Jiang Wei demonstrated his eligibility to climb the Korinta, and under the awestruck gaze of the father and son duo, he swiftly ascended the tower. The Korinta stood as a bridge between heaven and earth, its summit obscured from earthly view. What should I do now? The cat immortal was in a state of agitation. Hello, great white cat immortal. I am Jiang Wei, here specifically to seek you out. If you grant me the super divine water and the immortal beings, I shall fulfill a wish for you. Jiang Wei leaped effortlessly to the tower's pinnacle, completing his ascent with ease. Before him stood a chubby white cat, nervously clutching a cane, yet wearing a friendly smile. Upon seeing the cat immortal, Jiang Wei was reminded of the large black cat his cousin had kept, a creature he had also grown fond of. Chapter 7. The Wish of the Deity. Not long after his cousin's mysterious disappearance, Jiang Wei had intended to adopt the cat left behind, but it had vanished along with his cousin's possessions. Believing this could be a clue to his cousin's whereabouts, he fervently searched, eventually discovering traces of the cat at nearby universities. Yet, like his cousin, the cat disappeared from sight, leaving no trace behind. Then Jiang Wei, too, was drawn into the Dragon Ball world by the Dragon System, becoming yet another missing person. Is this the reason you've sought me out? The cat immortal sighed in relief upon hearing that Jiang Wei had no intention of causing trouble. The cat immortal rummaged through his belongings, producing a jar and a large container to present to Jiang Wei, who had transformed into a humanoid dragon. I must warn you, this jar of super divine water is highly toxic, not suitable for ordinary consumption, and this container holds several pounds of immortal beans. You have what you came for. Now please depart. Summoning his courage, the cat immortal continued, speak your wish, and this deity shall fulfill it. The super divine water and immortal beans were merely a convenient gesture. Jiang Wei's primary purpose for ascending the Korinta was to engage with the cat immortal. Had he not transformed into a humanoid dragon, the cat immortal's combat prowess would have surpassed Jiang Wei's typical abilities. Naturally, Jiang Wei would not miss the opportunity to reap the benefits from the cat immortal. I have no wish for you to fulfill, the cat immortal quickly retorted. No, you require a combat power detector, standard issue for the Frieza Force, suitable for an earthling, along with your favorite fish. Jiang Wei's mind raced as he sought to have the cat immortal assist him once more, offering some rewards to the plump white cat, ensuring it was not a complete act of exploitation. Upon hearing this, the cat immortal's eyes glistened with tears, a testament to his endearing nature. Following Jiang Wei's suggestion, he made his wish. It was a simple task. In the next moment, a plethora of lively fish materialized before them. The cat immortal exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the pile of fish with exuberance. Ding! Acquired the ability of foresight. Ding! The sensation of awareness has been acquired. Jiang Wei chose to disregard the blissful cat immortal at that moment. After concluding his transformation into the humanoid divine dragon, he affixed a combat power detector, which the cat immortal had not even regarded, onto his left eye. It must be said that the device developed by the Frieza Force is quite stylish when worn, as well as being remarkably practical. Jiang Wei genuinely desired one, due to the wishes of the cat immortal. The combat power detector in his possession had its text system altered to Earth-S script, making it convenient for Jiang Wei to utilize. Essentially, since the combat power detector was derived from Jiang Wei's own strength, it could not possibly harm him. Thus, this detector could not be monitored by the Frieza Force. Of course, even if it were to be monitored, it would not matter, given the unique nature of Jiang Wei as the divine dragon. Even if Frieza himself were to intervene, he would inevitably be crushed like a mere insect. Let me see what my current combat power is. Jiang Wei perused the usage instructions embedded within the detector, chuckling as he pressed a button. After fulfilling the Cat Immortal's wish, Jiang Wei sensed that his normal combat power had already surpassed that of the Cat Immortal. Beep. The display screen of the detector illuminated with a series of numbers. Cat Immortal, combat power 190. Nearby this combat power of 190, there was a reading of combat power 200. Jiang Wei, combat power 200. In humanoid divine dragon form, combat power 2000. Beep. Heavenly God, combat power 220. Mr. Bobo, combat power 700. Indeed, Mr. Bobo is the premier expert on Earth during the early stages of the narrative. Prior to the Saiyan invasion, he possessed an astonishing combat power of 700. If it were not for the restrictions imposed by the goddess attendants preventing them from intervening, Piccolo the Demon King would not have had the audacity to act so brazenly, Jiang Wei mused. The Demon King Piccolo and the Heavenly God were originally one and the same, later divided as part of his malevolent essence. Hence, the combat power of the Demon King Piccolo is identical to that of the Heavenly God, both being 220 in their aged states. In the story, after wishing upon the dragon to restore his youth, he would barely reach around 300 in combat power. In the presence of Mr. Bobo's 700 combat power, he would be but an insignificant foe, easily dispatched. Above the Korin Tower, the Heavenly God continued to observe Jiang Wei. This dragon, filled with secrets, Mr. Bobo remarked. That dragon, transformed into a human, has grown even stronger. The Heavenly God shared his observations. Indeed, that dragon's quest to fulfill wishes may be the very reason for his increasing strength, Mr. Bobo speculated. The Heavenly God nodded gently in acknowledgement of his conjecture. As he harbored the same thoughts, the rapidity with which that dragon grows in power is alarming. Fortunately, as things stand, he does not exhibit the same malevolence as the Demon King Piccolo. Otherwise, this world would once again face a catastrophe far surpassing the devastation wrought by Piccolo centuries ago. When the celestial deity thinks of Jiang Wei transforming into the humanoid dragon god, even the wrinkled green scalp of 1,000 battles trembles. Centuries ago, merely confronting the fearsome Demon King Piccolo compelled the mightiest warrior of Earth, Wu Taidu, to risk his life and unleash the Demon Seal wave for containment. If this enigmatic dragon, capable of rapidly augmenting its strength, were to pose a threat to the entire world, even 100 Wu Taidus bound together would not suffice to withstand its might. Lord Celestial, the dragon has come to seek us, Mr. Bobo announced. After 12 hours, Jiang Wei would once again grant wishes for others, ready to transform into the humanoid dragon god to replicate the powers of the celestial deity and Mr. Bobo. As Jiang Wei leapt into the colossal sanctuary, surpassing even the peak of Korin Tower, he found the celestial deity and Mr. Bobo awaiting him. Greetings, celestial deity and Mr. Bobo, I am Jiang Wei. You must have discerned my purpose. Now, please articulate your wishes. This dragon can fulfill them all. Jiang Wei extended his arms with a regal demeanor. Do you recognize me and Mr. Bobo? The celestial deity was momentarily astonished, but upon realizing Jiang Wei's ability to transform into a dragon, his expression shifted to one of understanding. It was entirely reasonable for Jiang Wei to recognize them, as even the Earth Dragon, created by the celestial deity, possessed knowledge of many secrets of the world. Jiang Wei nodded. I shall go first. Dragon, can you truly fulfill any wish? A glint of cunning flashed in the celestial deity's aged eyes. As long as you do not require me to fulfill a wish to eliminate Beerus or the Omni King through means other than granting wishes, this dragon can indeed fulfill it. Jiang Wei gazed at the celestial deity and promptly replied. The celestial deity slightly nodded. This was similar to the Earth Dragon he had created. Albeit the Earth Dragon could not fulfill wishes that surpassed the capabilities of its creator, the celestial deity. Jiang Wei, however, had restrictions against wishing for the demise of Beerus and the Omni King through alternative means. Could it be that the being before him, neither wholly human nor entirely dragon, Jiang Wei, did not adhere to the same wish fulfillment rules as the Earth Dragon? From whence did he originate? And who were Beerus and the Omni King? At that moment, the celestial deity fell into contemplation. Moreover, even if a wish detrimental to the dragon could be fulfilled, the dragon had the prerogative to refuse such a request. Jiang Wei clarified this in advance to avoid any unpleasantness later. I will not act foolishly. The celestial deity, though calculating in his mind, felt no embarrassment. His intentions were certainly not to target the great dragon Jiang Wei. Speak your wish, celestial deity, Jiang Wei urged. Dragon, my wish is for you to protect the earth. The celestial deity proclaimed loudly. He gazed at Jiang Wei, who nodded in affirmation. This is quite simple. To protect the earth does not infringe upon your interests. Even if the celestial deity did not present it as a wish, would Jiang Wei stand idly by while the earth faced obliteration? Chapter 8. Acquiring the King Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb. Thank you. Jiang Wei's willingness to protect the earth filled the celestial beings with immense joy. With his guardianship, The calamities wrought by the malevolent King Piccolo would surely become a thing of the past. Ding. Acquired super explosive wave. Ding. Acquired high-speed movement. Ding. Acquired the position of Earth God, not activated. Mr. Bobo, your wish can only be fulfilled later. I sincerely apologize, Jiang Wei expressed with a hint of regret. His character was quite amiable, Mr. Bobo mused. Heavenly being, would you care for a piece of gum? Upon receiving refusals from both the celestial being and Mr. Bobo, Jiang Wei nonchalantly retrieved a box of gum adorned with red and white markings, treating himself to a piece. Simultaneously, he activated his combat power detector to assess his current strength. Beep beep. Jiang Wei. Combat power 300. Transformed human dragon. Combat power 3000. Once Mr. Bobo's wish is granted, my combat power as a transformed human dragon will surpass that of the North Kai. Jiang Wei began contemplating his next destination after departing from the Divine Hall. The North Kai possessed two formidable techniques, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Particularly, the Kaioken was an essential skill for any traveler who ventured into the Dragon Ball universe. Naturally, Jiang Wei coveted the Kaioken as well. However, without invincible strength, he would refrain from seeking out the North Kai for those techniques. Though he had watched Dragon Ball, Jiang Wei understood that the North Kai was not a villain prone to indiscriminate violence. Nevertheless, he had established a principle for himself. Unless summoned by gathering the 7 Dragon Balls in the form of Shenron to fulfill a wish, he would never proactively seek out individuals stronger than himself in his human dragon form to grant them wishes. His approach was one of cautious advancement, ensuring absolute safety while avoiding unnecessary risks. Lord God, Jiang Wei's aura has grown stronger, Mr. Bobo whispered when Jiang Wei was not present. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. Thankfully, Jiang Wei is willing to protect the earth, the celestial being responded with a tone of relief. At noon, the celestial being, who typically required only water, treated Jiang Wei to a lavish meal. Jiang Wei lavished praise on Mr. Bobo's culinary skills, affirming his status as an exemplary servant who had served generations of divine beings. Once his abilities had cooled down, Jiang Wei promptly granted Mr. Bobo's wish. My apologies, but I do not have a wish for you to fulfill, Mr. Bobo said as he scratched the back of his head, pondering thoughtfully. In that case, Mr. Bobo, please wish for me to meet the North Kai, Jiang Wei joyfully proposed. This would save him 12 hours, allowing him to meet the North Kai sooner. As for the other travelers, the Spirit Time Room held no allure for Jiang Wei. He would not squander time for its sake. After Mr. Bobo's wish was realized, Jiang Wei vanished in an instant from the sight of the celestial being and Mr. Bobo. Ding. Acquired the position of Divine Servant, not activated. When we meet again, Jiang Wei will undoubtedly grow even more powerful, the celestial being assured Mr. Bobo. In the void, upon a tiny miniature planet, the North King, reveling in delight, drove his small automobile with his 2 cherished pets, embarking on a whimsical journey around the globe time and again. The planet inhabited by the North King was truly diminutive. A mere few minutes of driving sufficed for a complete circumnavigation. Suddenly, the North King halted his vehicle, his 2 antennae, reminiscent of crickets, quivering as he sensed a formidable presence approaching his miniature world. In the next moment, a 3-meter-tall Azure Dragon Man materialized before the North King's automobile. Greetings, North King. I am Jiang Wei, the Azure Dragon Man said with polite courtesy. Beep. Jiang Wei activated his combat power detector. North King, combat power 3500. Jiang Wei, combat power 910. Transforming into human dragon form, combat power 9100. The North King's 2 pets, a monkey and a bug, were formidable in their own right on Earth, yet in Jiang Wei's eyes, they were utterly inconsequential. Hello, Jiang Wei. What brings you to my realm? The North King inquired, scrutinizing the dragon with a hint of curiosity. Though Jiang Wei's transformed state boasted a combat power surpassing that of the North King remained a deity presiding over the Northern Galaxy. Jiang Wei's current prowess was insufficient to garner the North King's regard. To capture the North King's attention, one would need the might akin to that of the cosmic Emperor Frieza, possessing the power to threaten the galaxy itself. In the eyes of the North King, Jiang Wei was merely a trivial figure. Before I disclose my intentions, might you offer me some hospitality? Jiang Wei remarked, as his abilities were still on cooldown. Oh, then let us embark on another drive. The North King's eyes sparkled with joy. He was elated to have someone accompany him on his drive. Thus, after 12 hours of Earth time had passed, Jiang Wei said, North King, speak your wish. This divine dragon can fulfill it. Jiang Wei stretched his body, leaning down to gaze at the North King. Being crammed into the small automobile with a 3-meter-tall dragon was far from a pleasant experience. What? So you are a divine dragon? The North King, having scrutinized Jiang Wei once more, exclaimed in surprise. It took several hundred laps around the globe for him to recognize Jiang Wei's true identity. Intrigued, the North King's first thought was that his planet was so miniature. If it could be restored to its original size, driving would be far more exhilarating than it currently was. However, he quickly recalled the true culprit behind the planet's diminutiveness, Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. The mere thought of the cat-like deity filled the North King with dread, dispelling any notions of restoring the planet to its former glory for a more enjoyable driving experience. The last thing he desired was to incur the wrath of Lord Beerus, which could lead to devastating consequences for himself, his pets, and their miniature world. Then, please tell me a joke. The North Kai, drenched in cold sweat, addressed the mighty dragon of Jiang. This is quite simple. The dragon of Jiang regarded the visibly fearful North Kai with a hint of curiosity, having fulfilled his wish. Ding. Obtained the King's Fist. Ding. Acquired the Spirit Bomb. Ding. Received the title of North Kai, not yet activated. Initially, Jiang Wei had prepared to restore the mini-planet to its former glory for the North Kai. In the storyline, even when Earth was obliterated, the Earth Dragon could restore it. For the Dragon of Jiang, this task was even less daunting. As for whether he would offend Beerus, Beerus was currently lounging in his abode, enjoying a leisurely slumber, outsourcing his responsibilities to a cosmic real estate developer. Until he dreamt of the Super Saiyan God, Beerus would not awaken. By the time Beerus envisioned the Super Saiyan God and roused from his slumber, given Jiang Wei's rapid upgrade, he needn't concern himself with Beerus at all. If he were to disregard martial ethics, he could easily find someone to make a wish to Jiang Wei, one that would result in Beerus' immediate demise. One must never underestimate the formidable power of the Dragon System, as evidenced by Granola, who wished himself into becoming the strongest in the universe. If someone were willing to pay the ultimate price of their own life, ensuring they could never be resurrected in any manner, to wish upon Jiang Wei, they could indeed eliminate Beerus in a one-for-one exchange. Jiang Wei believed that when the need arose, such reckless individuals would not be hard to find. However, he never anticipated that the North Kai would wish for a joke instead. Just that? Jiang Wei stifled a chuckle. Laughing at such a moment would be disrespectful to the North Kai. Ha ha. The North Kai roared with laughter. Ha ha. Jiang Wei could no longer contain himself and joined in the laughter. Observing Jiang Wei's mirth, the North Kai mistakenly believed he too was laughing at the joke, and thus perceived him as a kindred spirit. He eagerly offered to impart his two signature techniques to Jiang Wei, but Jiang Wei declined. After fulfilling the North Kai's wish, he had already acquired the King's Fist and the Spirit Bomb. What more could he learn? Beep, beep. Jiang Wei, Battle Power 3750. Transformed into a humanoid dragon. Boom. The battle power detector shattered under the strain. Jiang Wei then realized that this detector had a maximum limit of only over 20,000 battle power, clearly an outdated model from Frieza's army. Chapter 9, Unveiling Potential. Your glasses can explode too? The North Kai inquired with curiosity. I just noticed they resemble those used by Frieza's minions. They are indeed equipment from Frieza's army. I simply took them, Jiang Wei casually remarked as he discarded the remnants of the battle power detector. Ha ha. The North Kai once again doubled over with laughter. Thinking Jiang Wei was sharing another cold joke. Jiang Wei, I can sense that you have grown stronger, several times more formidable than when you first arrived. You truly are a peculiar dragon. After indulging in laughter, the North Kai solemnly remarked, while you possess an extraordinary method to enhance your power, I still recommend that you learn my Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. I assure you, I shall teach you earnestly, for we share an instant camaraderie. Expressing profound gratitude for the North Kai's kindness, Jiang Wei replied, however, it is not that I am unwilling to learn your Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Rather, I have already mastered them. Upon witnessing the North Kai's incredulous expression, Jiang Wei immediately unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken. The towering 3-meter-tall azure dragon instantly erupted with a blood-red aura enveloping his entire being. Battle Power 3750. Transformed into a humanoid divine dragon. Battle Power 37500. 20-fold Kaioken. Battle Power 750000. Remarkable. You have truly mastered my Kaioken. The North Kai was utterly astounded by the overwhelming force radiating from Jiang Wei's 20-fold Kaioken. The battle power Jiang Wei exhibited had evidently surpassed that of Frieza, the notorious cosmic emperor and real estate mogul, who even the North Kai found daunting. Of course, this merely exceeded Frieza's apparent strength. Those in the know understood the nuances. In a direct confrontation against Frieza at full power, Jiang Wei's current capabilities would be insufficient. Unless, of course, one were to disregard martial ethics and find a reckless individual to grant Jiang Wei a perilous exchange, wishing for Frieza's immediate demise. What further astonished the North Kai was that Jiang Wei, while employing the 20-fold Kaioken, appeared to be effortlessly at ease, as though his body remained oblivious to the burdens imposed by the technique. Unbeknownst to the North Kai, Jiang Wei's transformation into a humanoid divine dragon rendered him immune to negative effects. This implied that, after transforming, Jiang Wei could maintain the 20-fold Kaioken for as long as he desired. 12 hours later, amidst the North Kai's reluctant gaze, Jiang Wei vanished with a whoosh. Once again utilizing the wish he had made to the North Kai to depart. Jiang Wei's next destination, planet Namek. A planet teeming with lush vegetation and peculiar flora. It was also the ancestral home of the Supreme Kai and the evil King Piccolo. A multitude of green-skinned beings resided here, living in villages scattered across this planet, which was vastly larger than Earth. In an instant, a blue dragon man, entirely distinct from the Namekian appearance, materialized before the aged Namekian elder, who stood at an impressive height of over 10 meters. The blue dragon man radiated a terrifying blood-red aura, instilling an overwhelming sense of despair. Yet, as the elder's guardian, the mightiest warrior among the Namekians, Neru, fearlessly charged at the unexpected intruder with all his might, ready to engage in combat. Behind Neru stood the venerable Namekian elder, whom he revered immensely. Aware of his impending defeat, he resolved to fall before the elder rather than retreat. Neru, stand down. The newcomer is not an enemy. The elder's ancient voice urgently commanded. Alas, it was too late, as the divine dragon Jiang Wei had just appeared. He had no time to assess his surroundings before being met with a fierce onslaught, and naturally, he would not hold back. With a swift punch directed at the advancing green-skinned creature, the overconfident and feeble being was sent crashing into the stone wall of the house, leaving a deep indentation. The wall cracked, and Neru, embedded within it, spat out a mouthful of green blood, utterly incapacitated and teetering on the brink of death. My sincerest apologies, esteemed elder. I may have exerted a bit too much force. After toppling Neru, Jiang de Shenlong finally took in his surroundings and sincerely expressed his regrets to the corpulent Namekian elder standing a mere distance away, towering over 10 meters high. Honored guest, I sense no malice from you. It was Neru's recklessness that led to this, and you bear no blame. The elder's aged voice conveyed understanding. Given the display of strength Jiang had just exhibited, the elder found it impossible to dismiss the situation. Moreover, it was indeed Neru who had made the first move. Casting a glance at the incapacitated Neru, the elder sighed with relief upon realizing he was still alive. Just as he was about to summon the precious healing Namekian dandy to attend to Neru, Jiang Wei interjected, Elder, please allow me to express my apologies on behalf of Mr. Neru. Approaching the still bleeding Neru, Jiang Wei retrieved an ancient jar from his system space and offered a magical bean to him, having recently acquired several worthless wishes. Jiang Wei exchanged them for these beans via the dragon system. Additionally, he possessed a large stash of beans obtained from the cat sage, far more than he could ever utilize. Forgive my rashness. I humbly ask for your pardon, Neru said, fully revitalized after consuming the bean, sincerely apologizing to Jiang Wei. I accept your apology, Jiang Wei responded graciously. The elder's regard for Jiang Wei grew significantly due to his act of saving Neru. Elder, I am Jiang Wei. You may have noticed that my current appearance bears a resemblance to your majestic dragon Purunga from Namek. I, too, am a dragon and have come to Namek to grant you, Neru, and Dandy a wish. Jiang Wei revealed his intentions. The elder's ability to unlock potential intrigued Jiang Wei, though he had no interest in enhancing his own capabilities through the elder's means. His focus was solely on granting a wish to Neru, the strongest combatant among the Namekians, which could potentially elevate Jiang Wei's own combat prowess. As for Dandy, his healing abilities were of little consequence to Jiang Wei, given his near-endless supply of magical beans. Nevertheless, he felt it would be a trivial matter to replicate Dandy's future abilities as a celestial being on Earth. After all, during the era of Little Goku, was Dandy even present? Namekians are known for their longevity, living for hundreds or even thousands of years. It would be peculiar if they didn't mature over decades or even centuries. As for the Sun family's caretaker, while he may grow rapidly, he is not a typical Namekian in terms of reproduction. Even the individual in question is not a typical Namekian, and their anomalous growth rate is entirely within reason. Are you the dragon god? Such a peculiar appearance. Both the elder and Nail were astonished, their faces turning an incredulous shade of green, struggling to reconcile the diminutive figure of the dragon god Jiang with the imposing Broly. 12 hours elapsed. Your Excellency Jiang, please restore the elder's youth. Nail implored. We Namekians cannot afford to lose our elder. He cast a glance at the frail, aging elder, whose time was drawing near, and spoke urgently. It was a simple matter. The elder, on the brink of death, was rejuvenated, transforming into a tall, youthful green-skinned figure devoid of wrinkles. Ding. Acquired Ki Blast. Ding. Acquired Telepathy. Ding. Acquired Combat Type Namekian Bloodline, inactive. Nail, the cycle of life and death is a natural law. Why must you concern yourself so? The elder admonished. Yet, his expression revealed that he was quite pleased with the restoration of his youth. In the following days, Jiang granted the elder and Den their wishes. Ding. Acquired Potential Unleashed. Ding. Acquired Empathy. Ding. Acquired Namekian Elder Bloodline, inactive. Ding. Acquired Healing Technique. Ding. Acquired the ability to create Dragon Balls. Ding. Acquired Namekian Dragon Clan Bloodline, inactive. The elder's wish stemmed from a foreboding sense that the Namekians would face an existential crisis in the future, hoping that Jiang, the dragon god, would lend his aid during that dire time. After fulfilling Nail's wish, Jiang's combat prowess had multiplied significantly. The The specific increase was beyond the capacity of his power detector, which was maxed out, but he felt immensely powerful, confident that even Frieza, who sought the Dragon Balls on Namek, would be a trivial challenge. Were it not for Jiang's adherence to martial ethics, he could have merely suggested to the Elder to find a Namekian unafraid of death and wish away the impending threat. Frieza would have been a thing of the past. Dend, on the other hand, had no particular desires, but upon learning from Nail about Jiang's magical senzu beans, which could fully revive a person, he shyly requested 10 of them. After his wish was granted, he appeared somewhat embarrassed, as if he had taken advantage of the dragon god. Little did he know, for Jiang, senzu beans were as plentiful as he desired. Chapter 10. Little Goku does not eat gum. The next destination was Yardrat, where he could acquire instant transmission. Once again, through the wishes of the Namekians, Jiang found himself on Yardrat. The inhabitants of this planet were not particularly powerful, yet they had developed an array of astonishing abilities, instant transmission being merely one of them. Upon arriving on Yardrat, Jiang quickly realized that the inhabitants' strength was indeed lacking, averaging only a few hundred in combat power. Easily overwhelmed by a squad of Frieza's minions, whose combat power was 1,000, capable of decimating the entire planet. Compared to the inhabitants of Earth, the Yidlatrians possess strength akin to that of Godzilla before a mere child. Aside from a handful of martial artists, the overwhelming majority of Earth's populace comprises men whose combat prowess barely exceeds a mere 5, while women are even weaker, with a score of only 4. Simply casting a Yidlatrian onto Earth would result in an unrestrained massacre across the globe. Having fulfilled several desires to acquire instantaneous teleportation and other remarkable abilities that Jiang Wei deemed worthy, he realized that he had achieved all the objectives he had set upon his arrival in this realm. As he began to ponder the narrative ahead, contemplating where to go next for greater advantages, he suddenly recognized that he had completely forgotten the encounter between little Goku and Bulma. He was uncertain if this segment of the plot had transpired. Jiang Wei certainly did not wish to miss it. After all, failing to engage with the storyline while traversing into the Dragon Ball world would render his journey utterly futile. Sensing the divine aura of Earth, Jiang Wei activated his teleportation, materializing instantaneously before the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo. What overwhelming power! Jiang Wei, it has only been a few days, yet you have grown so formidable. The Supreme Kai was visibly astonished, his face turning pale. Mr. Popo, equally astounded, appeared gravely concerned. What left them in utter shock was that the Jiang Wei standing before them was a handsome, mature young man, rather than the 3-meter-tall blue dragon creature they had previously encountered. It is worth noting that in his human form, Jiang Wei possessed only his baseline combat strength, the weakest of all his forms. Yet now, even this most feeble human guy surpassed his previous blue dragon form by an unfathomable margin. Greetings, Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo. It is a pleasure to see you again, Jiang Wei greeted with a smile, adding, I am uncertain of my current strength, lacking a definitive reference point. But I perceive that I am countless times stronger than before. After exchanging pleasantries with the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo, Jiang Wei gazed beyond the temple, surveying the entire surface of Earth. He quickly pinpointed the location of little Goku's residence on Capsule Mountain, sensing the strongest aura emanating from that direction. He then activated his teleportation once more, heading towards Capsule Mountain. Little Goku had yet to depart from his home. As a warrior race, the Saiyans inherently possess a combat power of 10 upon their introduction, placing them at the apex of the ecological hierarchy on Capsule Mountain. It is important to note that a Saiyan with a combat power of 10 far surpasses any Earthling. Little Goku could withstand the bullets from Bulma's handgun with his bare body. As the weapon's impact merely stung him, it could neither kill him nor even inflict a wound. In contrast, Master Roshi could only evade the slight attack from the blonde launch, either dodging or attempting to catch the bullets barehanded, unwilling to let them strike him. Bullets could indeed harm Master Roshi, whose power greatly exceeds that of little Goku. It is evident that the Saiyan physique is extraordinarily formidable, which explains Zamasu's covetous interest. At this moment, amid the dense woods, little Goku was skillfully maneuvering, pursuing his lunch for the day. Just as he was about to resolve the question of what to eat, a tall figure abruptly appeared, and little Goku, like a speeding car, collided headfirst into it. Did something just crash into me? As Jiang Wei arrived at Baozi Mountain, his gaze fell upon a young boy nearby, rolling around on the ground with a comical crab-like head and a monkey's tail trailing behind him. At that moment, the little son Wukong, amidst his playful tumbling, cried out in pain, only to notice an unfamiliar figure in black attire, holding a smoking stick in his mouth. Apologies, I did not mean to intrude, Jiang Wei quickly explained upon noticing the boy's attention. Startled, son Wukong sprang to his feet, momentarily disregarding his discomfort, and brandished a small stick from behind, assuming an aggressive stance. Are you a monster? If not, why can you blow such a large bubble? He queried, suspicion evident in his voice. Should Jiang Wei have claimed to be a monster, son Wukong would have undoubtedly launched an attack. Bubbles from my mouth. Jiang Wei paused, momentarily bewildered. before breaking into a warm smile. Do not be alarmed. I am not a monster. This is chewing gum, a type of confection that allows one to blow bubbles. With Jiang Wei no longer producing bubbles and asserting he was no monster, Sun Wukong relaxed his guard and curiously inquired, "Who are you? Why do you consume this chewing gum? Is it truly delicious?" "I am Jiang Wei, visiting from beyond Baozi Mountain," he replied, observing Sun Wukong's eager gaze fixated on him. An audacious thought ignited in Jiang Wei's mind. If you wish to know how delightful chewing gum is, why not try it for yourself? "Hello, I am Sun Wukong, residing here with my grandfather. However, my grandfather has unfortunately passed away," the boy said politely, placing the stick back on his back. Having lived with his grandfather Sun Wukong on Baozi Mountain and never encountering anyone else, Jiang Wei represented the first human he had met aside from his grandfather, offering him a taste of the never-before-seen delicacy, chewing gum. With a cheerful demeanor, Sun Wukong eagerly accepted a piece of unwrapped gum from Jiang Wei's hand and began to chew, mimicking him. "So sweet, truly delightful," he exclaimed. However, as he contemplated swallowing the gum, Jiang Wei intervened. "You can only chew gum. It must not be swallowed," he explained, expelling the remnants of the gum. "This gum is not tasty," Sun Wukong declared, spitting out the chewed remnants onto the ground. For him, food that could not be consumed was simply not worth his time. "You do not enjoy chewing gum? Then you will surely relish this," Jiang Wei said, presenting a large piece of roasted meat, meticulously prepared by a renowned chef from his system space, to the now wide-eyed Sun Wukong, who was drawn in by the enticing aroma. This is far better than gum," Sun Wukong exclaimed, finishing the generous portion in mere bites and licking the grease from his fingers, still yearning for more. "Jiang Wei, do you have any more?" "Call me Big Brother," Jiang Wei responded, generously placing a heaping pile of roasted meat before the eager boy, allowing him to indulge to his heart's content. After treating Sun Wukong to an ample feast, Jiang Wei had grown quite familiar with him. "Big Brother, why do you and my grandfather look so different? I have a tail, yet you both do not," Sun Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued. After satiating his hunger, Goku, accompanied by Jiang Wei, inquired on their way home. "Because you are a Saiyan monkey," Jiang Wei replied, casting a glance at Goku's agile tail. "What Saiyan monkey?" Goku asked, his face brimming with confusion. Jiang Wei, with a flourish of imagination, spun a few more words to conclude the topic. As they traversed a rugged mountain path, filled with laughter and conversation, Jiang Wei arrived at a quaint dwelling steeped in the ancient aesthetics of Huaxia. Goku pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door, inviting Jiang Wei inside as a guest. Upon entering the small house, Jiang Wei's gaze was immediately drawn to the dazzling 4-star Dragon Ball, enshrined at the center. As a dragon himself, Jiang Wei held no interest in the Dragon Balls, which could summon the Earth's dragon upon collection, unlike his counterparts. Both Goku and the forthcoming Bulma were far more captivating to him than the Dragon Balls. Chapter 11, Bulma arrives. "Big Brother, this is a relic left to me by my grandfather," Goku reverently stated after bowing to the 4-star Dragon Ball. In respect for the deceased, Jiang Wei also bowed before the Dragon Ball before addressing Goku. "Goku, I see that you have a talent for martial arts. Why not let me, as your elder brother, take the place of your grandfather and train you?" "Absolutely," Goku exclaimed with immense excitement. Since his grandfather's passing, Goku had lost his direction in training, becoming somewhat of a rogue in his practice. The opportunity to be trained by a master in place of his grandfather was something Goku yearned for. As for Jiang Wei's prowess, Goku's body still bore the remnants of lingering pain. He was innocent, not foolish, and certainly aware of what was beneficial. In the ensuing days, Jiang Wei, adhering to the methods of the Turtle School, methodically began to train Goku. He focused on solidifying the fundamentals before introducing the super divine water and unlocking potential. Jiang Wei was not one to make the mistake of hastening growth prematurely. After each training session, he would seize the opportunity to spar with Goku, relishing the chance to test his strength, knowing that with the freedom of the Senzu Beans, as long as he didn't kill Goku outright, anything else was permissible. Goku's aptitude for martial arts was so impressive that even Zamasu would covet it. He learned the Turtle School's signature technique, the Kamehameha, after just a single demonstration from Jiang Wei. As for other techniques of the Turtle School, Jiang Wei was more than willing to teach Goku, provided he could grasp them. "Let me see your battle power." As Goku trained with a massive stone far larger than himself, Jiang Wei, feeling a bit bored, retrieved a state-of-the-art battle power detector developed by Dr. Gero of the Frieza Force and affixed it to his left eye. This new detector boasted a maximum capacity of 200,000 battle power, a tenfold increase over its predecessor. Beep beep. Jiang Wei noted, battle power, 44,000. Goku, battle power, 25. Unknown, battle power, 4. The signal of battle power 4 was approaching from Baozi Mountain. Surely Bulma was on her way. Jiang Wei exclaimed joyfully, "Goku, we have a guest arriving. Come with me." "Big brother, I want to continue training. If you don't come, there will be no grand feast today." "Big brother, wait for me. In recent days, I have indulged in the most exquisite feasts bestowed upon me by the divine Jiang, the dragon god. As a Saiyan with an insatiable appetite, young Goku has eagerly savored these delights. If given a choice, he would prefer not to consume bland, tasteless sustenance merely to satiate his hunger. On a winding path through the mountains, a young maiden with azure locks was driving a small automobile, entering the domain of Baozi Mountain. To her astonishment, she discovered that within this very mountain lay 2 Dragon Balls. As Bulma navigated her vehicle, her eyes sparkled with joy, resembling crescent moons. Driven by the whimsical desire to find her Prince Charming, a notion deemed rather absurd by the average person, Bulma embarked on a quest with her self-invented Dragon Ball radar, determined to locate all 7 Dragon Balls. At present, Bulma had secured 2 Dragon Balls. One, the 2-star Dragon Ball, lay gathering dust in her family's storage, while the other, the 5-star Dragon Ball, was found nestled in a valley. With 2 more Dragon Balls soon to be within her grasp, she could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of her wishes coming to fruition. A giddy smile, brimming with infatuation, crept across her face. However, in her daydreaming, Bulma failed to notice the road ahead, resulting in her car colliding violently, rendering it a heap of twisted metal. Fortunately, she emerged unscathed. Jiang Wei surveyed the wreckage of the car, now a crumpled mass, his lips twitching slightly. He stood on the road, taken aback by Bulma's reckless driving, as she barreled towards him without so much as a tap on the brakes. Indeed, one must be cautious of female drivers. Thankfully, it was he who bore the brunt of the collision. Had it been someone else, they might not have fared so well. Are you a monster? Bulma, regaining her senses, realized she had crashed into someone, yet the individual appeared unscathed, while her vehicle was now emitting plumes of black smoke. With a look of disbelief, she exclaimed, "You can still shout? It seems you're fine," Jiang Wei remarked, approaching the wreckage. He opened the car door and gently assisted Bulma out, who was still trembling with fear. "Monster, please do not harm this handsome man." "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Bulma, 16 years old, from the wealthiest family in the world. May I ask your name?" As she was pulled from the wreckage, Bulma, initially terrified, couldn't he fathom that someone could withstand such a collision and remain unharmed. Surely, he must be a monster disguised as a human. Yet, upon seeing the young man clad in a black trench coat, with a charming yet ruggedly handsome visage, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Jiang Wei's appearance was precisely to Bulma's liking, a visage that offered both aesthetic pleasure and a sense of security. "I am Jiang Wei, pleased to meet you, miss. I kindly ask that you maintain some decorum," he replied, gently pushing Bulma aside as she leaned in closer. He couldn't help but think that he needed to instill some manners in her to prevent future embarrassment. Indeed, Jiang Wei had already conceived a plan, one that would allow the prince to transform into a Super Saiyan without needing to change forms, while simultaneously sending Trunks to his demise. For he realized he could never return to his original world. As the Dragon God, Jiang Wei found himself unable to fulfill the desire to return to his former existence. Since returning is not an option, he must contemplate how to continue his existence in the Dragon Ball world. Jiang Wei needs a home, and a home is only complete with a wife. Bulma, with her beauty, wealth, and brilliance, is the ideal partner Jiang Wei has set his sights on. Why should the eternal dragon remain a solitary being? "Is this the guest you mentioned? He appears quite peculiar, so different from you, Grandpa, and me," remarked the curious little Goku, as he surveyed Jiang Wei and the charming Bulma, who was sitting close to him, displaying an innocent demeanor. "She is Bulma, and the reason she appears different from us is simply that she is a woman," Jiang Wei explained, smiling as he imparted this knowledge to Goku. "Oh," Goku responded, somewhat understanding. "A child with a tail," Bulma exclaimed, her face displaying astonishment upon seeing Goku. "Hello, Bulma. I am Son Goku, the little brother of Big Brother," Goku said politely. Son Gohan had often taught Goku to be courteous to women. "Ah, so you are Mr. Jiang Wei's little brother," Bulma said, her perception of Goku shifting positively, extending her kindness towards him. "I am not Big Brother's younger brother, but his little brother," Goku replied innocently. Thus, Goku and Bulma began to converse. "Bulma, what brings you to Baozi Mountain?" "This place is a desolate wilderness, far from the towns and rarely frequented by anyone." "Please do not tell me you are here for a picnic," Jiang Wei inquired, casually discarding the remnants of his candy. "To be honest, I traveled from West City to Baozi Mountain in search of the legendary Dragon Balls to fulfill a wish of mine. However, having met you, my wish has already been fulfilled, so I no longer need to collect the Dragon Balls. I would like to invite you and Goku to my home in West City." "What do you say?" Bulma suggested, playfully altering her address to Jiang Wei in a bid for favor. Chapter 12. It turns out, one cannot recklessly tear apart the king. "No, I cannot abandon the quest for the Dragon Balls," Jiang Wei replied, shaking his head. "You are right, Big Brother. There is no sense in giving up halfway," Bulma said, pulling out a disc-shaped device from her pocket and presenting it to Jiang Wei with pride. "This is the Dragon Ball radar I created, capable of detecting the location of all the Dragon Balls in the world. With this radar, you can quickly gather the 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon. Collecting the 7 Dragon Balls is sufficient. There is no need to summon the Eternal Dragon," Jiang Wei remarked. He had no wishes to fulfill through the Earth's eternal dragon. Rather, he sought to engage in leisurely competition, decisively eliminating rival businesses. By controlling the narrative's 7 Dragon Balls, he ensured that any future wishes could only be realized through the 7 Dragon Balls he provided. He cackled softly. Bulma displayed a look of confusion. Who collects the Dragon Balls without the intent of summoning the eternal dragon to fulfill wishes? In the next moment, realization dawned on Bulma. Big brother Jiang Wei, you truly are one of a kind. With the 2 Dragon Balls graciously provided by Bulma, along with one left behind by Grandpa Goku and another obtained from Master Roshi, Jiang Wei now possessed 4 Dragon Balls. Upon activating the Dragon Radar, he discovered that aside from the 4 already in his possession, only 2 additional signals were present. One Dragon Ball, however, remained undetected, likely in the hands of the culinary master, whose interference had obscured its signal. Contemplating this, Jiang Wei recognized that the culinary master was not entirely without merit. It seemed prudent to grant him a wish. After summoning Bulma, the trio boarded a travel van that Jiang Wei had procured, departing from Baozi Mountain to embark on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Despite the addition of 2 companions, the responsibility of driving still fell to Bulma, as Goku was utterly inept in this regard, and Jiang Wei lacked the initiative to take the wheel when there were others to command. Consequently, Bulma found herself shouldering the burden of labor. During their travels, Jiang Wei instructed Bulma to enhance the power detector, raising its detection threshold. He had faith that, given Bulma's scientific prowess, this task would be a trifling matter. Indeed, after a few days, Bulma presented Jiang Wei with a modified power detector and promptly began working on a second project, crafting a high-tech gravity suit for Goku. Under Jiang Wei's meticulous training, Goku's combat prowess could be augmented at a pace far superior to that depicted in the narrative. According to standard Saiyan metrics, even the ineffectual Raditz, without training, could boast a power level of 1500. Moreover, Raditz's nature dictated that he would only target the weaker opponents, leaving the formidable foes to be dealt with by the Prince and Nappa. In stark contrast, Goku faced relentless struggles on Earth, teetering on the brink of death through arduous battles, supplemented by miraculous waters, masterful guidance, and the use of sins of beans to facilitate his training. Yet, when Raditz arrived on Earth, Goku had barely mustered a power level of 500. This was utterly unreasonable. Now, as Bulma busied herself preparing dinner in the van, Jiang Wei continued to train Goku. Dressed in the high-tech gravity suit and consuming sins of beans, Goku engaged in relentless combat with Jiang Wei. Beep, beep. Jiang Wei recorded Goku's power level at 44,000, while in his transformed state as a Shenron, it reached 440,000, and with the Kaioken technique multiplied by 20, it soared to 8 million. Goku's power level remained at 32, while Bulma's was a mere 4. Jiang Wei conceded that during his time on Namek, having fulfilled Nail's wish, his strength had surged dramatically, leading him to mistakenly believe he could easily contend with the tyrant. It turned out that even with the Kaioken technique activated, he had not surpassed a mere 10 million. Such arrogance. Thus, possessing a tool capable of quantifying strength proved to be exceedingly essential. Hey, Goku, dinner is ready. Come and eat. Came Bulma's voice from the van not far away. Jiang Wei concluded his training session with Goku, who cheered in response, for aside from training, dining was the second most significant affair in his life. As Jiang Wei stepped into the caravan, he was greeted by a tantalizing aroma, the kind that could only emanate from the kitchens of the most elite chefs. Bulma had come to realize that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Unfortunately, as the heiress of the world's wealthiest family, her interests lay in scientific pursuits, leaving her culinary skills woefully lacking. Fortunately, Jiang Wei had recognized Bulma's brilliant intellect and inquired about her deepest desire. After spending a few days together, Bulma had learned the rules of engagement with the formidable Jiang Wei. Instead of showcasing her cleverness, she made a humble wish for the mastery of culinary arts. Had Bulma merely sought knowledge to learn the art of cooking, Jiang Wei would have readily provided her with the finest culinary secrets of the universe. However, to possess the skill of a top-tier chef outright was akin to requesting divine powers from Shenron. Skills such as the Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, or instant transmission were not granted in such a manner. Yet, Jiang Wei had the ability to provide such a gift. Inspired by Granola's wish to become the strongest in the cosmos, Bulma would only need to offer a certain price for her wish, and not just culinary skills. Even divine techniques like the Ultra Instinct could be hers instantly. The price, however, was steep. Her life would be reduced to a mere day, and she would be irrevocably lost to the realm of the living thereafter. While the cost of culinary mastery was not as daunting as that of divine techniques, Jiang Wei was reluctant to have the woman he admired pay even the slightest price. Instead, he would first replicate the world's finest culinary skills for himself, thus sparing Bulma from any sacrifice. As long as Jiang Wei possessed a skill, he could fulfill wishes without any cost. Bulma had prepared a sumptuous meal, ample in quantity, for the occasion, especially considering her company included the insatiable Goku. If the portions did not exceed the average person's meal, they would surely be insufficient for Goku's voracious appetite. Seeing the satisfied expression on Jiang Wei's face as he enjoyed her cooking filled Bulma with joy. Days later, the caravan arrived at a small village, its oppressive atmosphere suggesting that something sinister was afoot. Before reaching the village, the trio encountered the lost Master Roshi, who was in pursuit of an old sea turtle that the golden-haired launch had deemed a backup food source. Jiang Wei casually returned the turtle to the tiny island where Master Roshi resided. Look, the dragon radar indicates there's a Dragon Ball in this village, Bulma declared, her tone almost triumphant. It seemed to be the very village where Oolong had gathered a group of little girls. Jiang Wei gazed at the entrance of the village, intrigued by the unfolding adventure. After locating the holder of the 6-star Dragon Ball, an elderly woman, in negotiating terms, Jiang Wei entrusted the task of rescuing Oolong. Not quite. It was to save the little girls abducted by him, to the excited Goku, who was thrilled by the prospect of battling a formidable monster. However, it wasn't long before Goku returned, his face a mask of disappointment as he dragged along a dejected little pig, clearly lacking any semblance of strength. In the present day, the young Goku, having undergone rigorous training under Jiang Wei, possesses a strength far surpassing that of his counterpart from the narrative. With but a single encounter, he subdued Oolong, leaving the latter no opportunity to futilely struggle with his transformation technique. Brother, Oolong is not as formidable as the villagers claimed. In truth, he is rather weak. I had anticipated a battle with a skilled opponent, only to find my hopes dashed. Goku expressed his disappointment as he tossed Oolong before Jiang Wei. Do not despair. There are plenty of formidable fighters in this world, and you shall have your chance to engage in a thrilling battle, Jiang Wei reassured, shifting his gaze from the trembling Oolong to smile at Goku. Beep. Sun Wukong, Combat Power 40. Oolong, Combat Power 2. Oolong is utterly feeble, his sole ability. The transformation technique is a flawed version, allowing him to change form for merely 5 minutes. Jiang Wei lost interest in him at a glance. Brother, you truly understand me. Goku beamed, his earlier gloom dissipating swiftly. With the blood of Saiyans coursing through his veins, Goku yearned for a clash with true masters, not a one-sided thrashing, as such experiences would tarnish even a Saiyan's warrior spirit. To Goku, a master certainly did not include his beloved brother, Jiang Wei. Chapter 13. The Tea God can break the law of smoke and no harm. At this moment, the villagers surrounding Oolong began to stir with increasing fervor. What? This little pig is the formidable monster Oolong? Surely, there must be some mistake. So, we have been deceived by this Oolong. They clamored. Speak. What have you done to our daughters? If you do not tell the truth, we shall roast you like a pig. Oolong trembled even more. Do not act impulsively. I assure you, your daughters are alive and unharmed. In fact, they are quite happy. Allow me to lead you to them. After some time, under Oolong's guidance, the villagers managed to rescue a group of young girls who had been living in comfort. Only then did the elderly woman honor her agreement and hand over the 6-star Dragon Ball to Jiang Wei. Having obtained the 6-star Dragon Ball, Jiang Wei barely cast a glance at Oolong as he prepared to instruct Bulma to drive away from the village. Brother, it seems we are in need of a driver, Bulma remarked, her eyes lighting up as she observed Oolong, who had gained the villagers' forgiveness and was now making his way toward the village entrance. This little pig, despite his apparent ineptitude, could surely handle the driving duties, Bulma mused. With Oolong in the driver's seat of the vehicle, she would have more time to spend with her destined partner, Jiang Wei. Oolong, please come here. Bulma wishes for you to take her place at the wheel, Jiang Wei said with a slight nod toward Bulma, then directed his words at Oolong, who had reached the entrance of the village. Upon hearing this, Oolong immediately transformed into a rocket amidst a puff of smoke, swiftly taking flight. Witnessing Oolong's ungratefulness, Jiang Wei merely raised a finger, pointing toward the village entrance, where Oolong's figure had already vanished. Brother, it appears our driver will not be returning, Bulma lamented. No, he will return, Jiang Wei replied with a confident smile. DNGB. Haha, only a fool would drive for you. I revel in my freedom, is it not delightful? On a rocket, which was soaring with remarkable speed, a smug grin emerged. Suddenly, a wave of energy, moving at a nearly imperceptible pace, narrowly grazed the side of the rocket, shooting forward and causing a violent explosion. While still in a daze, more energy waves continuously whizzed past him. The terrifying explosions ahead erupted one after another. Without hesitation, he made a sharp turn and flew back at the fastest speed. A slender wave of energy that could obliterate him in an instant vanished. Brother, I was wrong. I want to run again. The rocket flew to Jiang Wei's side, and after another puff of white smoke, transformed back into Oolong. As soon as he landed, he knelt before Jiang Wei, pleading desperately. Get in. Take us away. Bulma will tell you where to go next, Jiang Wei instructed, blowing on his fingers. All right, brother. Oolong sighed in relief and hurried to the driver's seat of the RV. Ever since Oolong had joined, Bulma had been liberated from driving duties, allowing her either to accompany Jiang Wei, indulge in beauty sleep, or pamper herself with facial masks to maintain her exquisite appearance. ensuring Jiang Wei's daily delight. At that moment, the dragon radar indicated the presence of a single 7-star Dragon Ball. Jiang Wei cast a glance at the little Goku, who was still diligently training in the RV. A mysterious smile gracing his lips. Goku, your wife is online. The location of the 7-star Dragon Ball was none other than the fiery domain of the Ox King. His daughter, Chi-Chi, was indeed Goku's wife. Jiang Wei, indifferent to Chi-Chi, who had raised Pan, would not allow Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan Green like Vegeta. Upon hearing they were heading to the Ox King's territory, Oolong was initially frightened. Yet, thinking of Jiang Wei, he resigned himself to fate and drove towards Flame Mountain. Seeing Oolong's fearful demeanor, little Goku, on the other hand, was filled with excitement about meeting his future father-in-law. The journey to Flame Mountain required traversing a vast sea of sand. Brother, I've heard tales of bandits lurking in this sandy expanse, preying on unsuspecting travelers, Oolong mentioned, gripping the steering wheel, though his expression remained unperturbed. Are the bandits in this mere sand sea more fearsome than the Ox King or Jiang Wei? Upon reaching the domain of the Tea God, Jiang Wei smiled slightly, recalling the iconic scene when the Tea God clashed with the cultivator. To Jiang Wei, the Tea God held less value than his pet Puar, from whom he could extract a complete version of the transformation technique. What did the Tea God possess? The Wolf Fang Fist. Like Krillin, he held little cultivation potential. In fact, the Tea God was even inferior to Krillin. Dust billowed as the RV ventured into the sandy expanse for some time. A small blue cat, concealed within the sands, peered through a telescope and spotted the approaching RV. A lucrative opportunity has arrived. Puar joyfully stowed away the telescope and floated down the passage hidden beneath the sands. Master Yamcha, quickly prepare yourself. A sumptuous feast approaches. Purr, filled with excitement, exclaimed. At that moment, Yamcha was nibbling on a dry biscuit, quenching his hunger with a cup of plain water. Upon hearing his good friend Purr's announcement, a broad smile spread across his face. Splendid. At last, a lucrative opportunity has come our way, Purr. We shall improve our lives. With that, Yamcha tossed aside the unpalatable biscuit and instructed Purr to ready his tools for their bold venture. Beep, beep. Jiang Wei, Battle Power 44,000. Sun Wukong, Battle Power 44. Oolong, Battle Power 2. Bulma, Battle Power 4. Unknown, Battle Power 9. Unknown, Battle Power 2. Wukong, cease your training. Foes are approaching, Jiang Wei remarked, immediately discerning the two unknown battle powers nearing their trailer. If it's not the god of tea and Purr, who else could it be? Brother, are the enemies formidable? Little Wukong, concluding his arduous training, inquired with excitement. Wukong, be cautious. Do not inadvertently kill them, Jiang Wei advised. Oh, little Wukong's enthusiasm waned. So, they are merely weaklings. As the trailer came to a halt, little Wukong was set down, ready to confront the desert bandits Yamcha and his accomplice Purr. Robbery. Just as Yamcha's venture commenced, it was abruptly concluded by little Wukong. In a flash, he vanished from Yamcha's view, only to reappear instantaneously. Yamcha barely had time to raise his sword for defense before he was sent flying by a single punch from little Wukong. He tumbled through the air, landing several dozen meters away in the sand, stirring up a cloud of dust. Master Yamcha, Purr cried out in despair, hastening toward him. The swirling dust obscured the sight of Yamcha, leaving his condition a mystery following the seemingly innocuous blow. There's no injury, just dust, Jiang Wei observed, shifting his gaze toward the direction where Yamcha fell. Suddenly, with an air of anticipation, he watched as the dust began to settle, revealing Yamcha's form. Indeed, one must commend the god of tea. He managed to defy the laws of being unharmed even amidst the chaos. Jiang Wei, observing Yamcha curled and motionless in the sand, struck a comical note, caught between laughter and sorrow. Master Yamcha, please awaken. Purr wept, his sorrow palpable. Fear not, dear Purr. The dragon god can grant you a wish. While Purr anxiously circled the unconscious Yamcha, a towering 3-meter-tall blue dragon man appeared before him. Please restore Master Yamcha to health, Purr implored without hesitation. That is quite simple. Jiang Wei seized the opportunity to acquire a complete version of the transformation technique from Purr, then swiftly teleported back to the trailer. Yamcha awoke, his injuries miraculously healed. Master Yamcha, Purr leaped toward the god of tea, his affection genuine even in this moment of vulnerability. Just as Oolong prepared to drive away, Yamcha, now rejuvenated, sprinted forward to block the trailer's path. Chapter 14, The Ox King. What? Have you not yet learned your lesson? Do you wish to continue your thievery? Possessing a semblance of power, found himself in an unexpected encounter. It was then that he spotted Puar, who floated over, their gazes locking in mutual recognition. A wave of confusion washed over. During their kindergarten days, he had often bullied Puar, never anticipating that after their separation, the once timid Puar would resort to robbery in the desert, a development that utterly astonished. I am Yamcha, he declared earnestly. I have taken to becoming a bandit in the desert solely for survival. It was never my intention. I have come to realize that my true aspiration is to become a formidable martial artist. Please, allow me to join your ranks. Yamcha knelt heavily, a profound epiphany washing over him. Well done, Goku. With just one punch, you have redeemed Yamcha, Jiang Wei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the naive Goku. After a moment's contemplation, he recognized that although Yamcha lacked significant potential, having an additional subordinate to assist him would not be detrimental. Thus, he beckoned Yamcha and Poir to board the vehicle. However, after accepting Yamcha into their fold, Jiang Wei suddenly became aware of a crucial matter. As anticipated, Yamcha encountered Bulma, who was applying a facial mask. Instantly, his fear of women resurfaced, leaving him flustered and mentally blank. Your name is Yamcha, is it? If you wish to become a powerful martial artist, you must first conquer your fear of women, Jiang Wei said, suppressing a laugh and urging Yamcha to make an effort. This bandit, who seemed quite dashing, faltered so miserably before a woman. He could not even compare to Jiang Wei, squandering his good looks, truly a case of beauty without substance. Bulma observed Yamcha's poor performance before her with a disdainful pout, showing none of the infatuation depicted in the narrative. Jiang Wei lit a cigarette, a satisfied smile gracing his face at Bulma's reaction. If she were to behave like her character in the story, swooning over handsome men with heart-shaped eyes, how would Jiang Wei maintain his dignity? It appeared that his recent efforts in educating Bulma had borne fruit. As the RV ventured out of the desert, there remained several days of travel to reach the fiery mountains of the Ox King. Jiang Wei commenced training Yamcha using the Kame Sennin style, instructing Bulma to create a high-tech gravity suit suitable for Earthlings. Realistically speaking, Yamcha's presence in the protagonist group indicated that his martial arts talent, while perhaps not on par with Krillin or Tien, was still superior to that of the majority of Earthlings. Regrettably, as the narrative progressed to the arrival of the Saiyans, all Earthling characters in the protagonist group were rendered ineffective, and Yamcha faced considerable discouragement, ultimately abandoning martial arts for baseball. After several days of rigorous training, the moment of truth arrived. Beep. Son Goku, power level 55. Yamcha, power level 11. Yamcha had made significant strides. Do not underestimate the fact that he had only increased his power by 2 points. In the early storyline, such power levels held considerable weight. Achieving a double-digit power level marked him as superhuman in the eyes of ordinary folk, enabling him to handle a handgun with composure. Without Jiang Wei's Kame Sennin training methods to cultivate Yamcha, it would have been impossible for Yamcha to elevate his power level by 2 points in such a short span solely through his own efforts. After living with everyone, Yamcha overcame his fear of comedic girls and ventured into a new realm of interest in women. Whenever the RV halted in a populated town during leisure hours, he would approach any young and beautiful woman he encountered with an unlearned charm. The mixed rice has yet to appear. When exactly did it come into the picture? The details elude me. As the fiery mountains loomed ahead, a heat wave far more intense than in other regions could be felt, leaving Jiang Wei perplexed. Brother, the dragon radar indicates a Dragon Ball lies within that mountain engulfed in flames. Bulma voiced her concern. No worries, the flames are of no consequence to me. Jiang Wei replied nonchalantly. Seeing her brother's unwavering confidence, Bulma's worries dissipated. Confident brother, even more handsome. Suddenly, they were faced with the infamous Bull Demon King. It was rumored that he was a ruthless fiend who mercilessly slaughtered anyone who dared to trespass into his domain, viewing them as thieves coveting his vast treasures. As Oolong recalled the tales of the Bull Demon King, fear began to creep in, but the presence of Goku and his brother assuaged his anxiety. Beep. Unknown battle power approaching. Unknown, battle power 40. Before long, their RV was halted by a towering figure wielding a massive axe. Sporting binoculars over his eyes and a sharp-horned hat atop his head. You thieves dare to covet my treasures? You shall pay dearly. Get out of the vehicle and face your doom. The Bull Demon King bellowed, raising his axe menacingly. Brother, I leave the ensuing matters to you and Goku. Oolong, startled by the abrupt confrontation, quickly ducked beneath the driver's seat. Oolong, you're nothing but a coward who preys on the weak. Pu'er seized the opportunity to mock him. And what's wrong with being a coward? It's better than being dead. Oolong retorted. Young Master Yamcha, surely you can handle that menacing brute? Pu'er inquired with unwavering confidence in Yamcha. I might not be able to defeat the Bull Demon King. I fear I may disappoint you, Pu'er. Yamcha, accustomed to the life of a bandit, had certainly heard tales of the Bull Demon King, and, now that he stood before him, he recognized his limitations. Brother, is this the Bull Demon King that Oolong mentioned? Finally, I have the chance to face a formidable opponent. Let me go meet him, brother. Goku exclaimed with excitement. Go ahead, Jiang Wei permitted. Eagerly, Goku leaped from the RV, striding towards the Bull Demon King. Through the rigorous training administered by Jiang Wei, Goku felt a significant surge in his strength compared to the past. He had long yearned for a thrilling battle with a masterful adversary. However, during their journey, neither Oolong nor Yamcha could provide him with the opportunity to unleash his newfound power. Yet, standing before him now was the Bull Demon King, though still relatively weak. He could at least provide Goku with a challenging encounter. Humph, you dare send a mere child to his demise? Then I shall take your life without hesitation, little demon. The Bull Demon King raised his massive axe high, ready to strike down mercilessly upon little Wukong. However, his gaze suddenly fell upon an object on little Wukong's back. Tell me, little demon, is that rod you carry the Rui Bang? Where did you acquire such a staff? The Bull Demon King halted his movement, retracting the axe as he loudly inquired. Little Wukong, who was poised to retaliate, paused upon hearing the Bull Demon King's question and replied earnestly, "Oh, indeed it is the Rui Bang, a gift from my grandfather." Grandfather? Could it be that you are the grandson of Sun Wukong? The Bull Demon King's tone softened as he asked, "Do you know my grandfather? I am Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong is indeed my grandfather. We reside in Baozi Mountain." Little Wukong beamed with joy. "Haha, the grandson of Master Wufan. Greetings, Sun Wukong. I am the Bull Demon King, a former disciple alongside Master Wufan under Master Wutian." Recognizing little Wukong as the grandson of an old friend, the Bull Demon King's hostility dissipated, and he looked at little Wukong with growing warmth. Chapter 15, Transforming Bu into a Carrot. "So you are a friend of my grandfather," little Wukong exclaimed with delight. After turning foes into friends, Jiang Wei and others naturally disembarked from their vehicle to introduce themselves to the Bull Demon King. According to the Bull Demon King, he had sent his daughter Chi-Chi to borrow the banana fan from the Turtle Sage to extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain. Jiang Wei understood that the Turtle Sage, having lived for centuries, had amassed many treasures, including the banana fan. Yet, it had long been forgotten and was now lost. Thus, Chi-Chi would be unable to procure the banana fan. Bull Demon King, why must you rely on the banana fan to extinguish the inferno? I can quell the flames for you. Jiang Wei smiled at the Bull Demon King. He held the Bull Demon King in low regard and felt no obligation to fulfill his wish, opting instead to extinguish the fire through narrative means. "Young man, do not boast," the Bull Demon King replied skeptically. "If there were other means to extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain, would I have allowed them to burn this long? Then you shall wait and see," Jiang Wei retorted, refusing to engage in further debate. Facing the distant mountain engulfed in flames, he exuded confidence as he assumed the stance of the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique. Could it be? The Bull Demon King was astonished. Having trained under the Turtle Sage for many years without mastering this technique, the secret arts of the Turtle School were not easily learned by the unworthy. "I understand now. My brother is about to unleash the Kamehameha. But how does this relate to extinguishing the flames on the mountain?" Little Wukong displayed a puzzled expression. Having never considered that the Kamehameha, taught by his brother, could serve any purpose beyond combat, the aspiring martial artist Yamcha watched Jiang Wei's movements intently. Kamehameha. Like the main cannon of a cosmic battleship firing, a powerful blue energy coalesced from Jiang Wei's palm, and a colossal beam of blue light surged forth toward the blazing mountain. It truly is the Kamehameha. Beneath the azure radiance of the Kamehameha, the Bull Demon King was utterly astonished. "How formidable! Is this the might of a true martial artist?" he exclaimed. Yamcha gazed in admiration, declaring, "My elder brother is truly remarkable. He is my aspiration. I shall devote myself to training even harder to surpass him." Little Goku, brimming with excitement, affirmed with unwavering resolve, "My brother is so cool. Bulma is head over heels for you." Bulma, her eyes sparkling with hearts, cradled her face in her hands. As the blue beam dissipated, the group observed that the flames on the mountain had been extinguished. "Elder brother, you are truly impressive. To wield the Kamehameha with such skill is beyond my comprehension. Are you also a disciple of Master Mateto?" The Bull Demon King laughed heartily, affectionately patting Jiang Wei's shoulder, clearly mistaking him for a fellow disciple. "My Kamehameha indeed comes from Master Rashi," Jiang Wei replied, without the need for deception. "Ha ha ha, I am elated today. You must visit my home. I shall host you splendidly." With the fire quelled and his house intact, the Bull Demon King felt a surge of joy. What caliber is Master Rashi? And what of Jiang Wei? The narrative reveals that Master Rashi had long abandoned the martial arts, and even to execute his signature technique, the Kamehameha, required immense physical effort, leaving him incapable of precise control. In contrast, Jiang Wei's power vastly eclipsed that of Master Rashi, allowing him to exercise effortless mastery over the Kamehameha's might, extinguishing flames without causing harm. The Bull Demon King invited Jiang Wei and his companions into his abode and generously entertained them. Following a delightful gathering, Jiang Wei requested the 7-star Dragon Balls from the Bull Demon King. Not only did the Bull Demon King acquiesce, but he also gifted each of the young ones a priceless treasure. He urged Jiang Wei and little Goku to extend their stay at his home. The next day, the Bull Demon King approached Jiang Wei with a hint of concern. "Jiang Wei, I have a favor to ask of you." "Do not hesitate. Speak freely," Jiang Wei replied, already suspecting the nature of the request. "I shall be direct. As I mentioned yesterday, I sent my daughter, Chi-Chi, to borrow the banana fan from Master Mateto to extinguish the fire. She has been gone for quite some time now, and I am beginning to worry. Chi-Chi is timid and travels alone. I fear she may encounter trouble on her journey. Please assist me in bringing her back," he implored. Understanding that Jiang Wei's prowess in wielding the Kamehameha far surpassed his own, the Bull Demon King preferred to seek Jiang Wei's help rather than that of little Goku, especially concerning his daughter's safety. Though Jiang Wei had no particular interest in Chi-Chi and held no intentions of interfering with Goku's romantic endeavors, he nodded in agreement. Oh dear, I almost forgot. Here is a photograph of Chi-Chi, the Bull Demon King exclaimed, smacking his forehead in self-reproach for not providing a picture when requesting help. He retrieved a photograph from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Wei. The image depicted a charming little girl, adorning an outfit reminiscent of Ultraman. Goku, I entrust you with the task of bringing Chi-Chi back. He handed the photograph to little Wukong, while Jiang Wei exchanged a meaningful smile with the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King appeared momentarily stunned. I asked you to assist in retrieving Chi-Chi, and you agreed, only to delegate the task to your subordinate? However, it did not take long for the Bull Demon King to catch on, returning Jiang Wei's knowing smile and gazing at little Wukong with a look of satisfaction. Clearly, both the Bull Demon King and Jiang Wei shared a mutual understanding. Wukong, I shall accompany you for a while. After sensing a presence reminiscent of the Bull Demon King at the 1 o'clock position, Jiang Wei beckoned little Wukong over, seized him, and flung him in the direction where Chi-Chi awaited. Several hours later, little Wukong, hand in hand with Chi-Chi, returned to Flame Mountain. Jiang Wei observed that Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed crimson at the sight of little Wukong, indicating that something had transpired between them. Exchanging a knowing glance with the Bull Demon King, they both smiled in tacit agreement. The Bull Demon King felt a growing closeness to Jiang Wei. A day later, Jiang Wei graciously declined the Bull Demon King's invitation to stay. Under Chi-Chi's reluctant gaze towards little Wukong, the RV swiftly departed the now extinguished Flame Mountain. Should I have Bulma make a wish to send me before the group of mixed rice? With only one Dragon Ball remaining, Jiang Wei had lost interest in waiting for the mixed rice group to present themselves. At that moment, the RV had passed through a forest comprised of enormous mushrooms and arrived at a small town characterized by semicircular buildings. The townsfolk were attired like Arabs. As the RV entered the town, it caught the attention of two soldiers clad in black military uniforms, armed with rifles and adorned with long rabbit ears. They exchanged glances and approached with mischievous grins. Rabbit Brigade? After Yamcha effortlessly dealt with these two foolish individuals, Jiang Wei recalled their identities and felt a flicker of interest towards their leader, a rabbit with the extraordinary ability to transform others into carrots. This rabbit's power bore a resemblance to Majin Buu's ability to turn people into snacks. However, the rabbit's ability required physical contact to activate, unlike Majin Buu, who merely needed to unleash a beam of transformation light to turn his targets into various flavors of treats. Jiang Wei even entertained a wicked thought. After acquiring the rabbit's ability, should he encounter Majin Buu, he would simply turn him into a carrot. Hee. Chapter 16. Acquiring the ability to transform others into carrots. Don't run. Our boss will be here shortly, shouted a bruised soldier, attempting to sound threatening. They dare to be arrogant. The god of tea showed no mercy, delivering a kick that had the soldier crying out for his mother. Within minutes, a rabbit-shaped car rolled into the small town, where the residents had already retreated into their homes. A rabbit donned in sunglasses, exuding an aura of a streetwise gangster, stepped out of the vehicle. Our boss has arrived. Prepare for your doom. Boss, it is these foreign intruders who dared to defy our rabbit clan, leaving us in such disarray. You must stand up for us. Jiang Wei observed with amusement the rabbit exuding an aura of a societal leader. Ding. Rabbit, combat power 5. Soldier 1, combat power 5. Soldier 2, combat power 5. Unknown, combat power 2. Unknown, combat power 5. Unknown, combat power 5. Jiang Wei suddenly noticed a data point indicating a combat power of 2 looming nearby. It is worth noting that on Earth, combat powers of 5 and 4 are quite commonplace, whereas a combat power of 2 stands out conspicuously amidst a multitude of 5s and 4s. Finally, the mishmash rice has made its appearance. Jiang Wei fixed his gaze on the origin of the combat power 2 data and smiled. Boss, I just remembered. That rabbit. I've heard of it before. It possesses the ability to turn people into carrots. You must avoid being touched by that rabbit. The tea god, contemplating the rabbit, suddenly turned pale and exclaimed, I understand. Jiang Wei nodded in acknowledgement. My sincerest apologies, esteemed guests. My subordinate acted thoughtlessly and offended you. May I inquire who leads your group? The rabbit approached, donning a facade of contrition with a smile. I am. Jiang Wei observed the rabbit with a glint of amusement, akin to a cat that has caught a mouse. On behalf of my subordinates, I extend a heartfelt apology. I beseech your forgiveness. The rabbit bowed deeply to Jiang Wei, grinning and extending its hand, seemingly wishing to shake hands with him. Boss, do not be deceived. The tea god hastily warned, yet Jiang Wei had already reached out to grasp the rabbit's hand. The tea goddess' expression shifted dramatically. The rabbit's smile vanished instantaneously, replaced by a sinister glare. You dare provoke our rabbit clan? You are finished. I shall transform you into a carrot and devour you. The rabbit glared at Jiang Wei, who towered over it, with an expression that seemed to mock its own foolishness. Transform me into a carrot and consume me? You amuse me, Jiang Wei retorted, regarding the diminutive rabbit with disdain. Before long, a look of terror spread across the rabbit's face. Why have you not been turned into a carrot? Because you are utterly pathetic, Jiang Wei scoffed. In this narrative, superpowers and magic are not invincible. They fail to affect opponents whose combat prowess far exceeds their own. The blue satin ribbon Corbeau had no effect on the formidable Tao Bai with his superpower. Similarly, although Dumpling possessed superpowers, he became a mere decoration when his combat power could not keep pace in later battles. Did the rabbit truly believe it could turn Jiang Wei, who wielded a staggering combat power exceeding 40,000, into a carrot with its meager 5? What a delusion. Seeing Jiang Wei unharmed, the tea god finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Wei exerted a slight pressure, causing the rabbit to emit a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as its hand, which had clasped Jiang Wei's, was crushed. In the rabbit's gaze filled with dread, Jiang Wei seized it by the neck, lifting it effortlessly. Before the rabbit's terrified eyes, a towering figure of 3 meters, a blue-scaled dragon man, emerged before him. Rabbit, you may beseech this divine dragon for a wish to have you delivered to the police station and confess, or face immediate death. Choose wisely. Jiang, the great dragon, held the rabbit before him, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Was there truly a choice? Take us to the police station to confess, spare my life. It is a simple request. Ding. You have acquired the extraordinary ability to transform individuals into carrots. After the rabbit trio vanished, Jiang turned his attention towards the direction of the combat power level of 2. Mixed rice, cease your hiding. Come forth at once before I lose my temper. Within a house in the small town, the king of mixed rice, that gum-chewing fellow, had transformed into a towering monstrosity over 3 meters tall. He is looking towards us, exclaimed a frightened dog clad in a ninja outfit. Damn it, that rabbit was truly overestimating himself. I did not anticipate he would be dispatched so easily. A diminutive blue-skinned creature wearing a hat lamented. The king of mixed rice has spotted us. He demands we present ourselves before him before his wrath ignites. A woman clad in a long coat and heavy makeup trembled in fear. Since our plan has faltered, we shall resort to force. No one can thwart my ambition to become the ruler of the world, the king of mixed rice. Ash, Xiao Wu, let us proceed. The blue creature resolved to go all in. Indeed, king of mixed rice. Ash and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance and responded in unison. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from a semicircular building near Jiang. Amidst the smoke and debris, 3 squat, cumbersome battle mechs emerged, accompanied by heavy mechanical footfalls, revealing the pilots within, the trio of mixed rice. Beep beep. Mixed rice, combat power 2. Ash, combat power 5. Xiao Wu, combat power 5. The combat power of mixed rice was negligible, yet Ash and Xiao Wu, his subordinates, possessed considerable strength. A mere dog, Ash, and a woman, Xiao Wu, each wielding a combat power of 5. It is noteworthy that a combat power of 5 signifies the strength of a robust adult male. To serve mixed rice, Ash and Xiao Wu were indeed committed. I am the king of mixed rice. I am aware of who you are, so let us forego the introductions. Jiang flickered momentarily in place. In an instant, the 3 battle mechs before him erupted in flames. The trio of mixed rice lay in a pitiful state atop heaps of smoking scrap metal. Now, we can converse in peace. Jiang looked down upon the trio. Please, my lord, spare us. We shall never again covet your Dragon Balls, they pleaded weakly. Had they known that this towering azure monster could obliterate the advanced mechs designed by mixed rice with a single glance, they would have never dared confront Jiang face to face. The moment they were discovered by Jiang, they would have fled as far as possible. Hand over the Dragon Ball of 1 star that you have collected. Jiang Wei extended his hand towards the mixed rice. My lord, we do not possess the 1-star Dragon Ball as you claim, the disheveled mixed rice replied cautiously, glancing at Jiang Wei's expression. Do you wish for death? Jiang Wei's eyes narrowed, causing the 3 members of mixed rice to tremble in fear. How could the last 1-star Dragon Ball possibly be absent from their possession? How dare they deceive him? They were already courting disaster. My lord, we truly have not found the 1-star Dragon Ball. Previously, we even thought that you had somehow masked its signal while leaving the other 6 Dragon Balls detectable. Ashu and Xiao Wu quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei's expression shifted unpredictably. What the hell? Has the 1-star Dragon Ball vanished? How could such a thing occur? However, the demeanor of the 3 from mixed rice suggested they were not lying. Chapter 17. Where has the 1-star Dragon Ball gone? Jiang Wei, of course, would not easily trust the mixed rice trio, yet he possessed a means to discern their truthfulness. After remaining in the town for 12 hours, he declared, You shall make a wish to the divine dragon and return the 1-star Dragon Ball to me. Very well, my lord. The divine dragon Jiang Wei was taken aback, for this wish was beyond his power to fulfill. This could only indicate that the 1-star Dragon Ball truly was not in their possession. You shall inquire of the divine dragon regarding the whereabouts of the 1-star Dragon Ball. The 3 of mixed rice immediately complied. Jiang Wei's expression suddenly changed. As a divine dragon, He was unable to divulge the location of the one-star Dragon Ball. What exactly was happening? Could it be that the one-star Dragon Ball had completely vanished from this world? The narrative had undergone an unknown transformation, leaving Jiang Wei uncertain whether it was for better or worse. If it were adverse, he would face it with composure, for he was the divine dragon. My lord, we have complied with your requests. I beseech you, in light of our obedience, spare us. The three from Mixed Rice pleaded. Silence, both of you. Mixed Rice. You shall beg for mercy. Jiang Wei fixed his gaze on Mixed Rice, adhering to the rule that no wish could have multiple wishers. Ashu and Xiao Wu promptly fell silent, directing their desperate glances towards their king. My lord, I implore you, considering our compliance, let us go. Mixed Rice begged. This is simple enough. After randomly dispatching the three from Mixed Rice, Jiang Wei acquired their scientific capabilities and a trivial wish that could be exchanged for 100 senzu beans. Having dealt with the rabbit group and the trio from Mixed Rice, Jiang Wei reverted from his divine dragon form and returned to the RV. Regrettably, he was left in the dark regarding the disappearance of the one-star Dragon Ball. Now only 6 Dragon Balls remained. Jiang Wei explained the situation to the others. The absence of the one-star Dragon Ball, aside from the reasons behind its disappearance, left Jiang Wei feeling unsettled. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent to the inability to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. As long as he could resolve the underlying issue and replace the missing Dragon Ball, his objective would be achieved. As the 5 Dragon Balls lay dormant in the System S space, Jiang Wei returned the 4-star Dragon Ball to little Goku. Brother, our quest for the Dragon Balls has concluded. Would you and Goku accompany me to West City for a visit to my home? Bulma inquired with eager anticipation. West City. Jiang Wei pondered. Upon hearing Bulma mention it, his thoughts immediately drifted to the time when King Piccolo unleashed his malevolence, obliterating a city on Earth each day, with West City being the unfortunate first victim of his lottery. How unlucky. However, despite its grim history, West City is one of the most prosperous metropolises on Earth. The city of the world's wealthiest. How could it be lacking? With no destination of his own and a fondness for the vibrancy of urban life, Jiang Wei recognized that his future mentorship of little Goku would greatly benefit from Bulma's gravity chamber in the room of spirit and time. Thus, he consented to accompany Bulma to West City. Wonderful, brother, Bulma exclaimed, nearly bursting with joy at Jiang Wei's agreement to return home with her. Naturally, little Goku and Yamcha would follow suit. As for Oolong, the chance to visit a metropolis and the residence of the world's richest man was too enticing to resist. He certainly would not remain behind, lingering in the countryside and mingling with village folk. Under Bulma's guidance, their caravan journeyed onward, eventually merging onto the highway after several days of travel, and soon they arrived in West City. Bulma's home was nothing short of a magnificent mansion, sprawling and grand enough to rival a museum. Upon entering Bulma's abode, Jiang Wei's first thought was, the allure of wealth is undeniable. Here I come, life alongside Vegeta. Bulma, where have you been? Your father and I have been worried sick. And who are these friends of yours? Oh my, 2 handsome gentlemen. Bulma's mother, the young and vivacious Mrs. Brief, exclaimed. Bulma, you mustn't be too flirtatious out there. Mom, please don't say that. They are merely companions I met during my travels. Bulma instinctively glanced at Jiang Wei and quickly clarified to her mother. Mom understands. Mrs. Brief, following her daughter's gaze, caught sight of the cool and charming Jiang Wei chewing gum, and noticing Bulma's nervousness, her smile broadened with a knowing expression. My daughter has finally grown up. Jiang Wei and the others greeted Mrs. Brief with courtesy, introducing themselves. After their introductions, Mrs. Brief welcomed her daughter's companions into the spacious and bright living room, instructing the servants to serve tea to the guests who had traveled from afar to West City. The group engaged in light conversation with Mrs. Brief, the predominant topic revolving around Jiang Wei and Bulma. Before long, Dr. Brief, having heard the news, set aside his work and joined them in the living room. Bulma, you're back. Are these your friends? Jiang Wei and the others stood to greet Dr. Brief, exchanging introductions. Such wonderful young people. Please, consider this place your home. Do not be shy, relax and enjoy yourselves. Dr. Brief was filled with enthusiasm. Upon seeing her husband arrive, Mrs. Brief cast a glance at Jiang Wei, who was engaged in a casual conversation with Bulma, her face adorned with a smile as she exchanged a few hushed words with Dr. Brief. So, Bulma is conversing with that remarkably mature and handsome young man? Dr. Brief mused internally, acknowledging that his daughter had grown up. He redirected his attention towards Jiang Wei and initiated a conversation. Jiang Wei, in turn, focused on a small black cat pendant adorning Dr. Brief's attire. This reminded him of the large black cat his cousin owned, leaving him to ponder the whereabouts of both his cousin and the feline companion. He wished for their safety and well-being. After a brief discussion with Dr. Brief, the conversation shifted to the topic of the little black cat. Dr. Brief, evidently intrigued, engaged in the dialogue, which progressively evolved into a scientific discourse. Once the subject turned to his area of expertise, Dr. Brief's excitement ignited like a wildfire, and the two found themselves in increasingly harmonious conversation. Jiang Wei revealed not only his profound martial prowess, but also his remarkable aptitude for scientific invention, much to Yamcha's admiration as he observed the animated exchange between Jiang Wei and Dr. Brief. Although Yamcha struggled to comprehend their discussion, he could sense the brilliance emanating from both. Jiang Wei had fulfilled Bulma's and Yamcha's wishes, wielding a genius intellect and scientific knowledge that allowed him to navigate the intricacies of scientific invention with ease. Young man, you are truly a genius. With your talents, why have I not heard your name among the world's foremost scientists? Dr. Brief exclaimed with genuine admiration. At that moment, he wholeheartedly approved of Jiang Wei's relationship with Bulma, seeing in him the most exceptionally talented young scientist he had encountered in his life, aside from his daughter. I consider myself a self-taught individual. And I am not a scientist, Jiang Wei humbly replied. Indeed, he was not a scientist. The profession seemed rather mundane compared to the thrill of helping remarkable individuals achieve their dreams and replicate their accomplishments. Life, he believed, should be lived freely and passionately. Chapter 18. The Transformation of Little Goku into a Giant Ape. Jiang Wei, you are far too modest. If you are not a scientist, then there are scarcely enough individuals in the world to count as scientists on one hand. I would gladly introduce you to the most elite circles of scientists, Dr. Brief declared, embodying the spirit of a talent scout who had discovered a rare gem. Then I thank you, Dr. Brief, Jiang Wei replied thoughtfully. To connect with the pinnacle of scientific minds on Earth and infiltrate their circle was certainly not an unwelcome prospect. One should not underestimate Earth scientists. Despite not having invented spacecraft, their prowess surpassed even that of cosmic emperors, capable of subduing androids that could overpower Super Saiyan 1. Such innovations were the fruits of earthly scientific ingenuity. It was a simple task, and no gratitude was necessary. Dr. Brief was quite pleased to have discovered a scientific prodigy. Their conversation meandered through various topics of Dr. Brief's research, and many of the innovative ideas proposed by Jiang Wei sparked fresh avenues of inquiry for the esteemed scientist. Jiang Wei, accompany me to the laboratory. I require your assistance with some of my research, Dr. Brief requested. Jiang Wei, feeling reluctant to decline, followed him into the laboratory. Father, Bulma expressed her displeasure at Dr. Brief for commandeering her beloved's attention. What sort of host invites a guest to their home only to assign them chores? How inconsiderate of you. As she watched her husband whisk away her daughter's heartthrob into the depths of the laboratory, Mrs. Brief engaged the others in casual conversation, primarily revolving around Jiang Wei, before instructing Bulma to assign rooms for their guests. Bulma allocated the coziest guest room in the house for Jiang Wei. While the accommodations for the other guests did not quite match the luxury of Jiang Wei's room, they were still quite satisfactory. Each guest received their own room, except for Yamcha, who would share a room with Poor. As night fell, Jiang Wei finally managed to extricate himself from the clutches of the workaholic Dr. Brief. After nearly 10 hours of assisting Dr. Brief with scientific inventions, during which they frequently discussed various technical challenges, Jiang Wei felt as though he had endured a battle more exhausting than any previous conflict he had faced in the Dragon Ball world. The following morning, Dr. Brief was eager to enlist Jiang Wei's help once more. Jiang Wei was undoubtedly the most satisfactory research assistant Dr. Brief had ever had. Were it not for Jiang Wei's connection with Bulma, Dr. Brief would certainly offer an exorbitant sum to secure his services. However, Jiang Wei was preoccupied with training Goku and Yamcha and could not spare the time. Dr. Brief expressed his regret and agreed to let Jiang Wei dedicate the morning to martial arts training, but insisted that he assist in the laboratory in the afternoon. Hey, don't make decisions on my behalf, Dr. Brief, Jiang Wei lamented. Thus began Jiang Wei's life under the same roof as the affluent family. After training Goku and Yamcha for some time, he received the following updates. Beep. Goku, power level 100. Yamcha, power level 21. In the Dragon Ball universe, it was evident that weighted training proved to be the most effective method of exercise. Yamcha's advanced gravity suit was still quite functional. Jiang Wei began contemplating whether to implement a gravity chamber for Goku's training. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. He recalled the magnificent fireworks that the king had launched on the beautiful planet of Vegeta, the Saiyan homeworld. The environment there seemed to possess 10 times the gravity of Earth. If Goku were to train in such conditions, Jiang Wei quickly shared his thoughts with Bulma. For Jiang Wei, Bulma offered her unwavering support. Soon, after acquiring the materials at a substantial cost, Jiang Wei and Bulma collaborated to create a living environment with 10 times the gravity of planet Vegeta for little Goku. Initially, Goku struggled to adapt, frequently tumbling in the high-gravity setting. Yet, within a day, the intense gravity seemed to awaken the latent Saiyan blood within him. Goku quickly acclimated to the tenfold gravity, and his power began to surge exponentially. Beep. Son Goku, power level 155. Yamcha, power level 28. Indeed, the gravity chamber is an indispensable tool for every traveler who has crossed into the Dragon Ball world to become a Saiyan. However, as a dragon, I have no need for such a device. Observing the power level readings on the monitor, which updated nearly every day for little Goku, Jiang Wei couldn't help but marvel. In this tenfold gravity environment, Goku didn't even need to train. Merely living his life would enhance his strength. A month later, beep. Son Goku, power level 240. Yamcha, power level 47. Jiang Wei shook his head. In the Dragon Ball world, humans are indeed at a disadvantage. He held little hope for Yamcha. Although Yamcha had not been discouraged before the Saiyan's arrival, his training was no less than Goku's or Krillin's efforts. Yet, in the realm of martial artists, a harsh truth prevailed. Hard work is but a futile endeavor against the might of inherent lineage and talent. Yamcha was merely an afterthought. Jiang Wei's primary focus remained on Son Goku. As night descended, having enjoyed a dinner meticulously prepared by Bulma, Goku and Yamcha took a brief respite before facing Jiang Wei's training once more. Jiang Wei addressed Yamcha. Tonight's training is cancelled. You may enjoy some free time. Goku and I have something to attend to. All right, big brother. Yamcha expressed his admiration and respect for Jiang Wei, recognizing that his current strength, far surpassing his days as a bandit in the desert, was a result of Jiang Wei's rigorous training. Where are we going? I still wish to continue your training. Goku inquired. We are heading to Bunza Mountain, Jiang Wei replied, having conceived an idea he wished to test with little Goku. Utilizing instantaneous movement, Jiang Wei first took Goku to the temple, where, from its elevated vantage point, he pinpointed the coordinates of Bunza Mountain. In another flash, he transported Goku to their destination. Instantaneous movement relies on sensing energy signatures to determine coordinates for teleportation. However, Bunza Mountain, aside from Goku, was merely an uninhabited wilderness. Jiang Wei couldn't possibly lock onto the energy signatures of the animals within the mountain to locate it, could he? Big brother, I haven't been home in a long time. I would like to visit, Goku requested. Jiang Wei granted him permission. After Goku had a moment to revisit his home, now draped in cobwebs, Jiang Wei led him to the mountain peak. Goku, I permit you to gaze upon the moon in the sky. Jiang Wei was well aware of the unique traits of Saiyans, yet he also preserved Goku's monkey tail. He instructed little Wukong that, without his permission, he must never gaze at the moon during the night. Though little Wukong did not comprehend the reasoning behind this, he complied with his elder brother's directive. Elated, he looked up to the sky, where the moon, which he had not seen for quite some time, shone brightly. Today marked the full moon, a luminous orb casting its cool light upon the earth. Suddenly, little Wukong underwent a dramatic transformation. His eyes glowed a fierce red, his visage elongated, revealing sharp fangs, and his body visibly expanded, becoming covered in a thick layer of fur. In place of the original little Wukong, there stood an enormous golden ape, towering to the size of a tall building. Chapter 19, Feeding the Giant Ape the Divine Water. With a thunderous roar, the giant ape, now little Wukong, bellowed at the heavens, his eyes suffused with a bloodthirsty glow, clearly devoid of reason. What was Jiang Wei doing? Why unleash such a terrifying creature? This beast was devoid of sanity, and once it went berserk, the consequences would be dire. The celestial beings observing from the heavens were genuinely frightened by the transformation of little Wukong into a giant ape. Do not panic, esteemed celestial. Although that ape-like monstrosity is indeed terrifying, Jiang Wei is far more fearsome. Mr. Bobo interjected wisely. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. I had completely forgotten. The celestial being finally realized that they were merely experiencing a false alarm. Beep, beep. Son Wukong, combat power 240, giant ape transformation, combat power 2400. With a primal instinct driving him, the transformed little Wukong was consumed by thoughts of destruction. However, Jiang Wei had not intended for little Wukong to become a giant ape merely to observe the havoc he might wreak upon the Dumpling Mountain. Lie down. Jiang Wei simply directed a mundane punch towards the giant ape. The creature was struck as if by lightning, collapsing in a grievous state. Jiang Wei produced a mystical bean and fed it to the severely injured giant ape, who remained in its monstrous form. Roar. Although the bean was insufficient to fill the gaps in the giant ape's teeth, it nonetheless facilitated a miraculous recovery. Beep, beep. Son Wukong, combat power 4000, giant ape transformation. Jiang Wei then delivered a decisive blow, targeting the giant ape's tail, severing it cleanly in half. As he had anticipated, the damage inflicted rendered the tail incapable of sustaining the giant ape transformation. Brother, I think I just dozed off. The reawakened little Wukong rubbed his head, his eyes reflecting a naive innocence. At that moment, he still wore the attire manufactured by Jiang Wei and Bulma, resembling the battle suit worn by the first incarnation of Beilao Air when he visited Earth. Even in his giant ape form, this high-tech battle suit remained intact, preventing little Wukong from reverting to an infantile state. Do not look at the moon anymore. Consume this mystical bean. Obediently, little Wukong ate the bean, and the severed portion of his monkey tail restored itself to perfection. This was precisely why Jiang Wei had refrained from completely severing the tail. Beep, beep. Son Wukong, combat power 400. Brother, I have just realized that I have grown considerably stronger. Thank you, brother. As little Wukong observed Jiang Wei once again manipulating the device affixed to his eyes, he became acutely aware of the remarkable transformation occurring within his body. Astonishingly, his regular combat power surged by an impressive 160 points. Indeed, it was evident that when Saiyans undergo their Oozuru transformation and experience severe injuries, subsequently entering a near-death state before recovering, the resultant increase in combat power far exceeds that achieved in their humanoid form. My hypothesis was indeed correct, Jiang Wei exclaimed joyously. The Saiyans possess two remarkable transformations, the Oozuru form and the Super Saiyan form. Although the Oozuru transformation can augment combat power by a factor of 10, it is fraught with limitations. Only those of royal blood can maintain their sanity, and the transformation requires the light of a full moon to manifest. The sheer size of the Oozuru form renders it a conspicuous target in battle, making it inferior to the Super Saiyan transformation. However, the Oozuru transformation does harbor a unique advantage over the Super Saiyan form, albeit not one that could be deemed advantageous in the conventional sense. Once a Super Saiyan is gravely injured and approaches death, they cannot sustain their transformation and revert to their base form. In contrast, the Oozuru transformation remains intact unless the Saiyan's tail is severed or the light of the full moon disappears, even when gravely injured. The Oozuru form does not revert to its normal state. This allows for the possibility of significantly boosting combat power through a cycle of severe injury and recovery while in the transformed state. Moreover, it is only Jiang Wei who possesses the unique conditions to actualize such a concept, owing to his possession of the magical beans. While Saiyans have access to healing pods provided by the Frieza Force, these would be inadequate for accommodating an Ouzuru. And even if an extraordinarily large healing pod could be constructed, it would not rival the efficiency of the magical beans. Maintaining the Oozuru transformation during the healing process would also pose a challenge. Thus, even if other Saiyans had previously contemplated a similar method to enhance their combat power, they would have been constrained by these limitations, preventing them from executing it effectively. With his theory proving viable, Jiang Wei proceeded to replicate the earlier procedure. Beep. Son Goku. Combat power 500, Oozuru transformation, combat power 5000. This time, his regular combat power only increased by 100. Yet even though the effects of utilizing the Saiyan enhancement method diminish with shorter intervals, it still yielded a significantly greater combat power than what could be achieved in a normal state. Jiang Wei remained quite satisfied. He then prompted little Wukong to transform into an Oozuru for a third time. This time, Jiang Wei refrained from immediately attacking the Oozuru form of little Wukong. Instead, he administered the ultra-divine water, obtained from Master Cat, into the Oozuru's formidable maw. At this juncture, little Wukong's strength vastly surpassed that of the narrative's Goku, who had consumed the ultra-divine water, now amplified further by the Oozuru transformation. After swallowing the ultra-divine water, the Oozuru exhibited no overt reaction, rendering the supposedly highly toxic substance, which was deemed undrinkable by ordinary beings, rather unimpressive. With the Oozuru subdued beneath his foot, limiting its movements, Jiang Wei waited a while before inflicting severe injury upon the Oozuru, administering a magical bean, severing part of its tail, and concluding this cycle. As the full moon concealed itself behind thick clouds, little Wukong could no longer transform into an Oozuru. Beep. Son Goku. Combat power 1090, Oozuru transformation, combat power 10900. Brother, I feel I have grown immensely stronger, remarked the young Goku, who, despite his struggles with arithmetic, found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Goku, your strength has surged tremendously. You must engage in diligent training to truly master this overwhelming power, Jiang Wei advised. Excessive strength without the ability to wield it at will can lead to peril, as exemplified by Frieza. Thus, one must seal away the uncontrollable portion of their power, retaining only that which can be easily managed. Akin to the first form of a baby carriage. Indeed, Jiang Wei himself faced this dilemma, which is why he refrained from unrestrained power augmentation during this period. Instead, he focused on training young Goku and Yamcha, gradually helping them adapt to the formidable strength acquired through the fulfillment of their desires. It is time to return, Goku. Let the young one make a wish, Jiang Wei declared, and in an instant, they found themselves at Bulma's residence in West City. Beep. Beep. Combat power at 48,000. Transformed into a humanoid Shenlong. Combat power at 480,000. Utilizing the Kaioken 20 times. Combat power at 9,600,000. The effects of the super divine water consumed by Jiang Wei, derived from young Goku, also enhanced his own strength. Upon returning home late at night, Yamcha was astounded to see young Goku. Goku, how have you become so powerful in just a few hours? In Yamcha's perception, facing young Goku felt like a small boat amidst crashing waves. Yamcha, I'm not entirely sure. I seem to have grown stronger without clear awareness. Young Goku replied after some contemplation. Once transformed into a great ape, he lost consciousness and would not recall Jiang Wei's actions. Chapter 20. A visit to the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Yamcha, have you noticed why Goku has surpassed you? Have you seen that tail of his? It's something you cannot envy, Jiang Wei interjected. Brother, is there no other way for me to suddenly grow as strong as Goku? Yamcha, glancing enviously at the swaying monkey tail behind young Goku, expressed his discontent. Would you dare to wager your life? Jiang Wei proposed, pondering Yamcha's reaction. Wager my life? Yamcha hesitated, then, after a moment of internal struggle, resolved, to become a formidable martial artist, I would sacrifice anything. Good, that's the spirit. 12 hours later, Jiang Wei transformed into a humanoid Shenlong and granted Yamcha's wish, providing him with a pot of super divine water. Yamcha drank it all in one gulp. Instant demise. Tragically, he perished in front of Jiang Wei, dying a horrific death. Young Master Yamcha, his loyal companion, Poor immediately began wailing in despair. Indeed, the super divine water was a cheat specifically for Goku. Jiang Wei, witnessing the panic in young Goku due to Yamcha's death, reassured him, Goku, do not fret. Remember, you can wish for Yamcha's resurrection from this divine dragon. Oh dear, how could I forget that I could wish for Yamcha to come back to life? Young Goku chuckled sheepishly at Jiang Wei, the divine dragon. 12 hours elapsed, and Goku promptly made a wish to resurrect Yamcha. Upon his revival, Yamcha, still haunted by the torment of his demise at the hands of the super divine water, vowed never to endure such suffering again. After Goku's combat prowess surpassed 1,000, Jiang Wei began to impart the Kaioken technique to him. Benefiting from Goku's influence, Yamcha was able to learn the Kaioken as well. However, he struggled to harness its power. Jiang Wei pondered whether the toxicity inherent in Earthlings was the issue, or if it was simply Yamcha's feeble combat strength that hindered him. Conversely, Goku, upon mastering the Kaioken, was able to immediately unleash a twofold Kaioken. Ding! Goku, combat power 12002, with Kaioken, combat power 24,000. After consuming the super divine water. Even without Jiang Wei enhancing the Saiyan lineage, Goku's training allowed his combat strength to escalate rapidly. Time whisked everyone away to the year 750 of the Age of the Gods. Brother, Goku and I have trained alongside you for nearly a year. It is time to showcase our abilities. Yamcha declared, embodying the spirit of not wandering the night in splendid attire. Brother, I find Yamcha's sentiments profoundly sensible. Pray, enlighten us where we might find formidable opponents. I yearn to engage in battle. Goku exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. Although unnecessary, Jiang Wei suggested they register for the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, the 21st edition, which would be held this year. At this event, you shall face masters from across the globe. Jiang Wei recalled this celebration of martial prowess, which had nearly slipped his mind, as he and Goku's strength had become overwhelming compared to Earthlings. To Jiang Wei, the so-called World Martial Arts Tournament appeared as mere farce, yet he did not oppose joining in the revelry. Hooray! Goku and Yamcha exchanged gleeful glances, their faces alight with joy. Brother, I have seen news regarding this year's World Martial Arts Tournament on television. It is held every 5 years, and this marks its 21st iteration. Bulma chimed in, her face radiant with enthusiasm. Brother, I wish to accompany you. Of course, Jiang Wei replied, casting a fond gaze upon Bulma. Ding! Jiang Wei, combat power 50,000. Transformed into a humanoid Shenlong. Combat power 500,000. 20 times Kaioken. Combat power 10,000,000. Goku, combat power 4,000. 10 times Kaioken. Combat power 40,000. Yamcha, combat power 95. Bulma, combat power 12. Oolong, combat power 6. Poor, combat power 6. Jiang Wei had granted Goku numerous wishes. He too possessed the advantages of Saiyan heritage. After nearly a year of casual training in a high-gravity environment, Goku's combat power had increased by 2,000. A modest yet significant improvement. For Bulma and the others, Jiang Wei employed the gentlest methods, ensuring their training was relaxed and without strict mandates, resulting in a notable increase in their combat power over the course of the year. Brother, shall we travel in the motorhome for the upcoming 21st World Martial Arts Tournament? Bulma inquired, having grown accustomed to allowing Jiang Wei to make decisions since they began living under the same roof. Shall we consider a different mode of transportation? Is there a large aircraft capable of accommodating multiple passengers? Jiang Wei recalled the colossal flying machine from the narrative, reminiscent of a hodgepodge meal shared by 3, and asked. It can be arranged immediately, big brother. Bulma replied eagerly. Soon, Jiang Wei acquired a universal capsule containing an opulent, spacious airplane. Upon extracting the aircraft, he discovered it thoughtfully included a robotic pilot for the convenience of its user. Even if the occupant lacked piloting skills, it posed no issue. A few hours later, Jiang Wei and his companions arrived at the venue for the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. After storing the plane back in the capsule, Jiang Wei, leading the group, approached the registration area after inquiring with several passers-by. The registration site was teeming with people, with participants lining up in lengthy queues to enter the competition. Jiang Wei, merely there to soak in the atmosphere and with no intention of harassing the newcomers, allowed the exuberantly excited Goku and Yamcha to queue up for registration on their own. He also provided Oolong, the little pig, with some money for free exploration. Subsequently, Jiang Wei, accompanied by Bulma, began to meander about. The two engaged in lighthearted banter, resembling a couple on a delightful journey. Jiang Wei, are you here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament as well? Suddenly, the astonished voice of an elderly man broke through. To his surprise, Jiang Wei diverted his gaze from Bulma and looked in the direction of the voice. Indeed, it was a familiar face, Master Roshi, adorned with a black top hat and dressed in formal black attire, starkly contrasting with his previous appearance as a vacationing tourist on the island. Master Roshi, a venerable sage of several centuries, was a well-known acquaintance of Jiang Wei. Who would have thought that after just one meeting, you would remember my name? It has been a while, Master Roshi. Jiang Wei greeted him with a smile. And who might this be? Jiang Wei's gaze fell upon a noseless, bald figure accompanying Master Roshi, prompting him to inquire. Oh, him? This is my new disciple, Krillin. Master Roshi explained. Hello, Krillin. I am Jiang Wei, and this is my girlfriend, Bulma, Jiang Wei said, smiling at the curious little bald fellow who was observing him intently. Krillin, you are a pivotal character in the narrative. Without your remarkable contributions, Goku would never have transformed into a Super Saiyan during his battle against the Demon King. Chapter 21. Goku secures victory. Nice to meet you, Jiang Wei, Krillin replied, gazing enviously at Jiang Wei, who had Bulma affectionately draped over his arm. He pondered who this Jiang Wei could be to elicit such respect from his master, the martial arts legend, Master Roshi. Unlike the carefree Goku, Krillin possessed a certain cleverness, understanding that offering adult magazines to the lecherous old man would curry favor and allow him to train under him. Krillin noticed the instant Master Roshi's expression drastically changed upon seeing Jiang Wei approach. Krillin, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you possess the prowess to advance to the top 8 in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament, alongside my younger brother Goku and Yamcha, Jiang Wei asserted with unwavering confidence. In the early narrative, the Earth's martial arts masters are either of the Turtle School or the Crane School, while the rest are mere pretenders. Have I truly become this formidable? Krillin gazed at the dashing figure before him, clad in a striking black trench coat, adorned with an unusual eyepiece over his left eye, and embraced by his beautiful girlfriend, a clear embodiment of a life well lived, pointing incredulously at himself. Krillin, have faith. You are the disciple of Master Roshi, the strongest earthling, Jiang Wei declared with utmost certainty. Krillin, intrigued, pondered the title of the strongest earthling. It seemed that Jiang Wei had no intention of participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, which was indeed fortuitous. His two younger brothers would be the ones competing. Jiang Wei's prot-GS must possess considerable strength, presenting a worthy challenge for Krillin. This way, I need not disguise myself to enter the tournament. I can focus on admiring the lovely ladies, he chuckled inwardly. After a moment of reflection, Master Roshi revealed a whimsical smile, reminiscing about the indelible impression Jiang Wei had left on him during their first encounter, when Jiang Wei transformed into a human-like dragon, showcasing a battle power exceeding 1,000. Stimulated by Jiang Wei's presence, Master Roshi resolved to take things seriously, abandoning his previous laxity, and began to train Krillin with renewed rigor. Thus, the readings were as follows: Master Roshi, Battle Power 112. Krillin, Battle Power 45. Brother, that old man's gaze is rather unpleasant. Let us depart. Bulma whispered politely and demurely to Master Roshi and Krillin before leaning in to speak softly to Jiang Wei. Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma and I shall not intrude on your registration. We shall meet again later, Jiang Wei remarked, understanding Master Roshi's intent, and promptly took Bulma's arm as they walked away in another direction. Alas, I forgot to inquire whether Jiang Wei could grant me another wish. As he watched Bulma's youthful and radiant silhouette fade away, Master Roshi snapped back to reality, displaying an expression of regret. Meanwhile, as Jiang Wei and Bulma enjoyed their beverages, it was finally time for young Goku and Yamcha to register. After completing their registration, they were guided by the staff to the drawing for the preliminary rounds. Ah, splendid. Based on the draw, I shall not encounter Goku in the preliminary phase, Yamcha exclaimed, feeling fortunate. Had he faced young Goku in the preliminaries, he would have had to settle for the role of an observer, given Goku's current strength. Yamcha believed that aside from the unfathomably powerful Jiang Wei, there was no one else who could match the formidable, beast-like Goku. After a brief interval, the preliminaries commenced. Young Goku leaped onto the stage, facing a towering, muscular opponent. Goku, remember what your brother said. Be gentle, Yamcha reminded him from the sidelines before heading off to his own match. To think that a mere child would be my opponent. The organizers of the tournament must look down upon me, the colossal man grumbled. Before he could finish his words, little Wukong had already sent him tumbling off the stage. I haven't even exerted myself, yet you've fallen. How dull. I yearn to face a true master right now. Little Wukong yawned as he spoke. On another stage, Yamcha had also dispatched his opponent with a single blow. "Young Master Yamcha, you are the best." The ever-enthusiastic cheerleader Poir shouted excitedly. As the preliminary rounds concluded, most competitors had been eliminated, leaving only those who would advance to the semifinals. "Goku, should we inform Big Brother that we've made it to the semifinals?" Yamcha asked, brimming with excitement. Reaching the semifinals of the World Martial Arts Tournament signified that he had become a formidable martial artist, among the elite of the world. "Yamcha, do you know where Big Brother and Bulma are right now?" Little Wukong's enthusiasm was evidently lacking. His preliminary opponents had proven to be quite feeble, and he hoped to encounter a worthy adversary in the semifinals. "Perhaps it is best not to disturb Big Brother and Bulma." Yamcha quickly revised his statement. "Those two must be Jiang Wei's underlings, right? To reach the semifinals truly demonstrates their prowess. If I face them, I must give my all." Similarly, Krillin, who had also triumphed over a plethora of weaklings to reach the semifinals, clenched his fists, silently motivating himself as he observed Little Wukong and Yamcha engaged in conversation. At present, Krillin donned a battle uniform from the Turtle School, while Little Wukong and the God of Tea sported high-tech combat gear crafted by Jiang Wei and Bulma. Designed by Jiang Wei and inspired by Black Goku's Zamasu style, their black uniforms bore the character dragon on the chest, signifying that they were honed by Jiang Wei himself. As the semifinals commenced, Jiang Wei and Bulma arrived, mingling with Oolong and Poir among the spectators to watch the matches. Whenever it was Little Wukong or Yamcha's turn to compete, Jiang Wei would greet them, informing them that their big brother had come to watch their battles. The outcome of the semifinals was never in doubt. Little Wukong advanced to the finals, while Yamcha, before reaching the finals, encountered Little Wukong and was halted in his tracks. After defeating one opponent, Krillin also faced Little Wukong and met the same fate. In every match involving Little Wukong, his opponents were swiftly defeated, lacking any suspense. "That boy named Sun Wukong is incredibly strong. I cannot say I was unfairly defeated. Even I am no match for that child," Krillin mused. Acknowledging the remarkable talent of this generation, Master Roshi felt a sense of satisfaction with such results. It was truly commendable that martial arts would continue to thrive through the younger generations. However, the matches outside of Little Wukong's contest held their own intrigue, particularly the bout between contestant Lan Fong and contestant A-san. The battle escalated to such a degree that Lan Fong had to resort to a tactical removal of her clothing to press a sandbag step by step. How shameless. Bulma felt both embarrassed and indignant for Lan Fong, believing she had tarnished the dignity of womanhood. Truly spectacular. It was nothing short of thrilling. "My hands itch with the desire to step onto the stage and engage in battle with that Lan Fong," Master Roshi exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, eager to participate. Even the indifferent Oolong found himself captivated by the advancing Lan Fong contestant, his expression resembling that of a goblin discovering a village. As for Jiang Wei, he chewed gum with a serious demeanor, scrutinizing Lan Fong on the arena with a critical gaze. This continued until Asen made a desperate counterattack, overcoming Lan Fong. Asen then eliminated yet another contestant, advancing to the finals to contest the title of the world's strongest with Little Wukong. The prospect of winning seemed far-fetched. Little Wukong, filled with disappointment, ultimately triumphed in the finals, securing the title of the world's strongest for this tournament, along with a prize that barely sufficed for a meal. After the competition concluded, Jiang Wei selected a renowned local restaurant and invited Master Roshi and Krillin to celebrate Little Wukong's victory. In Chapter 22, summoned by Yachirobe, after everyone had indulged in a hearty feast, Master Roshi requested Jiang Wei to allow his disciple Krillin to train under him, recognizing Krillin's potential as a martial artist. Master Roshi was keen to ensure his disciple did not squander his future in martial arts. Certainly, Jiang Wei readily agreed. After all, it was not every day that the strongest human on Earth offered to take on a junior. Once Krillin joined Jiang Wei's group, he quickly bonded with Little Wukong and Yamcha. Perhaps due to the plot's inherent tendencies, Krillin and Little Wukong formed a particularly strong connection. Months passed, and one day, a notification chimed. Sun Wukong, Battle Power 5500, 10 XKO Ken, Battle Power 55,000. Yamcha, Battle Power 110. Krillin, Battle Power 77. Brother, I truly wish to engage in battle with a master. Where can I find such a master, brother? Little Wukong would often inquire of Jiang Wei, his yearning for a worthy opponent palpable. Where on earth could there be a master to spar with you? Wukong, you are putting your brother in a difficult position. Jiang Wei mused internally. Ding. Master, someone has gathered all 7 Dragon Balls to summon you. Wukong, Yamcha, Krillin, continue your training. I have matters to attend to. Jiang Wei informed them before exchanging a few words with Bulma, transforming into a beam of golden light and vanishing from her home. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, an overwhelming sense of impending doom descending upon the earth. State your wishes. As the legendary Shenron appeared, he addressed the 3 who had summoned him in a desolate mountainous region. All 3 were clad in identical outfits. At the forefront stood a stern-faced elder, flanked by a tall man with 3 eyes and a small figure resembling a little zombie. Recognizing their identities, Jiang Wei thought, Turtle Hermit, Tian Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. Shenron, please reveal the whereabouts of my brother, Tao Pai Pai. The Turtle Hermit eagerly inquired, knowing that the legendary dragon had been summoned. Tao Pai Pai had gone missing over 12 months ago, shrouded in mystery with no trace of his existence. In a moment of desperation, Tian Shinhan and Kaiatsu had inadvertently acquired a Jiang Wei branded 3-star Dragon Ball while conning in a remote village. Leaning upon the illustrious Dragon Ball, the protagonist sensed the locations of the other 6 orbs. With the formidable strength of Master Roshi and his 2 disciples, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls at an astonishing pace was a task of utmost simplicity. It was rather effortless. The great dragon Jiang recalled the unfortunate Tao Bai Bai, who had met a gruesome fate beneath his claw, remarking that Tao Bai Bai was suffering in hell due to his numerous misdeeds. My brother is dead. Master Roshi paused momentarily, then grasped the situation. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. With the business concluded, the great dragon Jiang prepared to depart. He acquired the skill of flight from Master Roshi, yet despite being Master Roshi's brother, Tao Bai Bai lacked this ability, thus Jiang did not obtain it from him. Dragon. Wait, I have another wish, to resurrect my brother Tao Bai Bai. As the great dragon Jiang was about to leave, Master Roshi presented a second wish. This is the second wish. It does not adhere to the rules of this dragon. Perhaps next time, Jiang replied, raising a finger in negation. The immense dragon's gaze scrutinized the diminutive trio of Master Roshi and his disciples below. Jiang anticipated their wrath, hoping to trigger his invincibility and seize their possessions. The techniques of Tian Shinhan's solar flare, the Kamehameha, and Kaiatsu's psychic abilities still held some allure for the great dragon Jiang. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment. I understand now. Master Roshi's expression shifted between joy and despair, then surprisingly, he circled back from the brink of death, seeing no signs of hostility. Jiang's colossal form transformed into a radiant golden light, as the 7 Dragon Balls, enveloped in a golden aura, scattered across the globe. Tian Shinhan's 3 eyes locked onto one of the Dragon Balls, leaping to seize it before it could escape. Meanwhile, Jiang returned to West City, to Bulma's residence. System. It takes at least 12 months for the 7 Dragon Balls to summon me once again, and here on Earth, it feels rather futile, Jiang lamented. After a mere 12 months of business, he had merely acquired the skill of flight. How could Jiang be satisfied with such a trivial outcome? Ding. Based on the master's feedback, the system has targeted the projection of the 7 Dragon Balls across various timelines. System, please elaborate, Jiang expressed his curiosity. Ding. I see. Jiang mused, finding it quite intriguing. In simpler terms, Jiang's endeavors had expanded into the parallel worlds of the Dragon Balls. According to the system, the targeted placement of the Dragon Balls indicated that their locations were not limited to Earth, but also included alien planets and even other universes. Days later, ding. In one of the parallel timelines, the projection of the 7 Dragon Balls has been fully collected, summoning the master. That was quick. This time, Jiang was assisting his future father-in-law in the laboratory, helping to calibrate a device. Dr. Brief, I apologize, but I have an urgent matter that requires my immediate attention, Jiang stated, emerging from beneath the apparatus, his face adorned with sincere regret as he addressed Dr. Brief, who was engrossed in sketching a design. Jiang Wei, you may attend to your own affairs. Do not be perturbed by Dr. Brief's capture of Jiang Wei's recruits. It is not unreasonable. As Jiang Wei exited the laboratory and exchanged a few words with Bulma, he transformed into a radiant beam of golden light and vanished from this timeline. In another realm of the Dragon Ball universe, the Earth had lost its former vitality, with vast expanses reduced to barren wasteland. A solitary tree, towering and seemingly parasitic upon the planet, persisted. No, it was more accurately described as a colossal giant tree. Upon his summoning, the first sight that greeted Jiang Wei was this monstrous tree, nearly draining the essence of the Earth itself. What an immense tree. It was astonishing that those suddenly appearing mysterious Dragon Balls could indeed summon the eternal dragon. A voice emanated from below Jiang Wei, expressing astonishment. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a plump, portly figure in the desolate town below, a short man adorned with a long samurai sword at his side. A Kairalob, the rotund Yasuo, also known as the Senzu Bean Killer. In the narrative, a Kairalob's habit of consuming Senzu beans as if they were sustenance led the main characters to face formidable foes, often finding themselves devoid of Senzu beans when they were most needed, plunging them into relentless battles. Thus, the one who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the divine dragon was none other than a Kairalob, who was invincible in the presence of Senzu beans. The moment Jiang Wei laid eyes on that gigantic, unmissable tree on Earth, he understood precisely which parallel universe of Dragon Ball he had entered. There existed a character named Darius, resembling Goku but with darker skin, a lower-class Saiyan warrior who had come to Earth to cultivate spirit fruit trees. These trees required the absorption of a planet's vital energy to flourish and bear spirit fruits. Consuming these fruits would enhance one's power. Darius traveled the universe planting spirit fruit trees, claiming to have consumed countless fruits to boost his strength. However, in Jiang Wei's opinion, the spirit fruit trees were rather futile. Darius, in his quest to plant trees, had devastated numerous life-bearing planets, claiming to have consumed innumerable spirit fruits. Yet he possessed merely a combat power of several tens of thousands. Facing Goku, who had trained rigorously, he held no advantage whatsoever. Instead of wasting time searching the universe for suitable planets to plant trees, it would be far more efficient to seek a gravity chamber for training. Chapter 23. The parallel world invaded by Darius. The sky crackled with lightning, while the earth withered and perished. State your wish. Dragon, please bring Goku back, a Kairob implored. Goku is not on Earth. What happened? Jiang Wei inquired, his interest piqued. Initially reluctant to satisfy Jiang Wei's curiosity, a Kairob realized that the dragon was not adhering to the usual protocols. If he did not indulge Jiang Wei's inquisitiveness, his wish would remain unfulfilled, leading him to relent. In hurried speech, a Kairob recounted the events. After the Saiyans invaded and Vegeta was defeated by Goku, the main characters journeyed to Namek, with all warriors having left Earth. Darius seized the opportunity to lead his minions to the planet and plant the seeds of the spirit fruit trees. This has led to the current predicament where Earth is on the brink of being drained of its vitality. At this critical juncture, the protagonists find themselves engaged in battle against the Frieza force on Namek, unable to return in time to save their home. The only recourse is to utilize the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and bring Goku back to the fray. However, due to the previous battle with Vegeta and Nappa, where Piccolo sacrificed himself to save Gohan, the Dragon Balls on Earth have been rendered into mere stones. Just as despair sets in, a set of usable Dragon Balls mysteriously appears on Earth. With a spirit of desperation, Yajirobe hastily collects 7 unknown Dragon Balls and summons the mighty Shenron. Contrary to the established narrative, it turns out they were stolen. Jiang Wei comprehends the situation's intricacies. Now, can you bring Goku back to Earth? Yajirobe implores anxiously. That is quite simple. Jiang Wei suddenly conceives a bold idea. In the next moment, young Goku materializes before Yajirobe. Instead of feeling joy at this miraculous rescue, Yajirobe is taken aback, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. How is it that Goku, upon returning from Earth, has reverted to his childhood form? Shenron. What is the meaning of this? Yajirobe is about to question Jiang Shenron for clarification, but the towering dragon dissolves into golden light, scattering across the globe. Where's this? Who are you? Young Goku surveys his unfamiliar surroundings, glancing at the unknown Yajirobe. He had been fervently training at Bulma's house when he was suddenly transported to this strange place. Goku, weren't you supposed to be battling a formidable opponent? This time, you'll have a chance to truly unleash your strength. A handsome, mature young man wearing stylish glasses approaches Goku. Big brother, you're here too. Goku exclaims joyfully, feeling reassured by Jiang Wei's presence. Meanwhile, Yajirobe's eyes dart around, seemingly contemplating an escape, as Jiang Wei's scouter leads Yajirobe to mistakenly perceive him as an ally of Dale's. Dale's and his minions also sport similar devices. Jiang Wei pays Yajirobe no mind. He is merely an inconsequential character, and if he chooses to flee, so be it. From Yajirobe, Jiang Wei only gleaned a useless sword technique. This is the recompense for Jiang Shenron fulfilling Yajirobe's wish. Tell me, is this young Goku indeed Son Goku? Let me assess the battle power of your group. Jiang Wei presses a button. Beep, beep. Jiang Wei, battle power 50, 700. Son Goku, battle power 5, 950. Yajirobe, battle power 970. Unknown, battle power 34, 000. Unknown, battle power 13, 000. Unknown, battle power 9, 100. Unknown, battle power 8, 400. Unknown, battle power 7, 600. Unknown, battle power 7, 600. There is no need for speculation. The battle power of 34, 000 undoubtedly belongs to Dale's. Jiang Wei grinned, exhaling a plume of smoke with effortless ease. With such meager strength, even Wukong could effortlessly vanquish them using a tenfold Kaioken. Meanwhile, at the spirit fruit tree, the muscular and robust black-skinned canine, Dale's, received a response from his battle power detector. Beep. Unknown, battle power 50, 700. Unknown, battle power 5, 950. Dale's was taken aback. How could a being with a battle power of 50, 000 emerge from this insignificant planet? As he pondered in disbelief, the readings on the battle power detector swiftly refreshed. Unknown, battle power 5, 070. Unknown, battle power 5, 950. What a shock. It turns out I misread the number. I thought, how could there be a warrior with a battle power of 50, 000 on this feeble planet? However, the simultaneous emergence of two foes with battle powers exceeding 5, 000 demanded attention. The fruit was ripening, and he could not afford to be complacent. It was best to dispatch his subordinates to eliminate them swiftly. Dales gazed greedily at the still unripe fruit, his eyes filled with a yearning for power. He turned to the two extraterrestrials and commanded, Amando, doe eyes, Go and eliminate those two newly appeared enemies with battle powers of 5,000. Amando and Dai's accepted their orders and departed. With their combat prowess, dealing with the two newcomers would be a mere formality. Beep. An unknown battle power signal was rapidly approaching. Jiang Wei chuckled. Had he not concealed his true strength, revealing merely around 5,000 in battle power, Dales would not have dared to send his subordinates to engage. Sending only 2 minions was a sign of overconfidence. Dale seemed to imply that he intended to let him and the little Wukong each take one. Quite a thoughtful consideration. Brother, I sense 2 powerful and malevolent presences swiftly approaching us. These are truly formidable opponents, exclaimed little Wukong with excitement. Wukong, let's go. Time is of the essence. We can only remain in this world for 24 hours. Jiang Wei took the lead, employing the sky dance technique to soar into the heavens, with little Wukong closely following. As for Yakalope, sensing the impending confrontation, he had already scurried away to some hidden place. The two sides fortuitously encountered each other midway, above a desolate forest now bereft of life. Halt! The Amando and Dai's of Dales' legion have come to claim your lives. The 2 armored extraterrestrials arrogantly blocked Jiang Wei and little Wukong's path. I say, Amando, Dales must think highly of them. I alone could dispatch these 2 wretches. How about this? Let me handle it solo. Dai's laughed maniacally. I refuse. Now that we are here, I cannot allow my effort to be in vain. Amando glared at Jiang Wei and little Wukong, a sinister grin on his face. Very well, 1 for each. The Saiyan brat belongs to me. While you can have the earth trash beside him. Amando's gaze fixated on little Wukong, whose battle power was the highest on display. No problem. Wukong, you must have seen the environment around us on the way here, right? It's their doing. As the battle commenced, there was no need for restraint. Jiang Wei imparted his instructions to little Wukong, indifferent to the audacity of the 2 extraterrestrials before him. Was it necessary to concern himself with these 2 wretches? They were indeed villains. I shall not let them escape. Little Wukong glared at the 2 henchmen of Dales, his face a mask of fury. Little brat, who do you think you can spare? Amando sneered, closing the distance to little Wukong's face, and then delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen, sending him flying backward in agony. Chapter 24. Transform into a carrot. Beep. Amando's battle power, 9100. Dietz, battle power, 8400. Sun Wukong, battle power, 5950. Jiang Wei had no intention of intervening. He merely wished to savor his gum in peace. But someone was unwilling to allow that. Earth scum, how do you wish to meet your demise? Dietz materialized before Jiang Wei, arrogance radiating from him. I wish to die of old age, Jiang Wei retorted, spitting out a piece of gum toward Dietz's face. Die of old age? Dietz was evidently taken aback by Jiang Wei's response, his expression momentarily stunned, only to be met with a face full of gum, which ignited his fury. Dare to toy with me? Just as he was about to strike, Jiang Wei moved faster, placing his palm directly upon Dietz's form. A plume of white smoke erupted. Dietz vanished. A carrot fell from the smoke, which Jiang Wei caught and casually tossed in his hand. The powers of a rabbit are quite amusing, he mused, glancing at the carrot, tilting his head in contemplation without bringing it to his mouth. Little brat, I shan't play with you any longer. This will send you to the afterlife. Amando unleashed a flurry of devastating punches and kicked little Wukong several meters away. A sphere of energy materialized in his hand, and with a sinister grin, he shot it towards little Wukong. Boom. Little Wukong could not evade the energy wave and was instantly engulfed in a cloud of explosive smoke. Amando gazed ahead, convinced that the explosion had obliterated little Wukong beyond recognition. At this moment, one must trust in the law of smoke signifying no injury, with the exception of the tea god. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei observed Amando's victorious expression and felt compelled to offer a warning. Before Amando could ponder the meaning of Jiang Wei's words, a small figure burst forth from the smoke, radiating a blood-red aura, swift as lightning, delivering a punch to Amando's abdomen that caused him to spew blood, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. It was little Wukong. At that moment, little Wukong had activated the twofold Kaioken, his battle power surpassing even that of Amando. What is this little wretch? His battle power exceeds mine. After enduring several of little Wukong's punches and being struck in the face by a spinning kick, Amando coughed up blood mixed with fragments of teeth, his eyes filled with disbelief. As it appeared that Amando was on the verge of being defeated by little Wukong, Jiang Wei's eyes flickered, and he called out to Amando. Lackey of Dales, if you wish to live, consume this. He tossed a carrot toward Amando, who, in a state of desperation, caught it in his hands. With peril looming, Amando had no time for hesitation and decisively bit into the carrot, chewing it into pieces and swallowing it whole. Jiang Wei instructed little Wukong to temporarily cease his actions, as he wished to observe the transformation of Amando after consuming the carrot. Foolish creature, aiding his adversary. Shortly after ingesting the carrot, Amando, feeling a surge of newfound strength, was filled with exuberance, his face betraying a mocking expression towards Jiang Wei. Beep. Amando, battle power 13,000. Jiang Wei, equally astonished and delighted, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "The rabbit's extraordinary ability transforms individuals into edible carrots. Majin Buu's power turns people into snacks." Thus I pondered, if Majin Buu could enhance his strength by consuming snacks fashioned from humans, could it not be true that consuming carrots transformed from humans might also augment one's power? Remarkably, it indeed does. He then addressed little Wukong. "Wukong, eliminate him. He is of no further use." "Certainly, brother." Little Wukong re-engaged Amando in battle. After clashing with a formidable opponent, little Wukong exhibited a notable increase in prowess. As fists and feet flew, he delivered a powerful headbutt that sent Amando crashing into the lifeless forest floor, creating a substantial crater. Before Amando could retaliate, little Wukong had already assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, unleashing a brilliant blue energy wave that obliterated Amando in an instant. "Wukong, take a moment to recover." Jiang Wei produced a Sinza bean and tossed it to the injured little Wukong. Upon consuming the bean, little Wukong regained his full strength and energy. Beep. Sun Wukong. Battle Power 6, 250. Kaioken X2. Battle Power 12, 500. Jiang Wei and little Wukong then soared towards the spirit fruit tree. How infuriating. Amando and Dais have been vanquished by this newly emerged foe. Fortunately, the fruits of the spirit fruit tree have ripened. I shall remain here, awaiting your arrival, allowing you to perish in the despair known as dares. Haha. Dares gathered the remaining minions for a final confrontation against Jiang Wei and little Wukong at the spirit fruit tree. At this moment, Dares, with his dark complexion reminiscent of Sun Wukong, wore an expression of absolute confidence. Not long after, Jiang Wei and little Wukong arrived at the spirit fruit tree, landing atop its vast canopy, akin to an expansive playground. Before them stood Dares, surrounded by several extraterrestrial beings. "To my surprise, you belong to my lineage." Upon the appearance of Jiang Wei and little Wukong, Dares fixed his gaze upon little Wukong, focusing on the monkey tail trailing behind him. "Let me think. You must be Kakarot's son. You resemble me in my youth." "I am not Kakarot's son. I am the grandson of Son Gohan." Little Wukong, eyeing the formidable Dares, exclaimed with excitement, "You are the leader of these villains. Come forth and fight me." "Ha ha." Listening to the exchange between Dares and little Wukong, Jiang Wei could hardly contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, I simply cannot hold back. This is too amusing. Earth trash, what are you laughing at? Perish." Dares, agitated, raised his hand, aiming his palm at Jiang Wei, and unleashed a purple energy blast. Jiang Wei effortlessly deflected the incoming purple energy sphere, which subsequently struck a branch of the spirit fruit tree, resulting in a violent explosion. Dales narrowed his eyes, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is impossible. You, a mere earthling, possess only a paltry combat power of just over 5,000. How could you possibly withstand my attack? I see now, you have concealed your true strength. You despicable earth scum." Dales wandered through the cosmos, planting trees on various planets, and had encountered other beings capable of masking their powers. It dawned on him that Jiang Wei was one of them. "Dales, you ought to be grateful that your opponent is not me, but Goku. Otherwise, you would already be dead." Jiang Wei tossed a piece of gum into his mouth, dismissively regarding Dales. Dales, wary, fixed his gaze on Jiang Wei, but then thought, what does it matter if this earthling has hidden his strength? As long as he possesses that spirit tree fruit, he stands invincible. The fact that such a remarkable spirit tree fruit could grow on Earth was a delightful surprise for Dales. He had cultivated spirit fruit trees on numerous planets across the universe, and had consumed countless spirit fruits. Yet, he had never encountered a fruit imbued with such astonishing power. "I must admit, your concealed strength is indeed formidable," Dales mused, shifting his attention to the eager young Goku, resembling my childhood self. "As the son of Kakarot, I shall grant you and your pathetic earthling subordinate a chance at survival, considering you are of my kin and the Saiyan race is so scarce these days. Join my Dales Legion and serve me as your master. What say you?" Chapter 25. Is there a catch with the spirit fruit? "Not a chance," Jiang Wei retorted, wearing a mocking expression that suggested Dales was lost in a daydream. "You are a villain, and I will never assist you," young Goku declared resolutely. "Then I suppose I must bid you farewell," Dales replied, feigning regret. "Have you finished speaking? Let the battle commence. Goku, the incessantly chattering dark-skinned one is yours. I shall deal with his lackeys." Jiang Wei observed Dales and his minions with a grin. "Brother, I will surely defeat the villain's leader," young Goku declared, his determination unwavering as he charged forward. Just as Dales was about to issue a command for his subordinates to join him in eliminating the ungrateful son of Kakarot and his pathetic earthling companion, several slender energy waves crisscrossed the battlefield. Jiang Wei had dispatched the remaining minions of Dales with his piercing energy attacks, leaving their heads punctured and lifeless. Having dealt with Dales' subordinates, Jiang Wei refrained from intervening in the ongoing battle between young Goku and Dales, instead contemplating the nature of the spirit tree fruit. This wretched Dales had wreaked havoc across numerous life-bearing planets in the universe, all for the sake of cultivating spirit fruit trees to consume their fruits and enhance his power. Despite devouring countless fruits, he had only amassed a combat power of over 30,000. Yet, by consuming a single fruit from a spirit tree grown on Earth, one could attain a staggering combat power of hundreds of thousands. How absurd! As nourishment for the spirit fruit tree, does Earth wield such significance? Or is there something uniquely different about Earth compared to other planets in nurturing these spirit fruit trees? Amidst the crimson aura enveloping him, having drawn upon the lessons learned from previous battles, the young Goku unleashed the Kaioken, leaving the astonished Dares in a state of utter disarray. A powerful punch from young Goku struck Dares squarely on the nose, the faint crack of his nasal bone audible as he staggered, blood streaming from his nostrils. Resembling a reckless pedestrian struck by a speeding truck. In his backward flight, he collided with several sturdy branches of the spirit fruit tree, crumpled on the ground. Dares touched his profusely bleeding nose and cursed, "You wretched child, you've truly provoked my ire." Yet, deep within, he was astonished by young Goku's formidable strength. Realizing he could never hope to defeat this insufferable brat, it was time to unveil his ace. Instead of fleeing, Dares boldly reached into his armor-like battle suit and retrieved a spirit fruit, taking a hefty bite. Let us see how this earth-grown spirit fruit compares to those from other worlds. However, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Wei had locked onto Dare's energy signature and utilized instant transmission to disrupt Dare's ascension. Now, Jiang Wei possessed the combined powers of the Supreme Kai and the North Kai. It was nearly impossible to evade his keen perception. This interrupted while utilizing an enhancement item. Dares regretted not waiting until he was out of sight of his adversary. For now, he could only brace himself against young Goku's relentless assault and devise another strategy. After all, this time on Earth, he had more than one spirit fruit to rely on. Jiang Wei observed and quickly discerned that the fruit seized from Dares indeed harbored a secret. The energy within, while partly derived from Earth's vital essence, was predominantly a type of energy unknown to Earth. Its hue appeared to be a vivid pink. Could it be that the spirit fruit had absorbed energy from Majin Buu, endowing it with capabilities far exceeding those of extraterrestrial origins? Majin Buu was sealed right here on Earth. Consuming fruit nourished by the energy of the sealed Majin Buu, was that truly safe? Jiang Wei stroked his chin, hesitant to make any guarantees. He would not underestimate Majin Buu. Better to let others tread carefully first. With that thought, Jiang Wei promptly declared, "Goku, is Dares dead? If not, hold your attack. He still serves a purpose." Acknowledging his brother's command, young Goku, who was currently mounted on Dares, gripping his collar and delivering punch after punch, immediately ceased his assault. Dares, despite being quite powerful, relied on fruit to bolster his combat prowess, and when it came to actual fighting, he always felt somewhat lacking. At that moment, Dares, clad in his armor-like battle suit now riddled with cracks and sporting a bruised visage, glared at young Goku with swollen eyes. "You insufferable brat. If it weren't for you despicably stealing my spirit fruit." With a sharp motion, a fruit was hurled back at Dares, striking him heavily on the head. "Here, take it back." Jiang Wei retrieved a small jar and tossed it to little Wukong, saying, "Inside are celestial beans. You are about to face the most arduous battle. I recommend you keep a few in your mouth." "Understood, big brother," little Wukong replied, catching the jar with ease, fully trusting Jiang Wei's advice. "You will come to regret this. And you too, you wretched little brat cockroach." Dales immediately took a hefty bite of the spiritual fruit he held. As the fruit entered his mouth, a formidable aura erupted from within him, causing his already robust muscles to swell even further. "Ha, your demise is imminent." Dales reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through him, far surpassing his previous strength. He crushed the unfinished fruit in his hand, juice splattering everywhere. This newfound strength was so immense that even Frieza would be left in the dust. "Black skin, you've only eaten one fruit, and you're already swelling up?" Frieza wouldn't even need to exert himself. He could annihilate you while sitting in a baby carriage. Jiang Wei mocked as he checked Dale's battle power with his scouter. Beep, beep. Dale's battle power 350,000. "Once I eliminate that brat cockroach, it will be your turn to perish, you worthless earthling," Dales declared arrogantly. "So powerful. I must give it my all." Little Wukong thought, facing Dales with a mix of determination and gravity. At this moment, Dales was undoubtedly the strongest adversary he had ever encountered since his debut. The blood-red aura surrounding little Wukong seemed to intensify. 20 times Kaioken. Beep, beep. Sun Wukong. Battle power 125,000. 20 times Kaioken. "Little brat, you've grown significantly stronger, but you are still no match for me. I shall return to you double the pain you inflicted upon me." Dales grinned menacingly, his form vanishing only to reappear inches from little Wukong's face. "Huh," little Wukong shouted, launching a fist imbued with his blood-red aura like a cannonball at Dale's face. It didn't breach his defenses. Dales merely smirked dismissively, abruptly driving his knee upward, striking little Wukong in the abdomen with tremendous force. Chapter 26, Black Skin Carrot. "Wah!" Little Wukong gasped, spitting blood, some of the celestial beings mixed within. Thrust backward like a cannonball from Dale's knee, he crashed into the sturdy branches of the spiritual fruit tree, snapping them with ease. Fortunately, he still had a celestial bean in his mouth, which he quickly swallowed, restoring him to full health. That last blow had nearly cost him his life. Seizing the moment while Dales was momentarily distracted, little Wukong pulled out the jar again and stuffed several more celestial beans into his mouth, pressing them under his tongue. Despite the inhumane strain of the 20 times Kaioken and the grievous injury inflicted by Dales, the celestial beings revitalized him completely. Little Wukong's Saiyan physiology began to take effect, enhancing his battle power considerably. You can take quite a beating, little brat. The fact that he hadn't been able to eliminate little Wukong in a single strike was a significant surprise to Dales. And then, little Goku engaged in a fierce battle with Dales. Nearby, Jiang Wei silently observed the skirmish, noting Dale's advantage and little Goku's disadvantage. He felt no concern for little Goku. For with the presence of the magical beings, as long as little Goku was not vanquished in an instant, all would be well. Even if little Goku were to be defeated, there was no cause for alarm. After all, the divine Jiang Wei would always be there to support. Under Dale's rapid punches, little Goku could only defend himself, enduring numerous heavy blows before being knocked down once more. He swallowed a magical bean. Again, he thought. Could this troublesome little rascal be invincible? Dales began to feel astonished. He sensed that with each fall and subsequent rise, little Goku only grew stronger. As their fierce combat wreaked havoc upon the canopy of the spirit fruit tree, the environment of Earth continued to deteriorate. The spirit fruit tree was growing uncontrollably, its tendrils and roots spreading across the globe, and nature was being mercilessly transformed into a desert. Jiang Wei remained unfazed by this. Even if the Earth were completely drained by the spirit fruit tree and could not be salvaged, he could simply resurrect it. For the divine dragon Jiang Wei, this was merely a trivial matter. You little brat, once I crush that tiny head of yours, I refuse to believe you can rise again, Dales thought. His expression shifting from ferocity to perplexity. Almost simultaneously, Dale's dark skin began to take on a pink hue. Indeed, the spirit fruit grown on Earth had been tainted by the power of Majin Buu. It was inedible. Majin Buu possessed the ability to assimilate others. Watching Dale struggle in terror, Jiang Wei shook his head. In this battle, neither little Goku nor Dales could gain the upper hand. Dale's defenses remained intact, while little Goku proved indestructible. The duration of the conflict exceeded the storyline, leading to the consumption of the spirit fruit tainted by Majin Buu's power, resulting in adverse effects. Although the spirit fruit was rendered useless, Dales likely still possessed seeds within him, and he could still provide value, all while training little Goku. Thus, Jiang Wei felt that he had not lost out. With a smile, Jiang Wei transformed into his human form as a divine dragon. He called out to little Goku, who was eager to take advantage of Dale's vulnerable state. Jiang Wei instantly appeared before Dales. This divine dragon can assist you. Allow me to help. It is a simple task. If I can restore the Earth, reviving a single individual is but a trifle. The pink hue on Dales vanished, and his dark skin gleamed. Ding. Energy aura acquired. Ding. Finger beam obtained. Ding. Large Kamehameha obtained. Ding. Saiyan low-level warrior bloodline, inactive, acquired. Just as Dales was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Wei, being his adversary, gently placed his hand upon Dale's robust form. Activate the rabbit's superpower. A cloud of white smoke enveloped Dales, and he disappeared, leaving only a black-skinned carrot to fall from the sky. Jiang Wei caught the black carrot, and a thought emerged in his mind. Turning to little Goku, he said, "Do you see this carrot in my hand? Upon consuming this carrot, one shall gain unparalleled strength." Little Goku pondered deeply before ultimately shaking his head. "I have no fondness for carrots, especially not those of the black-skinned variety. Haha, I jest." Jiang Wei playfully ruffled little Goku's hair and stored the black-skinned carrot within the system space. Even if little Goku were inclined to eat the carrot, Jiang Wei would not permit it. Such an act would be excessively cruel. Next, Jiang Wei unleashed the spirit bomb, mirroring the events of the narrative, and skillfully drained the energy from the spirit fruit tree, restoring the Earth's vitality to its former glory. With some time still at hand, he contemplated whether to accompany Goku to Namek via instant transmission to seize an opportunity. However, he decided against it. The gains thus far had been substantial, and one must not be insatiable, but rather know when to cease. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Wei relinquished the idea. System, return us home. Upon returning to their original realm, Jiang Wei pressed a button on his battle power detector. Beep beep. Jiang Wei noted, battle power 370,000. In dragon form, battle power 3,700,000. With 20x Kaioken, battle power 74,000,000. Son Goku, battle power 11,000. Jiang Wei had fulfilled Dales' wish, significantly enhancing his base battle power, while also acquiring several seemingly trivial key techniques from Dales. Little Goku, consuming the Senzu beans and activating the 20x Kaioken, along with the spirit fruits derived from the Earth, had his battle power surged to over 300,000. Dales had engaged in numerous fierce battles, and with the assistance of the Saiyan enhancements, his power had also exceeded 10,000. Jiang Wei mused that while the training methods of Yamcha and Krillin could be disregarded, it was time for little Goku to undergo a transformation. Thus, in collaboration with Bulma, he constructed a gravity chamber with a gravitational force 100 times that of Earth. Jiang Wei also resolved that it was time to unlock little Goku's potential. They returned to the Chaos planet, where Jiang Feng instructed little Goku to gaze at the full moon and transform into a great ape, subsequently unlocking his latent abilities. A fierce, untamed energy erupted from the great ape, creating a tempest that swayed nearby trees violently, as if they might snap at any moment. Jiang Wei marveled at the immense potential of a Saiyan in their great ape form. He eagerly anticipated how far little Goku would grow. The stronger little Goku became, the more Jiang Wei could elevate his own strength. Subsequently, Jiang Wei took little Goku to the temple to convey his intentions. He instructed little Goku to utilize the 100x gravity chamber within the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years. Presently, the time chamber could accommodate only one individual for a duration of 2 years. No longer was permissible. Jiang Wei began to contemplate the necessity of modifying the time chamber as a priority. After sending little Goku into the time chamber, Jiang Wei pondered how to handle the spirit tree seed acquired from Dales. To be frank, this item appeared rather superfluous. Despite Dales having obliterated numerous life planets and consuming countless fruits, he had only amassed a battle power of over 30,000. Moreover, in Jiang Wei's Dragon Ball universe, the spirit tree did not exist, thus raising the question of how to cultivate this seemingly useless entity without causing environmental destruction and while adhering to principles of sustainability. Perhaps I could seek out an expert in life sciences to investigate the spirit tree. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up as he thought of a suitable candidate. Chapter 27. Funding Dr. Gero's research on androids. Dr. Gero. Indeed, he is the very scientist who transformed himself into Android 20 and created the devastating Androids 17 and 18, which threatened to obliterate the future world. In the narrative, after the young Goku dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero vanished, likely receiving support from the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army and hiding in a secret laboratory to develop androids, all in pursuit of vengeance against Goku. However, in the Dragon Ball world where Jiang Wei resides, it was Tao Pai Pai who eradicated the Red Ribbon Army, and he too met his demise at the hands of the mighty Shenron. With Gero having lost his target for revenge, it remains uncertain whether the funding from the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army would wane. Nonetheless, Jiang Wei is determined to recruit Dr. Gero to serve him. The androids are formidable weapons, and Jiang Wei perceives a pressing need for such research. The reigning king, that insipid ruler, shows an utter lack of interest in the development of new weaponry, whether in the face of Majin Buu, Cell, or the impending threat of the demon. The armaments of the King's army have stagnated for decades, showing no signs of progression. If only they could develop Android 16. What could not be achieved against foes like the Demon King Piccolo or the Saiyans? Even if the Overlord of the universe sought vengeance, victory would still be within reach. With a little effort, they could demote Cell, and even against the unleashed Majin Buu, they would not be without a fighting chance. It would surely be better than the scene in which a multitude of tanks became mere targets for the rotund Buu. Jiang Wei opened his computer, utilizing the information provided by Dr. Brief to access a forum known only to the world's most eminent scientists. He initially sought merely to explore, not overly concerned if he failed to uncover any leads on Dr. Gero. He could always have Bulma make a wish. To his surprise, Dr. Gero also frequented this forum. Jiang Wei observed that, influenced by the global climate, the other scientists on the forum held a disdainful view toward Dr. Gero, who specialized in research on lethal weaponry. It is little wonder that Dr. Gero harbored resentment toward the young Goku, who had dismantled the Red Ribbon Army. Aside from that organization, no one showed interest in his research projects, nor would they be inclined to invest in him. Jiang Wei added Dr. Gero's contact information, and the two conversed for an entire afternoon. Dr. Gero expressed high regard for Jiang Wei, considering him a kindred spirit. Jiang Wei was not only learned, but, more importantly, wealthy, and he embraced Dr. Gero's research philosophy. With Tao Pai Pai's disappearance, the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army lost both their target for revenge and their vigilance. And due to the costly nature of Dr. Gero's android projects, they began to neglect him. Recognizing that his research required financial backing, Dr. Gero accepted the olive branch extended by Jiang Wei and agreed to work for him. In a remote and desolate mountain, there exists a high-tech research facility carved into the mountainside. This is indeed the secret laboratory of Dr. Gero. Are you Jiang Wei? An elderly man, appearing more youthful than his counterpart in the artificial human saga, inquired with a puzzled gaze at the imposing figure before him. Had it not been for the code Dr. Gero provided to Jiang Wei, he would never have permitted this muscular individual to enter. Greetings, Dr. Gero. I am Jiang Wei, and I have accepted your invitation to come here. As for my current appearance, I am quite occupied and unable to detach myself from the West City. So I have resorted to using a remote avatar to meet you. This avatar is an extraterrestrial being named Dales. I trust that my avatar will be beneficial to your research on artificial humans. With this avatar present, I can maintain communication with you at all times and also ensure your protection in times of danger. I have also brought along the research equipment from the list you provided last time, using a universal capsule. Jiang Wei smiled at the sight of Dr. Zero, whose attire bore a distinctive red and white emblem. With every wish he fulfilled, Jiang Wei acquired the essence of the Wishmaker. Thus Dales became a viable extension of himself. In fact, all those whose wishes Jiang Wei had realized were replicated into avatars, available for his command when necessary. Once again, it must be stated, the Dragon system is unparalleled. However, much like a secondary character in an online game, these avatars lack independent agency and require Jiang Wei's primary self to direct their actions. Should an avatar be destroyed, as long as Jiang Wei's primary self remains intact, the avatar can continuously resurrect. Yet, this resurrection takes an hour and does not allow for instantaneous revival. The lack of autonomous action, coupled with the necessity of occupying Jiang Wei's attention, renders these avatars somewhat impractical in his view. Nevertheless, in situations where he cannot be physically present, such as now, delegating tasks to his avatar proves to be more than sufficient. As for the authentic Dales, he has been transformed into a black carrot using the extraordinary powers of a rabbit and has been relegated to the system space, gathering dust. An extraterrestrial being? Dr. Zero exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement as he eagerly approached Dales, unable to contain his fascination. Given the current circumstances, Dr. Zero's research materials consisted solely of Earth's subpar inhabitants, with only scant information available on renowned martial artists for study. A living extraterrestrial being was simply marvelous. Utilizing the avatar Dales, Jiang Wei assisted Dr. Zero with various research endeavors and engaged in discussions regarding technical issues, ultimately leaving Dales with Dr. Zero as a research specimen. Naturally, Jiang Wei did not overlook the seed of the spiritual tree, which he entrusted to Dr. Zero for examination. Dr. Zero eagerly accepted, showing a keen interest in the extraterrestrial plant seeds. After returning from the hyperbolic time chamber, where he trained under 100 times Earth's gravity, Sun Wukong not only aged 2 years, but also experienced a significant enhancement in strength. Beep. Combat power, 1000000. Jiang Wei promptly resolved to replicate Sun Wukong's training achievements, encouraging him to make a wish. He indulged in a sumptuous feast of the most exquisite roasted meat in the world. By fulfilling Sun Wukong's desire, Jiang Wei himself grew even stronger. Beep. Jiang Wei, battle power 1. 2 million. In his transformed form as a humanoid divine dragon, battle power 12 million. With the 20-fold Kaioken, battle power 240 million. Haha. My current battle power finally enables me to tear apart the Great King. Jiang Wei laughed heartily towards the sky. Months later, Dr. Zero made initial progress in his research on the spirit tree seeds, developing an improved variant. This new seed, while still capable of being planted on life planets, unlike the original, absorbs the planet's nutrients gently rather than draining it dry. It exemplifies the distinction between exploiting resources and sustainable development. Jiang Wei planted the improved spirit tree seed on a primitive, uninhabited planet. A month later, he harvested some spirit tree fruits. At the level of strength that Jiang Wei and little Goku had attained, these fruits were rather trivial. However, for the people of Earth, they would undoubtedly enhance their power significantly. Ding. Yamcha, battle power 550. Krillin, battle power 700. Bulma, battle power 300. Oolong, battle power 80. Puar, battle power 80. The first consumption of the spirit tree fruit yields the best effects, with diminishing returns thereafter. Moreover, the specific effects are also linked to the consumer's potential. My dear, you can participate in the next World Martial Arts Tournament, and securing third place will be a breeze, Jiang Wei said, kissing Bulma gently and smiling. Really? That is wonderful. Bulma responded, blushing with delight. Now endowed with a formidable power she had previously only dared to dream of, Bulma also wished for the opportunity to showcase her abilities. Yamcha felt a bit disheartened. It was one thing to be outmatched by little Goku, but how could that later, noseless brat surpass him in strength? Sensing Yamcha's inner turmoil, Jiang Wei wanted to tell him, awakening to compare potential with the strongest earthling? Wake up. As for why Jiang Wei could perceive Yamcha's thoughts, both Master Roshi and King Kai possessed mental abilities, did they not? Chapter 28. The Red Ribbon Army summons the dragon. A month later. Ding. Master. A parallel world of Dragon Balls has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls projection and has summoned you. Yamcha, Krillin, train on your own. I have matters to attend to, Jiang Wei said, bidding farewell to Bulma before vanishing in a brilliant golden light. In another Dragon Ball world, thunder roared across the sky, an oppressive force descending upon the land as if heralding the end of days. In the Devil King's castle. This is impossible. Someone has summoned the dragon. Why? I thought I had killed the dragon. The glass filled with red wine shattered as the Devil King exclaimed in disbelief. In a desolate town, upon being summoned, the great dragon Jiang surveyed his surroundings with an amused gaze. He found himself in a town, and not far off was a massive crater, clearly formed by a meteor strike. Evidently, this was the cause of the town's destruction. Jiang Wei easily discerned that the crater was the result of an attack akin to a ki blast. As his gaze descended, Jiang Wei beheld a squad of soldiers clad in military uniforms, armed and vigilant, exhibiting a heightened state of alertness towards their surroundings. Each soldier bore insignias of red and white upon their garments. It appeared that the Red Ribbon Army had summoned him forth. How intriguing, Jiang Wei chuckled, unperturbed by the prospect of granting the Black Marshal's desire for increased stature. Speak your wishes, for I, the Divine Dragon, can fulfill them. Divine Dragon, can you eradicate the Demon King Piccolo? An officer from the Red Ribbon Army stepped forward, hope glimmering in his eyes. The Demon King Piccolo? Is it not the height that the Black Marshal seeks? Jiang, the Divine Dragon, was taken aback. Observing the dragon's momentary confusion, the officer sighed. Could it be that even a being capable of granting all wishes cannot vanquish the Demon King Piccolo? Alas! Regaining his composure, Jiang Wei inquired curiously, the Demon King Piccolo? Which Demon King are you referring to? Which else could it be? It is the vile creature released from its seal by that rascal of a mixed rice dish. The one who nearly brought about the world's destruction. The officer's teeth clenched, laced with intense fear. So it is that feeble creature. I thought you were speaking of the Sun family's caretaker. Jiang Wei sensed the mightiest aura on earth at that moment, which was even weaker than that of his girlfriend. Bulma. Jiang Wei continued with curiosity. What of Sun Wukong? Where has he gone? Why does he not emerge to vanquish that weakling, the Demon King Piccolo? The officer, perplexed, replied, Sun Wukong? I have not heard of him. Can he truly defeat the Demon King Piccolo? Divine Dragon, where is this Sun Wukong? His eyes rekindled with the flame of hope to overthrow the Demon King Piccolo. Quite simply, Jiang Wei relayed the information he had acquired to the officer. Sun Wukong is a Saiyan, originally named Kakarot. As an infant, en route to Earth from planet Vegeta, he was unfortunate enough to be discovered by a subordinate of the cosmic tyrant Frieza, named Guldo, who fired a shot that obliterated the spacecraft he traveled in, leaving not a trace behind. The officer's jaw dropped in disbelief. What? The savior capable of defeating the Demon King Piccolo perished as an infant on his journey to Earth? It is over. The world is doomed. He then asked, filled with renewed hope, Divine Dragon, is there no other way to defeat the Demon King Piccolo? Amidst the hopeful gazes of the crowd, Jiang, the Divine Dragon, raised a claw and shook it. That is the second wish. We shall meet again shortly. The colossal figure of the dragon transformed into 7 radiant golden beams before vanishing. Divine Dragon, how unreliable you are. The officer cursed vehemently. The Red Ribbon Army had invested significant effort to gather the inexplicably appeared 7 Dragon Balls, only to receive this? Who is truly unreliable here? I have not departed yet. A 3-meter-tall, azure creature, somewhat resembling the previous dragon, materialized before the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army. The soldiers' faces paled, their demeanor shifting to one of utmost alarm, as they aimed their weapons at this sudden apparition. Are you the Divine Dragon? Are you not a subordinate of the Demon King Piccolo? The officer, filled with uncertainty, inquired. The sudden appearance of the azure dragon-like figure bore a striking resemblance to the minions of the nefarious King Piccolo, those green-skinned monsters that hatched from the eggs expelled by him. However, those green beings were notoriously brutal, slaughtering anyone in their path and wreaking havoc without mercy towards humanity. You may make a single wish to this Divine Dragon, a wish to summon a savior from another realm to eradicate King Piccolo. You must act swiftly. I sense faint presences approaching you. Clearly, these are minions of King Piccolo, and they are coming for you. Time is of the essence, the great dragon Jiang kindly warned. Although he did not consider himself a champion of justice, Jiang Wei was willing to partake in a bit of world saving, for he preferred a society brimming with positive energy. To foster a positive society, one must start with oneself. Naturally, how to save the world would be according to Jiang Wei's preferences. Beep. Unknown combat power is rapidly approaching. The officer's countenance changed dramatically upon hearing this. In the face of imminent danger, there was no time for hesitation. He promptly complied. Despite their elite status as soldiers armed with powerful weaponry, they were merely lambs to the slaughter before King Piccolo's green minions. Divine Dragon, please bring forth the savior capable of defeating King Piccolo. The officer urgently beseeched Jiang, the great dragon. It is quite simple. Jiang Wei snapped his fingers. Before the hopeful eyes of the soldiers, a youthful and radiant maiden materialized before them. Could this girl truly defeat the tyrant King Piccolo, who ruled the world? The officer, representing the collective skepticism, voiced his doubts. Bulma stood in bewilderment. One moment, she was at home, and the next, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Upon realizing that she was surrounded by soldiers clad in uniforms emblazoned with red and white insignia, brandishing formidable firearms, Bulma felt a wave of fear wash over her, prompting her to raise her hands in a French salute. This was the Red Ribbon Army, the most notorious dark organization in the world. My dear, lower your hands. Jiang Wei reassured her. However, when Bulma noticed Jiang Wei gazing at her with a warm smile, she immediately felt a sense of safety and rushed into his embrace. Big brother, Bulma said shyly, embarrassed that she had saluted in front of her destined partner. What are you afraid of, my dear? With your current strength, vanquishing these soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army would be effortless, regardless of their firearms. Jiang Wei gently stroked Bulma's hair. But, big brother, I'm not accustomed to this yet. After all, the Red Ribbon Army is notorious worldwide for its ferocity. Who wouldn't he be afraid of them? Bulma replied. Her cheeks flushed. She had now realized that after consuming the spiritual fruit Jiang Wei had given her, she possessed immense power. What was there to fear from the Red Ribbon Army? By the way, brother, what is the situation with these soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army? Bulma inquired with curiosity. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed. It is you wretched humans who dare to summon the eternal dragon with the intent to thwart the illustrious Lord Piccolo, who seeks to dominate the world. You dare to defy him? All shall face death. Suddenly, 10 bare-chested green-skinned monsters appeared, encircling the hundreds of Red Ribbon Army soldiers along with Jiang Wei and Bulma. Chapter 29, The Savior, Bulma. Beep, beep. Green-skinned monsters, battle power 120. Red Ribbon Army soldier, battle power 5. Officer, battle power 7. These are the minions of Lord Piccolo. Upon seeing the green-skinned creatures, the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army were engulfed in panic. They raised their weapons and unleashed a hail of gunfire upon the minions of Lord Piccolo, bullets raining down like a storm. Ha ha ha. The green-skinned monsters did not retaliate. Instead, they stood unharmed amidst the tumultuous barrage of bullets, gazing disdainfully at the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army who launched the futile assault. Just feeble humans, engaged in a desperate struggle. Bulma, an opportunity awaits you to become the savior of this world. Would you seize it? Jiang Wei succinctly relayed the circumstances to Bulma, her eyes sparkling with excitement. To become the savior of a world, what could be more glorious? Brother, do you think I can do it? Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with enthusiasm. I say you can. And you shall. Rest assured, I will support you, Jiang Wei reassured her. Then, Savior Bulma, let your quest to save the world commence by vanquishing the minions of the Dark Lord, Jiang Wei directed, pointing to the grinning green-skinned monster poised to strike down the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army. Brother, watch me. Thrilled at the chance to prove herself before Jiang Wei, Bulma unleashed her prowess, swiftly taking down all the green creatures without sparing a single one. In the narrative, during her quest for the Dragon Balls, Bulma carried a pistol, ready to decisively defend herself in times of peril, not the gentle-hearted saint one might expect. It was astonishing to witness this seemingly delicate girl actually able to defeat the invulnerable minions of Lord Piccolo. It is well known that even a single one of these green creatures could effortlessly obliterate an entire town. I now harbor no doubt that this young lady is indeed the savior capable of vanquishing Lord Piccolo. As Bulma dispatched the 10 seemingly invincible green-skinned monsters with ease, the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army erupted in cheers. These minions of Lord Piccolo were no foes they could easily overcome, yet, through Bulma, they glimpsed the hope of defeating Lord Piccolo and restoring peace to the world. Savior, we shall escort you to our secret headquarters, an officer stepped forward, saluting Bulma with utmost respect. What do you think, brother? Bulma reveled in the profound respect bestowed upon her by the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army surrounding her. Yet, with Jiang Wei present, she remained accustomed to his authoritative presence. My dear, you are the savior, Jiang Wei affectionately remarked, gazing at Bulma. I wish to first see my father and mother in this world, Bulma expressed with curiosity. Ignoring the throng of the Red Ribbon Army, the two ascended into the sky, soaring towards West City. Jiang Wei had already taught Bulma the art of flight. As they journeyed towards West City, they encountered scarcely any signs of human activity on the ground. Every city they passed had been reduced to ruins. The devastation was marked by numerous craters, resembling meteorite impacts, created by energy blasts. Without a doubt, these were the consequences of the malevolent deeds of King Piccolo. It was only upon reaching West City that they finally encountered signs of life. However, West City was no longer the bustling metropolis it once was. Remnants of walls lay scattered, and weary, ragged individuals scavenged through the debris, searching for usable resources. None noticed Jiang Wei and Bulma as they descended from the heavens. Brother, are our father and mother in this world safe? Bulma inquired anxiously upon witnessing the desolation of West City. I can only sense the presence of Dr. Brief, Jiang Wei replied, his words laden with unspoken implications. In his perception, the absence of Bulma and Mrs. Brief's energy suggested that misfortune had befallen them. Feeling a deep sorrow, the two arrived at Bulma's home. The once expansive and luxurious villa now lay in ruins, much like the surrounding structures, reduced to mere debris. With familiarity, Bulma entered the access code, leading them into another realm, her home. Who is it? Dr. Brief, startled, approached with a shotgun in hand. His face unshaven and his demeanor fierce, entirely different from his counterpart in Jiang Wei's world. Bulma, Am I dreaming? I see you again, Dr. Brief exclaimed, dropping his shotgun in a rush, and enveloped Bulma in a heartfelt embrace, tears of joy streaming down his face. Father, Bulma responded, moved by the genuine emotions radiating from this world's Dr. Brief. Greetings. I am Jiang Wei. Here is what transpired, Jiang Wei stated, patiently waiting for Dr. Brief to regain his composure before explaining the situation. It appears you come from another world, Dr. Brief declared, offering cherished snacks and beverages to Jiang Wei and Bulma. Lighting a cigarette for himself. Father, could you tell us what has become of my counterpart and mother in this world? Bulma set her drink aside, inquiring earnestly. With a heavy sigh, Dr. Brief gazed at Bulma, his daughter from another realm, and recounted the tragically sorrowful tale. In this world, Bulma and Mrs. Brief met with misfortune during King Piccolo's initial assault on West City. Only the fortunate Dr. Brief, who was working in his home laboratory at the time, narrowly escaped disaster. Brother, is it possible to resurrect my mother and me in this world? The melancholic Bulma inquired of Jiang Wei. Certainly, Jiang Wei replied. But you must first vanquish the demon King Piccolo. Thank you, brother. A glimmer of hope illuminated Bulma's countenance. What are you two discussing? Dr. Brief asked, perplexed. Father, my brother is the eternal dragon who can grant any wish, Bulma explained, filling Dr. Brief with renewed optimism. The familiar Dr. Brief, known to Jiang Wei and Bulma, had returned. He further questioned how the world had descended into chaos, where the infant son Goku had been obliterated by Frieza's brother, Cooler. Dr. Brief shared the intelligence he had gathered over the years with the inquisitive Jiang Wei and Bulma. In this world, Earth lacked Son Goku. The character known as Zarbin had amassed 7 Dragon Balls and wished to become the ruler of the entire world. Subsequently, the nefarious Commander Red of the Red Ribbon Army also collected the Dragon Balls, successfully transforming himself into a towering figure, surpassing even his African lieutenant in height by 5 centimeters. Thereafter, the Red Ribbon Army, intent on global domination, commenced a war to overthrow Zarbin. The forces of Zarbin were no match for the Red Ribbon Army and were soon vanquished. In a bid for restoration, Zarbin, accompanied by 2 companions, sought out the seal of the demon King Piccolo and liberated him from his confinement. This act reversed the tide of battle, leading to the defeat of the Red Ribbon Army that had once claimed dominion over the world. Yet, Zarbin's attempt at restoration proved futile, as the ungrateful demon King Piccolo annihilated him and his companions, ascending as the new sovereign of the world, subjecting all to his reign of terror. At this moment, the Red Ribbon Army began to ally with the remnants of Zarbin's forces to resist the demon King Piccolo. Chapter 30. Bulma defeats the demon King Piccolo. Thank you for your hospitality, Dr. Brief. Bulma and I have matters to attend to. We must take our leave. Father, farewell. Once I defeat the demon King Piccolo, you will be reunited with Mother and me, Jiang Wei said as he waved goodbye at the door. It was only after their departure that Dr. Brief grasped the implications of his daughter's words from another world. After bidding farewell to Dr. Brief, Jiang Wei, disinterested in the lengthy flight to the secret headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, utilized instant transmission with Bulma to reach their clandestine base. Having locked onto the energy signature of Dr. Gero. Who are you? Dr. Gero exclaimed in surprise upon encountering the heavily guarded headquarters and the sudden appearance of 2 strangers. Greetings, Dr. Gero. I am your friend from another world, Jiang Wei, he responded with a smile. Through their conversation, Jiang Wei acquired various experimental data on androids from Dr. Gero. Due to the necessity of combating the demon King Piccolo, this world's Dr. Gero had pursued research into androids, engaging in numerous experiments that would be met with severe condemnation and restrictions in Jiang Wei and Bulma's world, including inhumane practices now permissible in his own. Thus, the Dr. Gero of this world has acquired experimental data that would undoubtedly provoke envy in his counterpart from another realm. Jiang Wei must retrieve this data and present it to Dr. Gero, significantly accelerating his advancements in android research. This serves as the impetus for Jiang Wei's visit to Dr. Gero in this universe. As for the Red Ribbon Army, they have always been inconsequential, concealing his true prowess. Jiang Wei, accompanied by Bulma, pinpointed the energy signature of King Piccolo and instantaneously teleported before him. They are limited to a mere 24 hours in this realm, necessitating efficiency. The green-skinned fiend has already wished for the restoration of his youth through the dragon of this world, subsequently severing ties with the Earth-S dragon, reminiscent of the plot's events. Ding. King Piccolo, power level 260. Jiang Wei, power level 5, concealed strength. Bulma, power level 300. Green Monster 1, power level 120. Green Monster 2, power level 180. Green Monster 3, power level 200. King Piccolo, robust and towering, exudes a formidable strength that instills dread across the globe. His face adorned with a cruel grin as he gazes upon Jiang Wei and Bulma, who have suddenly materialized in his castle. Foolish mortals. Have you not yet learned your lesson? Do you dare to challenge me once more? King Piccolo sneered with malice. Jiang Wei, uninterested in engaging with such vermin, gestured for Bulma to take the lead in dialogue. This expedition against King Piccolo is not merely a battle, it is a quest to save the world, where Bulma shall take center stage. King Piccolo, today marks your doom. I shall eradicate you, Bulma exclaimed, shaking her fist in anger. Ha ha ha, foolish girl. You never tire of making such absurd jokes. King Piccolo laughed arrogantly. Esteemed King Piccolo, permit us to eliminate these two audacious fools who dare to defy you. One of King Piccolo's minions stepped forward to curry favor with his master. It has been long since I have had the pleasure of some entertainment. How delightful to encounter such oblivious challengers today, he continued. I require no assistance. Step back, King Piccolo commanded, stretching his limbs. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a sudden burst of speed, vanishing from sight. The next instant, Bulma was struck fiercely, stumbling several paces back. To my surprise, you possess some strength, King Piccolo remarked, astonished that Bulma could withstand his blow and only be pushed back a few steps, far beyond his expectations. Darling, just perform as you normally would. This King Piccolo's power level is inferior to yours, Jiang Wei advised, frowning slightly. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words and recalling his guidance, Bulma steadied herself and delivered a powerful straight punch toward King Piccolo, who stood before her. The disparity of 40 points in power level would not allow King Piccolo to inflict genuine harm upon Bulma. The formidable King Piccolo was unexpectedly struck in the face by Bulma's punch, sending him hurtling several meters away. His subordinates gasped in shock and prepared to surround Bulma, only to be swiftly dispatched by Jiang Wei's Kamehameha. Mere cannon fodder should behave like cannon fodder, Jiang Wei remarked, nonchalantly blowing on his fingertips. Woman, that punch of yours was rather impressive. I find this quite intriguing. King Piccolo wiped the green blood from the corner of his mouth, though inwardly he felt a profound wariness towards Bulma and her companion, Jiang Wei, who had garnered his attention. Well, a wolf in sheep's clothing. You've taken care of my beloved subordinates. King Piccolo sneered defiantly. Do not concern yourself with me. Today, the protagonist is Bulma. In response to King Piccolo's guarded demeanor, Jiang Wei retorted with a disdainful expression. What a joke. Am I to believe that the great King Piccolo fears me? Once I have dealt with this woman, I shall turn my sights upon you. The battle resumed as Bulma and King Piccolo engaged in yet another round. Bulma held a combat power advantage of 40 points over King Piccolo, a disparity representing the difference between his aged state and the rejuvenated vigor he once possessed. Yet, King Piccolo excelled in combat experience, making their encounter evenly matched. Jiang Wei observed silently, watching Bulma play the game. As the clash between Bulma and King Piccolo intensified, the battleground expanded beyond the confines of the once mighty demon castle, which had been reduced to rubble amidst their fierce skirmish. They exchanged blows and energy blasts in a relentless back and forth. However, as Bulma gained experience and adapted to the fight, King Piccolo began to falter. This is impossible. I, King Piccolo, am invincible. No one in this world can defeat me, he roared, refusing to accept the impending defeat. Yet, even in his denial, Bulma struck him squarely in the abdomen, following up with an uppercut that sent him flying. Following Jiang Wei's instructions, Bulma extended her index finger towards the retreating King Piccolo and unleashed a Kamehameha, the slender beam piercing through his heart. I have failed, but the demon race shall not be annihilated. Go forth, my child. In his last moments, King Piccolo's neck swelled as he faced the sky, expelling an egg before his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Both the egg and King Piccolo's lifeless body were collected by Jiang Wei and stored within the system's space. Chapter 31. A date with Bulma, recovering launch. Soon, news spread across the globe that a savior named Bulma had vanquished the terrifying King Piccolo. Long life. Naturally, Bulma garnered the admiration of the populace as a revered hero in this world. As for the remnants of King Piccolo, Jiang Wei took it upon himself to deal with them on behalf of the people. Subsequently, at Jiang Wei's behest, Dr. Zeno made a wish to the eternal dragon, seeking to resurrect all the kind souls who perished due to King Piccolo's tyranny. In this world, Bulma and Mrs. Brief were, of course, revived and reunited with Dr. Brief. Upon fulfilling Dr. Zero's wish, Jiang Wei acquired the brilliance of Dr. Zero. Despite Bulma's insistence, Jiang Wei refrained from departing immediately. Instead, he lingered for a full 24 hours before returning to their original world. Brother, this journey has been absolutely magnificent, Bulma exclaimed, excitedly leaning against Jiang Wei's arm. Unable to extricate himself, Jiang Wei sent forth a clone to deliver the experimental data on androids, obtained from the other world's Dr. Zero, along with the remains of King Piccolo to this world's Dr. Zero. The latter gazed at the data and the remains in his hands, his eyes sparkling with the fervor of Popeye encountering spinach. With the intellect of the other world's Dr. Zero at his disposal, Jiang Wei collaborated seamlessly with Dr. Zero to significantly advance their research on androids. In the ensuing months, Jiang Wei, accompanied by Bulma and Dr. Brief, journeyed to the temple, where they sought divine approval to commence the renovation project of the hyperbolic time chamber. Bulma, having invented the time machine in the future world, and Dr. Brief, the creator of the universal capsule, formed a formidable duo, one proficient in spatial technology and the other possessing an extraordinary aptitude for temporal science. With Jiang Wei's assistance, and after surmounting numerous technical challenges through diligent effort, they successfully transformed the hyperbolic time chamber into an unrestricted upgrade tool for use at will. Once the upgrade was complete, Jiang Wei placed Yamcha and Krillin inside the hyperbolic time chamber for training. After 3 days, equivalent to 3 years within the chamber, their combat powers experienced a remarkable enhancement. Beep. Yamcha, power level 2000. Krillin, power level 3000. Soon after, Bulma's birthday arrived, and the group presented her with gifts. Shyly, Bulma made a birthday wish. She desired to go on a date with Jiang Wei, just a date, with nothing else. Bulma, I've been in West City for a while now without exploring this grand metropolis. How about you show me around? Jiang Wei suggested, gently holding Bulma's small hand and smiling at her. Thank you, brother, Bulma replied, her joy almost lifting her off the ground. The following day, Jiang Wei granted Yamcha and Krillin a day off, allowing them to freely pursue their activities. Little Goku harbors no fondness for leisurely pursuits. Rather, he prefers to remain ensconced within the confines of a gravity chamber boasting a 100-fold increase in weight. Such is the nature of a true training aficionado. Before stepping out, Bulma adorned herself with great care, looking resplendent. She then linked arms with Jiang Wei, her face aglow with bliss, as they left the house together. Gazing at Jiang Wei's handsome and steadfast countenance while chewing gum with a charmingly roguish flair, Bulma found herself utterly captivated. Observing her infatuation, Jiang Wei seized the moment and planted an unabashed kiss on her lips. Brother, Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with shyness. In such a public setting, it was indeed a source of embarrassment. Darling, how could I resist? You are simply irresistible today, Jiang Wei replied with a cheeky grin. The couple first strolled through a park, then attended a film, and subsequently, under Bulma's guidance, ventured to the largest shopping mall in West City. With Jiang Wei by her side, Bulma was elated, acquiring a plethora of items, some useful, others not, while shopping. At the checkout counter, Jiang Wei insisted on paying, proclaiming that it would be unthinkable for his girlfriend to foot the bill on a date. Such matters pertain to a man's pride, after all. Although Jiang Wei jested about relying on a wealthy patroness to replicate the blissful existence of Vegeta, he was, in truth, not lacking in funds. Setting aside the billions acquired from the confiscation of Tao Bai Bai's assets, as a dragon, Jiang Wei required money primarily to grant wishes to his subordinates. The lost pirate treasure from the narrative had been allocated by Jiang Wei to finance Dr. Gero's android project. Moreover, with his current scientific prowess, Jiang Wei was capable of inventing numerous products to launch into the market for substantial profit, akin to Dr. Brief, who ascended to the status of the world's richest due to his universal capsules. Alternatively, if he found it too cumbersome, he could simply rely on his formidable strength. King, it's time to pay your protection fee. Does that mutt dare to refuse? In any case, Jiang Wei was not Vegeta, nor did he depend on a rich benefactor. He was financially secure in his own right. As dusk fell, Jiang Wei and Bulma, laughing and chatting on their way home, passed by a bank when an explosion suddenly erupted. From the billowing smoke emerged a blonde beauty, one hand wielding a submachine gun and the other clutching an enormous bag from which cash occasionally tumbled. Make way! The blonde beauty shouted fiercely upon spotting them. Lan Chi. Jiang Wei recognized the familiar figure rushing toward him with startling clarity. Evidently, due to the repercussions of Jiang Wei's interference with little Goku, Lan Chi had not accompanied Master Roshi. For reasons unknown, she had arrived in West City to rob a bank. However, this was of no concern to Jiang Wei. As he held back Bulma, who was eager to subdue the bank robber, he intended to give the blonde Lan Chi a clear passage. Just as she dashed past him, Lan Chi sneezed, resulting in an unexpected twist. At that very moment, the blue-haired Lan Chi emerged, standing perplexed with a large sack of money in hand. Not far off, the wailing sirens of police cars could be heard. Follow me, Jiang Wei urged. As Jiang Wei looked upon the gentle and virtuous blue-haired Lan Chi, whom he favored over the wild and aggressive blonde Lan Chi, he beckoned her to toss aside her pouch and accompany him and Bulma back home. Bulma, having no objections to Jiang Wei's decision, allowed it to unfold. Due to Jiang Wei's choice, Lan Chi missed her chance of being discovered by Goku and joining the main cast. However, fate had a way of bringing her back into the fold, as she was soon reclaimed by Jiang Wei, destined to be part of the protagonist group. Lan Chi, do you have a place to go? Jiang Wei inquired, offering the blue-haired Lan Chi a cup of tea. As she cradled the cup and took a delicate sip, she found herself perplexed as to how this unfamiliar handsome stranger knew her name. Nevertheless, she replied earnestly, I have nowhere to go. Perfect. My home is in need of a maid, so why not stay? Jiang Wei decided. Thus, a beautiful maid graced Bulma's household. Chapter 32, a medley of rice and schemes. Ding, ding. Blonde Lan Chi, Battle Power 8. Blue-haired Lan Chi, Battle Power 3. Lan Chi settled into her role as a maid at Bulma's home, quickly earning accolades from Dr. Brief, Mrs. Brief, and Bulma herself. In matters of household management, blue-haired Lan Chi proved to be an absolute expert. Of course, the unpredictable blonde Lan Chi occasionally burst forth, brandishing a micro-firearm she had mysteriously acquired, ready to unleash her chaotic antics. However, Jiang Wei was not Master Rashi. He would not indulge her. Whenever blonde Lan Chi dared to act out, Jiang Wei was prepared to set her straight. After being reprimanded a few times, blonde Lan Chi learned to behave, refraining from causing trouble. Moreover, she developed a blush-inducing interest in Jiang Wei, who could easily subdue her. That man, who chewed gum and exuded a charmingly rogue demeanor, was undeniably strong, and he had a cold-hearted edge, capable of being ruthless even towards women. Truly, he was quite to her liking. Hey, Jiang Wei, with such formidable strength, why not partner with me? Together, we could rob every bank in the world. Blonde Lan Chi exclaimed with excitement one day. Jiang Wei merely shot her a bemused glance. You already know of my strength, with my abilities. Do I really need to rob every bank? Isn't it more appealing to collect protection fees from that king's dog? Blonde Lan Chi was astounded. Collecting protection fees from the ruler of the world, His Majesty the King? No wonder I have my eyes on you. What audacity! After her escapades, as long as she refrained from recklessly firing her micro-firearm, Jiang Wei imposed no restrictions on blonde Lan Chi's movements. Even when Jiang Wei took the time to train Bulma, Wulong, and Puar, he allowed Lan Chi to practice alongside them. As for Yamcha and Krillin, they had moved to a different area, continuing their training in the tenfold gravity environment left behind by Goku. After they entered the hyperbolic time chamber and surpassed a battle power of 1,000, Jiang Wei also unlocked their potential, allowing Krillin to experiment with the ultra-divine water. The result was that even the strongest Earthling could not withstand the ultra-divine water and met an untimely demise. After being resurrected by the great Jiang, Krillin was still haunted by the memories of the super-divine water. Yamcha secretly reveled in the situation. True camaraderie does not necessarily require sharing in joy, but it certainly demands enduring hardship together. Meanwhile, Zazu Fan had not given up on his ambition to become the ruler of the world, tirelessly scouring the globe with his two companions to collect Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to grant his wishes. However, the three disciples of the Crane School were also on a quest, searching far and wide for the Dragon Balls in hopes of resurrecting Tao Bai Bai. Unfortunately, their strength paled in comparison to Zazu Fan's trio, rendering them incapable of snatching the Dragon Balls from the Crane School's grasp. Driven mad by his desire to reign as the world's sovereign, Zazu Fan devised a desperate plan. He recalled the legendary demon King Piccolo, who had nearly brought about the world's destruction centuries ago. He believed that harnessing Piccolo's formidable power could enable him to rule, even if he failed to gather the Dragon Balls. Following the cryptic clues regarding Piccolo's fate mentioned in the legends, Zazu Fan and his companions diligently searched the depths of the ocean, ultimately discovering a dilapidated rice cooker adorned with ominous symbols that sealed the Demon King within. Your Majesty Zazu Fan, are we truly safe in freeing the Demon King Piccolo? After all, he is a malevolent being who nearly annihilated the world centuries ago. Little Wu inquired with palpable concern. Zazu Fan hesitated, but his insatiable greed for power ultimately prevailed. He turned to his two subordinates and remarked, "It should be fine, right? No matter how wicked Piccolo may be, we are the ones liberating him from centuries of confinement. Surely he will be grateful to us and assist me in becoming the ruler of the world in return for my kindness." Little Wu and Ashio remained visibly anxious. With a heart full of trepidation, Zazu Fan reached out and peeled away the tattered seal on the rice cooker. Ha! The Demon King Piccolo has returned. A blinding light erupted, revealing an aged and wrinkled green creature clad in a robe emblazoned with a demonic symbol before Zazu Fan and his companions. As Piccolo reveled in his re-entry into the world, Zazu Fan rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic grin plastered on his face. With a humble demeanor, he addressed Piccolo. "Demon King Piccolo, do you know that we freed you from this rice cooker? So, what do you have to say, little one?" Piccolo's face twisted into a malevolent grin as he fixed his gaze upon Zazu Fan and his companions, his eyes devoid of humanity. Little Wu and Ashio clung to each other in terror, their faces ashen. Yes, I released you, so please show me some gratitude. I won't ask you to do anything too troublesome. Simply use your immense power to help me become the ruler of the world. And that can be your way of repaying my kindness, Zazu Fan stammered, fear creeping into his voice, yet he mustered the courage to voice his demands. Ha! The Demon King Piccolo erupted into raucous laughter, as though he had just heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Observing his reaction, Zuifan suddenly realized that liberating Piccolo from his seal had been an egregious error. Regret washed over him, yet it was too late. He could hardly return Piccolo to the confines of the rice cooker. Becoming the sovereign ruler of the world didn't seem too bad, after all. As Piccolo laughed heartily, he suddenly coughed a few times, his demeanor shifting to a somber one as he inquired of Zuifan, "That little imp you saw? I've grown old. My strength pales in comparison to my youth. Assisting you in becoming the ruler of the world is not out of the question. But do you possess any means to restore my youth and reclaim my former power?" "Piccolo, on Earth, there are 7 Dragon Balls. If one gathers all 7, A wish-granting dragon can be summoned. You may wish to regain your youth and former strength. Zoifin replied with hope. Little imp, tell me, where are the 7 Dragon Balls now? I must find them at once. Piccolo asked eagerly. His aging body had not only diminished in power, but also felt the impending approach of death. Finding the Dragon Balls quickly, summoning the dragon, and restoring his youth was his sole hope for survival. Piccolo, I do not know where the Dragon Balls are. Only that 3 martial artists are also in pursuit of them. They likely possess the Dragon Balls, and to obtain them, we must defeat these 3 martial artists. Zoifin gritted his teeth. Had it not been for the meddlesome Crane School trio, he would have already gathered the Dragon Balls, summoned the dragon, and made his wish to become the ruler of the world. Instead, he found himself in this dire predicament. Asu and Xiaowu nodded vigorously beside him, affirming their leader's words. Chapter 33, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Martial artists. After hundreds of years, have these wretched rodents not yet perished? Piccolo's eyes narrowed, and his frail form suddenly radiated an aura of lethal danger. Centuries prior, it had been a martial artist who had sealed him within the rice cooker using the demon seal wave. Piccolo harbored a deep-seated hatred for martial artists. Very well. Let us eliminate these accursed rodents and seize the Dragon Balls from them. Tell me, where can I find these vermin? Piccolo demanded menacingly. Piccolo, aside from knowing they are scouring the world for the Dragon Balls, I cannot say where they currently are. However, I am aware that the new World Martial Arts Tournament has commenced, and I suspect they will certainly attend, Zoifin replied, trembling with fear. Then let us proceed to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Not only shall we seize the Dragon Balls and summon the dragon to restore my youth, but we shall also eradicate these wretched rodents once and for all, Piccolo declared with a malevolent grin. Once the martial artists have been vanquished, there shall be no further risk of being ensnared by the magical sealing wave and confined to a metaphorical rice cooker. Indeed, it is the formidable King Piccolo. The trio of mixed rice could only respond with reluctant acquiescence, for they knew that the voice dissent would surely invite their immediate obliteration at the hands of King Piccolo. As King Piccolo made his way to the venue of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, Jiang Wei, accompanied by the main characters, also registered to participate in this grand event. As the champion of the previous tournament, Son Goku chose not to enter the fray. His participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament was motivated by the desire to engage in battle with formidable opponents from across the globe, rather than to claim the title of champion or the meager prize money, barely enough for a single meal. Given his current prowess, the martial artists from around the world were no match for him, and thus, he had little interest in squandering his time on the tournament, unless compelled to do so. However, at the insistence of his elder brother Jiang Wei, Son Goku attended the tournament as an observer. Aside from Jiang Wei and Son Goku, all others had entered the competition, including the newly joined blonde-haired Lan Chi, as well as Oolong and Puar, who had long served as mascots within the narrative, all registering at Jiang Wei's behest. Jiang Wei's ambition was clear. He intended for all top 8 contenders to be his allies. Master Roshi, I'm here. Krillin waved to Master Roshi amidst the bustling crowd. Master Roshi had indeed come to witness the event, motivated by Krillin's participation. Upon sensing the depths of Krillin's now unfathomable strength, Master Roshi smiled with pride, reflecting on how the tides of time had allowed Krillin to surpass him. Krillin, it has been years. You have completely outstripped me, Master Roshi chuckled with delight. Old lecher, is this little bald head akin to yourself, your disciple? The trio from the Crane School approached, provoking Master Roshi. After obtaining Jiang Wei's consent, Krillin, unlike Bulma and the others, donned the Turtle School's battle attire, rather than the black uniform adorned with a dragon, representative of Jiang Wei's faction. Ah, you're still alive? Master Roshi and Master Crane engaged in a verbal sparring match, with no advantage in their exchanges. Master Crane made a bold proclamation to utterly demolish the Turtle School on the arena, claiming the championship to demonstrate that the Turtle School was insignificant before the Crane School. Master Roshi merely regarded the arrogant Crane School trio with a bemused expression as they strutted away. With Jiang Wei's allies present, the championship title was beyond their grasp. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Demolish us? Surely, that refers to your Crane School. Following the elimination of the unworthy competitors during the preliminary rounds, the Crane School's Tenshinhan and Chaozu fortuitously advanced to the semifinals, alongside the nominal Turtle School representative, Krillin. The remaining contenders were all clad in dragon-emblazoned uniforms, belonging to Jiang Wei's faction. Brother, may I return to the gravity chamber to continue my training? In the audience, a bored little Wukong inquired. Isn't watching the match also a form of training for you, Wukong? Are you truly attempting to evade it? Jiang Wei responded without hesitation. Brother, I would never shy away from training. The mention of training instantly invigorated little Wukong, dispelling his boredom. Ding ding. Krillin, power level 4500. Yamcha, power level 3000. Bulma, power level 480. Oolong, power level 110. Puer, power level 110. Launch, power level 35. Tianjin Fan, power level 200. Jiaozi, power level 150. Due to the demise of Tao Bai Bai, The Crane School's fighters Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi exhibited higher power levels than depicted in the narrative. In the semifinals, the Crane School faced off against Jiang Wei's faction. The first match featured Tianjin Fan against Launch. Without a doubt, Tianjin Fan decisively overwhelmed Launch. Yet another cold-hearted man, capable of showing no mercy even to women. What a pity. Had she not encountered Jiang Wei, she might have found herself intrigued by this Tianjin Fan. As Launch was carried off, Bulma fed her a Sinzabine while she succumbed to her thoughts. Subsequently, Chashan easily defeated Jiaozi, who attempted to unleash his special powers. But the disparity in their strengths rendered his efforts futile. The two mascots, Oolong and Pu'er, were respectively eliminated by Krillin and Bulma. In the second round of the semifinals, Bulma faced Tianjin Fan. Why must my opponent be a woman again? Tianjin Fan's three eyes reflected his frustration. Do not underestimate women, nor should you underestimate me. I am a woman who has saved the world in another realm. With that declaration, Bulma swiftly moved, and before Tianjin Fan could react, she delivered a single, precise punch that sent him tumbling off the stage. Well done, darling. Jiang Wei cheered from the audience, accompanied by the diligently training little Wukong. Undoubtedly, Krillin emerged victorious as the champion, while Yamcha secured the second position. After defeating Tianjin Fan, Bulma leaped off the stage to be with Jiang Wei. I can't believe I was bested by such a delicate woman. Tianjin Fan was in disbelief, nearly shattering his resolve. Yet, Master Roshi, observing Tianjin Fan's performance, recognized him as a promising martial artist despite being a disciple of that old crane. He stepped forward to offer guidance, illuminating Tianjin Fan's path amidst his confusion. Deep down, Tianjin Fan was a true martial artist, unsuitable for the life of an assassin. Enlightened by Master Roshi's words, he resolved to follow his true calling and break away from the Crane School. Master Roshi was furious over Tianjin Fan's betrayal, but felt powerless against this rebellious disciple. Even Jiaozi, who possessed special abilities, followed Tianjin Fan in defection. Master Roshi, not only lacking the strength to contend with Tianjin Fan, but also bereft of allies, regretted not personally safeguarding the 7 Dragon Balls, realizing too late that he should not have entrusted them to the strongest Tianjin Fan. After his redemption, Tianjin Fan emerged as a man of integrity. Chapter 34. The Appearance of the Sun Family's Maid. Master Kamisenin, allow me to perform this final act for you. Tianjin Fan produced the 7 Dragon Balls he had safeguarded and began the summoning of the mighty Shenron. Originally, the resurrection of Tao Pai Pai was to be executed after Tianjin Fan publicly defeated the Kame School and claimed victory in the tournament, as per Master Kamisenin's plan. However, the unexpected transpired. It was the Kame School that faced defeat, overwhelmed by a group clad in dragon battle attire. Even Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi found themselves accused of betraying their master due to Kamisenin's verbal prowess. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. A familiar, oppressive sensation reminiscent of an impending apocalypse descended upon the earth. When Shenron materialized, all present were awestruck by his colossal form, towering over 100 meters. State your wish, and I shall grant it, he proclaimed. Yet, his immense gaze did not fall upon Kamisenin below, but rather in another direction. Oh, mighty dragon, grant me resurrection. As Kamisenin, harboring resentment towards Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, prepared to make his wish, a sudden beam of light pierced his chest, claiming his life instantly. Before Shenron stood a tall, aged figure with green skin, Demon King Piccolo. He had stealthily slain Kamisenin to seize the opportunity to wish upon Shenron. Piccolo, how did he escape his seal? Kamisenin's face was a portrait of panic. Indeed, my world must also harbor a Demon King Piccolo. Let me, the savior Bulma, once again rescue the world. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beheld the unexpectedly emerging Piccolo. Oh, dragon, restore my youth. After stealthily dispatching Kamisenin, Piccolo immediately made his wish. It was a simple request. Instantly, Piccolo visibly regained his youthful form. Ding. Acquired flight technique. Ding. Acquired special beam cannon. Ding. Acquired ki blast. Ding. Acquired mouth energy wave. This is the sensation of youth. Absolutely splendid. As Piccolo reveled in his newfound joy, he too was ambushed, a slender energy wave piercing through his heart from behind. It was Bulma, seizing the moment after Shenron fulfilled Piccolo's wish, ruthlessly eliminating him. I have once again saved the world, huzzah! Bulma cheered. Much like her counterpart from another realm, Piccolo laid an egg before uttering his final words, departing from existence. This left Tianjin Fan, who sought vengeance for Kamisenin. In a state of deep frustration, Shenron repeated a familiar pattern from another world, reclaiming the egg laid by Piccolo before his demise, along with his lifeless body. Piccolo's corpse was once more handed over to Dr. Gero for research purposes. As for the egg, Shenron envisioned having the Sun family's maid hatch it, akin to the narrative, but under his guidance. Regarding the nurturing of Piccolo, Shenron had detailed plans in mind, having devised several strategies. Under the auspices of Master Roshi, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling have joined the protagonist group, led by Jiang Wei. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Piccolo emerges from his egg. Although he possesses all the memories of the Demon King Piccolo, he is a completely new being, and the moment he hatches, he surveys his surroundings with a curious gaze. Welcome to this world, Piccolo, Jiang Wei greets him. The little Piccolo merely stares at Jiang Wei with a blank expression, his eyes betraying a wariness towards strangers. From this day forth, I shall train you, Jiang Wei declares, laying bare his intentions. Humph, I will not be grateful to you. I still intend to kill that woman to avenge my father, Piccolo retorts malevolently. Jiang Wei merely smiles knowingly at Piccolo's ingratitude. The caretaker is indeed Sundara,
professing reluctance while harboring genuine intentions within. As days unfold, Jiang Wei commences Piccolo's training. Initially, Piccolo trains alongside Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, but as time progresses,
it becomes evident once again that Earthlings are inferior in the Dragon Ball universe, as a fragmented Namekian birth from the evil essence of a deity. Piccolo's innate talents early in the narrative clearly surpass those of the young Goku, let alone the myriad weaker Earthlings. After 3 years of solitary training, he is capable of contending with Goku, who has consumed the super divine water and endured numerous fierce battles, bolstered by the Saiyan advantage. Now, under Jiang Wei's personal tutelage, Piccolo's power escalates dramatically. A year later, Piccolo's strength surpasses 1,000, causing Tianjin Fan to feel somewhat unhinged. Jiang Wei, however, treats all fairly, allowing Piccolo to drink the super divine water, perhaps due to his Namekian heritage, which allows them to thrive on water. Piccolo surprisingly withstands the toxicity of the super divine water, becoming the second individual after Goku to enhance his strength through its consumption. Sometime later, Jiang Wei further unlocks Piccolo's potential. Fast forward to the second year, Piccolo's strength has ascended, eclipsing that of Yamcha and Krillin. By the time Piccolo turns 3 and Goku matures into a young man, transforming into Son Goku, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament commences once more. Goku, you must participate in this tournament, Jiang Wei insists, dragging Goku out of the 100x gravity chamber. While Goku diligently trains, Jiang Wei spends much of his time either training the younger members or enjoying life with Bulma. All right, brother, Goku readily complies with any request from his esteemed elder brother. His formidable strength today is a testament to Jiang Wei's nurturing. In his heart, Goku continuously cherishes the kindness Jiang Wei has shown him. But I have one condition. You must also register for the tournament. I wish to have a spirited match with you at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku proposes. Goku, after years of arduous training, you must believe you are stronger than I. Thus, I shall acquiesce to your request, Jiang Wei responds. Jiang Wei was fully aware of the formidable strength of the son Wukong he had painstakingly nurtured. How splendid it was. To engage in combat with his elder brother had long been his fervent aspiration. Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with a spirited resolve for battle. His elder brother was a true master, undoubtedly the most formidable opponent Son Wukong had encountered since his inception into the world of martial arts, without exception. Why was Son Wukong training with such relentless fervor, surpassing even the narrative's depiction? It was simply to earn the right to face his elder brother head-on, rather than be subjected to a one-sided onslaught. A few days later, in accordance with the procedures of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Jiang Wei led his team to register, subsequently advancing to the top 8 without any issues after successfully navigating the preliminary rounds. The competitors began to draw lots to determine their opponents for the next round. Alas, to his dismay, his next opponent turned out to be his elder brother. Should he forfeit? Yamcha, upon discovering that Jiang Wei was his adversary, immediately lamented his fate. Krillin and the others exhaled in relief, casting sympathetic glances towards Yamcha. Whether facing Jiang Wei or Son Wukong, surrender was the only option. The disparity in strength was simply staggering. Krillin and his companions were incomparable to either Jiang Wei or Son Wukong. As the contestants prepared to enter the arena, a striking young lady clad in a blue qipao, with a well-proportioned figure and an impressive physique, approached Son Wukong. Observing his bemused expression, she appeared to be grappling with a surge of indignation, as if Son Wukong had committed some unforgivable transgression against her. Chapter 35, Jiang Wei vs. Wukong. I am Son Wukong, and you are? Son Wukong scratched the back of his head, gazing at the unfamiliar beauty before him, innocently inquiring. Son Wukong, how could you forget me? Humph. The young lady could no longer contain her ire, casting a fierce glare at Son Wukong before storming off in a huff. Wukong, you blockhead, it's either fighting or training. She is Chi-Chi, Jiang Wei remarked, having witnessed the entire exchange, as he approached and gently patted Son Wukong on the shoulder, offering a light-hearted reminder. It was precisely for Chi-Chi that Jiang Wei had acquiesced to Son Wukong's wishes, allowing him to participate in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Chi-Chi. Son Wukong's face contorted in confusion as he pondered the name. Who is she? Do I know her? With your disposition, it is utterly inconceivable that you have not been captivated by her charm. Jiang Wei shook his head, uttering this remark before seizing the opportunity to seek out Bulma before the matches commenced. After participating in one World Martial Arts Tournament, Bulma lost interest and returned to the audience to cheer for her friends. Half an hour later, under the guidance of a sunglasses-clad blonde host, the quarterfinals were finally set to commence. In the first round, Yamcha faced Jiang Wei. "Brother, please don't strike. I concede." As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Yamcha recognized the wisdom of retreating. Jiang Wei triumphed without engaging in battle. In the next match, Sun Wukong confronted the Qipao-clad beauty. "Chi-Chi, you are too weak. I do not wish to harm you. Would you kindly concede?" With a benevolent reminder to his opponent, Sun Wukong admonished, "You should not underestimate others." Chi-Chi felt belittled and, with an indignant shout, launched a powerful flying kick towards Sun Wukong. However, he merely stood his ground, allowing her to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. In this tournament for the title of the world's strongest martial artist, Sun Wukong's only worthy adversary in his eyes was his elder brother, Jiang Wei. Despite Chi-Chi's vigorous assault, the disparity in their combat prowess was glaring. Chi-Chi could not breach Sun Wukong's defenses. After more than 10 minutes of relentless strikes, Chi-Chi, panting and fatigued, knelt upon the arena, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. "You bully me, Sun Wukong," she cried, her emotions spilling forth. Sun Wukong, taken aback by her display, turned to his brother Jiang Wei, seeking guidance with a desperate gaze. "Brother, what should I do?" "Fool, when I am with Bulma, what do I usually do?" "Just emulate that," Jiang Wei advised, utilizing his abilities to communicate telepathically. "Oh, my brother and Bulma," Sun Wukong mused, a look of realization dawning upon his face as he struck his palm with a fist. He then began to clumsily imitate the mannerisms he observed between Jiang Wei and Bulma. Before long, Chi-Chi, her spirits lifted, began to smile once more. "Sun Wukong, I came to find you, to fulfill the promise we made long ago," she shyly confessed, gazing at him. Sun Wukong, however, appeared bewildered. Yet, after much contemplation, he ultimately acknowledged their childhood vow of making Chi-Chi his bride. "Congratulations." Jiang Wei's faction erupted in heartfelt blessings for the union of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Krillin expressed his envy at their bond. Following this unexpected interlude in the competition, the remaining matches unfolded without suspense, as all others were eliminated. Jiang Wei and Sun Wukong advanced to the finals. "Brother, it fills me with joy to compete against you in the world's premier martial arts tournament," Sun Wukong declared, his spirit high as he gazed at Jiang Wei. "Go for it, Wukong." Chi-Chi cheered from the sidelines. "Don't you slack off either, brother," Bulma added, equally enthusiastic. A fierce contest was about to commence. The event's host, a man clad in a black suit and sunglasses, took to the microphone, his voice resonating with fervor. "Ladies and gentlemen, as the champion of the previous tournament, contestant Sun Wukong has displayed unparalleled strength from the very beginning, triumphing over numerous adversaries, including last year's champion Krillin, to reach the finals. His opponent, contestant Jiang Wei, has also exhibited extraordinary power, defeating many formidable competitors to stand alongside Sun Wukong in the arena. So, who shall emerge as the champion of this year's tournament? Let us welcome these two formidable contenders to deliver an exhilarating battle." Amid the audience's fervent cheers, Jiang Wei and Sun Wukong ascended the platform. "Wukong, I have a proposition." Jiang Wei spoke to Sun Wukong as the throngs of spectators surrounded the arena. "This is, after all, a competition venue, and for the safety of the audience, we should refrain from utilizing powerful techniques like the Kamehameha during our battle. What do you think?" "You are right, brother. Let us engage in a contest of our physical prowess alone," Sun Wukong replied, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "At last, I possess the strength to challenge you. Allow me to experience your true might." "Indeed. Wukong, I implore you to give it your all," Jiang Wei said, a rare glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. With that, the two combatants assumed their stances on the stage, poised for what would surely become the most intense battle since the inception of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma retrieved a power-level scouter and donned it over her eyes, scrutinizing the combatants' energy levels. Beep beep. Jiang Wei, power level 1. 8 million. Sun Wukong, power level 5. 5 million. Bulma, who do you think is stronger, brother or Wukong? Krillin inquired, lacking a scouter of his own. He could only sense that both Jiang Wei and Sun Wukong were immensely powerful, far surpassing the capabilities of any earthling. "Without a doubt, it must be my brother," Bulma answered resolutely. According to the scouter's readings, Sun Wukong's strength eclipsed Jiang Wei's by several folds. Yet, Bulma was acutely aware of the formidable power that Jiang Wei concealed. "No, the victor must be Wukong," Kiki asserted with unwavering conviction. On the stage, Jiang Wei addressed the eagerly anticipating Sun Wukong. "Since we are to unleash our full potential in this battle, even without the Kamehameha, this confined space will limit our capabilities. Wukong, why don't we ascend to the skies to combat? That way, we won't inadvertently lose by being knocked out of the ring." "Brother, I shall heed your words," Sun Wukong replied with a beaming smile. Amidst the gasps of the audience, Jiang Wei and Sun Wukong soared into the sky like helicopters, climbing higher and higher, finally pausing amidst the clouds. To all but the prepared spectators equipped with binoculars, the two appeared as mere specks against the vastness of the sky. However, the formidable martial artists like Krillin remained undeterred, their gazes fixated on the imminent clash of these two extraordinary masters. In the heavens above, Jiang Wei called out, "Wukong, be cautious. I am about to unleash my true power." In the next moment, a towering, 3-meter-tall azure dragon man materialized before Sun Wukong. "Brother, this is precisely how it should be," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration, his blood and battle spirit surging like an erupting volcano. At long last, after years of relentless training, he had prompted his brother to assume his most potent transformation. Chapter 36. Transform into a Super Saiyan. "Brother, you must also be vigilant. I am preparing to become serious." The body of Sun Wukong suddenly erupted with a crimson aura, enveloping him entirely. Even before the two combatants exchanged blows, their formidable energies clashed, generating a tempest that swept across the surroundings. The clouds in the sky were scattered by the ferocity of the winds, and the audience gathered around the arena was not spared. Their hair, hats, and various belongings were tossed about in the chaos, inciting a flurry of disorder among them. "How powerful! My brother and Wukong's auras have intensified significantly. When will I ever catch up to their pace and training?" Krillin and the others felt their resolve teetering on the brink of collapse. Even the typically proud Piccolo clenched his fists, gazing at the two combatants in the sky with a face full of reluctance. "My brother and Wukong are getting serious." Bulma pressed the buttons on the power level detector to assess the current battle prowess of the two. Beep. Jiang Wei, power level 18 million, transformed into a humanoid Shenlong. Sun Wukong, power level 22 million, fourfold Kaioken. "All right, Wukong, let us engage." Jiang Wei beckoned to Sun Wukong. "Brother, I shall make my move." In a flash, Sun Wukong launched his attack. The heavens echoed with the intense sounds of fists and feet clashing. The audience on the ground found it nearly impossible to discern how Jiang Wei and Sun Wukong fought. Not even Krillin and the other martial artists could fully grasp the spectacle. They could only catch fleeting glimpses of the two, like phantoms dancing in the air, making it difficult to witness the entirety of their duel. This is what true masters combat looks like. Our previous battles were mere child's play." Yamcha remarked to Krillin with a wry smile. "Humph, they are merely stronger than me at present. I, the true invincible one, shall defeat both Jiang Wei and Sun Wukong. Once I vanquish them, I will reign supreme in this world once more." "Ha ha." Piccolo's fists tightened, his expression brimming with arrogance as he unleashed an evil laugh characteristic of a villain. In less than 3 minutes of combat, the sounds of their fierce exchanges abruptly ceased. Jiang Wei and Sun Wukong reappeared before the audience on the ground. Jiang Wei bore visible scars, his attire disheveled from the skirmish, lacking the calm demeanor he usually possessed. In stark contrast, Sun Wukong remained unscathed. "Wukong, I find solace in your resilience," Jiang Wei said, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. However, Sun Wukong displayed a look of dissatisfaction. "Brother, you promised to take this seriously and unleash your true strength. Is this truly entertaining?" "My apologies, I merely wish to experience combat while at a slight disadvantage. Now that the experience is concluded, I shall, as you wish, reveal my full strength." "Indeed. Wukong, cease your probing. Unleash your full strength. Let this round determine our victor." "Very well," replied Sun Wukong, his eyes aglow with fervor. The azure dragon-like figure surrounding him radiated a crimson aura, mirroring Wukong's own intensifying scarlet energy. To Krillin and the others, it was evident that both Jiang Wei and Sun Wukong's powers had escalated yet again. "My brother and Wukong are prepared to engage with all their might," Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Beep, beep. Jiang Wei, power level 360 million, transformed into humanoid dragon with 20-fold Kaioken. Sun Wukong, power level 110 million, 20-fold Kaioken. Due to their prior agreement to refrain from utilizing energy blasts, the two combatants, positioned hundreds of meters apart, transformed into mere phantoms as they clashed fiercely, the sky resonating with the sounds of their violent exchanges. However, this round was short-lived, as one figure plummeted from the heavens, Sun Wukong. "Wukong!" Chi-Chi cried out, hastening towards his falling form. Krillin swiftly soared into the air, catching the descending Wukong and gently lowering him to the ground, producing a senzu bean to feed him. "Chi-Chi, do not fret for Wukong. Krillin has already administered a senzu bean," Bulma reassured the anxious Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei had gracefully landed on the arena. "Host, declare the victor," Jiang Wei stated coolly, wishing to conclude the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament with his triumph. The bespectacled host, regaining his composure, announced, "I hereby declare that the champion of this tournament is contestant Jiang Wei. We extend our gratitude to both Jiang Wei and Sun Wukong for delivering an extraordinarily thrilling battle." The atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch. Although the audience could not discern the intricate details of the clash between Jiang Wei and Sun Wukong, They were acutely aware of the tremendous intensity of the confrontation occurring above them. I concede defeat. So this is the true extent of my brother's power? It is overwhelming. I am utterly powerless. Sun Wukong, having consumed the sins of being and restored to full vitality, reflected, his gaze towards Jiang Wei igniting with an even greater fervor for battle. Wukong, do you recall what I said when we first met? You possess a tale, setting you apart from us all. If you can transform into a Super Saiyan, you will gain power far surpassing your current strength, even eclipsing my own, Jiang Wei remarked, descending from the arena, noticing the fierce determination in Wukong's eyes, and smiled encouragingly. Very well. Your spirit is commendable. This is precisely what I desired. Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong paused, his resolve quickly solidifying. Brother, I must comprehend the power of the Super Saiyan, and then we shall engage in earnest once more. I share the same sentiment, Jiang Wei replied, a supportive smile gracing his lips as he chewed on a piece of gum. As Sun Wukong grew stronger, so too would Jiang Wei's own capabilities rise in tandem. In truth, Sun Wukong represented the baseline of Jiang Wei's strength. In order to instill a motivation for improvement in Sun Wukong, Jiang Wei deliberately suppressed his own combat power, allowing Sun Wukong to surpass him in his normal state. Otherwise, like Yamcha and Krillin, the disparity in combat power would be so great that, without the drive to become stronger, their mental fortitude would already be tested to the limit. Alas, one can only lament that life for Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world is exceedingly challenging. By the way, brother, how might I cultivate to become a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, pondering, and suddenly, with a silly grin, sought Jiang Wei's guidance. A Super Saiyan, indeed. I am not entirely certain about that either. I only know that one can transform into a Super Saiyan only in a state of extreme rage. Jiang Wei replied with a shrug. To transform into a Super Saiyan, one must be in a state of extreme rage? Ah, this. Given Sun Wukong's nature. It would indeed be a tall order for me, the fat tiger. Observing the perplexed expression on Sun Wukong's face regarding his transformation into a Super Saiyan, Jiang Wei's gaze instinctively shifted to Krillin beside him. Chapter 37, Marrying Bulma. Brother, why are you looking at me when Wukong is struggling with his transformation into a Super Saiyan? Krillin asked, bewildered. It's nothing, Jiang Wei replied, retracting his gaze. After the conclusion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, although Sun Wukong did not emerge as the champion, he rather unexpectedly found himself with a wife. Chi-Chi held a fervent desire to be with Sun Wukong. Not long after returning to West City and Bulma's home, she expressed her wish to marry him. Sun Wukong, being unaware of what marriage entailed, had no qualms about agreeing. As the elder brother, Jiang Wei was particularly concerned about Sun Wukong's impending marriage to Chi-Chi. He inquired, where will you and Chi-Chi establish your home after marriage? In the storyline, after marrying Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong settled in the countryside, where the couple enjoyed a self-sufficient pastoral life. However, in this narrative altered by Jiang Wei's intervention, Sun Wukong, still puzzled, tossed the question back to Jiang Wei. Establish a home after marriage? I'm not sure. Brother, why don't you take the lead on this? Wukong, I propose that you and Chi-Chi stay with Bulma and me in West City. This way, when you wish to train, you can conveniently access Bulma's gravity chamber, which offers 100 times the normal gravity. Jiang Wei thoughtfully suggested regarding the arrangements for Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Brother, I'll follow your lead, Sun Wukong replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Jiang Wei's proposal was precisely to his liking. For a training enthusiast like Sun Wukong, he could hardly resist the allure of Bulma's gravity chamber. Brother, of course, I can stay in West City with Wukong. However, what about the house? Chi-Chi, now accompanying Sun Wukong, addressed Jiang Wei as brother. At that moment, Chi-Chi wore a worried expression over financial concerns. West City is a bustling metropolis where every inch of land is costly. While Chi-Chi had no objections to establishing their home in West City, the expenses involved were indeed a point of contention. Chi-Chi, you need not worry about that. As Wukong's elder brother, I will ensure that everything is arranged properly for you both. Isn't it just about purchasing a house in West City? A trivial matter indeed. Which property have you set your sights on? I shall acquire it for you, Jiang Wei declared with a resounding confidence. For him, who had embraced a life of opulence akin to that of a Dragon Ball protagonist, finances had never posed a challenge. Thank you, big brother. Chi-Chi exclaimed with a radiant smile. Goku, how fortunate you are to have such a generous elder brother. A few days later, Jiang Wei procured a magnificent villa for Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, conveniently located not far from Bulma's residence, facilitating their move. With a home established, discussions regarding Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi's nuptials began to take shape. During the preparations for their wedding, Jiang Wei was genuinely surprised to find that Chi-Chi's initiative in pursuing marriage with Wukong inspired Bulma to muster her own courage. At last, that evening, with a blush adorning her cheeks, Bulma invited Jiang Wei into her private chambers. Jiang Wei was taken aback by Bulma's audacity, yet faced with the moment. He could not falter, even if it meant risking his dignity. At that moment, his trousers seemed superfluous. The following morning, as Jiang Wei donned his trousers once more. He gazed at Bulma, who had succumbed to slumber, her face aglow with vitality, and a tender expression surfaced upon his handsome, mature visage. He recalled vividly how sharp Bulma's nails had been. Had he not possessed formidable combat prowess, he might have found himself defenseless against her. Recognizing the natural progression of events, Jiang Wei was no pushover. Upon meeting Dr. Brief, he promptly proposed marriage to Bulma, to which Dr. Brief readily acquiesced. Following a discussion with Mrs. Brief, swift arrangements were made for their union. When Bulma learned of her parents' approval, her face blossomed with joy and sweetness. Jiang Wei valued efficiency, and under his suggestion, their wedding was set to coincide with Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi's ceremony on the same day. With Mrs. Brief's organization, the two couples' weddings were scheduled for an auspicious date in the following month. On the day of the wedding, Sun Wukong, dressed as the groom, clumsily engaged with the guests, who were mostly familiar faces. Krillin, filled with envy, lamented to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, you are now married. Why can't I have a girl like Chi-Chi come to me and propose?" Even Jiang Wei had found Bulma, and Yamcha, despite not being married, wandered about carelessly, changing girlfriends like one changes clothes. Alas, it seemed that henceforth, I would have to huddle with Piccolo for warmth. Hearing Krillin's grievances about his lack of romantic fortune, Wukong could only pat his shoulder, unsure of how to console him. "Krillin, you are my little brother. As your elder brother, I will not allow you to remain single. If you fancy any girl, just let me know." Seeing Krillin and Wukong together, Jiang Wei approached, overhearing their conversation, and heartily clapped Krillin on the shoulder, laughing boisterously. "Big brother." Krillin gazed at Jiang Wei, his face brimming with gratitude as the wedding unfolded. Standing beside the groom, Jiang Wei observed Bulma, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, while the golden-haired launch, who appeared unannounced, watched the scene with unwavering determination. After the marriage, under Jiang Wei's guidance, the two newlywed couples embarked on a worldwide honeymoon, returning to West City only months later. In Dr. Gero's clandestine laboratory, he exclaimed, "Jiang Wei, during your honeymoon, my research has triumphed. Following your insights, the materials you provided, and the experimental data from my counterpart in another world, I have successfully developed a superorganism, the android cell, by merging all cellular structures." Dr. Gero stood proudly before a glass jar filled with a nutrient solution, introducing his creation to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei scrutinized the jar, where a diminutive green organism floated within the liquid, a mere embryo. In the narrative, Dr. Gero had ventured down three distinct paths in his creation of androids. The first was the birth of highly intelligent robots from nothingness. The second involved cybernetic beings, half human and half machine. Both types required an eternal energy furnace or an energy absorption device. The third category consisted of bioengineered entities, a successful amalgamation of the genes of several formidable beings, resulting in an artificial life form. However, in the world of Dragon Ball, where Jiang Wei intervened, he advised Dr. Gero to focus exclusively on robots and bioengineered life forms, entirely discarding the notion of cybernetic beings, as Jiang Wei deemed them inferior. Yet, for superorganisms like Cell, a protracted cultivation period was essential for the successful fusion of cells from various species. The duration required for successful cultivation remained a perplexing enigma, one even my computer could not decipher. When Dr. Gero's initial excitement waned, he sighed and began to address the shortcomings of the android cell, particularly the time-consuming nature of the process. Chapter 38, Cell. "Dr. Gero, allow me to take charge of Cell's cultivation. I can resolve the issue of the prolonged cultivation period." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei recalled the collaborative efforts with Dr. Brief and Bulma to enhance the hyperbolic time chamber. Now was the moment to put it to use. In the chamber, a year equated to a mere day in reality. Thus, over the course of 20 days, still within Dr. Gero's secret lab, when he once again beheld Cell submerged in the glass jar, Cell had matured into an adult form. It appeared smaller than anticipated, likely due to the absence of King S cells, and instead fusing with the cells of rabbits and other superhuman beings. Additionally, due to Jiang Wei's interference, Cell lacked the tail designed for absorbing human evolution. It appears that compared to the original version of Cell, this one has been considerably diminished in size, yet it lacks the grotesqueness of its first form. On the contrary, it exhibits a delightful shade of green, bordering on endearing. "Jiang Wei, how have you accomplished this?" Dr. Gero gazed at the adult Cell, his mouth agape, and a glimmer of ecstatic joy sparkled in his eyes. After expending countless research funds and an inordinate amount of time, he had finally succeeded in producing an artificial being with formidable combat prowess. Jiang Wei proceeded to inform him that he, along with Dr. Brief and his wife Bulma, had spent several months modifying the hyperbolic time chamber. So it was the hyperbolic time chamber. Dr. Gero nodded, marveling at the wonders of the chamber, pondering when he might delve into it himself. "Dr. Gero, the moment to witness our hard work has arrived. It is now your turn to release Cell," Jiang Wei said. Looking at the glass container housing the slumbering Cell, Dr. Gero nodded at Jiang Wei, his heart swelling with the exhilaration of success. as he began to input commands into the computer to liberate Cell from the glass confines. As the cultivation fluid gurgled out of the container, Cell opened his eyes. Akin to a chick breaking free from its shell, and with a swift motion, shattered the glass, stepping onto the shards with a seemingly harmless demeanor, albeit scrutinizing Jiang Wei and Dr. Gero with a look of curiosity. However, when his gaze fell upon Jiang Wei, a hint of wariness flickered within his eyes. After nurturing him for over 20 years, only to manifest a power level exceeding 10,000, it seemed that without the cells of the king, and relying solely on the Saiyan and incomplete Namekian cells, this Cell was merely a weakling. Jiang Wei, checking Cell's power level with his scouter, expressed his disappointment to Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero, somewhat speechless, looked at Jiang Wei, questioning, "Are you truly dissatisfied with a power level of 10,000? Keep in mind that centuries ago, the Demon King Piccolo, who nearly brought about the world's destruction, possessed less than 300. Are you truly dismissing Cell for only having 10,000? Had the Red Ribbon Army still existed, they would likely have laughed themselves to death upon encountering the current Cell." Jiang Wei regarded Cell thoughtfully. After all, he had played a part in Cell's creation and could not abandon him so easily. He retrieved a black-skinned carrot, transformed from Dallas and long since gathering dust in his system space, and offered it to the somewhat charming Cell. Upon seeing the black-skinned carrot, Cell's eyes sparkled with a gluttonous glint. After Jiang Wei handed it over, Cell devoured the carrot with remarkable speed. Dallas, rest in peace. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Cell, nearly sending the frail Dr. Gero flying. Fortunately, Jiang Wei acted swiftly, pulling Dr. Gero back. "Let me assess Cell's current power level," Jiang Wei said as he pressed the scouter. Beep, beep. Cell, power level 200,000. Dr. Gero, this artificial being, Cell, cannot be deemed a failure. He possesses the potential for growth. Jiang Wei remarked with a smile at Dr. Gero standing beside him, feeling an immense power coursing through his body. Cell smacked his lips in delight and began to adopt a demeanor contrary to his previous self, casting a gluttonous gaze upon Jiang Wei and Dr. Gero. His attention swiftly fixated on Jiang Wei. Licking his lips, Cell suddenly appeared before him, raising his right hand to touch Jiang Wei's abdomen. "Cell, what are you doing?" "Withdraw immediately," Dr. Gero exclaimed in horror, astonished that Cell would dare to attack his creator. Ignoring Dr. Gero's command, Cell gazed at Jiang Wei. His eyes filled with a voracious hunger. Having absorbed rabbit cells, Cell possessed the abilities of a rabbit. After tasting the sweetness of a black carrot, he was instinctively driven to transform the powerful Jiang Wei into another carrot to consume, thereby enhancing his own strength. "Dr. Gero, your creation is beyond your control," Jiang Wei teased. This, Dr. Gero's face flushed with embarrassment. Cell, looking at Jiang Wei, was puzzled. Why hadn't this individual transformed into a delicious, strength-enhancing carrot yet? "What strength do you speak of? You wish to turn me into a carrot? Dream on," Jiang Wei retorted, playfully giving Cell a pat on the head. In a puff of white smoke, Cell transformed into a green-skinned carrot. "Thank heavens, Jiang Wei, you are unharmed." With Jiang Wei having successfully subdued the uncontrollable Cell, Dr. Gero sighed in relief. Jiang Wei was Dr. Gero's only confidant, and he genuinely wished for Jiang Wei's safety. Another failure. This artificial being, Cell, was as disobedient as his previous creations. Alas, it seemed destruction was the only option. Dr. Gero lamented, wondering why none of his creations obeyed his commands, appearing deeply disheartened. Do not rush to destroy Cell. The issue of obedience can be addressed gradually. Ultimately, having created a powerful android is an achievement worth celebrating, Jiang Wei encouraged, noticing Dr. Gero's dejection. He placed the transformed green carrot into the system space and offered words of encouragement. "You are correct, Jiang Wei. Having created such a powerful android, ensuring its obedience should not be an insurmountable challenge," Dr. Gero replied, his spirits lifted. Jiang Wei couldn't help but internally scoff. "For you, Dr. Gero, the matter of obedience is a significant dilemma." Dr. Gero, a genius in developing androids, proved to be inept at controlling them. In the narrative, he was ultimately killed by Android 17. In the future world depicted in the story, Dr. Gero did not appear, likely having met his end at the hands of the future androids, 17 and 18. Jiang Wei harbored no illusions about relying on Dr. Gero to resolve the issue of rebellious androids. It seemed the solution would have to come from him alone. Chapter 39. Goldo's attempt to steal Frieza's Dragon Balls. Jiang Wei pondered deeply for a moment and conceived a plan. He returned to Bulma's residence, where he found Son Goku diligently training in the gravity chamber set to 100 times Earth's gravity. Now that Goku had settled down to family life, it was imperative for him to secure a means of livelihood to support his wife and children. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wei, under the auspices of the Capsule Corporation, established a security department tasked with safeguarding the company, appointing himself as the head of security. Son Goku, Yamcha, and Krillin all joined this department, becoming nominal employees of the Capsule Corporation. This way, Jiang Wei could reasonably provide for his friends without undermining their dignity. Unlike the original storyline where Goku toiled as a farmer, Yamcha pursued a career in baseball, and Krillin served as a police officer. Bulma failed to recognize the potential to recruit them into the company to alleviate their financial struggles, despite her wealth. Consequently, Goku's family faced significant hardships. He worked intermittently as a farmer, and the Saiyans' substantial appetite only compounded the burden, especially with the impending responsibility of raising Goten. All the financial strain fell upon Chi-Chi, which understandably led her to encourage Goten to pursue an academic path, molding him into Go-On. After all, scholars like Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, amassed great fortune through their inventions. In contrast, Goku, despite his relentless training, found himself reduced to operating a tractor as a farmer, earning barely enough to cover the family's food expenses. Were it not for Chi-Chi's family wealth, the three of them would have long been destitute. This is why Chi-Chi harbored a strong aversion to Goten following in Goku's footsteps. She believed in the necessity of self-sufficiency before contemplating world-saving adventures. In this narrative, Jiang Wei fulfilled a role that Bulma neglected, resolving Goku's livelihood issue and alleviating Chi-Chi's heavy burdens, which in turn ensured that Goten would not face the same hardships. With diligent training, he could secure a respectable position in the Capsule Corporation's security department, one boasting minimal labor and ample compensation. Brother, what brings you here? Goku paused his training to inquire. Jiang Wei transformed into his human dragon form. Brother, do you wish to spar with me? I feel my strength has significantly increased recently. Goku exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Since their last encounter at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Jiang Wei had not engaged in combat with Goku. Fighting can wait. Goku, I need you to grant me a wish. Another wish? Let me think. Last time, I wished for Chi-Chi to remain forever youthful, and now. Do not interrupt. I wish for you to transport me before a certain individual known as Captain Jinyu, Jiang Wei clarified. Understood, Goku nodded, preparing to fulfill his brother's request. Let us discuss the wish later. I have matters to attend to. Jiang Wei had just received a notification from the dragon, indicating the existence of a parallel world with Dragon Balls, having gathered all 7. Oh, brother, then I shall return to my training. Find me when you return. Sun Wukong hastily returned to the gravity chamber, where he was met by Jiang Wei, who bid farewell to his wife Bulma before vanishing in a dazzling beam of golden light. In an alternate Dragon Ball universe, the colossal Namekian planet loomed ahead. A massive spacecraft was gradually approaching this verdant world. King Cooler, according to the intelligence we've gathered, King Frieza is on this planet in search of the Dragon Balls, which are said to grant any wish, stated a respectful Shaviza to an alien being with a lizard-like tail and 3 toes, who had his back turned to him. Huh. My dear brother Frieza has truly kept me in the dark about such a significant piece of information, the existence of the Dragon Balls on Namek. Cooler chuckled. Were it not for my clandestine surveillance of the communications within Frieza's army, I would remain oblivious to the fact that such a seemingly underdeveloped planet harbors these wish-granting orbs. Looking through the porthole at the Namekian landscape, Cooler continued, Frieza aims to seize the Dragon Balls to summon the eternal dragon and fulfill his desires. Naturally, upon receiving this news, I too have been tempted by the allure of the Dragon Balls. Thus, I have gathered my forces to pursue Frieza to Namek. Consequently, the inhabitants of Namek found themselves unfortunate, as they faced 2 waves of brutal invaders. Shaviza hesitated momentarily before speaking. King Cooler, are we truly going to proceed with this? To strike against Frieza's army? As long as we can acquire the Dragon Balls from Namek, what does it matter if we must confront my dear brother?
Cooler replied nonchalantly, you all proceed with your plans. I desire only the Dragon Balls. This race, known as the Frost Demons in this universe,
is inherently detached from familial bonds. In the narrative, even when Frieza collected all 7 Dragon Balls, he showed no intention of resurrecting his father, King Cold. As an emperor of the cosmos at the pinnacle of power, even the royal families of humanity are devoid of emotion, let alone the Frost Demons. It is entirely reasonable for Cooler to contemplate seizing what he desires from Frieza, even at the cost of war. I understand, Shaviza replied respectfully. Once we obtain the Dragon Balls from my brother, it is indeed necessary for our Cooler army to occupy Namek. We should search thoroughly. Perhaps we might discover treasures akin to the Dragon Balls. After a moment's thought, Cooler added, indeed. Thus, as Frieza arrived on Namek, he ruthlessly slaughtered countless Namekians to seize the Dragon Balls. In the wake of his arrival, his elder brother Cooler also landed on Namek, intent on reclaiming the Dragon Balls from Frieza. Unprepared for Cooler's sudden appearance, Frieza was both infuriated and anxious as he had only managed to secure 1 Dragon Ball, while his subordinates had already been vanquished by Cooler's forces, who had decimated several Namekian villages. What is Cooler doing here? Frieza pondered in frustration. Gula constrained Frieza, while his formidable Gula Legion unleashed a merciless assault on Frieza's troops, particularly the Gula Mech Corps, causing a veritable river of blood to flow from Frieza's ranks. In a desperate bid to counter the Gula Mech Corps, Frieza hastily summoned the Jinyu force for reinforcements. By the time the Jinyu force arrived, The Gula Legion had already seized control of the entire Namek, nearly annihilating both the Namekians and Frieza's forces. Frieza had also vanished. Loyal to Frieza, Jinyu tirelessly searched for his master amidst the relentless onslaught of the Gula Legion across the desolate Namek. Ultimately, within a cavern of the planet, he discovered the barely conscious Frieza. At that moment, Frieza was no longer in his usual infantile form, but had transformed into his ultimate state, characterized by a spherical head. It was evident that Frieza had engaged Gula in battle, suffering defeat and sustaining grievous injuries, leaving him crippled with a broken arm and leg. Chapter 40. The acquisition of the body exchanged. Superpower King Frieza lay gravely wounded. Had our spaceship still been intact, we might have utilized the healing chamber to save him. Yet, our vessel had been obliterated by Gula's mercenaries, leaving Jinyu to ponder how he might rescue his king. Witnessing the dire condition of his master, Jinyu's face was etched with concern. Presently, Jinyu's own situation was dire. His 4 teammates had perished in the search for their leader, leaving him as the sole survivor of the Jinyu force. Even Jinyu himself bore the scars of battle, his combat armor severely damaged from the encounter with the Gula Mech Core. Suddenly, an idea struck Jinyu amidst his anxiety. He produced a Dragon Ball significantly smaller than the ones native to Namek. The wish orbs on Namek were much larger. Perhaps this miniature sphere was merely a toy of the indigenous people. Nevertheless, he had little choice but to take a gamble. He gathered 7 of the miniature Dragon Balls and ventured outside the cavern to summon the Eternal Dragon. In an instant, the skies of Namek erupted with thunder and lightning, as if heralding the end of days. What could this mean? The ominous spectacle suggested that someone had gathered the wish orbs to summon the dragon. But hadn't all the wish orbs I had used already turned to stone, rendering them unusable for a time? Could it be that the Namekians had not spoken the truth? Contemplating this, Gula's mood darkened, and he commanded his subordinates to bring forth the captured Namekian for interrogation. As Gula cruelly questioned the Namekian over his baseless suspicions, a massive azure dragon, exceeding 100 meters in length, manifested in the skies of Namek. How curious. The environment here bears a striking resemblance to Namek. Intriguingly, I have been summoned from an alien world. Jinyu returned to the cavern, cradling the unconscious Frieza in his arms and presenting him before the mighty dragon. King Frieza, please hold on. I shall save you at once. Speak your desire, and this divine dragon shall fulfill it. At that moment, Jiang Wei noticed Jinyu and Frieza, feeling a sense of curiosity, given the surrounding environment. This parallel world of Dragon Balls should align with the Namek saga. However, Frieza appeared to be in a state of disrepair, and Jinyu looked utterly disheveled. Diverging from the narrative, Dragon, restore King Frieza's health. Jinyu proclaimed loudly. It is a simple task. Jiang Wei raised his dragon claw and snapped his fingers, granting Jinyu's wish and reviving the king to full strength. He mused inwardly, recognizing Jinyu as Frieza's loyal minion, unable to suppress his embarrassment as he endured Jinyu and his team's awkward dance for so many years. Ding. Acquired telekinesis. Ding. Acquired body swap. Ding. Acquired energy blast. King Frieza, you have awakened? Jinyu exclaimed with a mix of joy and disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiang the divine dragon transformed into 7 golden rays of light, soaring towards the 4 corners of Namek. Captain Jinyu, I shall not forget your loyalty, Frieza declared with his signature, sinister laugh. Yet, the thought of Gula stealing his wish orbs and injuring him soured Frieza's mood, twisting his expression into one of deep hatred. Gula, I will not let you escape my wrath. He roared, his face contorted with rage. As the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza had never before experienced such a crushing defeat, nor had he realized that his father was indeed weaker than he. His brother, though not as powerful, concealed his true strength. Before Gula, the so-called Cosmic Emperor was rendered a mere joke. King Frieza, we shall speak of vengeance against King Gula later. For now, we must leave this place. It is swarming with Gula's forces, and we are not safe here, Jinyu asserted, taking a protective stance. To have me, Frieza, flee like a stray dog. I cannot accept that. Frieza replied, fury etched across his face. Jinyu, in a state of urgency, was about to reason with his master when a 3-meter-tall azure dragon man suddenly appeared, addressing Frieza with an air of confidence. Who are you? Jinyu exclaimed, alarmed, immediately shielding Frieza. Jinyu, were you not just making a wish to this divine dragon? How is it that you now fail to recognize me? Jiang Wei approached Frieza and Jinyu. You are the divine dragon. Jinyu gasped. Ho ho ho. Pray tell, esteemed dragon. Do you possess a method for me to exact vengeance upon my dear brother Gula at this very moment? Frieza inquired, dismissing Jinyu and gazing with interest at the towering azure figure. King Frieza, behold. Jiang Wei first bowed to Frieza before summoning the manifestation of Sun Wukong, a reward for fulfilling Wukong's wish. As observed by Lord Frieza, this is the body of a Saiyan, possessing formidable power, capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan in the throes of intense fury. While it may not match the strength you, Lord Frieza, will attain after months of training, it suffices for the purpose of exacting revenge on Gula. The physique of a Saiyan monkey. Lord Frieza disdainfully regarded his doppelganger, Son Goku. However, if it allows me to avenge my dear brother, utilizing the body of a Saiyan monkey is of little consequence. Captain Jinyu, I must trouble you. Frieza addressed Jinyu again. His hatred for Gula had reached a zenith, an inferno of rage. This fury did not escape the notice of Jiang Wei, who perceived its potential for exploitation. Forgive my insolence, Lord Frieza. A trade. Jinyu first offered an apology befitting a subordinate before promptly activating his ability, first exchanging bodies with doppelganger Son Goku, and then with Frieza. This Saiyan monkey's body possesses the legendary ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? How astonishing, Frieza remarked. So, Mr. Dragon, what is your intention? After adjusting to his new form, Frieza suddenly inquired of the great dragon Jiang Wei. I require your talent to unlock the Super Saiyan power within this body. You too need the strength of a Super Saiyan to take revenge on Gula, do you not? Jiang Wei replied with a smile. Mr. Dragon, your candor is refreshing. I appreciate it. Frieza, now inhabiting Goku's body, displayed a chilling expression as he regarded the composed Jiang Wei, suddenly erupting into his signature sinister laughter. Jiang Wei and Frieza forged an alliance that was not truly an alliance. Much like Piccolo, Frieza possessed a proud disposition, valuing his identity as the Emperor of the universe. Thus, as a proud cosmic monarch, an alliance? Such a notion was inconceivable. No one was worthy of being an ally to the Emperor of the universe. Jiang Wei understood Frieza's obstinate pride and refrained from mentioning assistance or alliance, terms that would surely provoke Frieza's ire, while outwardly granting him the respect he demanded. Only then did Frieza tacitly acknowledge Jiang Wei as his ally, agreeing to act according to the expectations of an ally. Chapter 41, The New Cell. Lord Frieza, please take the time to familiarize yourself with this Saiyan body. During this period, I shall dispatch my subordinates to eliminate the minions of Gula, Jiang Wei beamed. The towering Azure Dragon Man intentionally adopting a posture that sought Frieza's approval. Mr. Dragon, I shall have Captain Jinyu accompany your subordinates to eliminate my dear brother's underlings. A glint of cold light flashed in Frieza's eyes. Lord Frieza, it would be my utmost pleasure, Jinyu pledged loyally. However, why must Captain Jinyu engage with mere fodder? Are they worthy? My subordinate alone is sufficient, Jiang Wei interjected swiftly. Mr. Dragon, I shall await good news from your subordinate. Frieza pondered, realizing that Jinyu was indeed his most trusted general, fiercely loyal to him. Dispatching him to deal with mere underlings would be beneath his dignity. Under the watchful eyes of Frieza and Jinyu, Jiang Wei summoned the doppelganger of King Piccolo, who then expelled an egg that hatched into a diminutive green creature with a mere battle power of 10. Frieza and Jinyu were left in a state of bewilderment. This was unexpected. Although the task at hand involved merely dealing with the insignificant underlings of Guldo, these minions possessed battle powers exceeding 1,000. How could such a feeble Namekian, birthing an even more laughable little green being, possibly manage to handle them? Upon its emergence, the tiny green creature first cast its gaze upon the doppelganger of King Piccolo, then immediately shifted its attention to Jiang Wei, adopting an attitude of utmost reverence. I greet you, Lord Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei understood that, although this green creature was born from the doppelganger of King Piccolo, it was discerning enough to recognize its true master, Jiang Wei himself. Your name shall be Cell. Jiang Wei then retrieved a green carrot from the system space, clapped his hands, and with a puff of white smoke, transformed back into Cell. The exchange was complete. After granting Jinyu's wish, Jiang Wei also acquired Jinyu's extraordinary ability. He first exchanged forms with Cell, then with the little green creature, and finally reverted back. Thus, the little green creature became Cell, and Cell became the little green creature. With a swift gesture, Jiang Wei unleashed a Kamehameha wave, obliterating the now rebellious Cell, who had transformed into the diminutive green creature. He then addressed the respectful figure of Cell standing before him. Cell, go forth and hunt Guldo's subordinates freely, and enhance your strength. As you command, Lord Jiang Wei. Cell replied, already licking its lips in anticipation. Witnessing this scene, Jinyu was filled with uncertainty. How could that dragon possess my signature technique, the body swap? Meanwhile, Frieza regarded Jiang Wei with a contemplative glint in his eye. Lord Frieza, please become accustomed to this Saiyan body promptly. Jiang Wei sensed that Cell had already engaged in combat with the soldiers of Guldo's army who had come to scout. He turned to Frieza and said, Oh ho ho. I shall master this body swiftly, Mr. Dragon. Frieza displayed an ominous grin. On another front, after departing from Jiang Wei and the others, Cell encountered a multitude of Guldo's minor soldiers. Did you summon the dragon? One leading soldier demanded, scrutinizing the petite green Cell without courtesy. Upon discovering that someone had summoned Jiang Wei, Guldo had not only interrogated the captured Namekian, but also dispatched numerous subordinates to investigate the direction of the dragon's appearance. Cell remained silent, merely observing the soldiers with an intense glimmer of hunger in its eyes. In the next instant, Cell vanished, appearing face to face with the soldier. Before the latter could react, Cell tapped his shoulder. This soldier, slender and possessing large eyes, was of a type that allowed the petite Cell to easily reach his shoulder. With a puff of white smoke, the soldier disappeared. A carrot materialized in Cell's hand, which it promptly devoured in a few bites. The boost in strength was minimal, and the taste was mediocre, better than nothing. The sight of a comrade being transformed into a carrot and consumed by an unexpected green creature left the others in shock. The soldiers of the Gula Legion were filled with dread as they beheld the creature before them. What manner of monster are you? We are soldiers under the command of the great King Gula. Dare you to consume us? The great king will not let you go unpunished, stammered a lanky extraterrestrial soldier. In an instant, Sheru transformed him into a carrot and devoured him with a few bites. Quickly, summon the Gula Mech Corps for assistance. I am eager to assess the combat prowess of this green-skinned fiend, declared a bold soldier stepping forward. Beep, beep. The combat power detector displayed a flurry of data before exceeding its limits. The device used by the Gula Legion soldiers was of the same model as that of the Frieza Force, with a maximum detection capacity of merely over 20,000. Yet Sheru possessed a staggering combat power of 200,000, far surpassing the detector's threshold. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the Gula soldiers. The mightiest among them barely exceeded 3,000. How could they contend with Sheru's overwhelming power? Run. As fear gripped the soldiers, they began to scatter. However, Sheru, savoring the taste of the fourth carrot, had no intention of letting them escape and swiftly pursued them. Soon, he amassed a bounty of carrots, relishing each bite. With each carrot consumed, Sheru's strength steadily increased. In the narrative, Sheru had previously elevated his power by feasting on the weak Earthlings, reaching a level capable of subduing Android 17. Now, he was consuming soldiers from the Gula Legion, each possessing at least 1,000 in combat power. Sheru's singular thought was to devour, to enhance his strength in service of his creator, the formidable demon King Jiang Wei. Upon finishing the last carrot, Sheru lifted his gaze skyward, spotting 3 extraterrestrial beings approaching his direction. 3 individuals whose powers far surpassed the mere carrots he had just consumed. Delectable treats indeed. Observing the Gula Mech Corps arriving for reinforcement, Sheru's mouth watered with anticipation. Suddenly, a cunning glint sparkled in his eyes as he flew toward the Gula Mech Corps. At that moment, Captain Shavia and his comrades also noticed Sheru and realized that the Gula soldiers who had sent out the distress signal had vanished. Captain, our soldiers must have been eliminated by that green-skinned creature, Nez remarked. What kind of rogue dares to oppose the Gula Legion? He does not resemble a Namekian or a subordinate of King Frieza, Shavia pondered, gazing at the approaching Sheru with intrigue. Let me assess his combat power, he stated, revealing a cautious side that justified his position as captain. Beep. Unknown. Combat power 100,000. Shavia. Combat power 170,000. Nez. Combat power 163,000. Dre. Combat power 185,000. No wonder he had the audacity to slay our Gula soldiers. This fellow possesses a combat power of 100,000. While it pales in comparison to our Gula Mech Corps, he is indeed a rare talent, Shavia remarked with a relaxed smile. To comprehend the mastery of those with combat power exceeding 100,000, one can easily enumerate the members of Frieza's army and Cooler S Legion on a single hand. In truth, possessing a battle power of over 10,000 is a rarity among beings in the universe. Chapter 42. Frieza transforms into a Super Saiyan. That green-skinned creature. You possess a combat power of 100,000. Impressive. I believe King Cooler would welcome such a talent into his ranks to serve him. Thus, we shall forgive your transgressions of slaying soldiers from Cooler S Legion. What do you say? Savaiza observed as Cell approached, beginning to entice recruits for his master. In response, Cell bore an expression brimming with insatiable greed. Beep, beep. Unknown. Combat power 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. Boom. The readings from Savaiza and his companions, along with the already alerted Jinyu, caused their new combat power detector to simultaneously reach its maximum threshold. 200,000 was the limit of their state-of-the-art device. This is bad. This fellow has concealed his true strength. Savaiza and his companions were aghast, but it was too late for realization. Cell was already upon them. Mere inches away. Moments later, Cell had 3 more carrots in hand, relishing them with great delight. King Frieza, the subordinate known as Cell, can transform individuals into carrots to consume them for strength. Jinyu glanced at the seemingly composed Master Dragon Jiang, astonished, and conveyed this to Frieza. Frieza, too, displayed a measure of surprise, for while he was no paragon of virtue, brutal, merciless, and fond of using planets as fireworks, he would never resort to cannibalism. However, Frieza wore a wicked grin. Captain Jinyu, do not make a scene. Do not embarrass me before Master Dragon. My apologies, Lord Frieza. Jinyu quickly offered his contrition. I have grown accustomed to this Saiyan monkey's body. Frieza then addressed Jiang Wei and, shortly thereafter, the 3 ascended into the sky, heading towards Cooler S location. At that moment, Cooler had already discerned that the soldiers he dispatched and the mechanical troops had lost contact, unmistakably having been eliminated. Whoever dares oppose me, Cooler, shall meet their demise. With a visage of cruelty, Cooler took to the sky, eager to initiate an offensive. Thus, in the air, the two factions encountered one another. Meanwhile, the cunning Cell, sensing an opportunity, darted toward Cooler's camp, where an abundance of carrots awaited his consumption. Jinyu, what audacity! How dare you stand before me without hastily fleeing with my dear brother? You approach me with a mere Saiyan monkey and a hulking green-skinned creature? Cooler regarded Jinyu with a look that conveyed, you have found a way into hell without a door, and wickedly chuckled. After previously swapping Frieza into the body of his doppelganger, Son Goku, Jinyu did not dare to occupy his master's form and hastily reverted to his own, the body of a cosmic being with a complexion akin to that of Thanos. As his gaze swept over Frieza, cradled in the arms of Jinyu, Gula felt a sense of perplexity. Despite having severely incapacitated his dear brother in their previous skirmish, he now appeared unscathed, as though untouched by injury. Thus, Yuan Namek must have discovered other Dragon Balls, summoned the Eternal Dragon, and revived my beloved sibling? Gula, displaying his keen intellect, quickly deduced the situation and addressed Jinyu. Oh ho ho ho, my esteemed elder brother, please accept the greetings from your younger sibling. Suddenly, Frieza burst into a maniacal laughter. Seizing the moment while Gula was momentarily distracted, he executed a swift spinning kick to Gula's face, causing his head to tilt and sending him flying backward. Meanwhile, the imposing dragon god Jiang observed the unfolding spectacle with an amused demeanor. Beep, beep. Frieza, battle power 11 million, utilizing Goku's form. Gula, battle power 200 million. Jinyu, battle power 120,000. Jinyu, astonished, exclaimed, Mr. Dragon, your power detector is still functioning perfectly? Turning his attention back to Gula, he realized he had been caught off guard. Frieza, occupying Goku's body, had landed a kick on his face. Though his defenses remained intact, the humiliation was palpable. Touching the area struck, Gula's expression darkened, rage igniting in his eyes. That laugh belongs to you, Frieza. I understand now. You have swapped bodies with that Saiyan monkey through your subordinate Jinyu. My foolish brother, do you truly believe you can defeat your elder brother with the fabled power of a Super Saiyan? Impossible, utterly impossible. Jiang Wei expressed his surprise. Gula is remarkably astute. Grasping the situation so swiftly, is it possible that these nefarious beings, who wreak havoc across the cosmos, possess not only formidable strength, but also considerable intelligence? Otherwise, how do you suppose King Frieza and his kin came to dominate the universe, conquering vast territories solely through brute force? Jinyu remarked, gazing at Frieza, who stood defiantly against Gula, admiration etched on his face. I admit, I underestimated the intellect of those who roam the universe unchecked. Jiang Wei candidly replied to Jinyu. Oh ho ho ho, dear brother, do not be so hasty in your conclusions. Frieza wore a wicked grin. The base battle power of Goku's form paled in comparison to Frieza's original strength, allowing him to adapt swiftly. Yet, this alone would not suffice to vanquish his esteemed brother and redeem his honor. Frieza yearned for an even greater power, the legendary strength of a Super Saiyan. Visions of his previous defeat at Gula's hands, where one of his arms and a leg had been crushed, flashed through Frieza's mind. With a furious roar, a tempest swirled around him, and golden energy erupted from his being, his hair transforming into a radiant gold while his irises shifted to green. In an instant, he appeared as though engulfed in golden flames. Fueled by his wrath toward his elder brother Gula, Frieza, using Goku's body, successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Haha, splendid. Jiang Wei's draconian visage brimmed with delight as he pressed the power detector once more. Beep. Frieza, battle power 550 million, transforming into Super Saiyan 1 using Goku's body. An unparalleled force. Frieza was utterly enraptured. Opposite him, Cooler wore a grim expression. Super Saiyan, wasn't that just a legend? How could it be real? My brother, I must concede. You have astonished me. Thus, I too must summon all my strength to contend with the might of the Super Saiyan. Cooler's face was grave. With a mighty roar, Cooler was enveloped in a violet radiance. As the purple glow dissipated, Cooler transformed into his true and most formidable final form. Clad in exoskeleton and donning a mask, he embodied the very essence of a combatant. Beep. Cooler, battle power for 70 million, final form. Frieza sneered with malevolent delight. Is this it? If this represents your full power, brother, I can only declare that today marks your demise. No sooner had the words left his lips than Frieza's fist, akin to a cannonball, struck fiercely against Cooler's prepared visage. The intent was clear. He intended to kill his elder brother. And Cooler had no doubt that his younger sibling would indeed seek his end. For their father, King Cold, only the strongest sons were worthy. Those who could be defeated did not deserve to be his offspring. Cooler was sent flying by a single blow, his body soaring like a meteor, crashing heavily into a nearby mountain. Chapter 43, Cell with a battle power of 500 million. In that moment, With Cooler embedded within the mountain, his previous demeanor vanished, replaced by a fierce snarl as he glared at the approaching Frieza. Refusing to be passive, Cooler broke free from the mountain and charged forward. Frieza and Cooler engaged in a fierce exchange of blows high in the skies. Such a level of combat was beyond the comprehension of the diminutive Jinyu. To Jinyu's eyes, apart from the tumultuous sounds of battle between his leader and Cooler, he could scarcely perceive their figures. He then glanced at Jiang Wei, noticing that his gaze was consistently purposeful, indicating that Jiang Wei could indeed discern the clash between Frieza and Cooler. Soon, the sounds of their fierce exchanges faded, and the two began hurling energy blasts at one another, explosions echoing in succession as they decimated the mountainous terrain, lakes, and forests into barren wasteland. In the midst of Jinyu's terror, Jiang Wei raised his hand and deflected a purple energy blast aimed at him. Boom! The purple energy blast, sent flying by Jiang Wei, detonated upon striking the surface of Namek, creating a vast crater. Jinyu noted that in order to deflect the purple energy blast, Jiang Wei's azure dragon form had erupted in a crimson aura, enveloping his entire being. Given Jiang Wei's current strength, even in his humanoid dragon form, he had to unleash the Kaioken to divert such a powerful energy blast, which boasted several 100 million in battle power. Jiang Wei had to take this seriously. Thank you, Jinyu said to Jiang Wei. After a fierce exchange of energy blasts, the battle finally approached its conclusion. In a desperate struggle, Gula launched a punch at Frieza, who wore a perpetual malevolent grin. Frieza effortlessly caught Gula's fist, retaliating with a swift blow to his face, before pulling him closer and delivering a crushing knee strike to Gula's abdomen. Gula cried out in agony, his body doubling over as he expelled a bitter retch. Yet, Frieza did not relent, seizing Gula with one hand. He concentrated a formidable energy in his other palm and unleashed a powerful energy blast that struck Gula squarely in the face. Gula's visage was utterly transformed, akin to a fighter jet shot down by anti-aircraft fire, plummeting rapidly to the ravaged ground, landing in a deep crater, immobilized. Ahahaha, my dear brother. I shall return to you what you once did to me. Frieza cackled wickedly, and with a cruel twist, he shattered one of Gula's hands and a foot, replicating the same brutality that Gula had inflicted upon him. Congratulations were in order for Frieza, who had achieved his vengeance. Witnessing his brother's incapacitation, Jiang Wei approached eagerly. Captain Jinyu, I kindly request you to switch me back. At your command, Lord Frieza. Please pardon my impertinence. Exchange. Captain Jinyu complied, reverting Frieza back to his original form, while Jiang Wei retracted his doppelganger, Son Goku. True to form, Frieza placed greater value on his own strength. After rendering Gula a cripple, he unhesitatingly relinquished the power of the Super Saiyan, confident in his innate abilities. Ahahaha, Mr. Shenron. My Frieza force is in need of a supreme commander. After stretching his original body, Frieza suddenly addressed Jiang Wei. I apologize, Lord Frieza. Jinyu summoned me to your world using the 7 Dragon Balls, and I can only remain here for 24 hours. Jiang Wei feigned a look of regret. Ahahaha, I almost forgot. Mr. Shenron was summoned, Frieza exclaimed, followed by his sinister laughter. Thus, the alliance between the great Shenron and Frieza came to an end. Frieza, realizing that Namek held the Dragon Balls, decided to conquer the planet rather than ignite a cosmic spectacle. It was imperative to locate any surviving Namekians and extract useful information. The new spaceship dispatched from the Frieza Force headquarters would require time to reach Namek. Mr. Shenron, I shall take my leave, Frieza announced before departing with Jinyu. After their exit, Jiang Wei gazed at Gula, lying on the ground, severed limbs and unconscious, then turned to see Cell, who had consumed all of Gula's soldiers. Returning to his side, observing Cell crouched beside Gula, drooling in anticipation, Jiang Wei contemplated briefly before severing Gula's tail and storing it in the system space. He then reached out and touched Gula, causing a plume of white smoke to envelop him. Gula was transformed into a purple carrot, which Jiang Wei promptly offered to Cell. Thank you for your generous gift, Lord Jiang Wei. Cell exclaimed joyfully, expressing his gratitude before devouring the purple carrot in a few bites. Gula had met his demise. Shortly thereafter, Cell adopted a posture indicative of constipation, unleashing a tremendous aura that shook the very earth. As if to obliterate planet Namek, Jiang Wei narrowed his eyes, employing his combat power detector to assess Cell's current strength. Beep. Cell, combat power 500 million. Infused with the Saiyan cells from both Dares and Goku. Should Cell achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan, the sheer power would be astounding. Jiang Wei marveled at the thought. Subsequently, he accompanied Cell back to his original world. As for the planet Namek in another realm, it was not the Namek Jiang Wei resided in, and he owed them no debts of gratitude. Their fate was of no concern to him. After concluding this venture, having acquired Jinyu's body-swapping ability, resolved Goku's transformation issue, addressed Cell's rebellious tendencies, and nurtured Cell's power to 500 million, he felt elated. Upon his return, Jiang Wei reviewed his gains, beaming with delight. Jinyu's body-swapping ability was distinct from the powers of Rabbit, dumpling, and blue. It was a soul ability, meaning that even if one possessed Jinyu's cellular makeup, the unique power could not be attained. Moreover, Jinyu's ability could bypass any discrepancy in combat power, as long as the skill was activated and struck its target. It would invariably take effect. However, its activation speed was rather sluggish, allowing later opponents to evade it, rendering this remarkable skill nearly ineffective in later battles. Nevertheless, in Jiang Wei's hands, it could resolve the formidable control issues posed by the androids developed by Dr. Gero. Summoning Sun Wukong, Jiang Wei utilized Jinyu's body-swapping ability to transfer Wukong into a clone, allowing him to experience the disparity between the body of a successfully transformed Super Saiyan and his original form. Sun Wukong attentively sensed the transformations within his body. Finally, upon being reverted back to his original form, a golden aura enveloped him, his hair transforming into gold, marking his ability to become a Super Saiyan 1. Beep. Sun Wukong. Combat power 900 million, Super Saiyan 1. It is worth noting that Wukong's base combat power undoubtedly surpassed that of the Sun Wukong clone Jiang Wei had provided to Frieza for vengeance against Gula on the other planet Namek. What an immense power. Brother, so this is the might of a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong gazed at Jiang Wei, his spirit exhilarated. Brother, I feel my blood igniting. Let us engage in battle. I am more than willing to oblige, Jiang Wei replied with a smile. Who would miss the chance to fight upon their first transformation into a Super Saiyan? Chapter 44. The new type of android not featured in the plot. In the next moment, Jiang Wei transformed into a humanoid dragon, enveloped in the same golden aura. Sun Wukong was utterly astonished. Brother, you can also become a Super Saiyan? But you are a dragon now, not a Saiyan. Wukong, your elder brother is a dragon, capable of anything, Jiang Wei proclaimed with pride. Beep. Jiang Wei. Combat power. Boom. The combat power detector, modified by Bulma, finally surpassed its limits and exploded with readings. It seemed it was time for Bulma to continue enhancing the combat power detector. Jiang Wei removed the damaged device from his left eye, which had begun to emit black smoke, and discarded it casually. The combat power of 1 billion marks the upper limit of this power detector. The two began to engage in battle. In almost no time, Dog Kong was reduced to a pitiful state. After being fed a magical bean by Jiang Wei, he was once again lively and animated. Sun Wukong remarked, "You promised that the Super Saiyan would surpass the strength of my elder brother. Where is it?" Jiang Wei replied, "I did not deceive you. The strength of the Super Saiyan indeed surpasses that of my previous self during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament when we faced off. However, I never claimed it would exceed my current strength." Hee hee. Sun Wukong pondered, "Why is it so difficult to surpass my elder brother? By the way, to what extent has his power increased now?" After bidding farewell to Sun Wukong, Jiang Wei approached his wife Bulma and greeted her, "My dear, the combat power detector you modified last time has become insufficient. Could you please enhance its upper limit once more?" "Of course, darling," Bulma replied cheerfully. Thanks to Jiang Wei, she had gathered a wealth of energy data from numerous skilled fighters during their battles, constructing models through her computer. If you asked Bulma to create an android with a combat power in the hundreds of millions, she would surely declare it impossible. However, if it were merely a device to detect combat power, she could accomplish that effortlessly. After planting a kiss on Bulma, Jiang Wei sought out Dr. Gero, showcasing the obedient cell to the elderly scientist. "Jiang Wei, how did you manage this?" Dr. Gero, still troubled by the disobedience of his androids, was utterly astonished to see Cell's deference towards Jiang Wei. "Actually, I employed a clever trick," Jiang Wei explained, revealing the secret of the Jinyu Force's body-swapping ability to the old man. "I see," Dr. Gero exclaimed, his eyes shining with realization. "You have long contemplated applying the unique capabilities of that alien, Jinyu, in the development of androids. From this point forward, he only needed to consider how to make the androids increasingly powerful, while Jiang Wei would handle the troublesome issue of ensuring they did not rebel. Marvelous. Absolutely splendid." Encouraged by the resolution of the android control dilemma, Dr. Gero eagerly began to elaborate on his recent advancements in android technology, an experimental eternal energy furnace, a practical energy absorption device, and a fully mechanical android body capable of housing these two innovative devices. Had it not been for Jiang Wei's objections, Dr. Gero might have also considered modifying humans to accommodate these new devices. It seemed that the old scientist was on the verge of creating androids number 16 and 19 ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei was not idle. He retrieved Cooler S tail from the system space and tossed it to Dr. Gero. "Here is a fine gift. This is the tail of a powerful alien with formidable combat prowess. I trust it will be of great use to you, Dr. Gero." Upon receiving Cooler S tail, Dr. Gero immediately examined it with specialized equipment, treating it as a priceless treasure. "With the sample from this extraterrestrial being, I shall be able to develop the ultimate cell." Ha ha ha. Dr. Gero laughed heartily. "By the way, how is the biological device I requested for the transformation of human bodies coming along, Dr. Gero?" Jiang Wei inquired, recalling their previous discussion. Dr. Gero, with a beaming smile, replied, given the technological expertise accumulated from the prior development of Cell. Creating the biological device you envisioned will be considerably easier. So, is this why you look down upon the cyborgs? Dr. Gero, not everyone is willing to transform into a half-human, half-machine abomination for the sake of immense power. However, my biological device is fundamentally different. It is essentially a life form that coexists with its host, capable of altering the host's physiology, allowing Earthlings to unlock potential on par with that of the Saiyans. Although my biomodified beings may initially lack the strength of cyborgs, their potential will undoubtedly far exceed that of any cyborg. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wei, brimming with the confidence of a scientific visionary, laughed heartily at Dr. Gero. Ultimately, while Jiang Wei is not Florida, he does not wish to nurture idleness. He is averse to the marginalization of Earthlings depicted in the narrative. Jiang Wei, I do not deny your ingenious ideas, but I fail to understand why you exclusively utilize Saiyan cells for developing the biological device for human modification? Dr. Gero asked, perplexed. Because I desire enhanced Earthlings.
Not another horde of Cell, Jiang Wei responded. More than half a month later, Jiang Wei received the latest improved combat power detector from his wife, Bulma.
A few months thereafter, he obtained the biological device designed according to his philosophy from Dr. Gero. Subsequently, he summoned the personnel from the security department of the Capsule Corporation. His subordinates. Jiang Wei first assessed the combat powers of Yamcha and Krillin and, to be honest, with Son Goku around, he was not particularly concerned about the progress of his subordinates. Beep beep. Yamcha, combat power 5500. Krillin, combat power 8000. Tien, combat power 4000. Kaiatsu, combat power 2500. Cell, combat power 540 million. Along with Son Goku, these comprised the entirety of Jiang Wei's security team. As for why there was no Piccolo, he typically did not require food, as a mere sip of water sufficed. Moreover, with his ability to change attire, he even saved on clothing expenses. Piccolo hardly spent money and looked down upon joining Jiang Wei's security department at Capsule Corporation, stating, "The illustrious Demon King Piccolo has intentions to conquer the world, not to serve as a mere security guard for your company." Of course, this does not imply that Piccolo can disregard Jiang Wei's guidance and training. Brother, have you summoned us for a particular reason? Yamcha, who was evidently slacking in his training, asked. In the ensuing time, the distance between Tien and Yamcha continued to diminish. I present to you an opportunity to enhance your strength. Jiang Wei, direct and to the point, never indulged in superfluous words. The crowd responded with a collective murmur, their expressions betraying little excitement, clearly not taking Jiang Wei's words to heart. It was not that Yamcha and Krillin doubted him. They held unwavering faith that their elder brother possessed the means to elevate their power. Yet, the question lingered, could they truly surpass their elder brother in Goku? Not to mention, even Piccolo, with his green skin, far surpassed them in strength. As for the one who eventually joined the security department, the android named Cell, he had become a figure they could only look up to in awe. After enduring a series of setbacks, Yamcha and Krillin began to realize, as genuine Earthlings, that their prospects were dwindling. Chapter 45, Piccolo's fusion with Piccolo. Have you misunderstood something? When I speak of becoming stronger, I do not refer to merely surpassing your current selves, but rather to possessing the innate talent to keep pace with me and Goku. Jiang Wei, observing the lackluster atmosphere, spoke with fervor. What? The ability to match the strides of elder brother and Goku? Yamcha and Krillin instantly perked up, their spirits ignited, reminiscent of the fervor they felt when they first embarked on their martial arts journey. Elder brother, is it truly possible? Yamcha trembled with anticipation. If there was a glimmer of hope to catch up to his elder brother in Goku, he was reluctant to fall behind. After receiving Jiang Wei's affirmative response, he articulated his thoughts. Yamcha and Krillin exchanged glances, their faces reflecting reluctance. In the narrative, they had obtained the schematics for Android 17 from Drive Jero's secret laboratory. Yet no Earthling was willing to allow Dr. Briefs and Bulma to transform them into half-cybernetic beings, acquiring powers far exceeding that of a Super Saiyan in its initial stage. Jiang Wei did not press them. Should you arrive at a decision, you may seek me out at any time. While Jiang Wei's subordinates remained indecisive, Bulma exhibited an extraordinary interest. Unlike the Bulma from the narrative, the current Bulma had savored the sweetness of possessing formidable strength. In another realm, she had vanquished the Demon King Piccolo and emerged as a savior. Furthermore, after marrying Jiang Wei, she grappled with adapting to her spouse's immense combat prowess, exceeding millions. Darling, do you wish to undergo transformation to attain greater strength? No problem. After finishing his thoughts, Jiang Wei embraced Bulma, contemplating that even if she attained strength equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan, her sharp nails could not breach his defenses, thus he acquiesced. Following Bulma's transformation, she remained at home as a maid, while the blonde-haired Launch, unwilling to be outdone by her mistress Bulma, sought out Jiang Wei, expressing her desire for transformation. Days later, the symbiosis was achieved. Henceforth, both Bulma and Launch possessed the potential for enhancement equivalent to that of hybrid Saiyans. After months of rigorous training, Both Bulma and the golden-haired launch could effortlessly leave the likes of Tien Shinhan and Krillin battered and bruised. Consequently, Yamcha, who had already begun to slacken in his martial arts discipline, experienced a profound epiphany and became the first among the main cast to willingly embrace biological modification. With Yamcha leading the charge, the previously hesitant comrades, who had been averse to the idea of artificial enhancements, gradually sought out Jiang Wei for transformation, subsequently acquiring the hybrid Saiyan attributes. Merely 6 months later, their collective power saw an astounding enhancement. Ding. Jiang Wei, battle power 19 million. Son Goku, battle power 26 million. Yamcha, battle power 66,000. Krillin, battle power 78,000. Tien Shinhan, battle power 60,000. Yajirobe, battle power 49,000. Bulma, battle power 52,000. Launch, battle power 40,000. Cell, battle power 600 million. Oolong, battle power 900. Puar, battle power 900. With the hybrid Saiyan physiology now coursing through them, Yamcha and Krillin finally unlocked the Kaioken technique they had previously learned from Jiang Wei. It became evident that the technique was not ineffectual. Rather, it was the inherent limitations of Earthlings that had impeded its use. At this juncture, Jiang Wei could assert, without a hint of modesty, that the might he wielded as the director of the Capsule Corporation's security department far surpassed that of the tyrant Frieza, who reigned supreme across the cosmos. Were Jiang Wei to harbor ambitions of universal domination, he would have little need for the current real estate moguls masquerading as cosmic emperors. Such power derived from external means hardly warranted pride. Beside him, Piccolo feigned indifference to the choices of others, yet inwardly, he brimmed with envy. Jiang Wei, noting this, internally scoffed. Oh, you grumpy guardian, you are the least qualified to criticize others for relying on external enhancements. How had Piccolo himself augmented his power in the narrative? Those in the know understand. Presently, despite exerting every ounce of effort, Piccolo had only managed to elevate his strength to a meager battle power of 30,000. As months passed, witnessing the transformative ascension of his peers became unbearable for the proud Piccolo, who ultimately sought out Jiang Wei, exclaiming, "It is not envy of your external power I feel. However, to ensure that evil swiftly returns to this world, the great demon king Piccolo is not above accepting external aid." Jiang Wei regarded Piccolo with a bemused expression, observing his display with quiet amusement. Just as Piccolo's green visage began to falter under Jiang Wei's gaze, the latter finally spoke. "Piccolo, as a Namekian, the methods I employed on Yamcha and Krillin are not applicable to you. After all, they require sustenance, while you need merely a sip of water." At this, Piccolo's hopes dimmed considerably. However, Jiang Wei swiftly shifted his tone. "Since you genuinely desire to enhance your power, I shall graciously extend my assistance once more." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's previously dimmed gaze ignited with determination, though he retorted haughtily, "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I, the great demon king Piccolo, seek to conquer the world swiftly, not merely to augment my strength." Jiang Wei did not engage in idle chatter with Piccolo. Rather, he retrieved an egg from the system's space. "This was acquired while Bulma and I were conducting business in another realm," he explained. Piccolo accepted the egg from Jiang Wei, his expression one of bewilderment. "I surmise that should you successfully fuse with this egg, you will undoubtedly attain unparalleled strength." Jiang Wei's face bore an expression of keen interest. This egg contained the essence of Piccolo from an alternate universe. At the moment Bulma vanquished the demon king Piccolo, the latter expelled this egg just before his demise. But Jiang Wei intercepted it. It was only when Piccolo's power exceeded 10,000, and he sought Jiang Wei out that he decided to present the egg, allowing Piccolo to merge with his counterpart from another world. One can only imagine the outcome would surpass that of Piccolo's fusion with the Supreme Kai in the narrative. Without hesitation, Piccolo, despite his peculiar feelings towards the egg, activated his abilities and fused with it. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from Piccolo. Had it not been for Jiang Wei's protection, Bulma's home, and even the entire West City would have been obliterated by the tumultuous upheaval resulting from Piccolo's transformation. After gaining his newfound power, Piccolo felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, believing he could now contend with Jiang Wei and Goku. This demonstrates the sheer magnitude of his newfound strength. Ding. Report to the Master. A parallel world with Dragon Balls has gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned you. I say, system, I currently have a plethora of formidable subordinates, yet every time I conduct business, I must go it alone. Is it not possible for me to bring a few companions along? Jiang Wei remarked, eyeing the now self-assured Piccolo. Ding. Based on the Master's feedback, the system has been adjusted. Upon being summoned, the Master may now call forth up to 3 companions for assistance, as needed. Jiang Wei smiled with satisfaction. The system's unwavering devotion to him was evident. After dismissing Piccolo, Jiang Wei went to inform his wife, Bulma, that he had business to attend to, which would last no more than 24 hours, and then he transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing from sight. Chapter 46. After Trunks' death. In another world, devastation reigned. Resembling an apocalyptic landscape, the majority of Earth's population had been annihilated by two malevolent androids. Just when hope seemed lost, a savior emerged, a courageous youth named Trunks. Trunks traveled back in time using the time machine invented by his mother, Bulma, and procured the design schematics for Android 17 from Drive Jero's secret laboratory. Upon returning to the future, Bulma utilized these schematics to create a device capable of disabling the androids. Armed with this device, Trunks succeeded in shutting down the formidable androids 17 and 18, ultimately destroying them and rescuing the ravaged world, allowing the surviving populace to reclaim a life of peace and tranquility. However, an unexpected tragedy struck. Trunks was murdered, and his time machine vanished without a trace. We need not speak of the grief-stricken Bulma. Not long after the world had settled into a brief period of tranquility, humanity was once again beset by a monumental crisis. A colossal spaceship, rivaling the size of an asteroid, suddenly descended upon Earth one fateful day. The cataclysmic collision between the immense vessel and the planet unleashed a cacophony of destruction, resulting in countless casualties. An extraterrestrial army proclaimed to the surviving inhabitants of Earth that their planet had been claimed. The new ruler of Earth, an evil Namekian known as King Slug, emerged to dominate the world. King Slug, a malevolent being whose wickedness surpassed even that of the infamous demon King Piccolo, possessed formidable powers that dwarfed those of his predecessor. Though he was now in the twilight of his life, nearing death, in his waning days, he discovered a mystical Dragon Ball from another world on a distant planet. Realizing that by gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, he could summon a dragon capable of granting any wish. Overjoyed, he sought to summon the dragon to restore his youth. Rallying his nefarious forces to locate the remaining 5 Dragon Balls scattered across various celestial bodies. His quest led him to Earth, as the final Dragon Ball lay hidden on this beleaguered planet. Upon claiming dominion over Earth, Slug began to reshape it according to his sinister desires. A transformation that proved catastrophic for its inhabitants. Once again, the people of Earth found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament, with no savior in sight. Or so it seemed. A mother, having lost her son Trunks, the brave Bulma, rose to the occasion once more. With the assistance of Mr. Satan, she stealthily infiltrated Slug's domain, seizing the opportunity to thwart his efforts in gathering the Dragon Balls and summoning the dragon. Amidst the desolation of Earth, the skies crackled with thunder, casting an oppressive sense of impending doom over this apocalyptic realm. It was indeed a dark irony. State your wish, whatever it may be, I, the eternal dragon, shall grant it, the dragon proclaimed. Upon emerging, it surveyed the vast spaceship and the rapidly cooling environment, as well as the ruins of the planet's structures, before casting its gaze down upon the frail Namekian before it. Dragon, let me, Slug began, but his words were abruptly cut off by an urgent voice of a woman. The tone was eerily familiar, albeit aged. Dragon, bring back Trunks. The woman's voice faltered. With a scowl of malice, Slug disregarded her entirely, unleashing a powerful energy wave that obliterated the woman, reducing her to mere ash. Now that the nuisance has been dealt with, Dragon, restore my youth. At this moment, the eternal dragon exhibited a flicker of emotion, casting a glance at the expectant Slug, and within its immense eyes, a spark of fierce intent glimmered for the first time. Jiang Wei has come to a profound realization. The woman, reduced to mere ashes by Shrag's energy wave, is none other than Bulma. Although Jiang Wei understands that this Bulma hails from a parallel universe and bears a weathered appearance, distinct from his beloved wife. The sight of her being slain before his very eyes ignites an uncontrollable fury within him towards the perpetrator of this heinous act. Were it not for the fact that he is currently in the form of the eternal dragon summoned by the 7 Dragon Balls, he would have swiftly intervened to save Bulma. The dragon? Shrag, witnessing the towering dragon before him, felt a surge of panic. He feared that the dragon would be unable to fulfill his wish of regaining his youth, leaving him to await his inevitable demise. It was a straightforward matter. The Grand Dragon, suppressing his simmering anger, raised a claw and snapped his fingers, granting Shrag's wish. No matter how displeased he was, Jiang Wei would not deny a condemned man his final wish. Shrag had already been sentenced to death by the Grand Dragon. Ha! I shall not grow old. My lost youth has returned. Elated by the fulfillment of his wish, Shrag reveled in the resurgence of the power he once possessed in his youth, blissfully unaware that this was merely a precursor to his demise. Your wish has been granted, and farewell, Shrag. The Grand Dragon waited a moment, observing Shrag lost in a sea of ecstasy after reclaiming his youth, with no signs of treachery. Then, he transformed into 7 golden beams of light, scattering in all directions. While the immense dragon vanished from sight, Mrs. Bulma, how detestable! At Shrag's stronghold, near the colossal spaceship, Mr. Satan knelt on the ground, powerless and lamenting as he witnessed Bulma being obliterated by Shrag's energy wave. What are you wailing about? The Grand Dragon can revive Bulma. A disgruntled voice emerged from the shadows. Upon turning around, Satan was taken aback to see a 3-meter-tall azure dragon man approaching him. "My lord, please spare me. I have no intention of opposing King Shrag. I am merely passing through. I do not know any Bulma. Please, have mercy on me." Mistaking the Grand Dragon for one of Shrag's subordinates, Satan fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, and began to bow fervently before the towering azure being. "Silence. Do as I command. Tell me you wish to resurrect Bulma, or I shall slay you where you stand." The azure dragon man growled with menace. "I understand." Misto Satan, trembling, rose from the ground. He shakily articulated his desire to revive Bulma before the imposing azure figure. Chapter 47, King Shrag. "This is quite simple." Jiang Wei snapped his fingers. "How am I alive? And who is this handsome fellow beside you, Misto Satan?" Bulma opened her eyes, rising from the ground and gazing at Satan, who had transformed back into a human after making a wish, and the enigmatic Jiang Wei, who was now chewing gum. With a hint of confusion, she introduced herself. "Pleased to meet you. I am Jiang Wei, the dragon summoned by Slag after gathering the 7 Dragon Balls." Jiang Wei addressed the aged Bulma with utmost courtesy, presenting a stark contrast to his demeanor when speaking with Satan. "You are the dragon? Ah, when did you become human?" Both Bulma and Mr. Satan wore expressions of astonishment. "You claim to be the dragon?" After the initial shock, a glimmer of hope emerged on Bulma's wrinkled face, quickly followed by surprise. "Did you resurrect me, dragon? Then, if I may be so bold, I ask you to bring Trunks back to combat this villain named Slag," Bulma implored earnestly. Jiang Wei regarded Bulma with a gaze filled with compassion. In truth, with his current powers, he could fulfill any wish, even resurrecting the entire main cast led by Goku, despite them having perished decades ago. However, since Bulma's wish was merely to revive her unfortunate son Trunks, Jiang Wei saw no reason to complicate matters and decided to grant her request. "Fear not, I shall revive Trunks. This place is perilous, Satan. Take Bulma and leave at once. I shall handle the situation here." Years of surviving in a world ravaged by androids had instilled a remarkable decisiveness in both Bulma and Satan. With expressions of gratitude, they nodded at Jiang Wei and supported each other as they vanished into the darkness. As for the troublesome Slag, Jiang Wei mused that this venture had incurred some losses. It would be prudent to summon Piccolo, allowing him to mitigate some of the damage. "No need to call upon others. Simply bring me Piccolo," Jiang Wei silently commanded. Ding. Command received. In the next moment, Piccolo was teleported to this desolate realm. Upon arrival, he surveyed the apocalyptic surroundings, his expression one of bewilderment as he awaited an explanation from Jiang Wei. In a few succinct words, Jiang Wei relayed the circumstances to Piccolo. "You summoned me, the great demon King Piccolo, to serve as your enforcer?" "Humph." Piccolo's face reflected indignation. "However, you are fortunate. I too find that Slag intolerable. One world-destroying demon is sufficient. There is no need for another. Who does he think he is to come to Earth and wreak havoc? Has he consulted me? The great demon King Piccolo? Enough of the chatter. Slag has already discovered our presence, and his minions are surrounding us," Jiang Wei reminded Piccolo. "Minions, you say? Eliminating them will be a trivial task," Piccolo retorted, his countenance betraying disdain. "You are indeed correct. Thus, I shall vanquish these minions while you contend with the one known as Lost Hit. By the way, do remember to hold back your strength. Do not eliminate him outright. It is far more advantageous for you to leave him with a sliver of life." Piccolo's eyes suddenly gleamed with understanding. "Without your prompting, I too recognize the necessity of sparing him for the purpose of absorption and assimilation. I eagerly anticipate the extent of my dark powers as the great demon King Piccolo, after assimilating Lost Hit." Ha! Thus, Piccolo confronted King Slag, while Jiang Wei took it upon himself to eradicate the minions under Slag's command. "Who are you to dare offend us?" the minions exclaimed. Jiang Wei, uninterested in listening to their final words, unleashed a flurry of devastating strikes, swiftly leaving a sea of bodies and rivers of blood in his wake. Task accomplished. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Wei soared towards Piccolo's direction, eager to witness the clash between the two malevolent Namekians. It was astonishing to encounter a fellow of my kind on such a ravaged planet, particularly one who harbored an evil heart. Today is indeed a joyous and memorable occasion. As brethren of the demon race, you should pledge allegiance to me, King Slag, and join me in our wicked endeavors." Upon seeing Piccolo before him, Slag's eyes sparkled with malevolence as he extended an invitation to join forces. It was a rare encounter for an evil Namekian like Slag, who had lived to the brink of old age. "Do not harbor such delusions. I, the great demon King Piccolo, shall not serve another, for in this world, there is but one ruler of the demon race, myself." Piccolo wore a wicked grin. "Huh, unappreciative fool. In that case, I, King Slag, shall decree your death." Slag's laughter was chilling. The two malevolent Namekians took their stances, ready to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei retrieved the modified power scouter gifted by his wife Bulma, eager to measure the combat prowess of Piccolo and Slag. Beep, beep. Slag, power level 1, 000, 000. Piccolo, Power level 4,000,000. In another realm, King Kai had assessed Slag's strength to be far superior to that of Frieza, who publicly boasted a power level of merely 530,000. By all appearances, Lost Hit's power level indeed eclipsed that of the king. Lost Hit, your time is nearly up, Piccolo cackled with confidence. Fool, I am not Lost Hit, I am Slag. Slag retorted angrily. In an instant, he teleported before the smirking Piccolo and unleashed a powerful punch akin to a cannonball, striking Piccolo squarely in the face. No damage was done. Piccolo regarded Slag with scornful eyes, watching as disbelief washed over Slag's features. This is impossible. After savoring Slag's expression long enough, Piccolo let out an evil chuckle and lightly swung a fist, landing it upon Slag's green visage. With a resounding cry, Shrag was sent flying as if a pedestrian had been struck by a vehicle while crossing against the light. He spun through the air in a dizzying whirl before crashing into the colossal spaceship, creating a gaping hole from which sparks and black smoke erupted. Beak, reveling in his newfound strength, soared towards the direction in which Shrag had been propelled. Do not presume that a single punch can vanquish me, the mighty King Shrag. I merely underestimated you and held back my true power. When I unleash my full might, it shall signal your demise. Shrag, battered and bruised, emerged from the smoking wreckage of the spacecraft, glaring fiercely at Beak. As he spoke, Shrag's robust form began to swell rapidly. Observing Shrag's transformation with disdain, Beak retorted, "Had you not served a purpose for me, you would have already met your end. Yet here you are, still prattling on." Meanwhile, Jiang Wei, watching the spectacle, spat out the remnants of his candy, chuckling. He is about to transform, but no matter how he changes, little Karami will always be little Karami. Before long, Shrag had morphed into a green giant, rivaling the formidable Owozuru. Chapter 48, Beak's Ascendancy. Ding. Shrag, power level 2,000,000, giant form. You can elicit my full strength. Even in death, you should consider it an honor. With a visage marred by wounds yet brimming with pride, Shrag addressed Beak. Is this truly your so-called full effort? Beak replied, disappointment etched across his face. What a waste of my time. Prepare to be crushed. Shrag gritted his teeth, exuding a powerful aura as he aimed a foot downwards towards Beak. With a mere flick of his left hand, Beak effortlessly deflected Shrag's colossal foot, rendering it unable to descend, regardless of Shrag's bulging veins and sheer determination. Then, with a gentle sweep, Beak sent Shrag reeling backward, his immense form seemingly unable to withstand the petite power of Beak, creating a significant ruckus. It was over. Beak did not grant Shrag another moment to recover. He leaped atop Shrag's colossal frame and delivered a decisive kick to his head, rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, Beak began to savor the fruits of victory, placing a hand upon Shrag's chest to assimilate him. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted from Beak, sweeping across the surroundings. Even the earth seemed to tremble in response to the force emanating from him. As the commotion subsided, Beak opened his eyes, astonished. He had not anticipated that assimilating Shrag would elevate his power to unprecedented heights. In that moment, Beak looked down upon the world, no longer regarding Jiang Wei and Dog Kong with any semblance of respect. Ding. Beak, power level 1,000,000,000. Jiang Wei, considering your unwavering guidance, I shall graciously permit you and Sun Wukong to serve as my subordinates under the reign of Beak, the great demon king. Beak descended before Jiang Wei, his cape billowing dramatically, his nostrils flaring with arrogance. Jiang Wei could not help but chuckle. Nanny, it seems that a mere hint of power has caused you to lose your bearings. Perhaps it is time for me to deliver a small jolt to help you rediscover yourself. In the next moment, Jiang Wei transformed into a humanoid dragon, enveloped in a golden aura. Beep. Jiang Wei, combat power 9. 5 billion, transformation into humanoid dragon and Super Saiyan form. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Jiang Wei, Piccolo's face turned ashen. Had he been human, he likely would have been drenched in cold sweat. How terrifying. Is this truly the extent of your power? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Jiang Wei responded candidly. I have yet to unleash the full potential of my 20-fold Kaioken. I was merely jesting earlier. Do not take it to heart. Piccolo's expression shifted slightly before he forced a smile. So you can joke now, Piccolo, you've made progress. Jiang Wei chuckled, giving Piccolo a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and instructed his subordinate to escort Piccolo back. 12 hours later, within the ruins of West City at Bulma's residence, Jiang Wei addressed the wrinkled visage of Bulma. Although Shrag has been eradicated, it does not mean your world is now safe. Shrag is but a minor threat. Had Trunks been here, he could have dispatched him with a mere finger. He warned her of the greater crises that would soon besiege their world. I implore you, once I revive Trunks, follow me to my realm. I can ensure your safety. The timeline where Trunks perished was steeped in despair, leaving Bulma as the sole survivor among the protagonists. In the future, with Majin Buu sealed on Earth, Bibidi and Daburo would arrive to unleash Buu's malevolence, igniting a new global catastrophe. Even if they managed to survive Boo's rampage, an even more terrifying foe, Black Goku Zamasu, would descend upon Earth to cleanse humanity. Faced with such relentless calamities, Bulma and Trunks, no matter how formidable, would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Out of concern for Bulma, his beloved wife, Jiang Wei advised her to escape the despair-laden timeline. However, Bulma declined. Jiang Wei, I've changed my mind. There's no need to revive Trunks. I desire a different wish. The resolute Bulma pondered for a moment before addressing the divine dragon. Jiang Wei seemed to sense her intentions and nodded slightly. Very well. Any wish can be fulfilled by me, dear Bulma of the future. He emphasized the weight of his promise, yet Bulma appeared unfazed. Thus, she hesitated before articulating her wish. Infused with hope, please revive all the good people who have perished since the androids began their destruction, up until Shrag's takeover of Earth. After speaking, she gazed anxiously at Jiang Wei, whose expression remained unchanged. Consider yourself fortunate. It is I who grants your wish. Had it been the Earth Dragon or the Namekian Dragon, your desire would be unattainable. Jiang Wei smiled warmly at Bulma. This is a simple matter. Reviving individuals is the primary function of a dragon, and I, the divine dragon, am far superior to any other. Do not speak of dying from illness or passing away peacefully. Even reincarnation is merely a matter of daring to express one's wishes. The great deity Jiang is bold enough to fulfill them. Mother, the resurrected Great T and the tearful Bulma embrace one another. Your time is limited. Prepare yourselves for the next wave of invaders. After imparting a few words to the resurrected main characters, Jiang Wei sensed a formidable and malevolent energy approaching Earth from the cosmos, causing him to furrow his brow. Once the 24 hours elapsed, Jiang Wei returned to his realm within the Dragon Ball universe, bearing only blessings for the despairing time. After all, he had left a projection of the Dragon Balls in this timeline. Should the protagonists from the realm of despair encounter difficulties, Jiang Wei could personally intervene to resolve them. When his wife Bulma inquired, Jiang Wei recounted the events that transpired in that world, omitting the details concerning Trunks. As he had little interest in discussing the topic of Great T, it was astonishing to realize how resilient I was amidst the apocalypse. Bulma, hearing about her alternate self's plight, could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. She was also grateful that in her own world, Jiang Wei's presence ensured she was not subjected to the same grim fate as her counterpart. Months later, Dr. Gero utilized the cells from Cooler S tail, provided by Jiang Wei, to recreate a more formidable embryo of Cell. According to computer predictions, this artificial being, dubbed Ultimate Cell by Dr. Gero, would resemble the original Cell upon maturation. However, it lacked the tail necessary for absorbing humans. The notion of human absorption was too horrific, so Jiang Wei intentionally designed this version of Cell without such a feature. With the power of rabbits at his disposal, Jiang Wei's Cell could dine elegantly, avoiding the gruesome nature depicted in the storyline. Dr. Gero instructed Jiang Wei to cultivate this embryo within the hyperbolic time chamber. Within a month, a deep green humanoid insect, adorned with black spots, was born. True to Dr. Gero's hallmark, while the artificial being was undeniably powerful, its intellect was toxic. The Ultimate Cell, after a period of subterfuge, grew rebellious once it felt empowered. Had Jiang Wei not detected the threat and teleported in time, Dr. Gero would have met a grim fate at the hands of Ultimate Cell. Dr. Gero, shaken, exclaimed, Jiang Wei, I have failed once again. This Ultimate Cell is disobedient. Handle it as you see fit. Jiang Wei nodded, recognizing the familiar pattern. He summoned a clone of King Piccolo, produced an egg, and hatched a small green-skinned Karami. Then, employing Captain Jinyu's body-switching ability, he exchanged the small Karami with Ultimate Cell. Finally, he concluded the matter with a powerful energy wave, obliterating the transformed Ultimate Cell without a trace. Your name shall be Zero, Jiang Wei declared to the newly created Ultimate Cell, who knelt before him with utmost reverence. Thus, the security department of Capsule Corporation welcomed a new employee. Chapter 49, Raditz arrives. Beep beep. Zero, combat power 350 million, first stage. Having narrowly escaped being devoured by the Ultimate Cell, Dr. Gero developed a psychological aversion to creating artificial life forms and redirected his focus towards the development of androids. Before long, he fashioned Android 16, modeled after his deceased eldest son, and Android 19, inspired by his only childhood friend, a short and stout individual. In this narrative, the names of the newly developed androids differed initially, but upon the suggestion of Jiang Wei, Dr. Gero decided to bestow upon them names identical to those in the storyline. Android 16, equipped with an eternal energy furnace, possessed a combat power of 800 million. In contrast, Android 19, featuring an energy absorption device, initially boasted a combat power of 90 million. After a period of operation, Dr. Gero discovered that despite 16's imposing stature, he was a pacifist at heart, rarely engaging in conflict and only smiling upon encountering flowers and greenery. While Android 19's combat abilities paled in comparison to those of 16, he served as a sufficiently competent assistant for Dr. Gero's research, displaying a respectful demeanor. However, when it came to his own interests, 19 proved to be quite tenacious, often compelling Dr. Gero to compromise. Had it not been for Jiang Wei's intervention, Dr. Gero would have likely sealed away Android 16 and relied solely on 19. Nevertheless, aware of Jiang Wei's transformative powers, Dr. Gero contemplated enlisting him to swap the cores of 16 and 19. I apologize, Dr. Gero. Both 16 and 19 are purely mechanical, rendering my transformation abilities ineffective on them. However, there is no need for concern. While May 19th be unpredictable, you can place your complete trust in 16. If treated well, he will not abandon you in times of peril, Jiang Wei advised. In the storyline, Android 16 is characterized as a nature-loving, violence-averse companion. Fundamentally harmless, yet utterly reliable in critical situations. Dr. Gero, having always held great faith in Jiang Wei, abandoned the idea of sealing away 16. Although 19 exhibited some bargaining behavior while executing Dr. Gero's commands, the presence of 16 ensured the safety of Dr. Gero. Even if complications arose, one must not forget who Jiang Wei is. He is the eternal dragon, capable of resurrecting the deceased with utmost ease. With Jiang Wei in the world, life took on a serene quality. Amidst this tranquility, Jiang Wei and Bulma welcomed their children, a son and a daughter, Jiang Lihua and Jiang Xiao. As the eternal dragon was singular and could not be inherited by the next generation, Jiang Wei was left to choose other exceptional bloodlines to pass on to his offspring. Thus unfolds the tale within the Dragon Ball universe. What other lineage could possibly surpass that of the half-blood Saiyans? Well, it is indeed true that there are superior bloodlines. Yet Jiang Wei harbors no desire to father children who do not resemble humans. Consequently, his son and daughter, much like the offspring of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, were born with only a monkey tail protruding from their posteriors, indistinguishable from ordinary humans in all other aspects. The children of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi came into the world after Jiang Wei and Bulma's progeny, thus they were to address them as older brother and sister, being the youngest among them. In a manner befitting the narrative, Sun Wukong named his child Sun Wufan, in remembrance of his grandfather, whom he inadvertently crushed underfoot. Due to the connection between their parents, the three children grew up together, their bond flourishing amidst the tranquility of their youth. As time meandered on, it arrived at the year 761 of the age of the universe. On a clear, sunny day, a small spacecraft, resembling a metallic orb, intruded upon Earth, crashing to the ground like a meteorite, creating a substantial crater and stirring up clouds of dust. Such a commotion startled a nearby farmer, who, gripped by trepidation at the source of the disturbance, armed himself with a hunting rifle and cautiously approached the site of the noise. Upon his arrival, he beheld a sizable crater, within which lay a metallic sphere emitting steam. Could it be a metallic meteorite? As the farmer pondered this, a mechanical whirring announced the opening of a door on the metallic sphere. From within emerged a man with wild, flowing hair, clad in armor-like attire, and adorned with a monkey tail at his waist, his countenance exuding a sinister aura. The farmer, taken aback, immediately aimed his rifle at the strange figure, demanding, "Who are you, and why have you emerged from that metallic sphere?" Raditz, the newcomer to Earth, paid no heed to the farmer's inquiry and instead mused to himself. Is this the planet to which Kakarot was sent as a child? The environment appears adequate. It should fetch a decent price. He then turned his attention to the anxious farmer, who still held his rifle aloft and continued to bombard him with questions. Raditz furrowed his brow. What is Kakarot's situation? Has he not yet dealt with the indigenous inhabitants of this planet? He lifted his hand to press the scouter on his eyes, intending to gauge the strength of the local populace for assessment. Beep, beep, the scouter chimed, revealing, Earthling combat power, 5. Humph, I expected greater strength. So Kakarot has failed to eliminate these locals? Their power is merely this. He scoffed, just a pitiful combat power of 5, how utterly feeble. Has Kakarot been sleeping all these years, unable to rid this planet of such weaklings? Raditz expressed his dissatisfaction. Speak again, and I shall fire, the farmer warned, feeling increasingly irked by the enigmatic figure's dismissive attitude. When his words were met with silence, he, in a fit of frustration, pulled the trigger and fired a shot at the stranger. Bang! A bullet was fired towards Raditz, who effortlessly caught it, flattened it with his hands, and casually tossed it aside. What a monster! The farmer, witnessing Raditz's display of power, was utterly terrified. It was the first time he realized that there existed individuals in this world who were impervious to firearms. How audacious of such a weakling to provoke me, Raditz. Inviting his own demise. Observing the trembling farmer, Raditz wore an expression of disdain, and with a mere flick of his wrist, unleashed a key blast that obliterated the unfortunate farmer, leaving nothing more than a smoldering crater in the spot where he once stood. What could have transpired that would prevent Kakarot from dispatching these weak native beings? It seemed imperative to locate Kakarot for answers. Contemplating this, Raditz maliciously pressed the button on his scouter. The natives of this planet appeared feeble, leading him to conclude that the strongest fighter on this world could only be his brother, Kakarot, who had been sent here as a child. Let me see where Kakarot is now. Beep. The screen flashed a myriad of data in mere seconds. Boom. Raditz Scouter, an outdated model standard for Frieza's army with a power level limit of just over 20,000, went haywire. What the hell? My scouter has exploded? Could there be a master on this planet with a power level exceeding 20,000? Subsequently, Raditz's gaze shifted back to the deep pit where the farmer had stood, and the look of suspicion vanished, replaced by a malicious glint in his eyes. I was overthinking it. On this planet, could these pathetic natives possibly harbor a power level surpassing 20,000? It must be that my scouter malfunctioned. Had I known this device would fail, I should have brought a new one to find Kakarot on this planet. Now that the scouter is broken, how will I locate my brother Kakarot? Raditz wore a troubled expression. Due to the destruction of their home planet by the tyrant, only a handful of Scions remained. Raditz's leader, Vegeta, believed that each surviving Scion was an invaluable resource and thus dispatched Raditz to Earth to retrieve his brother Kakarot, who had been sent to Earth as a child to eliminate the local natives. However, the truth was that Goku had been sent to Earth because his father, Bardock, sensed that the tyrant intended to harm the Scions and sent the infant Goku to Earth for refuge. Vegeta and the others were unaware of the true reason behind Goku's arrival on Earth and assumed, in accordance with Scion customs, that he was sent to cleanse the planet of its inhabitants. Raditz, obeying Vegeta's orders, had come to Earth to find Kakarot, but time was of the essence. Vegeta would not permit Raditz to spend an excessive amount of time searching for Kakarot. Raditz had to locate Kakarot swiftly to report back to his leader, Vegeta. Should Vegeta perceive Raditz as idling on Earth, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The thought of his superior, the merciless and ruthless Vegeta, sends shivers down Raditz's spine. Oh, but what if I were to wreak havoc upon the largest city of the indigenous people? Surely, as long as Kakarot remains alive, he will hear of my deeds and seek me out. A grin spread across Raditz's face, pride swelling within him for his cunning plan. Thus, Raditz commenced his unrestrained destruction of the human cities. In the past, even the diminutive power level of 260 displayed by King Piccolo could instill fear across the globe. Now, with Raditz boasting a formidable battle power of 1,500, he could unleash chaos on Earth without restraint. Following Raditz's rampage, the Canine King of Earth received reports and swiftly dispatched his military to confront him. With the command of the world's ruler issued, the sky was filled with countless fighter jets, while tanks rolled across the ground, their cannons raised and kicking up clouds of dust. Boom. Fighter jets unleashed bombs upon Raditz, and the tanks fired their shells in his direction. Raditz laughed heartily. To him, they were merely pathetic locals, futilely struggling against their inevitable demise. Unscathed? As Raditz emerged slowly from the dust of the explosions, the military commander was overwhelmed by a singular emotion: despair. In the next moment, Raditz, with a wicked grin, unleashed a devastating energy wave. Both the aircraft soaring above and the tanks racing below were obliterated in a cataclysmic explosion. Ha! Raditz cackled, reveling in the thrill of invincibility. Even if his adversaries were merely a band of inept fighters. What shall we do? Oh, divine being, who will come to our rescue? Upon hearing of the swift annihilation of the troops he had sent forth, the Canine King of the capital fell back onto his throne, his face etched with hopelessness. Meanwhile, in the temple, the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo were attentively monitoring Raditz's rampage on the surface. Mr. Popo, there is someone wreaking havoc on our world. What is that Jiang Wei doing now? The Supreme Kai inquired in a state of urgency. Were it not for Jiang Wei's prior closure of the mental link with the Supreme Kai, a warning would have been sent as Raditz slaughtered that inept farmer. Supreme Kai? Jiang Wei is currently occupied with a monumental task, Mr. Popo replied, his expression grim. The Supreme Kai immediately pressed. What task could possibly be more significant than the peril facing the entire world? Jiang Wei is throwing a party for his twin children to celebrate their 5th birthday, Mr. Popo lamented. Meanwhile, in West City, at Bulma's residence, the joyous atmosphere enveloped the gathering as they sang the birthday song. The Day's stars, Jiang Lihua and her brother Jiang Xiu, together blew out the candles atop the grand birthday cake. Following this, the festivities commenced, with everyone present, including the usually reclusive Piccolo. Though Piccolo harbored a distaste for the festive atmosphere of birthday parties, he ultimately acquiesced to the gentle persuasion of Jiang Wei and decided to attend the celebration. He presented a magical garment, conjured through his abilities, as a gift for Jiang Wei's children. I, the great demon King Piccolo, have graced Jiang Wei's children's birthday party solely out of consideration for Gohan. It is certainly not due to any coercion from that fellow Jiang Wei, he mused. Seated in a somewhat desolate corner of the gathering, Piccolo sipped water through a straw while conversing with young Gohan. In a display of narrative inertia, Piccolo, the aloof green-skinned being, maintained a distant demeanor towards all members of the protagonist group, including Jiang Wei, who had been his mentor in training. Yet, he exhibited a surprising warmth towards Gohan, the son of Goku. As Jiang Wei would put it, the typically stoic Piccolo transformed into a nurturing figure upon encountering Gohan. The boy sat patiently across from his uncle, listening attentively to Piccolo's musings, his expressions conveying an understanding of their shared sentiments. "Gohan, there you are. Come play with me and your sister," called a small boy, his mouth still smeared with remnants of cake, as he hurried over to whisk Gohan away. The party was in full swing when suddenly, Krillin shouted, "Everyone, look at the television. There's an urgent news broadcast." This prompted the attendees to direct their attention to the neglected screen. On the television, a visibly terrified newscaster spoke with an apocalyptic tone, reporting on Raditz's rampage across Earth. Footage captured by a frontline reporter depicted Raditz wreaking havoc upon cities and decimating military forces. Raditz? Jiang Wei, having just dismissed the young boy and now sharing tender moments with his wife Bulma, turned to the screen to behold the long-haired, sinister figure making a scene. His expression indicated a sudden recollection of this formidable individual. "Darling, why does that person on the screen resemble Goku, complete with a monkey tail?" Bulma inquired, her gaze fixed on the television with astonishment. While the presence of someone with a monkey tail did not surprise her, the fact that this was an unfamiliar face did. "Indeed, the one causing destruction is also a Saiyan, Goku's brother," Jiang Wei replied with a smile. "Goku has a brother?" Bulma exclaimed, a look of realization brightening her face. "Since he is Goku's sibling, let us have Goku deal with Raditz. It's utterly unacceptable for him to cause chaos on my turf," Jiang Wei added. "Have launched contact our Canine King under the auspices of the Universal Capsule Corporation's Security Department and request that he pays for peace. While dealing with Raditz should be a mere formality for us, we must collect our dues. We cannot allow that king to develop a habit of exploiting our goodwill. As for the amount, I trust you have a figure in mind, my dear." Jiang Wei had long entertained the notion of collecting protection fees from the Canine King. However, the opportunity had never presented itself, primarily because Jiang Wei was not in want of money. Thus, the idea of securing protection fees from the Canine King had yet to materialize. In light of the incident involving Raditz, it seems opportune to collect the protection fee from the Dog King. Jiang Wei harbors a rather unfavorable impression of the Dog King, viewing him as utterly oblivious within the narrative. From the time of King Piccolo through to Majin Buu, whenever the world faced the brink of annihilation, it was the protagonists who valiantly rose to confront the malevolent and formidable foes to save the world. Yet, after each salvation, the Dog King remains oblivious to who rescued the world, even attributing the credit to the inept Demon King, Mr. Satan. While it may be understandable not to know who ultimately averted disaster, considering the protagonist's modesty and disinterest in fame, embodying the essence of true martial artists, it's rather absurd that he is unaware of Mr. Satan's capabilities. How could a so-called champion of martial arts, who struggles to break a few bricks with his bare hands, possibly contend with a situation that necessitates the deployment of tanks? Perhaps he should first demonstrate his prowess by dismantling a tank with his bare hands. Moreover, it is not solely the Dog King. Other inhabitants of Earth also display a remarkable ignorance regarding the identity of their saviors. Thus, Jiang Wei feels no inclination to coddle these befuddled individuals. If they wish to save the world, they must be prepared to pay for it. I am well aware of this, my dear. Bulma, ever the astute daughter of the world's wealthiest tycoon, swiftly calculates the amount the Dog King ought to pay for peace, based on the total assets of the Capsule Corporation. "Goku, have you seen the news? Go and take care of that troublemaker," Jiang Wei instructs, addressing Goku, who is currently indulging in some delectable roasted meat. "Brother, that villain is far too weak. Can't we send Oolong and Por instead?" Goku replies, "All right, I'll head there immediately." Upon noticing his brother's serious demeanor, Goku hastily finishes his meal, wipes his hands carelessly, and teleports to Raditz's location in an instant. Jiang Wei genuinely appreciates Goku and his companions. He has even imparted the technique of instant transmission to them. Those who are capable learn, while those who struggle can wish upon the dragon god Jiang for skills. Nowadays, every member of the protagonist team possesses the ability to teleport. In a city resonating with explosions, Raditz is merrily wreaking havoc. Suddenly, Goku appears before him, startling Raditz considerably. Kakarot, Raditz retreats a significant step, his gaze intensifying with warmth as he recognizes Goku. "At last, you've come to find me." Given that Goku bears an uncanny resemblance to their father, Bardock, Raditz instantly identifies Goku as his brother, Kakarot. How did you know I would come for you?" Goku inquires, momentarily taken aback as he prepares to confront the villain. Raditz, gazing upon his brother's face that mirrors their father's, declares, "Kakarot, you may not yet be aware, but I am your elder brother Raditz. You were sent to this planet as a Saiyan child to eradicate the local inhabitants. I inquire, why has it taken so long for you to cleanse the native inhabitants?" "Kakarot, that name rings a bell from many years ago, yet I cannot quite recall." Sun Wukong displayed a contemplative expression, deciding to let it go if it eluded his memory. "By the way, are you Raditz? When did you become my elder brother?" "I have but one brother, Jiang Wei. I certainly do not have a villainous elder brother like you." Raditz, with a countenance of disappointment, exclaimed, "Foolish sibling. You do not even acknowledge your blood-related elder brother, yet you accept the local wretch as your kin. Truly, you bring shame to our warrior race, the Saiyans. Allow me, your elder brother, to awaken you, my foolish Ududu. Raditz launched a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong, who appeared rather dim-witted, lacking the fierce demeanor typical of Saiyans. Igniting Raditz's ire. As Raditz's fist collided with Sun Wukong's face, he had no opportunity to continue his lecture. You are far too weak. Were it not for my elder brother's request, I would have no interest in engaging you at all. However, I cannot allow you to wreak havoc on Earth any longer. So I shall take you before my elder brother, who will decide your fate. Sun Wukong, faced with Raditz's look of disbelief, had initially intended to eliminate Raditz, but upon hearing the words Kakarot, I am your elder brother, he altered his decision, opting to grant Raditz an opportunity. With a single hand, he subdued Raditz's full resistance and, in a flash, transported himself back to report to Jiang Wei. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong capture Raditz alive, Jiang Wei remained indifferent. Raditz's fate mattered little to him at his level of power. Since Sun Wukong spared Raditz, Jiang Wei accepted him. If even Bu could be rehabilitated, why not Raditz? After being captured by the unexpectedly formidable Sun Wukong, Raditz was thoroughly alarmed, realizing that his foolish brother possessed strength far surpassing his own. The encounter with Jiang Wei and his companions left him profoundly shaken. Raditz mistakenly believed that Jiang Wei and the others were Saiyans. This was due to the fact that those around Jiang Wei had been transformed into hybrid Saiyans, seeking to achieve talents and potential that surpassed mere Earthlings. Raditz, disheartened, discovered that he was of no use among the Saiyan faction led by Vegeta. Now, within the Saiyan group headed by Jiang Wei on Earth, he still found himself utterly inept, unable to contend with anyone. After receiving guidance from Jiang Wei, Raditz's strength progressed remarkably in just a few months, leading him to hold a reverence for Jiang Wei that eclipsed his long-held respect for Vegeta. Following the effortless resolution of the world-threatening crisis instigated by Raditz, Bulma made a wish to the Eternal Dragon on behalf of Jiang Wei, resurrecting all the innocent Earthlings who perished during Raditz's destructive rampage, restoring even the cities that had been ravaged. The Dog King, adhering to the substantial sum proposed by Bulma, paid a fee to Jiang Wei for protection. Upon witnessing the might of the dragon god Jiang, the Dog King concluded that instead of investing heavily in an ineffectual army that would merely serve as live targets when needed, it was far more prudent to pay a tribute to the esteemed Dragon Lord for safeguarding his realm. Meanwhile, on Earth, as Raditz humbly acknowledged Jiang Wei as his superior, in the vast cosmos, the Frieza force was stationed on a forward base planet. After completing the task assigned by their king to eradicate the indigenous inhabitants of a relatively hospitable planet, Vegeta and Nappa took a moment to converse. Have you made contact with that useless Raditz yet? Vegeta inquired, his expression laden with displeasure. Apologies, Vegeta, I have yet to reach Raditz, Nappa replied regretfully. There's no need to try any further. It's likely that Raditz has already perished on that remote planet, Vegeta scoffed coldly. Nappa, taken aback by Vegeta's assertion, exclaimed, That can't be true, Vegeta. Although Raditz is inept with a mere battle power of 1500, according to the Frieza force's intelligence, the natives of that distant planet called Earth are weak and feeble. A single soldier from the Frieza force could easily wipe them out. How could Raditz possibly succumb on such an insignificant planet? Vegeta crossed his arms, casting a cold gaze upon Nappa. Are you questioning my judgment? Never. Nappa responded, trembling. Good. You best not dare. Vegeta sneered. Whether Raditz lives or dies on that wretched planet, we shall ascertain the truth ourselves. But Vegeta, what about the mission from King Frieza? Nappa cautiously inquired. Vegeta's eyes glimmered with resentment and contempt. Nappa, do not forget, I am your superior, the Prince of the Saiyans. You are to obey my commands. Not Frieza's. After a brief pause, a calculating glint flickered in his eyes. Naturally, once we locate Raditz on that distant planet, we shall also exterminate the natives and offer the planet to Frieza. I doubt he will protest our actions. I shall make the preparations immediately. Vegeta, Nappa replied with deference. As Nappa exited the resting quarters, Vegeta's gaze lingered behind him, filled with anticipation for the journey to Earth. At this moment, whether Raditz were alive or dead mattered little to Vegeta. His motivation for venturing to Earth was singular. The natives there were weak. Yet Raditz had inexplicably vanished on such a feeble planet. Was this not peculiar? Vegeta was deeply intrigued by the circumstances surrounding Raditz's disappearance. Perhaps, if he were to uncover the reason for Raditz's absence on Earth, he could gain unforeseen advantages that might elevate his power beyond Frieza's, enabling him to usurp Frieza and dominate the cosmos. Vegeta, the defiant and proud prince of the Saiyans, was resolute in his ambitions. However, to Frieza, Vegeta is akin to a mere dog, obediently biting at his command. He must stifle his grievances. Vegeta has endured enough of Frieza's humiliations and yearns fervently for an opportunity to alter his fate. Even a flicker of uncertain chance is one he does not wish to forfeit. At this moment, Vegeta is utterly blind to any hope of overcoming Frieza. Regardless of Vegeta's growth, Frieza's power remains an unfathomable abyss in his eyes. Before long, two spherical spaceships departed from the advancing base of Frieza's army, soaring towards Earth. Meanwhile, as the two Saiyans journeyed to Earth, the main characters on the planet, Jiang Wei, his wife Bulma, and their children, continued to relish life amidst the bustling city. Others, however, toiled tirelessly in training, driven by a singular goal, to match the pace of their elder brother, Jiang Wei. A year later, Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth. The two spherical spaceships collided violently with the ground, effectively greeting the planet. Near a city, two enormous craters emerged, housing the spacecraft. As the faint hum of machinery filled the air, the doors of the spaceships opened, and Vegeta and Nappa emerged. Vegeta, this is Earth. Let me see what strength the locals possess, Nappa said with a sinister grin, pressing a button on the scouter affixed to his eye. Beep, beep. Earth natives, power level 5. Humph, is this the extent of their power? The natives of this planet are truly pathetic, Nappa remarked incredulously. It's hard to believe that even Raditz could lose contact on such a weak planet. Precisely. This is why we have come to Earth. Nappa, extend a greeting to the local natives and inform them that Prince Vegeta has arrived, Vegeta proclaimed, arms crossed and exuding an air of arrogance. Heh, I was just about to do that, Vegeta, Nappa replied, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He ascended into the sky and unleashed a ki blast towards the nearby city of Earthlings. Hey, what is that in the sky? Some Earthlings noticed the strange object approaching from above. Many paused in their tasks, pointing and murmuring at the odd sight, blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Boom. In the next instant, amidst a thunderous explosion and a rapidly expanding mushroom cloud, the populous city was reduced to ashes. Nappa's expression suggested he had merely performed a trivial act, akin to pouring boiling water on an anthill. Vegeta, I have delivered the greeting to those pathetic locals, Nappa said. Smiling at Vegeta, Vegeta merely nodded in response. Now, Nappa, you've done well. The greetings have been exchanged. And we must now attend to the matter at hand on this remote planet. Vegeta, how shall we investigate the disappearance of that useless Raditz? Nappa, stroking his bald head, acknowledged that he was not particularly adept at solving problems through intellectual means. It's quite simple. We shall locate the strongest warrior on this planet and inquire directly. He will surely possess the answers, Vegeta replied with a wicked grin. He adjusted the battle power scouter affixed to his eyes. Beep, boom. Within mere seconds, the scouter began to emit smoke, indicating it had exceeded its limits. Damn it, my scouter malfunctions at such an inconvenient moment, Vegeta exclaimed, discarding the smoking device onto the ground with an expression of displeasure. Nappa, utilize your scouter to find the most powerful individual on this planet. Understood, Vegeta. Nappa also activated his own scouter. Beep. To his dismay, it too exploded in a cloud of smoke. What is happening? Could it be that both scouters have malfunctioned? Vegeta's face bore a look of shock. It appears so. My scouter is defective as well, Nappa quickly responded. Use your brain. How could this be? Perhaps we have stumbled upon the reason for Raditz's disappearance. A glimmer of excitement spread across Vegeta's face. No way. On this remote planet, amongst these feeble natives, could there truly exist a formidable warrior with a power level exceeding 20,000? Is it possible that Raditz met his end at the hands of such a master? Nappa gasped in astonishment. He only possessed a few thousand in power. Indeed, should he encounter a warrior of 20,000 or more, his fate would likely mirror Raditz's. Chapter 53. Let Raditz take action, it must be so? Nappa, from this moment forth, we must proceed with caution. This remote planet holds investigative value, Vegeta declared. He yearned to comprehend why, on such a desolate world populated predominantly by weaklings, a warrior with a power level exceeding 20,000 might exist. Should he uncover the answer to this enigma, it could prove invaluable to his mission. Shouldn't we be leaving, Vegeta? Nappa hesitated. Vegeta met his uncertainty with a cold, murderous glare, compelling Nappa to abandon any thoughts of departing Earth. As Vegeta and Nappa embarked on their mission, the Canine King of the capital received alarming reports of a medium-sized city that had suffered a catastrophic attack, wiped from the surface of the planet. Since Raditz's destructive arrival on Earth a year prior, the Canine King had heightened defenses against potential invaders from beyond. Any city that remained unresponsive for over a minute was to be reported immediately. In response to the report, the Canine King swiftly dispatched his troops to the assaulted city. Consider whether there is still a need to search for survivors. Simultaneously, the Dog King promptly contacted the security department of the Universal Capsule Company. Having lost all hope in his own army to confront enemies from beyond Earth, the Dog King knew his regular forces were only capable of dealing with villains like the Red Ribbon Army. For those who could obliterate cities with a mere wave of their hand, it was best left to the professionals under the command of Lord Shenron at the Universal Capsule Company. However, this also implied that the Dog King's treasury would incur significant losses. After all, the cost for saving the world charged by the esteemed Shenron was far from modest. Vegeta and Nappa had finally arrived on Earth. All right, I understand. I will send someone to address this matter. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wei assigned the task to Raditz, who had recently allied with him. As for why he did not preemptively deal with the Saiyans despite knowing of their imminent arrival. If he had resolved the issue with Vegeta and his entourage beforehand, how could Jiang Wei expect to collect payment from the Dog King? Brother, I will surely handle this splendidly. Just watch me. Raditz exclaimed with excitement upon receiving the mission. This rare opportunity to demonstrate his worth before Jiang Wei, as a recent recruit, was one he was determined to seize. Soon, Raditz sensed the formidable energy signatures of Vegeta and Nappa. In a world where the average power level was in single digits, the presence of Vegeta and Nappa shone like beacons upon the sea. In the next moment, Raditz appeared before Vegeta and Nappa, nearly face to face. Jiang Wei had always treated his followers equitably, and since Raditz referred to him as brother, Jiang Wei was more than willing to impart all of his skills, including the now standard ability of instantaneous movement, to Raditz. Vegeta, Nappa, long time no see. Are you here to see me? Raditz greeted his astonished former companions with a smile, having surprised them with his sudden appearance. At the same time, he activated his battle power detector, eager to gauge the power levels of Vegeta, Nappa, and himself. Beep, beep. Vegeta, power level 18,000. Nappa, power level 4,000. Raditz, power level 60,000. Raditz, so you're still alive. We didn't come to this remote planet to seek out a useless fellow like you. Nappa scoffed disdainfully at Raditz. Raditz, you're just in time. I have some questions for you. Vegeta addressed Raditz with his usual condescension. Vegeta, are you mistaken? I didn't come to reminisce with you. What do you want to ask? Save your inquiries for when you see the boss. I don't have time for your nonsense right now. Raditz's demeanor towards Vegeta had changed dramatically compared to a year ago. Brother? Raditz. From where do you draw the audacity to betray me, Vegeta? Vegeta remarked with palpable displeasure upon witnessing Raditz's allegiance to a new leader. Will you surrender willingly? Or shall I pummel you before you accompany me to meet my brother? Raditz, adorned with a smug expression of superiority, inquired of Vegeta and Nappa. Nappa, seize this traitor Raditz for me. Vegeta commanded, arms crossed defiantly. No problem, Vegeta. Even with some newfound strength, Raditz remains nothing but a worthless fool, Nappa sneered at Raditz, a cruel smile gracing his face. Very well, let us commence with you, Nappa. Raditz, perceiving the disdainful looks from Vegeta and Nappa, felt a surge of irritation and swiftly made his move. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Vegeta's eyelids fluttered with astonishment, as even he could not discern Raditz's motion. Was it possible that, somehow, Raditz's power had surpassed his own in the span of a year? Simultaneously, the fervor in Vegeta's gaze intensified. This journey to Earth had proven worthwhile. When Raditz's form became discernible once more, he stood before an unsuspecting Nappa. With a thunderous kick, Raditz struck Nappa's bald head. Nappa's face contorted in agony as he was sent flying, crashing to the ground and leaving behind a trail of over 10 meters. Struggling to rise, Nappa seemed to have lost all control over his body. With a single blow, Raditz had rendered him powerless. Damn it, I never anticipated Raditz could grow this formidable in just a year. Vegeta exclaimed, his expression one of shock. Raditz, reveal the secret behind your rapid ascension and strength, and I may yet forgive your betrayal. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with intensity as he addressed Raditz. Vegeta, has your arrogance as a prince clouded your perception of reality? Raditz taunted, relishing the triumph of incapacitating Nappa. Regrettably, you failed to seize the opportunity one presented you, Raditz. Vegeta's countenance darkened as he unleashed a powerful punch directed at Raditz. This is the first time I've noticed how sluggish your attacks are, Vegeta. Raditz effortlessly dodged, continuing his mockery. You despicable Raditz, I will not let you off lightly. Vegeta, infuriated by his failure to land a hit, quickened his assault, launching a flurry of strikes at Raditz. With his hands clasped behind his back, Raditz maintained an air of ease, evading Vegeta's relentless blows with graceful sidesteps. No matter how rapidly Vegeta increased his offensive tempo, he could not even graze the hem of Raditz's attire. After a series of intense attacks, beads of sweat began to form on Vegeta's brow, and he panted heavily. Raditz, do you only know how to evade? Vegeta seethed through clenched teeth. As you wish, I shall no longer evade, Raditz declared, indeed halting his movements. What an opportune moment. Vegeta was overjoyed, launching a powerful punch akin to a cannonball, striking Raditz squarely in the face. The force of this blow was undoubtedly immense, yet upon impact, it was as ineffective as Android 16's fist against the second form of Cell. No damage was done. Chapter 54. The prince's identity is of little use. A mocking grin emerged on Raditz's face. Vegeta was taken aback. The disparity between us is too vast. I've had my fun. Please, like Nappa, just lie down now. Vegeta. As soon as he finished speaking, Raditz delivered a crushing blow to Vegeta's abdomen, doubling him over in pain, causing him to retch and spit out bile. Vegeta's face contorted in agony, his hands clutching his tumultuous stomach as he staggered backward, retreating several steps. Raditz followed up with another punch, delivering a fierce strike to Vegeta's face, sending him flying over 10 meters, rolling several times on the ground before losing his combat capability. Then, Raditz seized both Vegeta and Nappa by the legs, and, using instant transmission, returned to Bulma's home in West City. He unceremoniously tossed the barely conscious Vegeta and Nappa at the feet of Jiang Wei. Raditz respectfully stated, "Brother, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. You've worked hard, Raditz. You may go and rest," Jiang Wei replied, his gaze shifting away from the fallen warriors to smile at Raditz. "It was no trouble at all. It is my honor to serve my brother," Raditz said with a respectful demeanor before stepping back. Jiang Wei generously provided each of them with a senzu bean, instantly reviving Vegeta and Nappa. Thus, Vegeta and Nappa settled on Earth, where their experiences left them profoundly astonished. Vegeta noted that they all had tails. He never anticipated encountering other Saiyans, apart from Kakarot, on such a remote little planet. During his time under Jiang Wei's guidance, Nappa was astounded to meet the half-Saiyans like Kairatsu and Krillin, exclaiming, "This is impossible. As far as I knew, after planet Vegeta was destroyed, apart from me, you, and Raditz, along with Kakarot who was sent to Earth as a child, there should be no other Saiyans left in the universe. How could there be others who survived?" Vegeta was equally perplexed, unable to fathom the situation. There are not just men, but women and children as well. Nappa observed Bulma, Launch, Chi-Chi, and little Gohan playing together. Along with Zhang Lihua and the Zhang siblings, their mouths agape in disbelief. In truth, due to the unparalleled excellence of half-Saiyans and the relatively inferior nature of Earthlings in the Dragon Ball universe, those around Jiang Wei had undergone transformations into half-Saiyans, including even Goku's wife, Chi-Chi. Even the android fanatic Dr. Gero, influenced by Jiang Wei, refrained from transforming himself into Android 20, instead opting to become a half-Saiyan in pursuit of the power to subdue rogue androids. Could it be that this remote planet is, in fact, an undiscovered sanctuary for us Saiyans? Vegeta arrived at this conclusion, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. During a team-building event organized by the Capsule Corporation's security department, Vegeta began to stir things up. The Earthlings in the security team had all been transformed into hybrid Saiyans, resulting in a disparity in power levels compared to Goku. However, their appetites had certainly increased. Each team gathering turned into a delightful feast, with everyone devouring meat voraciously. At that moment, Vegeta found himself bewildered, and addressing Jiang Wei in front of the crowd, he asserted, "As the leader of these Saiyans, you must already be aware that our home planet, Planet Vegeta, met its demise due to an asteroid impact. Yet, I must inform you that what you believe is a lie. Our planet Vegeta did not fall to an asteroid, but was annihilated by the self-proclaimed Emperor of the universe, Frieza." Vegeta then turned to the crowd, who were indulging in their hearty meals, and passionately declared, "Frieza is our enemy, and we must exact revenge. If we can unite under my leadership, as the prince of the Saiyan race, not only can we take vengeance on Frieza, but we can also establish a new planet Vegeta on the foundation of Earth, heralding the revival of the Saiyan people." Like a fervent orator, Vegeta concluded his speech with hopeful anticipation, gazing at the audience. Indeed, the individuals who had been busy feasting on barbecued meats and other dishes seemed momentarily stunned by Vegeta's revelation, pausing their actions and turning their attention towards him. "I support Vegeta as our leader. He is a prince, with the blood of the Saiyan royalty coursing through his veins," Nappa proclaimed, stepping forward like a loyal sycophant, still clutching his unfinished barbecue. Raditz scoffed, "That fool Vegeta thinks he can usurp my brother and take over the security department. Has he become so comfortable on Earth that he has lost his senses?" Ha! Laughter erupted from everyone, as if Vegeta had become a mere jester, providing them with a comical performance. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, apart from Goku, the rest of the group were all native Earthlings. And even Goku himself took pride in his Earthling identity rather than embracing his Saiyan heritage. What do you find amusing? Vegeta, filled with indignation, felt like a fool amidst their laughter. Then, in a moment of rage, he attempted to retaliate, only to be subdued effortlessly by Jiang Wei with a mere finger. Jiang Wei, though uninterested in confronting Vegeta, felt compelled to take some action given the circumstances that had unfolded. Once revived, Vegeta approached Jiang Wei with utmost seriousness and demanded, "Tell me your name. Raditz and the others claim you are the strongest. I am Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, and I cannot accept being anything less than the mightiest Saiyan. You are worthy to be my adversary. Reveal to me your name." Jiang Wei wore a perplexed expression. "My name, do you not already know it? I am Jiang Wei. Is it so difficult for you to remember?" Vegeta's face was contorted with intense fury. "No, I do not refer to your earthly name. I demand to know your Saiyan name. Speak it, your Saiyan name." "I possess no Saiyan name. I am simply Jiang Wei. I am not a Saiyan. I am Shenron. Please comprehend this, Vegeta," Jiang Wei corrected. "How infuriating. You are just like that Kakarot, abandoning the glory of being a Saiyan." Vegeta shouted in anger. "Your comprehension is lacking." Jiang Wei shook his head, weary of further discourse with Vegeta, and departed. In the days that followed, Vegeta implored Jiang Wei to subject him to the most rigorous training. I must enhance my strength swiftly. I shall defeat you and exact my vengeance upon Frieza, Vegeta declared, his face a mask of rage. Though it was unclear whether his ire was directed at Jiang Wei or the tyrant himself. You seek vengeance against Frieza. That is acceptable. For you indeed have the right to do so, considering Frieza annihilated your Saiyan homeland. However, to defeat me? Awaken from your delusions. That will forever remain an impossibility. Aspiring to conquer Goku is far more plausible than defeating me. Jiang Wei advised Vegeta to remain grounded and not dwell on fanciful aspirations. Just wait, I shall conquer you. Vegeta retorted solemnly. I have told you, defeating me is an impossibility. Jiang Wei sighed, bemused by Vegeta's obstinacy. As Vegeta and Nappa joined the ranks of the protagonists on Earth, in the cosmos, a colossal, disc-shaped spaceship resembling a donut soared through the void. Frieza, personally leading his forces, returned triumphant after purging a reasonably formidable planet. It was only then that Frieza had the leisure to ponder the whereabouts of his 3 Saiyan subordinates. Chapter 55. Goku can transform into Super Saiyan 2. Dodoria, where are Vegeta and those Saiyan monkeys now? Frieza casually inquired while seated in a stroller. Your Majesty. Vegeta remains as untamed as ever. Without your command, he has ventured to a remote planet and has since vanished. I suspect that the monkey, Vegeta, has betrayed you, my lord, which is why he has fallen silent. Dodoria, who harbored a disdain for Vegeta, seized the opportunity to slander him before Frieza. Vegeta's aloof demeanor had offended many within Frieza's ranks, marking him as an adversary to numerous individuals. Dodoria, how could I be unaware of Vegeta's long-standing dissatisfaction with me? He merely suppresses his feelings out of fear of my power. Likewise, I am convinced that Vegeta lacks the audacity to betray me. Frieza remarked with a malevolent expression, articulating his perspective. My lord Frieza, please forgive my subordinate's oversight. Dodoria, you must quickly acknowledge your mistakes. Since our master believes that Saiyan monkey, Vegeta, would not dare to betray him, if you stubbornly oppose him, do you truly think you can challenge the mighty Frieza? However, why has Vegeta gone silent? Frieza's expression clearly indicated that he was contemplating. Mr. Dodoria, your words do hold some merit. If that Saiyan monkey truly dares to betray me, by the way, where was that remote planet Vegeta visited before going missing? Frieza inquired. Your Majesty, it was a planet called Earth, a secluded place with little valuable resources. And its inhabitants are rather insignificant, making it a planet of little worth, Dodoria responded after consulting some data. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Dodoria, alter our course. We shall head to Earth. I am most curious to discover who has instilled such courage in Mr. Vegeta to betray me, Frieza said with a wicked grin. Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria complied, executing the command. The enormous spaceship, resembling a donut, abruptly turned around and set its course for the insignificant planet known as Earth. Meanwhile, as Frieza was en route to Earth, a conversation unfolded between Bulma and Vegeta at her home. I must ask you, if you are indeed so powerful, do you believe in the legend of the Super Saiyan? Vegeta, having trained rigorously under Jiang Wei and grown significantly stronger, capable even of defeating Raditz, asked with eager anticipation. The Super Saiyan, of course, is real, Jiang Wei replied without hesitation. What makes you so certain? Could it be that you are the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta quickly inquired. The Super Saiyan is no mere legend. In the security department, aside from Piccolo and Cell, and, oh yes, you 3, Yamcha and Krillin can all transform into Super Saiyans. Jiang Wei explained with a smile. This is also where hybrid Saiyans have an advantage over pure-blooded ones. They can accumulate energy more rapidly. And as long as their power level meets the criteria, they can transform into Super Saiyan 1. Vegeta's face was a picture of shock. What? You all can transform into Super Saiyans. I, the prince of all Saiyans, cannot even achieve the Super Saiyan form. He clenched his fists tightly. Could you demonstrate the prowess of the legendary Super Saiyan for me? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, and he unconsciously spoke to Jiang Wei with a tone of respect. Certainly, Jiang Wei replied readily. Soon, Jiang Wei floated about a meter above the ground, his body enveloped in a golden aura, his eyes turned green, and his black hair transformed into an extraordinarily vibrant golden mane. This is Super Saiyan 1, Jiang Wei smiled at the wide-eyed Vegeta. What immense power! Such a perfect form. I, Vegeta, must master the strength of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta declared, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Wei, filled with unwavering determination. Jiang Wei opened Vegeta's eyes, then withdrew from the Super Saiyan form 1. He heard Vegeta inquire, how can I, like you, become a Super Saiyan? First, elevate your battle power to 3 million. This is the fundamental requirement for transforming into a Super Saiyan, Jiang Wei instructed Vegeta. I must become a Super Saiyan. Only the might of a Super Saiyan can vanquish the vile Frieza, as well as Kakarot and this fellow before me. Vegeta vowed in his heart. While Vegeta was fervently training, Jiang Wei received an invitation from Son Goku and accompanied him to the Bun Mountain. Goku, aren't you busy training? How do you find the time to take me to Bun Mountain? Utilizing instant transmission to the temple's location, Jiang Wei and Son Goku appeared before the house where Goku and his grandfather once resided. Goku cheerfully remarked, "Big brother, I've brought you out to challenge you. I now possess the confidence to defeat you. I eagerly await this, Goku. Allow me to witness the source of your newfound confidence." Jiang Wei replied with keen interest. The two soared into the sky, positioning themselves for battle high above the secluded Bun Mountain. "Big brother, watch closely." Son Goku's entire being ignited with golden flames, his hair transforming to gold as he transformed into Super Saiyan Form 1. "Is that it?" Jiang Wei shook his head. "Goku, you must understand. I am no longer someone you can defeat merely by transforming into a Super Saiyan. Big brother, I am different from you. When I first transformed into a Super Saiyan with your assistance, I experienced a massive surge in power within a short time, which I could not perfectly control. This led to a significant waste of energy during battle and shortened the duration of my Super Saiyan transformation. However, through prolonged training, I have mastered the ability to control the power of the Super Saiyan form flawlessly, preventing energy wastage and significantly extending the time I can battle in this form." Goku expressed with pride, "I call it the full power Super Saiyan state." Clapping his hands, Jiang Wei replied, "Goku, congratulations on achieving a breakthrough in your training. Yet, I must say, if you expect that mastering the full power of Super Saiyan Form 1 will enable you to defeat me, you may find yourself disappointed." For Jiang Wei, merely transforming into Super Saiyan Form 1 sufficed, as the human-like Shenron is immune to all negative external influences. Thus, he could surpass even the full power of Super Saiyan Form 1 with just his transformation. "Big brother, I am well aware that relying solely on full power Super Saiyan will not grant me the possibility of defeating you. However, upon reaching the full power of Super Saiyan, I discovered that being a Super Saiyan is not the pinnacle of power. There exists a form that transcends the Super Saiyan itself." Goku exclaimed with excitement. "Goku, have you attained Super Saiyan Form 2? Jiang Wei responded with an expression that suggested he had anticipated this revelation. "Super Saiyan Form 2? Brother, is that how you refer to the form that transcends the Super Saiyan? It is indeed quite simple and memorable. As I have mentioned, I have attained the Super Saiyan 2 transformation." As soon as Goku's words fell, with a slight shout, his entire being was engulfed in a golden aura that suddenly radiated outward, sparks of electricity crackling around him. Goku, now shimmering with electric sparks, proclaimed proudly, "This is the form of Super Saiyan 2. Do you believe I can defeat you now, brother?" Chapter 56. Brother, I concede. Jiang Wei observed Goku, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and pressed the button on his power detector. Beep, beep. Goku, power level 7 billion, transformed into Super Saiyan 2. I am genuinely pleased with your progress in training, Goku. However, if you believe that this level of power can surpass me, you are sorely mistaken. Jiang Wei's expression was one of complete disregard for the strength of Super Saiyan 2. Goku's gaze sharpened in an instant. "Brother, we have come this far. If we do not engage in battle, what was the point of our journey?" Goku found it difficult to comprehend Jiang Wei's assertion. To him, Super Saiyan 2 was undoubtedly an immense power. Thus, he could not fathom his brother's confidence in downplaying the might of Super Saiyan 2. "Goku, if you are determined to fight, I am more than willing to oblige. But before we begin, I must ask, do you wish for me to fight you with only a fraction of my power, or shall I unleash my full strength?" Jiang Wei inquired with a smile. Without hesitation, Goku responded, "Brother, please fight me with your full strength. If you were to hold back, it would be akin to throwing a match, detracting from the very purpose of summoning you to this remote location. Since that is your desire, Goku, I shall unleash my full power." Jiang Wei beamed at Goku, then with a shout, ignited his own golden aura, transforming into Super Saiyan 1. Within this golden flame, a blood-red aura intertwined, creating an eerie hue. Goku was left speechless. Brother can still utilize the Kaioken after transforming into a Super Saiyan. How terrifying. Beep. Jiang Wei, power level 500 billion, transformed into human dragon form with Super Saiyan 1 20 times Kaioken. Bulma's improved power detector is truly remarkable, even with all my might. I have yet to exceed its limits. Jiang Wei marveled at Bulma's craftsmanship, then declared to the astonished Goku, "Let us commence our battle." My goodness. So this is what it means to fight with all one's strength, brother. How could you be so extraordinarily powerful? No wonder you disregard the strength of Super Saiyan 2. It seems I have been overly confident with just a modicum of power. Feeling the terrifying aura akin to standing at the edge of an abyss, Sun Wukong experienced a wave of disheartenment. The chasm between him and his beloved elder brother had not only remained, but had widened. "Big brother, I concede. There is no need to continue this battle," Sun Wukong declared, his face etched with bitterness. Should a confrontation truly commence, he would be unable to withstand even a single blow from Jiang Wei, let alone put up a fight. Ha ha, Wukong, keep pushing forward and do not lose heart. If you dedicate yourself to your training, there shall come a day when you surpass your elder brother. Jiang Wei, aware of the impact his strength had on the dejected Sun Wukong, offered him a dose of motivational encouragement, secretly thinking to himself, just surpass the current me. Revitalized, Sun Wukong responded, Big brother, I shall train even harder. One day, I will compel you to give your all in a battle against me. Excellent spirit. You truly are my brother, Jiang Wei, he exclaimed. By the way, since we are out, shall we find a place to dine and treat ourselves? Big brother, let us venture to a nearby town and indulge in a feast at a barbecue restaurant. Sun Wukong suggested. Hearing that makes my stomach rumble. That sounds simple enough. Jiang Wei replied, reverting from his Super Saiyan form to his normal state, a sly smile gracing his features. In truth, he had secretly practiced for some time, honing the transformation technique he had acquired from Pool to integrate it into his daily life. For instance, he could revert to his original form while in the guise of a human dragon, thus confounding others. Although the dragon was omnipotent, it had its shortcomings, namely, an over-reliance on granting wishes to enhance power. The more frequent the requests, the easier it was for others to discern the pattern. Hence, Jiang Wei chose to cultivate a band of brothers, relying on their unwavering camaraderie to bolster his strength. Moreover, the transformation technique from Pool, a skill deemed of little consequence in the narrative, was seized upon by Jiang Wei to mask his human dragon form. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently fulfilled others' wishes. After a period of training, he had reached a point where transforming into the human dragon allowed him to disguise his human form flawlessly without revealing any flaws. Now, he merely sought to trial his training results on Sun Wukong, successfully bringing forth Super Saiyan 2 from him. The two brothers, having sought out a barbecue restaurant near Baozi Mountain, reveled in their feast while engaging in mundane family discussions. Suddenly, they both paused mid-bite, their gazes drawn to the sky. Sun Wukong sensed something and said to Jiang Wei, Big brother, more extraterrestrials have arrived on Earth. Indeed, Jiang Wei chuckled. The aliens arriving this time are far stronger than Vegeta and the others. Sun Wukong, looking rather disinterested, replied, What a pity, they are still weaklings. I have no inclination to even engage with them. After a brief conversation, the two resumed their hearty meal, seemingly unconcerned with the impending arrival of extraterrestrials. Meanwhile, in West City, within Bulma's gravity chamber set to 100 times Earth's gravity, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz all shared a sudden shift in expression. The aura is unmistakable. It is Frieza. I never expected that scoundrel to come to Earth as well. Vegeta seethed through gritted teeth. However, Nappa and Raditz merely exchanged glances, their expressions shifting momentarily before returning to normalcy. Vegeta, what of Frieza's arrival? Currently, Earth boasts the strongest warriors in the universe. Frieza cannot possibly rival my brother and his cadre of Super Saiyans, Nappa remarked with an air of nonchalance. You imbecile. Nappa, you lack ambition. I am well aware that the current Frieza is no match for that fiend or cockroach group. Yet, if I cannot personally vanquish Frieza, I shall never find solace for the grievances I have endured over the years, nor for the destruction of planet Vegeta. Vegeta declared, his face twisted in hatred. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words to console Vegeta. I, the prince of all Saiyans, cannot even defeat Frieza, and now I find myself incapable of overcoming that wretched woman by his side. How infuriating. Vegeta struck the steel ground with a fist, creating a crater, his frustration boiling over as his eyes reddened. Meanwhile, the rest of the main characters gathered. Yamcha, did you rush back upon sensing that energy approaching Earth? Krillin asked with a smile. Indeed, business is calling, and I cannot afford to be absent from my post. With the generous salary and benefits my brother provides us, I feel remiss to be idle. Yamcha laughed heartily. Not only Yamcha, but all employees of the security department, aside from Goku, who was merrily feasting on barbecue with Tien, Kaiatsu, and Cell, had returned. Even Piccolo, who had not joined the security department, made his way to Bulma's residence, the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company's security department. In the absence of Jiang Wei, it fell to Bulma, the chairwoman of the Universal Capsule Company and Jiang Wei's wife, to oversee the security department's affairs. Chapter 57, Frieza's arrival on Earth. My brother was called out by Goku, and since neither has returned, I shall temporarily oversee the security department's operations, Bulma stated firmly. An extraterrestrial attack on Earth is a matter of life and death in the narrative, yet with Jiang Wei's interference, it has transformed into a mere business venture. Completing a single contract can yield more profit than several years of the Universal Capsule Company's earnings. It is worth noting that the Universal Capsule Company monopolizes the global capsule business, making it evident how much profit can be garnered merely from selling capsules in a year. The security department, by securing a single contract, can generate profits equivalent to several years of the company's earnings, highlighting its lucrative nature. However, the funds earned by the security department do not factor into the Universal Capsule Company's finances. They are managed by Jiang Wei, who provides each security department employee with a limitless debit card, emphasizing a philosophy of unrestrained spending. Moreover, the Universal Capsule Company must allocate annual funds to the security department, as it bears the responsibility of ensuring the company's safety. In conclusion, joining the security department under the leadership of Jiang Wei. The protagonists are endowed with boundless wealth, unlike the narrative that depicts them toiling as farmers, playing baseball, serving as police officers, or running martial arts schools to resolve their livelihood issues while saving the world. Their every moment can be devoted entirely to cultivation at their discretion. Moreover, Sun Wukong benefits the most, for his limitless bank card resides in the hands of his wife, Chi-Chi, effectively eliminating any possibility of raising a dependent like Goten. Currently, the prowess of little Gohan has far surpassed that depicted in the story. Chi-Chi often advises him, focus on your training, and when you grow up, join your uncle's security department at the Universal Capsule Company, just like your father, securing a prosperous future. Bulma assured, we shall act according to your instructions. With the exception of Piccolo, who maintained his silence and aloof demeanor, the others echoed their agreement, awaiting business opportunities as before. Bulma remarked, it is not that she is cold-hearted for profit. Rather, even if the Earth were to be obliterated by extraterrestrial forces due to the protagonist's failure to act in time, restoring it would merely require a word from the great Jiang Shenlong. Naturally, the protagonists, and even the deities of the celestial realm, felt no urgency regarding the world's imminent peril. On another front, a colossal donut-shaped spaceship, after a prolonged voyage, gradually approached Earth. How could this consume so much of my time? Do they not realize that my time is invaluable? Frieza scowled as he gazed out at the increasingly larger azure planet. Should this journey to Earth prove to be a futile endeavor, this lowly planet, along with its equally inferior inhabitants, would no longer warrant existence in the cosmos. As the spaceship breached the atmosphere and descended near a large city, the Canine King, having been rattled by previous alien encounters, was even more vigilant this time. As Frieza's group landed, he received a report. The aging canine visage twitched in distress. Enough already. The extraterrestrial assaults on Earth, which were once mere tales of science fiction, have repeatedly manifested. My treasury is on the brink of collapse. Can't my royal treasury catch a breath? The Canine King lamented, nearly in tears. Yet, faced with the impending crisis, he could only grit his teeth and beseech the great Shenlong. However, after this appeal, his treasury would truly be at its wit's end. As the Canine King contacted the security department of the Universal Capsule Company, the donut-shaped spaceship that had descended upon Earth opened its hatch. Frieza, seated in a stroller and surrounded by an array of bizarrely adorned extraterrestrial warriors clad in armored battle suits, stepped onto the soil of Earth. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Zarbin, I entrust you with the task of locating those Saiyan monkeys, particularly Vegeta, Frieza remarked, surveying the desolate surroundings. As you command, Lord Frieza. Dodoria and Zarbin bowed respectfully. Allow me to handle this. Dodoria addressed Sabo with a tone of arrogance as he adjusted the combat power detector perched upon his eyes. Those wild monkeys, Vegeta and his ilk, are utterly oblivious, yet their combat power barely exceeds 20,000. With King Frieza personally arriving on Earth, let us see if these Saiyan apes can elude fate. Beep. A flurry of data swiftly flashed by. Boom. Once again, the readings soared beyond the limits. My sincerest apologies, King Frieza, but it appears that my combat power detector has malfunctioned, Dodoria said, his face awash with fear as he spoke to the infantile Frieza seated in his stroller. At that moment, no one, including Frieza, sensed anything amiss. However, when Sabo's detector also registered a critical failure, he too apologized to Frieza, stating that his device had succumbed to the same malfunction as Dodoria's. Frieza chuckled ominously. Oh ho ho ho. 2 combat power detectors failing in succession? Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Sabo, do engage your intellects. Could this possibly be mere coincidence? If Mr. Giacono back at headquarters were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly confront you. Frieza's sinister smile widened. You are indeed correct, King Frieza. Both the rotund Dodoria and the blue-skinned Sabo acknowledged, clearly persuaded. Frieza continued, his expression dripping with malice. The combat power detectors we currently utilize are not the latest models developed by Mr. Giacono. Their detection limits barely exceed 20,000. This indicates the presence of formidable warriors on this pitiful planet, surpassing that threshold. Clearly, this is the reason for the disappearance of Vegeta and his Saiyan companions on Earth. Dodoria queried, King Frieza, how can such a weak planet possibly harbor warriors of over 20,000 combat power? Is there information pertaining to this world that we remain unaware of? Frieza pondered for a moment, a glimmer of intrigue dancing on his lips. Mr. Dodoria, your reasoning holds merit. Therefore, let us take action. I demand that the nameless individual boasting combat power exceeding 20,000 be brought before me to satiate my trivial curiosity. Oh ho ho ho. Having reigned supreme in the cosmos for far too long, Frieza had grown dangerously complacent regarding the unknown. The entire Frieza force was convinced that no one could rival the infantile Frieza in his stroller, leading them to act with reckless abandon and unparalleled arrogance. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence in West City, the headquarters of her company's security department, Bulma received a distress call from Dog King. At that moment, She was employing her repeatedly enhanced combat power detector to assess the strength of the extraterrestrial visitors that had arrived on Earth. Chapter 58, The Quest for Frieza's Head. Beep. Frieza, combat power 530,000, stroller form. Dodoria, combat power 22,000. Sabo, combat power 23,000. Joey, combat power 18,000. Frieza Force Elite Combatants, combat power 5,000. Frieza Force Intermediate Combatants, combat power 3,000. Frieza Force Lower Tier Combatants, combat power 2,000. Frieza Force Soldiers, combat power 1,000. The formidable combat power undoubtedly belongs to the Frieza Force mentioned by the elder brother. With a playful smile, Bulma regarded them with disdain, considering them no threat whatsoever. Aside from their leader Frieza, whose power necessitated the intervention of a Super Saiyan, the rest were mere fodder, entirely unworthy of concern for her brother. Leave this matter to me. Upon learning that among the extraterrestrial beings intent on wreaking havoc on Earth, there existed formidable foes that could only be vanquished through Super Saiyan strength, Yamchu, Krillin, and others were instantly invigorated, clamoring to undertake the mission for a chance to showcase their prowess. It had been ages since they had encountered worthy opponents, aside from their well-acquainted comrades. Amid the excitement surrounding the hunt for Frieza's head, even the golden-haired Lan Chi, who served as Jiang Wei's maid, was unwilling to be left behind in the competition. In stark contrast, Vegeta and his companions bore expressions of embarrassment, especially Vegeta, who felt a profound sense of humiliation as a prince of the Saiyans. Unlike the narrative where he was oblivious to Frieza's true capabilities, Jiang Wei had made it clear to Vegeta that overcoming Frieza required the might of a Super Saiyan. Having already witnessed the immense power of a Super Saiyan, Vegeta was resolute in refraining from humiliating himself further in this context. How infuriating. Just wait, I, Vegeta, will surely transform into a Super Saiyan. He seethed, clenching his fists once more. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz looked on with envious expressions, repeatedly utilizing their scouters to gauge the combat power of the others. Beep. Yamcha, combat power 7. 5 million. Krillin, combat power 9 million. Tien, combat power 8 million. Yajirobe, combat power 5 million. Bulma, combat power 3 million. Lan Chi, combat power 2 million. Cell, combat power 800 million. Frieza, combat power 500 million, first form. Piccolo, combat power 2 billion. Raditz, combat power 600,000. Nappa, combat power 900,000. Vegeta, combat power 2 million. Oolong, combat power 3,000. Poor, combat power 3,000. Aside from the two insignificant creatures, which in the Saiyans' eyes were only fit for emergency rations, everyone else appeared as figures to be revered in the eyes of Nappa and Raditz. Let us not quarrel. For fairness, we shall decide with rock, paper, scissors. The winner shall claim Frieza as their prize, Bulma suggested, uncertain of whom to send forth. Yet her proposal was met with unanimous approval. Vegeta watched, his visage contorted with anger. In his eyes, Frieza loomed like an abyss, while Jiang Wei's group seemed merely a trivial nuisance. This only fueled Vegeta's growing ire. After a game of rock, paper, scissors, Bulma eventually selected the one destined to confront Frieza. The chosen one was Yajirobe. The others sighed in resignation, while Yajirobe basked in his triumph. At that moment, Vegeta raised his hand and stepped forward, declaring, I am aware that I currently lack the strength of a Super Saiyan and cannot possibly defeat Frieza. However, I implore you, Bulma, grant me the opportunity to confront Frieza in battle. Please. Vegeta even bowed to Bulma, leaving Nappa and Raditz utterly astonished. Is this truly the proud Prince Vegeta they knew? For Vegeta, if he could not face Frieza himself, the thought of Frieza being vanquished by another would haunt him for eternity. Vegeta, your request is granted, Bulma responded with a smile. During a previous casual conversation with her husband, he had expressed great confidence in Vegeta, deeming his importance equal to that of Goku. Since her husband believed in Vegeta, Bulma, as his wife, naturally decided to extend certain privileges to him. Thank you immensely. Vegeta beamed with joy, his admiration for Bulma growing exponentially. To deal with Frieza, having Yajirobe accompany Vegeta and the others would suffice. After Bulma had arranged everything, she dismissed the others, who were left disappointed at not having the opportunity to embark on a mission. She then continued her conversation about women with launch, who had once again transformed back to her blue-haired self due to a sneeze. Meanwhile, Yajirobe and Vegeta, along with the others, had instantaneously teleported to confront Frieza, who was plotting mischief. Ah, Mr. Vegeta, we hadn't sought you out yet, and here you are, walking into the lion's den? Frieza, seated in his hover pod, glanced at Yajirobe with mild surprise before redirecting his attention to the radiant Vegeta. Vegeta, I am no longer the same as I once was. What I wish to convey is that you should not have come to Earth. Vegeta regarded Frieza in his pod, once feeling as if he stood on the edge of an abyss before the tyrant. but now he felt he could vanquish Frieza with a single punch. Of course, Vegeta was aware of Frieza's hidden strength from Jiang Wei and understood that if Frieza were to unleash his full power, he would still be utterly outmatched with his current abilities. Frieza's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Ah, Mr. Vegeta, please enlighten me as to why I should refrain from coming to Earth. Because you will perish here." Vegeta coldly replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Ah, Mr. Vegeta, do you truly believe that the little dwarf accompanying you can bring about my demise, the cosmic Emperor Frieza?" Frieza laughed maliciously, yet his gaze remained icy, fixated on Yajirobe and Vegeta, as if assessing their worthiness for death. "Foolish Mr. Vegeta, I shall demonstrate the sheer folly of your words. However, before that, Dodoria and Zarbin, I kindly request that you lead the soldiers to cleanse this wretched planet. Let the pitiful indigenous beings here pay the price for Mr. Vegeta's foolish proclamations." Frieza cackled wickedly from his pod. "As you command, Lord Frieza." Dodoria and Zarbin grinned maliciously, preparing to lead the Frieza Force soldiers in a ruthless slaughter of the Earthlings. It seemed the task of eliminating the riffraff was once again thrust upon me. Raditz, who was left lagging behind the trio due to his lesser efforts compared to Vegeta and Nappa, self-deprecatingly remarked. "Raditz, this time I shall graciously assist you in clearing the scum." Nappa laughed heartily. As they spoke, the two unleashed their princely techniques, firing energy blasts the size of fists, causing the Frieza Force soldiers to scream in agony, plummeting from the sky like ducks struck by shotgun fire. "Nappa, Raditz, how dare you be so audacious in the presence of Lord Frieza?" As they witnessed a considerable number of their soldiers being annihilated in an instant, Dodoria and Zarbin were both astonished and furious. They immediately retaliated, unleashing energy waves aimed at the duo, intent on obliterating them in midair. Chapter 59. Frieza's Continuous Transformations. They are merely weaklings with power levels under 10,000. Just as Dodoria's boast hung in the air, their eyes widened in disbelief as Nappa and Raditz effortlessly swatted aside the energy waves they had fired, redirecting them towards a cluster of Frieza Force soldiers. Boom, boom. The sky reverberated with two tremendous explosions, resulting in yet another wave of Frieza Force soldiers being eradicated. At this juncture, the once dense ranks of Frieza's soldiers were rapidly dwindling. "Ha ha ha. Thank you for your assistance, Dodoria and Zarbin." Raditz guffawed. "Well, Raditz, I shall not let you escape." Dodoria and Zarbin's faces contorted with fury. "To express my gratitude for your help, I shall eliminate you." Nappa grinned menacingly, instantly appearing before the horrified Dodoria and Zarbin. At that moment, Frieza's gaze shifted, and he raised his hand to unleash a slender energy wave towards Nappa. To Frieza, the soldiers of his army were no different from expendable paper, mere consumables. However, with power levels exceeding 20,000, Dodoria and Zarbin, who were typically addressed as Sir by Frieza, were deemed worthy of being spared. Alas, it was too late. Nappa, close at hand, emitted two beams from his eyes, instantly exploding Dodoria and Zarbin's heads. The headless corpses barely had time to fall from the sky before Nappa swatted away the slender energy wave shot by Frieza, his figure flickering back to stand behind Vegeta. Meanwhile, Raditz, "Lord Frieza, save me." The last remaining soldier, Cho-E, was left in a state of sheer terror, obliterated by a single energy wave from Raditz. Thus, the entirety of the Frieza force that had descended upon Earth was annihilated, leaving only Frieza as the solitary commander. Frieza's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Vegeta. "Ho ho ho. Mr. Vegeta, I must admit, I slightly underestimated you all. It appears I must take this more seriously." Frieza finally stepped away from his infant carriage, gracefully descending to the ground, revealing his second form. A towering and robust Frieza stood before the trio of Danzu, Vegeta, and Raditz. It turned out that when Frieza was not confined to a baby carriage, he presented himself as an imposing figure indeed. "Let me gauge his battle power," Raditz exclaimed as he pressed the battle power detector. Beep. Frieza, battle power 1. 2 million, second form. "Ha. The ensuing events are beyond the scope of my and Danzu's involvement. I bid you to proceed." Upon witnessing Frieza's muscular form, which significantly surpassed both his and Danzu's combat capabilities, Raditz felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Danzu, displaying a disdainful expression, remarked, "Raditz, you coward." Irritated, Raditz retorted, "Danzu, do you dare label me a coward? You exhibit such bravery. Why not confront Frieza yourself, instead of retreating alongside me?" Danzu defended himself. "I am merely supervising you, to prevent you from abandoning us, as you did on the planet Bayo." Disregarding the bickering between Danzu and Raditz, Vegeta stepped forward. "Frieza, I shall be your opponent." "Ho ho ho. Mr. Vegeta, how bold of you." Frieza was about to deliver a mocking quip when he was caught off guard by Vegeta's sudden movement. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before the tyrant and delivered a crushing blow to Frieza's face, one he had long despised. The impact deformed Frieza's visage, causing him to spit blood as he was sent crashing, much like his father, King Cold, into a nearby city, demolishing countless skyscrapers. A vast cloud of dust rose, enveloping Frieza's form. Danzu cast a cold glance at Vegeta, who remained unfazed, while Raditz and Danzu quickly intervened to defuse the situation, preventing Danzu from pursuing the matter further. From the dust, a figure emerged swiftly. It was Frieza. Mr. Vegeta, I never anticipated that you, a Saiyan monkey, would grow to this extent. It seems you and the other Saiyans cannot be permitted to live. Frieza's face was contorted with rage as he transformed into his third form. Before Danzu and Vegeta stood a creature with an elongated head and a diminutive stature, reminiscent of an alien monster. Frieza, do you realize how revolting you appear now? Vegeta taunted. Indeed, Frieza, your current form is far less pleasing than your previous muscular guise, Danzu added critically. True, Danzu, he may be shorter and feebler in appearance, yet his power is formidable, surpassing even Vegeta. Raditz declared as he activated the battle power detector again. Beep. Frieza, battle power 2. 5 million, third form. Dare you call me short and weak? Perish, vile Saiyan monkey. Frieza's temper flared. Disregarding Vegeta, he raised his hand and unleashed a death beam directed at the insolent Raditz. Fortunately, my elder brother taught me the Kaioken. As Raditz realized that he had drawn Frieza's ire, a crimson aura enveloped him, enabling him to deflect the deadly energy beam shot at him by Frieza. Beep. Raditz, power level 3 million, 5x Kaioken. Infuriatingly, I could not even eliminate a mere Saiyan under Vegeta's command. Consumed by such rage, Frieza found himself caught off guard as Raditz countered with a powerful energy wave, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a significant crater in the earth. A cloud of dust obscured Frieza, who lay battered and bruised. Raditz, filled with astonishment, wondered, could it be that I have just slain Frieza? Vegeta, ever vigilant, scoffed. Raditz, you are mistaken. Frieza has yet to unleash his true power, but soon he will. Unforgivable. I have been wounded twice by these inferior Saiyans. You have truly ignited my fury, Saiyans. Roaring from the dust, Frieza transformed into his final form. A compact, yet formidable figure. Gentlemen Saiyans, you shall soon experience the terror of Frieza, the Emperor of the universe. I will ensure that you perish in despair. Frieza extended his arms toward Vegeta and the others, his face a mask of malevolence and absolute confidence. Meanwhile, Kaiatsu remained inconspicuous. According to Bulma's agreement with Vegeta, there was no need for him to intervene unless Vegeta faltered against Frieza. Moreover, Frieza's displayed power was enough to instill despair in Vegeta and his companions. With just one hand, Kaiatsu could easily subdue Frieza. How utterly pointless. Hey, Frieza has taken on a dumpling-like appearance. Though he remains short, at least he no longer looks absurd. Tien jested. However, Frieza's power had undoubtedly become terrifying. Raditz gazed anxiously at the diminutive yet potent Frieza, his heart racing. Yet he found solace in Kaiatsu's presence. Despite Frieza's altered appearance lacking the previous intimidation, his combat prowess truly instilled fear in Raditz. Beep. Frieza, power level 60 million, final form 50. Yet Vegeta's demeanor contrasted sharply with Raditz's trepidation. At last, he could engage Frieza in earnest. Vegeta, too, radiated a crimson aura, causing Frieza's expression to shift to one of seriousness as he recognized a worthy adversary. Chapter 60, The Fall of the Cosmic Emperor. Beep. Vegeta, power level 40 million, 20x Kaioken. Frieza, Vegeta bellowed, charging forward to engage in a fierce battle with Frieza. While Vegeta exerted every ounce of his strength, Frieza handled the fight with relative ease, though he was still taken aback by Vegeta's current power. His resolve strengthened. Not a single Saiyan shall remain. Earth undoubtedly harbors great secrets, and I, Frieza, shall uncover them. With a flurry of punches and kicks, the clash commenced, lasting less than a minute. Vegeta, unable to withstand any longer, found himself at his limits. Lacking the form of the humanoid Shenron that Jiang Wei possessed, which could disregard the physical strain of the 20-fold Kaioken, he could only engage Frieza in combat for several seconds before reaching his breaking point. As Vegeta's energy waned, Frieza flicked his tail, sending him hurtling away, and subsequently unleashed a death beam that pierced through Vegeta's abdomen. The crimson aura enveloping Vegeta dissipated, and he plummeted from the sky. Farewell, Mr. Vegeta. The secrets you garnered from Earth shall now belong to me. Frieza? Ha ha ha. Frieza raised his right hand, gathering tremendous energy, preparing to unleash a devastating energy sphere upon the descending Vegeta. Suddenly, a grimace of pain crossed Frieza's face. He felt an unyielding discomfort coursing through his body, rendering him immobile. The energy sphere he had amassed could not be cast away, and he could only watch helplessly as it exploded in his hand. Boom. Frieza was left in disarray, battered by his own attack. Meanwhile, Vegeta was rescued by Raditz and Nappa, with Raditz promptly producing a Senzu beam to revive him. Restored to full vitality, Vegeta, having unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken and fought valiantly against Frieza until his strength was depleted, consumed the Senzu beam, triggering the Scion's upgrade ability. Vegeta, you have grown stronger. Raditz exclaimed. Beep. Vegeta's power level registered at 3 million. So it was you orchestrating this. Frieza, seething with rage after being caught in his own energy wave, glared at the now golden, ore-emitting Goku. It was Goku who, witnessing Vegeta's predicament, transformed into a Super Saiyan, using his extraordinary abilities to restrain Frieza, granting Raditz and Nappa the opportunity to save Vegeta. Beep. Goku's power level soared to 250 million in his Super Saiyan form. Unlike Tian Shinhan, who was deeply engrossed in martial arts, Goku lacked independent thought and had been trained by the Crane School. Following Bulma's directive to eliminate Frieza after Vegeta's defeat, Goku was determined to act, driven solely by the outcome rather than the means. A pale finger slowly rose, pointing at Frieza, who was frozen in midair. His face contorted in agony. Goku intended to use the Dodon Ray to pierce through Frieza's round head. Could this be a similar ability to that of Guldo from the Ginyu Force? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. In truth, Vegeta held a disdain for such abilities, considering them mere tricks. The path to enhancing one's combat power was the true route to greatness. Little did he anticipate that, once his power level matched, those abilities could be so formidable. Unbeknownst to him, Frieza had fallen prey to this unforeseen attack. Am I, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, truly destined to perish on this wretched planet today? At this moment, confronted with the specter of death, Frieza summoned all his strength. His small frame swelled with muscle. Yet he remained utterly immobile, racked with pain. Beep. Frieza, battle power 120 million, final form 100. How terrifying. Frieza's battle power has surged to 120 million. Yet he remains ensnared by the grip of Jiaozi's supernatural abilities. Raditz, with a face full of fear, remarked that in a situation where the disparity in battle power is not significant, the party capable of wielding supernatural abilities holds an overwhelming advantage in combat. Even Vegeta cast a wary glance, his finger already aimed at Frieza's dumpling-shaped head. We're leaving, Vegeta said, casting one last glance at the futilely struggling Frieza. His heart heavy with disappointment, he instantaneously transported himself, along with Raditz and Nappa, back to Bulma's home in West City. Meanwhile, Jiaozi, his demeanor cheerful, unleashed a slender energy wave from his fingertips. No, the cosmic real estate mogul, the tyrant Frieza, has perished, having completed the task entrusted to him by Bulma. Jiaozi also teleported back, leaving behind the headless corpse of the extraterrestrial, which plummeted from the sky. A hand caught Frieza's headless body, belonging to a suave young man chewing gum, who suddenly materialized. It was Jiang Wei, after satisfying his hunger at a barbecue joint. Jiang Wei had bid farewell to Sun Wukong, sensing the energy signatures of Jiaozi and Vegeta, and teleported over just in time to collect Frieza's remains. Frieza's corpse was a highly valuable specimen for experimentation. It would not go to waste. Jiang Wei mused that with Frieza's body, he could enable Dr. Gero to develop the original version of Cell from the narrative. The two cells currently in his possession lacked Frieza's cells, and thus were not authentic. It all hinged on whether Dr. Gero had the audacity to continue creating Cell. Jiang Wei, have you brought me more extraterrestrial material for experimentation? Dr. Gero exclaimed upon receiving Frieza's headless body, conducting another round of tests with his instruments. This specimen surpassed the previous extraterrestrial tail he had experimented with. However, he lamented that the technology for creating Cell had reached its limit, confessing that he had lost the fervor for further production. Jiang Wei rolled his eyes. Are you certain it's merely a lack of enthusiasm for creating Cell, rather than being frightened out of your wits? After all, the last Cell could act. You actually believed you had created a compliant android. Little did you know, that was merely a disguise, and once I left, it revealed its true form, nearly turning you into a carrot. Haha. Dr. Gero's expression soured, believe it or not. In any case, I've truly lost interest in Cell. I need fresh research avenues to rekindle my passion. Jiang Wei stroked his chin, pondering that perhaps he had a novel idea that could illuminate a new direction for him. Dr. Gero's eyes sparkled with interest. Jiang Wei then shared his concept with Dr. Gero. I'm a researcher, and you tell me about magical creations? Dr. Gero exclaimed in astonishment after hearing the proposal. You mentioned needing new research ideas to reignite your passion. Who's to blame for your disinterest in Cell? Jiang Wei shrugged. So, do you have any tangible materials? Merely listening to your words leaves me in a state of utter confusion. After pondering for a moment, Dr. Glow inquired. Jiang Wei responded with a single word, wait. Upon returning home, Bulma was about to inform Jiang Wei that the security department had secured another contract with Dog King to address the matter concerning Frieza. Jiang Wei merely waved his hand, signaling Bulma that there was no need to inform him. Matters such as resolving issues with Frieza, which he deemed trivial, could be handled by Bulma herself without further consultation. After indulging in a moment of intimacy with his wife, Jiang Wei sauntered out, only to encounter Vegeta, who had come specifically to seek him out. At that moment, Vegeta wore an expression of sheer exhilaration, akin to a pauper who had just won 100 million in the lottery. My battle power has reached 3 million. I must transform into a Super Saiyan immediately. Tell me what I must do. Vegeta implored impatiently. Chapter 61. Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan. Jiang Wei gestured for Vegeta to be patient and conducted a thorough examination, shaking his head. Vegeta, while you have indeed reached the threshold for transformation into a Super Saiyan, the cells within your body do not meet the necessary standards. You may reside on Earth and accumulate these cells over time. Disheartened, Vegeta departed, finding himself, as Jiang Wei had stated, merely engaging in intense training in the gravity chamber akin to Goku, while also leading an ordinary life as a human on Earth. Remarkably, just 6 months later, Vegeta found himself in a relationship with an Earth woman, a character who was notably a minor yet named figure in the narrative, known as Violet. She had once been a colonel in the notorious Red Ribbon Army, known as the world's most wicked military faction. On the day that Tao Pai Pai attacked the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army to procure Jiang Wei's Dragon Balls, Violet, as a subordinate of General Blue, valiantly led a squad of soldiers to resist the advancing Tao Pai Pai. Following their defeat, Violet recognized the inevitable downfall of the Red Ribbon Army and, true to the narrative, absconded with the money from the treasury. She subsequently assumed a new identity and joined the regular army of Dog King, continuing her military career. Through her merits, she ascended once more to the rank of colonel within Dog King's forces. When Raditz launched his attack, she was tasked with leading a squad of tanks to confront him, only to be swiftly obliterated by Raditz's energy wave. After Raditz was dealt with by Goku, it was through the power of Jiang Wei's divine dragon that Violet was resurrected. In the ensuing Saiyan invasion and subsequent appearances of the Great Tyrant on Earth, Violet led her subordinates in efforts to rescue the survivors, thus playing a pivotal role in every battle against the extraterrestrial onslaught. It is truly a mystery how such a formidable woman came to be acquainted with Vegeta and swiftly established a relationship with him. After taking Violet as his girlfriend, a transformation in Vegeta commenced, one that even he was not consciously aware of. Vegeta, congratulations. The concentration of cells within you has now reached the requisite level for your transformation into a Super Saiyan, Jiang Wei remarked with a smile. Vegeta's face lit up with uncontainable joy. At long last, he could transform into the Super Saiyan he had long yearned to become. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires an overwhelming surge of emotions, particularly rage. Jiang Wei believed that Vegeta would have no trouble in this regard. However, to facilitate the process, Jiang Wei summoned a clone of Son Goku and employed the body change technique of the Jinyu Force, allowing Vegeta to experience the transformation firsthand. Through this method, Vegeta grasped the essence of becoming a Super Saiyan in less than 10 minutes. Jiang Wei then reverted him back to his original body and recalled the Son Goku clone. You have now mastered the secret of transforming into Super Saiyan 1. Now, attempt the transformation using your own body. Jiang Wei continued to guide. Vegeta, however, remained still, gazing at Jiang Wei with a complex expression. Fortunately, you are not an adversary of the protagonist group. Otherwise, their fate would be nothing short of annihilation. What do you mean? Jiang Wei inquired, puzzled. Nothing of significance, Vegeta replied, as his energy began to surge dramatically, golden flames manifesting around him. With a fierce roar, his hair turned golden, and his eyes transformed to green, successfully achieving the Super Saiyan 1 transformation. Congratulations. We have gained another Super Saiyan, Jiang Wei exclaimed, applauding with delight. He then adjusted the battle power scouter. Beep, beep. Vegeta's battle power registered at 107 million, as a Super Saiyan 1. Do not get too carried away. I have no intention of joining your ranks, Vegeta said, crossing his arms with a huff. Ah, I understand, being the Prince of Science and all, Jiang Wei chuckled. If Vegeta did not comprehend the vast disparity between himself and Jiang Wei, which was greater than that between him and Frieza in the past, he would have been unable to contain his urge to punch Jiang Wei's infuriating face. Meanwhile, as the Saiyan Prince Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 1 on Earth, a colossal spaceship hurtled through the cosmos towards the planet. Inside the control room of the ship, a throne was occupied by a towering figure with sharp, elongated horns, reminiscent of Frieza's second transformation. This was none other than King Cold, Frieza's father. Following the defeat of Frieza and his cohort on Earth, signs of instability emerged within the Frieza force, compelling the reclusive King Cold to intervene and restore order. He was particularly concerned about his missing son, Frieza, and dispatched numerous extraterrestrials to secretly investigate his whereabouts on Earth. In contrast to the storyline, where Frieza was resurrected on Namek and augmented into Mecha Frieza, significantly enhancing his battle power to a level that could contend with Super Saiyan 1 Goku, King Cold had accompanied Frieza to Earth for vengeance. In truth, King Cold's strength was inferior to Frieza's. If a location had already bested Frieza, what audacity did the seasoned King Cold possess to recklessly venture to Earth without fully understanding the situation? Why not summon Cooler to defend his brother? In the realm of Dragon Ball where the esteemed King Cold resides, the only offspring of the formidable Frieza is known, while the identities of Cooler and his alleged grandson are but a mystery. Upon receiving intelligence from his subordinates dispatched to Earth, King Cold, after much contemplation, resolved to journey to this distant planet. Although Frieza often regarded his father with disdain, Resenting King Cold's interference in his affairs, the bond of blood could not be disregarded. How long until they reached the remote world known as Earth? King Cold sat upright, his demeanor grave. In response to King Cold's inquiry, a soldier clad in armor reported, "We shall arrive at Earth in 6 months. Mark my words, upon our return to Earth, no one is to act independently. Disobedience shall be met with death." King Cold declared coldly. The extraterrestrial crew in the main control room felt a shiver run down their spines and hastily affirmed, "We understand, King Cold." 6 months later, on Earth, in a desolate wilderness, an unusual machine resembling a rocket suddenly materialized. Its base, supported by triangular struts, allowed it to stand firmly upon the ground. Despite the passage of time, the location had deviated slightly, though the impact was negligible. A strikingly handsome youth, Trunks, with a sword slung over his back, leaped from the machine, surveying his surroundings. This place appeared quite remote, far from human habitation. As a visitor from the future, Trunks noticed the absence of life. "I can sense several overwhelming energies on this planet. They surpass even Gohan and me," he mused. "According to the information provided by my mother, during this era, aside from Uncle Goku, there shouldn't be so many Super Saiyans on Earth. Some of these energies even exceed that of a Super Saiyan. What on earth is happening in this time period?" Trunks faced the unknown with a look of astonishment. "I must proceed with caution." He swiftly concealed his power level, transforming the time machine into a capsule for discreet storage, and commenced his covert activities. Meanwhile, King Cold's majestic spaceship was gradually descending towards Earth. Chapter 62, Resurrection. What? Aliens are attacking Earth again. As King Cold's vessel approached, King Dog received the alarming report and leapt from his throne. These treacherous aliens. Is there truly no other planet in the universe for them to invade, compelling them to repeatedly target Earth? Are they determined to exploit us to the last? King Dog lamented, nearly in tears. The royal treasury was in dire straits, with rodents starving daily. There were no funds to summon Shenron to resolve the extraterrestrial threat. Perhaps I could issue an IOU? King Dog pondered, clutching the phone. Although merely a dog, he was still the ruler of Earth, and he wondered if his canine visage might earn him some favor with the esteemed Shenron. Just then, a subordinate reported the receipt of a signal from the enormous spaceship. King Dog's expression shifted to one of relief. Fortunately, it appears they are not here to conquer. The king of the Kurds has come to negotiate, not to engage in battle. Unlike the relieved Dog King, Jiang Wei felt a twinge of disappointment. For this meant he would forfeit a business opportunity and miss out on some earnings. Since the Kurdish king was here for discussions, Jiang Wei decided not to disturb his comrades and, accompanied by a subordinate, instantly teleported before the assembly of cosmic visitors. The soldiers of the Frieza force looked on with trepidation at the sudden appearance of Jiang Wei and his companion. The Kurdish king's eyelids twitched with unease. "What shall we discuss?" Jiang Wei asked, cutting straight to the chase as was his custom. "Show me the battle power of this individual." The Kurdish king quietly instructed his crew aboard the spaceship through a communicator. Within the vessel lay a large battle power detector. With a detection limit of 50 million battle power, a recent invention by Frieza's chief scientist, Kikuno. "Yes, your majesty." Before long, a thunderous boom erupted from the massive spaceship behind the Kurdish king, belching forth thick black smoke. "Your majesty, something has gone terribly wrong. The latest battle power detector has exploded. Many of our brothers have been injured or killed." A panicked voice echoed through the communicator. The Kurdish king's countenance darkened, a mixture of anger and fear flooding his expression. "Oh, so your battle power detector has exceeded its limits?" Jiang Wei remarked, glancing at the smoking spaceship. "If you wish to know my battle power and that of Shilu, simply ask. My battle power stands at 60 million, while Shilu, though my subordinate, is vastly superior, boasting a consistent battle power of 520 million. May I be so bold as to inquire? My battle power detector indicates you possess only 100 million battle power? Can you, like Frieza, significantly augment your power through transformation?" The Kurdish king's eyes widened in shock. A mere portable battle power detector, akin to those standard in the Frieza force, could reveal his power without exceeding its limits? And that unsightly, oppressive green-skinned individual had over 500 million battle power, merely as a subordinate? In an instant, a flurry of thoughts raced through the Kurdish king's mind, prompting him to recalibrate his approach. He bowed respectfully to the casually poised Jiang Wei and said, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Jiang Wei nonchalantly replied, "Kurdish king, I accept your apology." The Kurdish king studied Jiang Wei's demeanor before continuing. "To be candid, my battle power is indeed only 100 million. Whereas my son Frieza is a prodigious talent among our kin, having surpassed me at such a young age. My purpose for this visit is also to discuss matters concerning Frieza." Jiang Wei smiled. "That is agreeable. If there is profit to be made, my spirits are certainly elevated." After a brief negotiation, the king of the Kurds paid a substantial sum of universal currency, the metal currency represented by slender sticks earned in the narrative of granola, to secure the life of the great king. It was a straightforward transaction. The king of the Kurds was unaware of the intricacies. Yet Jiang Wei fulfilled his desire and resurrected Frieza. In doing so, Jiang Wei acquired all the powers of the king of the Kurds. Ding. Bloodline of the Frieza clan acquired, inactive. Inform that little dwarf that I shall return for vengeance. Upon his resurrection, Frieza merely nodded at his father before loudly rebuking Jiang Wei. Captured first by Dumpling's psychic abilities and then obliterated by a hole-piercing wave, Frieza met an ignoble demise. After his death, he ascended to heaven, where he was wrapped and suspended beneath a tree, tormented daily by delightful little creatures and a fairy clad in a bunny outfit, who played various instruments and joyously performed uplifting music, much to Frieza's dismay. Helpless and contorted with frustration, he could only endure. This sensation reminded him of the excruciating experience of being rendered powerless by Dumpling's psychic control, awaiting his fate. Frieza, you are exceedingly rude. The king of the Kurds reprimanded his son, though Frieza paid him no heed. The king, donning a conciliatory smile, turned to Jiang Wei to offer his apologies. No matter. Who among us has not been young? The journey of youth often leads to misfortune, and it is only natural to harbor resentment. Otherwise, how would one embody youthful exuberance? Jiang Wei waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed. Through casual conversation with the king of the Kurds, he had come to understand that in human years, Frieza was quite young. Merely just reaching adulthood, with soft facial hair still in its infancy. It was no wonder that in the narrative, he harbored the Na'vi desire to find the dragon and wish for a mere 5 centimeters of height, hoping to give the impression of still being in a phase of development. Frieza, take this. Jiang Wei contemplated for a moment before producing a small jar and tossing it to Frieza. With a sinister expression, Frieza caught the jar and opened it, revealing it to be filled with small beans. An expression of disbelief washed over Frieza's face. Were these indeed the legendary senza beans? You would bestow upon me senza beans. An entire jar's worth? What are senza beans? The king of the Kurds inquired, his face reflecting his ignorance. Frieza shot a disdainful glance at his father, but replied, during my torment in heaven, I occasionally overheard passers-by discussing senza beans. They are treasures found solely on Earth in the entire universe. One senza bean, if consumed without being killed on the spot, can restore one's health instantaneously, regardless of the severity of injuries or total exhaustion. To call them priceless would not be an exaggeration. They are truly remarkable. His gaze shifted back to the senza beans in the jar, a greedy glint appearing in his eyes. Hiss! The king of the Kurds gasped, eyeing the jar of senza beans in his son's possession with avarice. Frieza, there are many senza beans in that jar. You cannot possibly consume them all alone. Why not share some with me? Suggested the king of the Kurds. Frieza paid no heed to his father, engrossed in stowing away a small jar of senza beans. He turned to Jiang Wei and exclaimed, Ho ho ho, I fear I must disappoint you. Even if you present me with senza beans, it will not quell the fury within my heart. That little dwarf is doomed. Jiang Wei waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. My intention in offering you the senza beans is not for the sake of a mere dumpling. Frieza, intrigued by Jiang Wei's earnest expression, inquired, then what is your purpose in bestowing these beans upon me? With a hearty laugh, Jiang Wei replied, I simply believe there are too few masters in the universe. When I encounter someone with potential, I cannot help but wish to nurture them and facilitate their rapid growth. Ho ho ho, what a profoundly foolish notion. Frieza retorted with a wicked grin as he turned to stride towards the colossal spaceship, followed closely by the overlooked King Cold. Upon reaching the entrance of the immense vessel, Frieza seemingly recalled something and turned back to Jiang Wei, saying, Please convey to Mr. Vegeta that his 3 companions have been dismissed by the Frieza Force for abandoning their posts during work hours. They should seek new opportunities elsewhere. Ho ho ho. Jiang Wei chuckled in response. The modest offering of a small jar of senza beans could potentially cultivate a golden Frieza, or even a black Frieza. And to grant Frieza a wish to grow 5 centimeters taller would be quite trivial. Just as Frieza and his father were about to board the massive spaceship, a striking young man with golden hair and green eyes suddenly appeared, drawing a long sword from his back and charging towards Frieza and his father with a fierce determination. Chapter 63, The Archenemies of Androids 17 and 18. Beep beep. Trunks. Battle power 220 million. Transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Jiang Wei immediately recognized that the assailant targeting Frieza and his father was none other than Future Trunks. He felt no surprise at the appearance of Future Trunks, despite his marriage to Bulma, for he was Shenron, the unique entity within the Dragon Ball universe. While there could be 2 Zeno, there could only be one Jiang Wei. Thus, in the future world, another Jiang Wei could not exist, nor would it affect the arrival of Future Trunks. As Frieza and his father were on the brink of being struck down by Trunks' sword, Jiang Wei gestured for his companion, the originally intended display of power, Zero, to intervene. Beep beep. Zero, battle power 520 million, first stage. Kid, who gave you the audacity to act recklessly before my master, the great Jiang Wei? Zero sneered with a contemptuous grin, dispatching Future Trunks with a single move. Had Jiang Wei not instructed Zero to show mercy, Trunks would have already perished. That subordinate is incredibly formidable, Frieza observed, astonished by Zero's swift defeat of Trunks. Immediately, he declared with unwavering confidence, "Ho ho ho, give me time. If I can train for a few months, I shall once again be the unrivaled Cosmic Emperor." "Frieza, how many times must I remind you not to forget the terrifying Lord Beerus?" King Cold interjected, his tone laced with exasperation. "Humph." Frieza merely cast a cold glance at his father before resuming his actions. The colossal spaceship ascended into the sky, departing towards the vastness beyond Earth. Trapped beneath the foot of the formidable Zero, Date could only watch in bitter frustration as the king and his son departed. How infuriating. What is the nature of this green-skinned monster? Why does it prevent me from eliminating Frieza and his progeny? Trunks demanded angrily of Jiang Wei. "I regret to inform you, young Trunks from the future, that I have just struck a deal with King Cold. I have no reason to allow my client to be slain before my very eyes. As for the green-skinned creature that bested you, his name is Zero, a synthetic being developed by Dr. Gero through biotechnology, the second creation in the Cell series." Jiang Wei explained, gesturing for Zero to release Date with a smile. "Dr. Gero, a synthetic being." Date's nerves were ignited, his expression contorting with profound rage. "So, you are an accomplice of Dr. Gero, a remnant of the Red Ribbon Army." Date attempted to strike Jiang Wei but was swiftly subdued by Zero's prowess. "I say, Trunks, did you not notice the emblem upon my attire before speaking?" Jiang Wei gestured once more for Zero to release Date, pointing at himself with a grin. Trunks paused, following Jiang Wei's finger to observe the character emblazoned on Jiang Wei's black trench coat, alongside the identical logo of the Capsule Corporation. "You are affiliated with the Capsule Corporation? Then why are you mingling with Dr. Gero and the synthetic beings?" Trunks inquired, regaining his composure, perplexed. "Trunks, you must understand that you have not journeyed to the past of your own world. Rather, you have traversed to the past of an alternate parallel universe, one that I inhabit. In my world, the events and individuals are entirely different from those in yours. Just as, in your world, I do not exist, do I?" Jiang Wei chuckled. Upon hearing this, Date fell silent for a moment, a contemplative expression gracing his handsome, resolute face. "I comprehend now. This is a different realm, and the occurrences in my world hold no relevance in yours." Date finally revealed a relaxed demeanor. "By the way, how do you know I am Trunks? And who exactly are you?" "There is no mention of you in the materials my mother provided," Date inquired with curiosity. "Pleased to meet you, Trunks. My name is Jiang Wei. I am both human and a dragon." Jiang Wei wore a mischievous grin. "I am also the director of security at the Capsule Corporation, and the husband of its chairwoman, Bulma." With that, he prepared to relish the expression on Date's face. What? Trunks, as anticipated by Jiang Wei, displayed a complex and fascinating array of human emotions. "Ha!" Jiang Wei laughed heartily. "This is far more entertaining than the Sichuan opera's face-changing. In this world, my mother did not marry my father." Trunks muttered to himself, regaining his composure before exclaiming with excitement. "Mr. Jiang Wei, you say you are a dragon?" Upon receiving a definitive affirmation from Jiang Wei, Date was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears nearly filled his eyes. They, along with Wu Fangu, would indeed survive. "I comprehend your feelings, and I truly possess the capability to fulfill your desire to revive Sun Wukong and the others. However, due to the isolation of time and space, even as the dragon, I must journey to your world in order to resurrect them," Jiang Wei conveyed, sensing the gravity of the moment. Date immediately bowed respectfully towards Jiang Wei, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you immensely, Mr. Jiang Wei. By the way, in your world, Uncle Wukong exists, correct?" Jiang Wei nodded. "Ah, Wukong. He is my little brother and a member of the company's security department. Since Uncle Wukong is present, could you kindly deliver this miraculous medication for heart disease to him?" Trunks inquired, producing a small vial and extending it to Jiang Wei. However, Jiang Wei did not take the vial, stating, "I no longer require this medication. Wukong's heart condition was resolved several years ago through a wish made to the dragon. That is truly wonderful," Trunks exclaimed, reclaiming the vial. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured, "Mr. Jiang Wei, are you well acquainted with Dr. Gero? He has entrusted you with such an impressive android." In Date's eyes, the prowess of Zero was certainly on par with the formidable androids 17 and 18 from the future. Faced with Gero's creations, Date felt utterly powerless. "I am indeed an old friend of Dr. Gero. I have funded much of his research. Even Zero was created using the research materials I provided." Jiang Wei replied with a smile. How enviable, Trunks thought, refraining from disclosing the impending threat posed by the androids in his future. It was unnecessary, for in this world, since Dr. Gero was a friend of Mr. Jiang Wei, it was unlikely he would entertain the notion of creating androids 17 and 18 to exact vengeance on Uncle Wukong. "By the way, Mr. Jiang Wei, I am curious, why did Dr. Gero spare Uncle Wukong, who destroyed the Red Ribbon Army?" Date inquired with curiosity. "In my world, it was not Wukong but Tao Pai Pai who annihilated the Red Ribbon Army. In pursuit of gathering the 7 Dragon Balls to summon me, Tao Pai Pai seized the Dragon Ball from Commander Black. After I was summoned to fulfill a wish, Tao Pai Pai attempted to eliminate me, and I promptly dispatched him. Jiang Wei elucidated, satisfying Date's curiosity. Ah, I see. Date exclaimed, striking his palm. Then, might I request Dr. Gero to create a controller capable of managing the androids? He briefly recounted the nefarious deeds of androids 17 and 18 from the future. Trunks. There is no need to trouble Dr. Gero. Simply bring Zero back to the future to eradicate the troublesome androids 17 and 18. Zero is, after all, the natural enemy of those androids. Jiang Wei chuckled, patting Zero on the shoulder. Chapter 64, The Devilish Android. I am exceedingly grateful to you. Trunks bowed once more to Jiang Wei. On the face of Shilu, a joyous smile emerged as he extended his tongue to lick around his lips. Clearly, Shilu had grasped his leader's intent. Another delectable carrot awaited him. Yet, a dilemma presented itself. Mr. Jiang Wei, as you have observed, my time machine is rather diminutive. It can only accommodate me. Neither you nor this green-skinned Shilu can fit inside, Trunks lamented as he extracted the time machine from the universal capsule. His expression one of concern. Trunks, did your mother not mention that Yamcha has a partner named Poir, who possesses the ability to transform? Jiang Wei inquired. In a puff of white smoke, both Jiang Wei and Shilu morphed into two handguns, landing in the astonished hands of Trunks. As Shilu also bore Poir's cells, he too could employ Poir's transformation technique. Is it truly possible? Trunks exclaimed, giving a thumbs up before jumping into the time machine, returning to the future. Upon leaping from the time machine, the two handguns automatically detached from Trunks, reverting back to Jiang Wei and Shilu. Trunks, you have returned. At that moment, from the ruins of a nearby building emerged a woman of captivating grace, Bulma. Mother, I am back. Trunks rushed forward to embrace Bulma tightly. Trunks, who are they? Bulma inquired, noticing for the first time the two unfamiliar individuals and the green-skinned creature beside the time machine. Her expression filled with curiosity. Mother, they are allies I summoned from the past, possessing formidable strength to assist us in eliminating the malevolent androids 17 and 18, Trunks explained, his face alight with joy. Pleasure to meet you, Bulma. I am Jiang Wei, and this is my subordinate, Shilu, Jiang Wei introduced. Observing Bulma, who appeared to have aged since their last encounter with Piccolo and the villainous Dabra, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. Mother, Mr. Jiang Wei not only possesses immense power, but he is also Shenron. He can resurrect everyone who has perished, Trunks declared. He felt it unnecessary to mention that Jiang Wei had taken the place of his father, Vegeta, in an alternate world and had become his mother's husband. How wonderful, Bulma exclaimed, her resilient nature nearly bringing her to tears. Wiping her eyes, she continued, Trunks. It seems my suspicions during the design of the time machine were indeed correct. Utilizing this machine does not genuinely allow us to return to the past and alter our future. Indeed, Mother, your hypothesis is entirely accurate. The past to which I return differs from our world's past. In that realm, it was not Uncle Goku who vanquished the Red Ribbon Army, but rather Tao Pai Pai. It is precisely because of this alternate world that I was able to meet Mr. Jiang Wei and Mr. Shilu. I am profoundly grateful to you both, Bulma expressed. Very well. We can engage in conversation once we have dealt with the androids, Jiang Wei said, tossing a piece of gum into his mouth. I have awaited this day for far too long. Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Mother, please find a place to hide, Trunks urged. I, along with Mr. Jiang Wei and his companions, set out in search of the androids. Trunks reverted the time machine back into the versatile capsule and handed it over to Bulma. Once Bulma found a secure hiding place, he, along with Jiang Wei and Shilu, soared towards the area frequented by androids 17 and 18. Jiang Wei pressed the button on his battle power detector, noticing that no unknown formidable power readings appeared on the screen. He then recalled that the cyborgs lack a detectable energy signature, rendering the detector incapable of sensing their presence. Shilu, conceal your strength. The cyborgs created by Dr. Gero possessed devices that can detect battle power as well, Jiang Wei instructed Shilu, who was flying beside him. No one understood Dr. Gero's tactics better than Jiang Wei. If androids 17 and 18 were to sense Shilu's power, they might very well flee in fear. Understood, Mr. Jiang Wei. Shilu nodded in compliance. Jiang Wei adjusted the battle power detector, switching it to the mode designed for detecting eternal energy cores, specifically tailored for mechanical and semi-mechanical entities. Soon, a set of data materialized on Jiang Wei's device. Beep. Android 17, battle power 500 million. Android 18, battle power 420 million. Trunks, fly in that direction. The androids are located about 50 kilometers from here, Jiang Wei directed Trunks, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, intentionally revealing his energy to entice the androids. Impressive, Mr. Jiang Wei's battle power detector can even sense the androids, Trunks remarked, reverting to his normal state in awe. Previously, the inability to detect the android's energy signature had posed a significant disadvantage for Trunks and the one-armed Gohan during their confrontations with the androids. It meant that they could only engage the androids when the latter chose to attack, leaving them at a strategic disadvantage. By transforming into a Super Saiyan and deliberately exposing his energy, Trunks risked the androids waiting until he had exhausted a considerable portion of his stamina before revealing themselves to fight. Had they possessed a battle power detector like Mr. Jiang Wei's during their encounters with the androids, Trunks and Gohan could have gained a substantial advantage. My battle power detector has been specifically modified by Dr. Gero to include functionality tailored to detect the android's eternal energy cores, Jiang Wei replied with a smile. As they spoke, the duo arrived at the location of androids 17 and 18. It was a desolate town, now a playground for the androids, concealing several surviving humans. This place had devolved into a slaughterhouse for the remnants of humanity. Amidst the diabolical laughter of the androids, the anguished cries of the humans echoed relentlessly. The two androids were toying with the lives of the surviving humans when, suddenly, they both lifted their heads, directing their gaze towards the sky. Beep. Trunks, battle power 4. For million. Unknown, Jiang Wei battle power 530,000, hidden strength. Unknown, Shilu battle power 120,000, hidden strength. On the 18th, Trunks, in a perplexing stroke of fate, managed to procure two fools to entertain us. The black-haired youth in denim, android 17, chuckled as he nonchalantly discharged a small firearm, obliterating the head of a nearby young boy. At that moment, the youthful and radiant blonde girl, android 18, gleefully crushed the skull of an elderly woman beneath her foot, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I had grown weary of that charming young man, Trunks. I was contemplating how to eliminate him upon our next encounter. Yet, unexpectedly, he has brought us two sources of amusement. Perhaps I shall allow him to linger a while longer. What do you think, 17? In response, 17, with his gun still in hand, blasted the head of a middle-aged man, retorting, 18, do as you please. Just let me know when you wish to dispatch Trunks. Chapter 65, Cell achieves perfection. Under the unrestrained gaze of the two androids, Jiang Wei and his companions found themselves before them. Damn it, you vile androids are demons. Orchestrating yet another tragedy, Trunks seethed, surveying the gruesome scene of human corpses around him. Thank you for your compliment, Trunks. As a token of our gratitude, we shall spare your life after we eliminate your two companions. Ha! 17 mocked. Trunks had no need for their mercy, for it would be they who would meet their demise. Jiang Wei spat the remnants of his candy towards the androids. Ha ha, what a ridiculous creature. Unaware of his impending doom, both 17 and 18 erupted into laughter. Yet Jiang Wei sensed that their mirth was feigned, their murderous intent coalescing into something palpable. It was no wonder. These two soulless android demons had grown accustomed to their arrogance, and while many feared them, few dared to confront them directly. This was a first for them. How could they not be enraged? Indeed, as their laughter echoed, 17 suddenly lunged at Jiang Wei with lethal intent. Dare to insult us? I shall see you dead. However, the anticipated scene of 17's fist shattering Jiang Wei's skull did not unfold. Instead, Jiang Wei calmly extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking the deadly blow. Mr. Jiang Wei is truly formidable. Trunks marveled, for even in his Super Saiyan form, he believed he could not withstand such a lethal strike. Yet here was Jiang Wei, dismissing it with mere ease. 17 is the strongest warrior in the world. How could anyone possibly withstand his furious assault so effortlessly? The beauty of 18 was now marred by shock, for her own strength paled in comparison to 17's. I called you trash, and indeed you are. Do you dare to dispute that? Jiang Wei sneered, spitting contemptuously at the enraged visage of 17, whose face contorted in fury, rendered powerless to retaliate, even to wipe away the spittle. Curse you! I am the strongest in the world. No one can rival me. Number 17 bellowed. Just as Jiang Wei assumed that number 17 would stubbornly charge into battle like in the storyline against Cell, clinging to the pride of being the world's strongest warrior, it unexpectedly turned and fled. Almost simultaneously, number 18 also ran away, the two of them displaying an uncanny synergy as they split apart. Jiang Wei realized his error. The future android number 17 was not the same as the one who traveled with number 16, sparing humanity during their journey. Instead, it was a malevolent fiend who reveled in the slaughter of humans. If it possessed any semblance of a warrior's pride, it would not indulge in the heartless act of preying on the weak for amusement. They were merely two bullies, taking advantage of those weaker than themselves. However, Jiang Wei did not pursue the fleeing androids. The reason? Shilu had moved. Oh no. Just as number 17 and number 18 had fled, they collapsed to the ground in agony, incapacitated and writhing in pain. Shilu had unleashed the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon him by the dumpling cells. It is worth noting that in the narrative, Cell was also a product of fused cells from numerous Earth martial artists. Logically, Cell should have been able to utilize the dumpling S abilities. Had he employed them against the main characters, their fate would have been sealed. Yet, Cell never resorted to using the dumpling's powers until his demise, which allowed the protagonist to narrowly escape death. Shilu, however, was different. Why would he refrain from using such advantageous abilities? What do you intend to do? Release me. Under number 17's terrified gaze, Shilu approached with an insatiable glint in his eyes, reaching out to touch number 17, transforming him into a carrot, before squatting down and devouring him whole. After consuming the carrot that was once number 17, Shilu erupted with an overwhelming energy, leaving Trunks nearby in utter shock. How formidable! Subsequently, Shilu entered his second phase, morphing into a robust, green-skinned creature with a sausage-like mouth, shedding any resemblance to his prior insect form. Savoring the taste, Shilu then approached the horror-stricken number 18, extending his hand towards her. Please, I don't want to be turned into a carrot and eaten by this monster. Spare me, and I shall comply with your every whim. Number 18 understood that Jiang Wei was Shilu's master, for Shilu had stood respectfully behind him before making any move. Thus, she desperately pleaded for mercy. Just as Shilu's hand was about to touch number 18, he abruptly halted, shifting his gaze to his master. Jiang Wei remained silent, and Shilu dared not act against number 18. What a splendid exterior, yet the soul within was that of a madman. Jiang Wei regarded number 18 with a regretful shake of his head and instructed Shilu, continue. At your command, Master Jiang Wei. Shilu then set his ravenous gaze upon the utterly despondent number 18, who was paralyzed with fear. No, with number 18's desperate screams. Another android was lost to the world, replaced by yet another carrot. Shilu squatted on the ground, savoring a carrot with great delight. Upon consuming the carrot from number 18, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, shaking the very earth beneath. Across the globe, the surviving humans trembled in fear. At last, the commotion ceased. The sausage-mouthed Shilu transformed into the handsome Shilu. He had achieved his complete form, touching his face with wonder and revealing a joyous smile. Haha, I became complete before Cell. He must be so envious. Shilu chuckled merrily. Let us ascertain Shilu's combat power now that he is complete. Jiang Wei adjusted his combat power detector back to normal mode and pressed a button. Beep beep. Shilu's combat power. 2 billion, complete form. Mr. Shilu, you are extraordinarily strong. The pressure I feel now is far greater than when facing those two androids. Trunks exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Trunks, do not underestimate yourself. You are a half Saiyan. With diligent training, you too can attain Shilu's current prowess, Jiang Wei encouraged, offering Trunks some motivational words. Really, Mr. Jiang Wei? Trunks responded, his face alight with surprise. Let us return first, and then we shall resurrect the deceased, Jiang Wei declared, flicking away his cigarette butt. Upon returning and finding Bulma, Trunks eagerly shared the news of the defeat of the malevolent androids number 17 and number 18 with his mother. Following Jiang Wei's guidance, he made a wish to the eternal dragon for the resurrection of all virtuous souls who perished after the emergence of the androids. It was a simple wish. Once granted, the protagonists of the future world came back to life, including Gohan, who was resurrected without any injuries. However, one individual did not return, Trunks' father, Vegeta. This was because Vegeta, at the time of his death, did not meet the definition of goodness. He was considered a villain, thus excluded from the resurrection alongside the others. After fulfilling Trunks' wish, Jiang Wei gained a significant avatar. Although its power was lacking, the avatar was strikingly handsome. In Jiang Wei's absence, this avatar would undoubtedly be favored over others. In the future timeline, after guiding the protagonists for several days, Jiang Wei and Shilu were preparing to bid farewell and return to their own era. Suddenly, Jiang Wei sensed something and pressed his combat power detector once more, smiling at the group. Before I leave, let me eliminate one more hidden threat. Chapter 66, the Cell Combat Team? Hidden threat? The protagonists of the future were taken aback at his words. Just as they were about to inquire further, Jiang Wei had already transported himself and Shilu instantaneously to a location 100 kilometers outside of West City. Unlike androids number 17 and number 18, this target could sense their energy. Located 100 kilometers from West City was a human settlement. During the rampage of the androids, this settlement had narrowly escaped the massacre, only to face destruction after the androids were vanquished. At this moment, the inhabitants of this dwelling have vanished, leaving behind tattered garments scattered across the ground and forsaken weapons such as hunting rifles, handguns, and the like. Gurgling sounds emanate as a green, worm-like creature with a needle-tipped tail is embedded in the back of a woman. As this tail drains her essence, the woman gradually melts away, until only her clothing remains on the ground. When Jiang Wei and Shilu materialize in an instant, they are greeted by the sight of a green-skinned monstrosity finishing its feast on the woman. The creature, taken aback by their sudden appearance, displays a look of astonishment, particularly upon witnessing the fully transformed Shilu, whose presence leaves it utterly dumbfounded. Impossible. What are you? The green creature questions Shilu, incredulity etched across its features. According to the data I possess, your existence is unfathomable. Upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that aside from its needle-tipped tail, the creature bears an uncanny resemblance to Shilu's initial form before consuming the artificial being known as Carrot. Shilu, unfazed by the creature's inquiries, gazes at it with a glint of hunger in his eyes. While this green worm is decidedly weaker than Shilu, akin to the power of Trunks in his Super Saiyan form, it still presents a minor nourishment opportunity for him. A genuine cell. How fortuitous. I shall forego the effort of crafting one myself. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wei observes the green creature with delight. Jiang Wei, well versed in the art of creating androids thanks to Dr. Gero's knowledge, has little desire to engage in the labor himself. Who are you truly? The creature presses once more. Jiang Wei, however, feels no obligation to respond and merely instructs Shilu, subdue it. At once, Lord Jiang Wei, Shilu replies. Aware that devouring another carrot is out of the question, he effortlessly employs the abilities of Dumpling to restrain Cell. I cannot move. I am in excruciating pain. I see now, this is the ability of that insignificant fighter named Dumpling from the Earth martial artists. Cell realizes, attempting to counter with Dumpling's powers. But the vast disparity in combat strength renders its efforts futile. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei summons a clone of Piccolo, who lays an egg that hatches into a green creature with a battle power of 10. Your name shall be. Let me think. Yes, Sulu. Jiang Wei declares to the new creature. Please spare my life. I pledge my loyalty to you and will serve as your subordinate. Cell, sensing its impending doom, frantically pleads for mercy. I cannot trust the loyalty of Dr. Gero's androids, with their rebellious nubs at the back of their heads. It is far wiser to replace them with my own kin, Jiang Wei replies with a smile. Then proceeds with his usual method, first swapping bodies with the newly hatched green creature, then exchanging with the immobilized Cell, and finally trading once more with the green creature. Thus, he has effectively replaced Cell's core with one of his own fiercely loyal demonic warriors. Yet, Cell, crafty as ever, attempts to flee the moment it finds itself in the green creature's body, only to be met with a key blast from Sulu, leaving no trace behind. Slough humbly bowed before the formidable Jiang Wei. After vanquishing Cell, Slough approached Jiang Wei with utmost respect. Beep. Slough's battle power stood at 210 million, first level. Jiang Wei pondered the fact that he now possessed 3 Cell androids, sufficient to form a specialized Cell task force. However, with only 3 Cell androids, it was more apt to refer to them as Jiang Wei's mech squad. It would only be upon acquiring 5 Cell androids that the specialized task force could be realized. With Cell defeated, it was time to return. Jiang Wei, accompanied by Shilu and Slough, ventured back to locate Trunks, using the time machine to transport them to Jiang Wei's realm. Trunks, until we meet again. After bidding farewell to Trunks, the time machine shimmered and vanished into the wilderness. As Jiang Wei was about to lead his newly formed mech squad back home to spend some tender moments with his wife, a notification chimed. Master, a timeline within the Dragon Ball universe has successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and is summoning you. You all return first. And be sure to inform Bulma and the others that I have been assigned another mission. After instructing his mech squad, Jiang Wei transformed into a beam of golden light and disappeared from this world. In another realm, the Cell game continued. Android 16 attempted a surprise attack, embracing the fully formed Cell, intent on triggering the explosive device within himself to perish together with Cell. To his utter shock, the bomb inside him was gone. During the repairs conducted by Bulma and her daughter, they had inadvertently removed the bomb that Dr. Gero had implanted to control the android. The fully formed Cell effortlessly overpowered Android 16, reducing him to nothing but a head. Meanwhile, Gohan faced off against Cell, but his reluctance to engage in battle hindered his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. At that moment, the disembodied head of Android 16, implored by the sidelines, requested Mr. Satan to toss his head to Gohan, aiming to inspire him with a motivational boost to activate his fighting spirit and defeat the fully formed Cell. This was the unfolding narrative. Yet, in this timeline, as Mr. Satan risked his life to throw Android 16's head towards Gohan, a small Cell had just knocked Krillin down and, with nothing better to do, noticed the high arc of 16's head soaring towards the beleaguered Gohan, who was already struggling against the fully formed Cell. With a mischievous giggle, he unleashed a ki blast, transforming 16's head into fireworks. Consequently, Gohan, deprived of Android 16's motivational boost, ultimately succumbed to the fully formed Cell. The main cast faced total annihilation. The fully formed Cell emerged as the ultimate victor. However, he refrained from annihilating Earth, choosing instead to spare it out of gratitude for Goku's gift of a Senzu bean. Unbeknownst to him, the fully formed Cell had already charted a path to doom. At this moment, the fully formed Cell remained oblivious to the fate that awaited him. He, brimming with confidence, ventured into the universe, seeking to challenge the greatest warriors across the cosmos to prove that he was indeed the strongest in the universe. His first destination, the North Kai. After all, Cell possesses the essence of the protagonists. Cell interrogates King Kai of the North, demanding to know the most formidable beings in the universe. King Kai, left with no choice, divulges what he knows, only to be mercilessly slain alongside his 2 small companions by Cell. Armed with the information provided by King Kai, Cell embarks on his cosmic conquest. Meanwhile, with the demise of King Kai, the malevolent group led by Bojack, previously sealed away and bent on wreaking havoc upon the galaxy, seizes the opportunity presented by King Kai's death, as the seal intimately tied to his life is shattered, granting them their freedom. Ha ha ha. I, Bojack, have returned. Chapter 67. Summoning the two great dragons simultaneously. Troubling news has arrived. King Kai is dead, and Bojack's gang has broken free from their imprisonment. What? How could this happen? Who possesses the audacity to slay King Kai? With Bojack's gang on the loose, our immediate priority must be to devise a means to re-imprison them. Otherwise, the galaxy shall once again descend into chaos and suffering. The Kais, including the now-departed King Kai who adorns a halo, are in a state of panic. The four great Kais from the east, south, west, and north gather atop the diminutive sphere of King Kai to deliberate on countermeasures. The East Kai inquires, "What transpired? How did you meet your demise?" With a heavy heart, King Kai replies, "In my domain lies a planet known as Earth, home to brilliant scientists who have created a formidable artificial life form known as Android Cell. It was Cell who killed us, leading to the shattering of the seal and the escape of Bojack's gang." The West Kai seethes with rage, cursed Earthlings and that wretched Cell. Once we have dealt with Bojack's gang, Cell shall be next. The East Kai and South Kai nod in agreement, their faces etched with disdain for Cell. The audacity of Cell to slay King Kai and create such a dire predicament is utterly reprehensible. King Kai, with a grave expression, cautions, "Colleagues, do not underestimate Cell. Though he is merely a creation of Earth's scientists, his power, based on my observations, rivals that of Bojack himself." What? Cell possesses such strength? The other three Kais exclaim in disbelief. To make matters worse, Cell is far from a champion of justice. His malevolence is on par with that of Bojack's gang. Currently, Cell wreaks havoc across the North Galaxy, relentlessly challenging the strongest on various inhabited planets, utterly annihilating those who are defeated. King Kai grimaces. What this means is that we must confront not only Bojack's gang, but also the formidable android Cell. My heavens, is the current situation not worse than before when we sealed Bojack's gang? The other three Kais lament their predicament. They recall the formidable nature of Bojack's gang from their past encounters, and now, with the addition of Cell, who according to King Kai's assessment is equally powerful. Will the Kais even survive? Regardless of the challenges, we must find a way to confront both Bojack's gang and Android Cell. The Northern Realm King braced himself and spoke. The Western Realm King scoffed. "It's easy for you to say. It seems our only option is to seek the Great Realm King for advice." The Southern Realm King sighed in resignation. "It must be so." Just as the four Realm Kings were about to approach the Great Realm King, a voice interrupted. "Colleagues, wait. A situation has arisen on Earth. Someone has summoned the dragon. Perhaps this is an opportunity." The Northern Realm King's antennae twitched with unexpected delight. Someone has summoned the dragon. We must seize this opportunity. The other three Realm Kings also wore expressions of joy. Aside from Namek, only Earth could harbor the dragon. On Earth, however, despair loomed. Bulma held young Trunks, her face filled with sorrow. No, there must still be hope. Bulma's eyes sparkled again as she thought of the dragon. In this world where the main protagonist had been obliterated by Cell, after Piccolo assimilated the Supreme Kai, Dandy had become the new Earth Supreme Kai, rendering the Dragon Balls usable once more. With young Trunks in tow, Bulma swiftly gathered all 14 Dragon Balls. Both Dandy and Bulma gazed in astonishment at this outcome. Dandy immediately asserted, "I absolutely did not create new Dragon Balls. My abilities do not permit such a feat." Bulma picked up a 5-star Dragon Ball, stating, 7 Dragon Balls are distinct because holding one allows you to sense the locations of the other 6. It's as if you don't even need a Dragon Radar." Glancing at her son Trunks, Bulma decisively piled all 14 Dragon Balls on the ground, raised her hands toward the sky, and shouted, "Come forth, dragon." The situation on Earth was dire. The protagonists who defended it had all perished. Although Cell had spared Earth due to a favor from a Senza being. What if one day he changed his mind and returned to annihilate it? For the safety of her son Trunks, Bulma would not entrust Earth's fate to Cell's whims. In an instant, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, an oppressive sense of impending doom enveloping the land, felt by all. A crimson-eyed, azure dragon appeared before Bulma, demanding, "State your wish. Who are you?" The dragon's serious demeanor was instantly disrupted by the presence of another dragon, towering over 100 meters. Far more imposing than it appeared, standing majestically between heaven and earth. The Earth Dragon gazed in astonishment at the newcomer, pondering, wasn't I the only dragon on Earth? Who is this being? After Jiang Wei was summoned, he curiously surveyed his surroundings and suddenly noticed the Earth Dragon, which was significantly shorter than him. Intrigued, he thought, how rare it is for someone to summon both me and the Earth Dragon simultaneously. Hearing the Earth Dragon's inquiry, Jiang Wei lowered his massive head, looking down upon the Earth Dragon, which was less than 20 meters tall, and replied, "You ask who I am? I am, of course, a dragon." As he spoke, the illustrious Jiang de Shenlong suddenly produced a thick cigar between his claws. He placed it in his mouth, took a deep drag, and brazenly exhaled the smoke directly onto the face of the Earth Shenlong. After being summoned multiple times, Jiang Wei discovered that even in his dragon form, he could wield the items he carried. These objects would also enlarge to accommodate his 100-meter stature. Bulma gazed up at the towering dragon, its mouth holding a smoking cigar. adopting a rather roguish demeanor, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Cough, cough, cough. The Earth Shenlong, caught off guard by the smoke, coughed a few times before lifting its head to argue with the imposing figure before it. You speak nonsense. I am the true dragon. You are merely a little squirt. Jiang de Shenlong, unfazed, nonchalantly used the Earth Shenlong's head as an ashtray, flicking off the ash before addressing the still-stunned Bulma. In this world, Bulma, state your wish. Any desire you harbor, this dragon can fulfill. Oh, Bulma, as if awakening from a dream, was about to articulate her wish when the Earth Shenlong, having brushed off the ash from its head, glared angrily at Jiang Wei and declared to Bulma, do not heed his nonsense. I am the true dragon, capable of granting all your wishes. Bulma's gaze wandered between the two dragons, one tall and one short. Her face, still possessing its charm, now reflected her confusion. To whom should she entrust her wish? Chapter 68. A trade of limits with Bojack and Cell? Please vanish from my sight immediately. This was an easy request. The Earth Shenlong eagerly agreed, only to realize that this wish was not Bulma's, but rather one conjured by Jiang Wei, who wore a cunning grin. You despicable creature. Just wait, I shall return. The Earth Shenlong, infuriated by the trickery, shouted at Jiang de Shenlong before reluctantly transforming into 7 golden beams of light, dispersing in all directions. Now that the meddler is gone, Bulma, you may make your wish, Jiang Wei said, extending a clawed hand while gesturing a middle finger towards the direction the Earth Shenlong had vanished. He then turned to the still-dazed Bulma with an amiable demeanor. You are so wicked. You squandered my chance to wish upon a dragon. Bulma snapped back to reality, genuinely astonished by Jiang Wei's audacious antics, which caused little Trunks to burst into tears. Bulma, why are you so loud? That little squirt is no match for me. Whatever wish you have, I can grant it. Jiang Wei remarked nonchalantly, the massive cigar having vanished, replaced by a large piece of gum that he tossed into his mouth and began to chew. Bulma inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. At this moment, having fulfilled Jiang Wei's wish, the Earth Shenlong was out of the picture, leaving only Jiang Wei capable of granting her desires. Very well, my wish is, before Bulma could complete her sentence, she was interrupted. The 4 great Kais suddenly appeared on Earth. Dragon, seal away Bojack and the android cell. As soon as the West Kai appeared, he began to shout at an astonishing speed. Yet, the colossal azure dragon, stretching hundreds of meters before him, merely gazed at the West Kai with an expression of bemusement, remaining utterly unfazed. O mighty dragon, is it not within your power to grant this wish? Inquired the North Kai, adorned with a halo, his face suddenly etched with unease. I assure you, I am no mere diminutive being from Earth. I am capable of fulfilling any wish, replied the dragon. However, to seal away the likes of Bojack and his crew, as well as Cell, the price required far exceeds what the West Kai alone can offer. Jiang Wei remarked, leisurely chewing his gum. Perhaps, if you so desire, you could select either Bojack's crew or Cell for an extreme one-for-one exchange. He queried, observing the West Kai's troubled countenance. Seizing the opportunity while the 4 Kai were momentarily incapacitated, Bulma shouted, let all those innocent souls who perished at the hands of the android Cell be resurrected. O mighty dragon, that is a simple task, Jiang Wei stated, snapping his fingers. In the next instant, the protagonists of this world were restored to life. Oh my, I have returned. The North Kai exclaimed, noticing the absence of his halo, his spirits soaring as he spoke to his comrades. Hello, North Kai. It is good to see you again. Goku greeted the North Kai before expressing his confusion. I've come back to life, but I have already died once.
Why am I resurrected? It is a dragon who granted Bulma's wish, thus bringing you back. Jiang Wei replied with a smile. Ah, you are still here, O dragon.
You seem different from the one we knew, Goku remarked, puzzled. At that moment, Bulma interjected, Goku, this being is not the Earth Dragon we are familiar with. She succinctly recounted Jiang Wei's previous actions to the group. I understand that you wish to confront Bojack and Cell. Do you require my assistance? Jiang Wei smiled at Bulma. Both the protagonists and the 4 Kai were momentarily taken aback. The West Kai hesitantly asked, Dragon, does confronting Bojack and Cell still require a price from us? Jiang Wei simply cast a glance at the West Kai before returning his attention to Bulma. For Bulma's sake, I am willing to exert my own power to assist you. This does not involve the fulfillment of a wish, so no price is necessary. Moreover, your life alone would not suffice to exchange for Bojack and Cell. That is a relief, the West Kai sighed, a smile gracing his face. Bojack, who is he, and why is he mentioned alongside Cell? The protagonists looked at the North Kai and the other Kais, all wearing expressions of confusion. As the North Kai began to explain the identities of Bojack and Cell to the protagonists, the immense azure dragon transformed into 7 golden beams of light, dispersing in all directions. Oh no, the dragon has vanished. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. I am still present. There is no need for alarm. Bulma, a strikingly handsome figure, exuding an air of maturity and composure, suddenly materialized among them. Who are you? The group gasped initially, but then noticed the Universal Capsule Corporation logo on Jiang Wei's attire. which allowed them to relax their guard. Bulma hesitantly inquired, "Are you the dragon that previously toyed with the Earth's Shenron?" Only Bulma first noticed that aside from the emblem of her family's Capsule Corporation, Jiang Wei's attire bore a prominent character for dragon. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Jiang Wei." Jiang Wei greeted the familiar ensemble of protagonists with a smile. "Hello, Jiang Wei," Goku responded, his demeanor friendly and familiar. "Humph. I care not whether you are a dragon or what other matters involve Bojack and his crew, but you, sir, have stirred my ire. What gives you the audacity to claim you can contend with the vile Cell, who even I, Vegeta, cannot defeat?" Vegeta glared at Jiang Wei, annoyance evident in his tone. "Oh, Prince Vegeta, pray tell, if you believe I am incapable of dealing with Cell, how do you propose to confront him?" Jiang Wei inquired, his gaze fixed on the haughty Vegeta, a smile gracing his features. "Humph, the one who can confront Cell, as well as those unknown minions of Bojack, can only be I, Super Vegeta," Vegeta declared with utmost confidence, pointing to himself with a proud thumb. "Ah, Super Vegeta." Jiang Wei chuckled at Vegeta, then in a fleeting motion, vanished from sight. The onlookers were unable to comprehend Jiang Wei's swift action, yet Vegeta's movements were clear as day. Boom. Vegeta was sent soaring backward by a single punch, crashing into a building several dozen meters away, reducing it to rubble. "Indeed. You should now comprehend whether I can handle Cell," Jiang Wei remarked, smiling at Vegeta, who emerged from the debris and flew back. Seeing Vegeta striking a pose reminiscent of Super Vegeta before him, Jiang Wei felt it would be a transgression not to bring him down immediately. This fellow was far superior to the perfect Cell. Though Vegeta appeared fierce, a tempest brewed within him. No one understood better than he the weight of Jiang Wei's punch that could so easily send him flying. Thus, Vegeta merely shouted a few words, conceding to the inevitable. Too proud to make a fool of himself before others by actually confronting Jiang Wei, Goku regarded Jiang Wei with a mix of trepidation and fervent battle spirit. The protagonists were not blind to the formidable power displayed when Jiang Wei sent Vegeta flying. "Jiang Wei, with your capabilities, Bojack and Cell are surely doomed," King Kai exclaimed, laughter echoing through the air. "No, King Kai, you are mistaken. Bojack's crew and Cell are not worthy of my direct involvement," Jiang Wei replied with a smile. "Subordinates, send Jiang Wei's mech army to me." Chapter 69, The Assault on Cell. Ding. Jiang Wei's mech army has been dispatched. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the protagonists and the terrified King Kai, Jiang Wei's mech army, alongside Cell, Cyborg, and the trio of Cell-like androids, appeared. Bow before the great Jiang Wei. As soon as the three Cell entities emerged, they knelt before Jiang Wei in reverence. "Too many Cells help." King Kai, who had previously fallen victim to a local Cell, began to panic. "Curse it, are we destined to perish at the hands of Cell once more?" Krillin and the others gazed at Cell and his companions with a look of dread. Everyone, remain calm. Aside from the long-tailed Cell, the other two are unlike any Cell we have encountered before, Goku observed intently. But they are Cells nonetheless. Krillin lamented, his face a picture of despair. If a battle were to ensue, he, as a mere Earth warrior, would undoubtedly be the first to fall. The younger Cell could easily dispatch Earthlings. "Jiang Wei, won't you offer an explanation?" Bulma, cradling little Trunks, boldly questioned from behind Vegeta. "No need to be anxious. They are my subordinates. Members of the Jiang Wei Mecha Brigade from another world," Jiang Wei replied with a smile. Bulma pondered for a moment before saying, "I trust you. You bear no ill intentions toward us." The group then relaxed slightly, though they still felt uneasy in the presence of the three Cells. "By the way, Jiang Wei, why are they referred to as the Jiang Wei Mecha Brigade and not the Cell Mecha Brigade?" Goku raised his hand, inquiring curiously. "Because there are only 3 of them." Jiang Wei chuckled, "But soon, they will welcome a 4th member." Upon hearing this, only Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks changed expressions, while the others remained puzzled. However, it didn't take long for everyone to grasp the situation. "Indeed, Goku and Gohan, you both have returned to life." Sensing their ki once more, I hurried back. The complete Cell descended from the sky, appearing before them. His gaze was filled with excitement and a fervent desire to battle the Goku duo once more. As for the 4 Kais of the North, Cell paid them no mind. Yet, upon catching sight of Jiang Wei and his group, he became visibly unsettled. "Who are you?" Cell scrutinized the Jiang Wei Mecha Brigade, a perplexed expression on his face. "Could it be that you, like me, are artificial beings developed by Dr. Gero?" His attention was primarily drawn to the identical slur and the completely formed Zero, save for the absence of a tail. As Goku and the others adopted serious stances, preparing for another confrontation with Cell, Jiang Wei interjected. "Zero, can you subdue Cell?" In response to the great Jiang Wei, "This fellow possesses greater strength than I do. Yet he has made a grave error. 30 seconds will suffice to determine the victor," Zero replied respectfully. "Oh." Jiang Wei pressed a button on his power level detector. Beep beep. Indigenous Cell, power level 4. 4 billion, complete form. Zero, power level 4. 2 billion, complete form. Cell, power level 800 million mini. Slur, Power level 2 10 million, first stage. Then let us engage, Jiang Wei stated calmly. Cell snorted, poised to strike when suddenly a sharp pain coursed through his body, rendering him immobile. He had been ensnared by the extraordinary abilities granted by Zero's dumpling cells. However, the strength of Cell surpasses that of Zero. Although he was momentarily caught off guard by Zero's surprise attack utilizing his psychic abilities, it would only take a brief moment for him to break free. Solar Flare. Seizing the opportunity while Zero had temporarily subdued Cell, the other two cells of the Jiang Wei Mecha Core swiftly executed a coordinated attack, dazzling the immobilized Cell's eyes. Oh, my eyes. How despicable of you. I shall not let you go unpunished. Cell shrieked in agony, covering his temporarily blinded eyes. At that moment, Zero took advantage of Cell's blindness caused by the solar flare, releasing his control over him. In an instant, he appeared before Cell, his right hand brimming with a formidable energy wave. Demon Flash. He unleashed a key blast point blank at the now blinded Cell, obliterating his head. Be careful, even without a head. Cell can resurrect in a short time, Trunks, who was observing the battle, warned urgently. However, Trunks' caution proved unnecessary. After obliterating Cell's head, Zero seized the opportunity while Cell was replenishing his energy to regenerate. He activated the superpower granted by the rabbit cells and transformed the still-reforming Cell into a green-skinned carrot adorned with black spots. Jiang Wei, I have triumphed, Zero declared, holding up the green-spotted carrot, suppressing the urge to devour it, addressing Jiang Wei with respect. Meanwhile, the other Cell and Slug gazed longingly at the carrot in Zero's hand, nearly drooling with desire. You all performed splendidly. Jiang Wei nodded, expressing his approval of the Jiang Wei Mecha Core collaboration. He then summoned a clone of King Piccolo, and before the astonished onlookers, commanded the clone to spit out a small green-skinned demon warrior with a power level of merely 10. Your name shall be. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wei decided, Celu. What is Jiang Wei planning? The protagonists and the Kais were left perplexed. It was not until Jiang Wei switched tactics, dismissing the King Piccolo clone and summoning a Ginyu clone, that Goku and Vegeta suddenly displayed expressions of realization. What exactly is Jiang Wei? With the ability to grant wishes like the dragon and summoning powers, coupled with his own formidable strength, should he be an adversary, he would undoubtedly be far more terrifying than Frieza and Perfect Cell. Vegeta's countenance grew grave, turmoil swirling within him. In comparison to this man, it seemed that Bojack and his group were utterly insignificant. The four Kais also wore serious expressions, feeling a sense of relief that the foes they must face were merely Bojack and his crew, not Jiang Wei. I truly wish to spar with Jiang Wei, Goku exclaimed enthusiastically, drawing bemused glances from Krillin and the others. This time, it was the Ginyu clone that took action, just as Cell had recovered. He found himself switched out by the little green-skinned warrior. As he attempted to flee, he was met with a key blast from Celu that reduced him to ashes. Under the complex gazes of the onlookers, Zero, representing the other two cells, addressed Celu. Welcome to the Jiang Wei Mecha Core. Jiang Wei mused. If I could acquire another cell, I could upgrade the Jiang Wei Mecha Core into the Cell Special Forces. Marvelous. The artificial being Cell has been vanquished, leaving only the formidable Bojack and his crew. The North Kai regarded Cell with utmost respect, joining the likes of West Kai and others behind Jiang Wei with cheerful expressions. The immediate priority is to swiftly locate and break the seal held by Bojack's faction. The East Kai reminded them. No need for you to search. Bojack's crew will undoubtedly come seeking revenge. Jiang Wei smiled at the North Kai and the others. Chapter 70. Cell confronts Bojack. Ha! The Kais erupted in boisterous laughter. Seeking revenge? They could not have asked for more. With Jiang Wei and his mech army present, Bojack's group was merely courting their own demise. Jiang Wei addressed Bulma. Bojack's crew will arrive on Earth, but they will require some time. Please prepare food and drinks to entertain us. Oh, very well. Bulma made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, a transport ship adorned with the Capsule Corporation logo arrived to deliver provisions for everyone. They began to feast. Within an hour, a spaceship appeared in the sky, slowly descending before them, prompting heightened vigilance among the gathered crowd. It is Bojack and his crew. The North Kai informed the others. The spaceship's hatch opened, revealing a passage through which emerged a woman and three men, surrounding a robust male alien, Bojack himself, who boisterously laughed at their presence. So, you have all been hiding on this remote little planet, making it easy for us to find you. Had it not been for the immense energy waves emanating from this area, we would never have suspected you four old fogies were hiding here, Bojack declared with audacious laughter. The previous battle between Jiang Wei's mech army and the complete Cell, though brief, unleashed energy that caught Bojack's attention, leading him to Earth. Once I eliminate you four old geezers, I shall obliterate this planet, and then proceed to slay your lord, the Grand Kai. Ha! Bojack and his minions laughed raucously. How dare you disregard the existence of me, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans? Vegeta seethed, incensed by Bojack's insolent demeanor. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, flanked by four cell guards. Observing the raucous Bojack and his crew, he calmly activated his power level detector. Beep, beep. Bojack, power level 3. 5 billion. Zanya, power level 2 billion. Gogeta, power level 1. 8 billion. Bujin, power level 1. 7 billion. Bido, power level 1. 7 billion. South Kai, power level 15, 000. East Kai, power level 5, 000. West Kai, power level 3, 500. North Kai, power level 3, 500. With such a boastful demeanor, I expected far greater prowess. It turns out you are nothing but weaklings unworthy of even matching the complete cell. Jiang Wei displayed a mocking expression and inquired of the North King. Among you 4 kings, the strongest, the South King, possesses merely over 10,000 combat power. Pray tell, how did you manage to seal away Bojack and his ilk back in the day? The North King chuckled softly, a pertinent question. Thus, we merely sealed Bojack and his cohort, rather than defeating them. Jiang Wei recalled the demon seal, and with that understanding, nodded towards the North King. We shall never permit you to wreak havoc on Earth. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and stepped forward. The other protagonists, filled with righteous indignation, also stood up to defend their planet. Bojack's gaze was drawn to them, a look of disdain crossing his face. Scum, you have no place here to speak. He raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast towards Sun Wukong. In an instant, Sun Wukong's hair transformed into gold, and his entire being ignited with a golden aura, effortlessly swatting away the ki blast that Bojack had carelessly sent his way. The ground nearby was obliterated, leaving a massive crater over 1,000 meters wide. Bojack's expression shifted to one of surprise. So you have hidden power. Well then, before I exact my vengeance, it seems fitting to use you as a warm-up. Bojack, you are not alone in this. The protagonist stood shoulder to shoulder with Sun Wukong. Bojack, wearing a triumphant expression, was about to command his minions to eliminate these foolish challengers when Sun Wukong and the others displayed their fierce determination. Just as a monumental battle between good and evil was on the brink of eruption, Jiang Wei interjected, let us not waste time. Sun Wukong, you and your allies step back. I will handle Bojack and his crew with my mech battalion. Please, allow me the honor of facing Bojack. Sun Wukong joined his palms together, beseeching Jiang Wei. Kakarot, do not be foolish, retreat. Vegeta's expression twisted in concern, fully aware of Jiang Wei's terrifying strength, far surpassing that of Perfect Cell. Provoking him would surely lead to dire consequences, so he called upon Trunks to assist in dragging Sun Wukong away. Humph. And who might you be? Bojack turned his attention to Jiang Wei, reclining in a chair, completely out of sync with the tense atmosphere, and asked with irritation. Bojack, your doom is at hand. Lord Jiang Wei is capable of taking your lives. Having witnessed the prowess of Jiang Wei's mech battalion, the kings were filled with confidence in his ability to vanquish Bojack and his gang. Old fools, you are dreaming in broad daylight. Bojack scoffed, his disbelief palpable, even finding it amusing. Very well, I shall first slay your so-called ally, Jiang Wei, and his minions, plunging you into a nightmare. How infuriating, he disregards us again. Vegeta's expression contorted. However, aside from Sun Wukong, who felt regretful for not being able to engage in battle with a formidable opponent, the other protagonists were unperturbed by Jiang Wei's intervention. Cell, slug, it's your turn to feast, Jiang Wei remarked with a grin at the 2 incomplete cells. Hearing this, Cell and Slug, who had been salivating at the prospect of confronting Bojack and his crew, became increasingly eager. Bojack scrutinized the relaxed Jiang Wei, furrowing his brow. What is he talking about? Zanjia, with her long, flowing orange hair, chuckled, Boss, why bother with the words of a dead man? Bojack, brimming with confidence in his own power, nodded in agreement. Who among you will deal with Bojack's group? Jiang Wei inquired of his subordinates while casting a glance at the sycophantic Zanjia. Shalu and Silu lowered their heads. They were reluctant to confront Bojack, as even one of his minions was beyond their current capabilities. Great Demon King Jiang Wei, I have just joined the Mecha Division. Please grant me the opportunity to prove myself. Selu interjected eagerly, stepping forward before Silu could respond. Granted, let Selu take the lead, Jiang Wei replied nonchalantly. Selu burst with joy, exclaiming, Thank you, Great Demon King Jiang Wei, for this chance to shine. Upon seeing Jiang Wei dispatch the formidable Shalu, the protagonist could only think one thing. Bojack's group was finished. Gogoya, go and test that green-skinned creature with the black spots, Bojack commanded, observing Selu's confident stride towards them. Boss, watch me. Gogoya grinned wickedly as he approached Selu, second only to Zanjia among Bojack's subordinates. Selu's gaze fixed on Gogoya, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Bojack and his minions' pupils dilated in shock. In the next moment, Selu materialized before Gogoya, who was caught completely off guard. With a single strike to the abdomen, Gogoya collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, rendered devoid of combat capability. Just as Bojack's group was about to react, Selu seized Gogoya and hurled him toward Shalu. Shalu eagerly licked his lips, extending his hands to catch the unconscious Gogoya. instantly transforming him into a water-blue carrot that he devoured with the same fervor as Zhu Beiji consuming a ginseng fruit. Witnessing Shalu consume Gogoya in such a manner sent shivers down the spines of both the protagonists and the King of the North, particularly Bojack's group, as fear gripped their hearts. Yaha! After finishing the Gogoya carrot, Shalu clenched his fists and let out a powerful roar, unleashing a tremendous energy that triggered a brief global earthquake. The energy possessed by Gogoya surpassed that of both Android 17 and 18 combined. The diminutive Shalu had attained his perfect form. The protagonists, previously engaged with the local Shalu, gasped in astonishment. So that's it. Jiang Wei intends to use Bojack's group to facilitate the evolution of his subordinate Shalu. Vegeta remarked solemnly. What a formidable aura. It has surpassed the perfect Shalu we fought before. Son Goku added gravely. Though Bojack's group was villainous, surely they wouldn't be reduced to mere fodder? The King of the North, unable to contain himself, remarked to his colleague. The King of the West retorted sarcastically, then go tell Jiang Wei. What good does it do to tell us? The King of the North chuckled awkwardly. He lacked the courage to confront someone ruthless enough to use Bojack's group as sustenance. As for Bojack's group, Bojack wore a solemn expression, while Zanjia and the others were gripped by fear. Had it not been for their leader, Bojack, still present, Zanjia and his companions would have already turned and fled back to their spaceship, escaping Earth. Jiang Wei paid no heed to the reactions of the crowd as he raised his hand to press the power detector. Beep beep. Shalu, power level 5. 1 billion, complete form. Shalu felt a surge of elation as he realized he had surpassed Seru's power, and he touched his face, which finally resembled that of a human. What's wrong? Are you all frozen? Then I shall take action myself. With his arms crossed over his chest, Seru lowered them and approached Bojack and his group. Zanjia, Bukin, Bido, you all attack together. Bojack observed Seru advancing while also glancing at Shalu, whose aura had intensified after consuming his underling, Gaoya, and who was still above Seru in strength. Moreover, even Seru and Shalu had to show deference to that man lounging leisurely. In Bojack's heart, a decision crystallized. Their leader had given orders, and despite their reluctance, Zanjia and the others had no choice but to brace themselves for the confrontation. Channeling their full strength, they unleashed transparent threads to bind Seru. At that moment, Bojack let out a thunderous roar, his clothes tearing apart to reveal a physique of unparalleled strength. Beep beep. Bojack, power level 4 billion, bursting clothes. Zanjia rejoiced. Leader, we've got him under control. Hurry, he is about to break free. Bojack summoned all his might and charged towards the direction of their spaceship. Leader, Zanjia and his companions cried out in despair, not anticipating being abandoned by Bojack. I'm done playing with you. A look of disappointment suddenly crossed Seru's face as he effortlessly broke free from the transparent threads binding him. His figure vanishing and reappearing in an instant, delivering a blow that felled Zanjia and his companions. Meanwhile, Bojack, in full flight, thought, are Shalu and Seru lifeless? Just as he was about to enter the spaceship with a look of relief on his face, he suddenly collapsed in agony, unable to move, evidently having fallen victim to the superpower granted by the dumpling cells unleashed by Shalu. In the end, under the complex gazes of the onlookers, Bojack and his group were brought before Jiang Wei to await their fate. Once restored to mobility, Bojack and his companions knelt before Jiang Wei, trembling, their eyes pleading towards Jiang Wei, who was surrounded by Shalu and others. Gone was the invincibility they had boasted upon arriving on Earth. Jiang Wei displayed a countenance of indecision and addressed Zanjia and his companions. Let us set Bojack aside for now. As for you three, how about a game of rock, paper, scissors? Bojack, believing he had narrowly escaped, let out a sigh of relief, while Zanjia and his companions exchanged glances. Rock, paper, scissors. Zanjia and Bido chose scissors, while Bukin opted for paper. Just as Bukin displayed a look of regret and Zanjia and Bido began to smile, Jiang Wei signaled Shalu, who then delivered a punch that left Bukin gravely injured and on the brink of death. Subsequently, Jiang Wei turned to Sulu. He is your target now. Thank you for the generous gift, Lord Jiang Wei. Sulu cast a regretful glance at Bojack, who knelt beside him, his tail resembling a needle swaying in the air, before he plunged it fiercely into the gravely injured Butchin. Gurgle, gurgle. Under the horrified gazes of Zanjia and Baidu, the defenseless Butchin was swiftly dissolving under Sulu's absorption. In mere moments, Butchin vanished, leaving only a tattered outfit reminiscent of the golden age of piracy on the ground, with a gaping hole in it. Zanjia's face paled. Fortunately, she had won during their game of rock, paper, scissors earlier. Otherwise, the clothing left behind would have been the very attire adorning her own body. How cruel. Once again witnessing the all-too-familiar scene, the being now assimilated with the divine, Bic, also displayed a look of distress. Slu was the original first-stage cell, devoid of the rabbit cells, and thus incapable of employing the rabbit's ability to transform others into carrots. Furthermore, why did Jiang Wei require the original cell? If he intended to use the rabbit's powers, what need had he for the original version? With a powerful shout, Slu absorbed Butchin. whose energy far surpassed that of the artificial beings 17 and 18, unleashing a surge of energy that caused the earth to tremble and propelled him directly from the first stage to his complete form. Beep, beep. Slew, Battle Power 4. 5 billion, complete form. Jiang Wei chuckled. Now you all have reached your complete forms. Slew felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had fallen from the mightiest cell to the weakest. Initially, he believed he had gained a significant advantage by being the first to absorb the future artificial beings 17 and 18, evolving into the complete form of Cell. Little did he know that his younger counterparts would surpass him, able to absorb energies far exceeding those of the artificial beings, relegating his power to the lowest tier within Jiang Wei's mechanized forces. Dissatisfaction aside, Slew held no grievances against Jiang Wei's arrangements. In fact, he could not even conjure a thought of displeasure towards him. After all the cores of Cell were produced by Jiang Wei's avatars. How could he possibly harbor ill will towards him? They were utterly loyal to Jiang Wei. Casting a glance at the most substantial and delectable Bojack, alongside the trembling Zanjia and Baidu huddled together, Slew stifled his overwhelming appetite and inquired of Jiang Wei, "Mighty Jiang Wei, what shall we do with the remaining captives?" Chapter 72. Zanjia became Bulma's personal bodyguard. Both Bojack and Zanjia gazed at Jiang Wei with expressions of sheer terror, secretly wishing that he might release them, or at the very least, refrain from using them as fodder for Cell. Meanwhile, every member of Jiang Wei's mechanized troops eagerly awaited, hoping their leader would toss the remaining trio of Bojack to them as a delectable treat. Jiang Wei's gaze fell upon the anxious Bojack trio, a smile of unsettling reassurance gracing his face just as he was about to speak. "Please, do not kill me. If you spare me and do not feed me to those green-spotted monsters, I am willing to serve you as a slave." Zanjia rushed forward and embraced Jiang Wei's leg, her eyes glistening with tears as she earnestly pleaded. It was a simple request. Upon realizing that Zanjia was a woman, Jiang Wei graciously granted her wish. Through this act of wish fulfillment, Zanjia honorably became Jiang Wei's servant, forever free from the notion of betraying her master. Rising from the ground, she obediently positioned herself behind Jiang Wei, ready to heed his every command. Ding. Acquired the ability to create barriers. Ding. Acquired hypnotic control. Ding. Acquired the bloodline of the Hera clan, inactive. How unfortunate for them that this vixen had gotten ahead of them. Bojack and Baidu displayed expressions of frustration, having been outpaced by Zanjia. They too scrambled forward, attempting to cling to Jiang Wei's leg, but their efforts were in vain. After granting Zanjia's wish, Jiang Wei would require 12 hours before he could grant another. Moreover, he had no intention of accepting Bojack and Baidu as servants. He had other plans for them. In the end, amidst swirling white smoke, Bojack and Baidu were transformed into azure carrots, discarded into the system's space to gather dust, much to the dismay of the onlookers. As all matters settled, Jiang Wei prepared to depart after spending a full 24 hours in this realm. All gatherings must eventually conclude. He bade farewell with a smile to the group of protagonists. And as the time elapsed, he, along with his mechanized army and the obedient Zanjia, vanished in a flash of golden light. At this moment, apart from the simple-minded Sun Wukong, who waved goodbye to Jiang Wei, the other members of the protagonist group heaved a collective sigh of relief. The formidable presence of the four complete Cell forms, along with the enigmatic Jiang Wei, had cast an oppressive atmosphere that was nearly suffocating. Should Jiang Wei and his mechanized forces turn against them, the protagonists would find themselves utterly powerless. However, Bulma, cradling little trunks, like Sun Wukong, held no apprehension towards Jiang Wei and his mechanized army, despite the potential for them to become the most formidable adversaries the protagonists had ever faced. Bulma genuinely believed that the Jiang Wei she had summoned would not exploit his unfathomable power to threaten her world. At last, Jiang Wei and the four complete Cell forms departed. Only then did the expressions of Vegeta, Trunks, and the others relax. That individual had been summoned by Bulma through the unexpected appearance of the 7 Dragon Balls. They mused that in the future, if they needed to summon Shenron for assistance, they must be cautious not to inadvertently call upon him again. Krillin remarked, still haunted by the memory of being defeated by the young Cell during their games. He harbored a profound fear of Cell that lingered. Upon seeing the 4 complete Cell forms beside Jiang Wei, Krillin felt a surge of panic. The others nodded in agreement. Trunks added, Mom previously mentioned that when summoning Jiang Wei, as long as 1 Dragon Ball is in hand, the locations of the other 6 can be sensed, without the need for a Dragon Radar. They are easily distinguishable from regular Dragon Balls. However, I believe Jiang Wei is a good person. He even helped us deal with Cell and Bojack, Sun Wukong said, his expression one of confusion. I, too, believe in Jiang Wei. He is our ally. In the future, we may very well require his strength to assist us, Bulma remarked. Vegeta merely let out a haughty snort. Upon returning to his realm within the Dragon Ball universe, Jiang Wei disbanded his mech army and sought out his beloved wife, Bulma. Darling, what is the story behind this alien? After exchanging a few affectionate words, Bulma turned her gaze towards Zanjia, who was respectfully following Jiang Wei, her curiosity piqued. She was a member of Bojack's gang, which invaded Earth from another world. After I defeated her, she wished to become my servant to save her life, Jiang Wei explained, inviting Zanjia to greet Bulma with a smile. This Zanjia possesses remarkable strength. Even in my Super Saiyan form, I am no match for her. Bulma, sensing Zanjia's energy, retrieved a power level detector from her pocket. Her astonishment evident as she assessed Zanjia's combat prowess. I know you are not fond of training, my dear. Therefore, Zanjia will serve as your personal bodyguard. What do you think, my love? Jiang Wei revealed his intention of graciously accepting Zanjia as a servant. Oh, you are too kind to me, dear. In gratitude, Bulma bestowed a sweet kiss upon him, inadvertently feeding the single-minded blonde, Lanchi, nearby with a generous helping of romantic sentiment. Witnessing the embrace between Jiang Wei and Bulma, Lanchi felt quite nauseated. By the way, my dear, I acquired Super Saiyan 2 from Goku. Now, even if you do not enjoy training, your power will significantly increase. After parting, Jiang Wei affectionately played with Bulma's flowing blue hair. Bulma's eyes lit up at this splendid news. I will summon Krillin and the others shortly. Thank you ever so much, darling. You ought to thank Goku. Jiang Wei laughed heartily. Aside from combat power, all skills that Jiang Wei possesses can be obtained through wishes made to him. However, combat power is different, even if Jiang Wei possesses greater strength. It is not impossible to acquire it through wishing. Referencing Granola's ascension to become the universe's strongest, one can enhance their combat power through wishes, but at the cost of one's lifespan. Furthermore, any lifespan sacrificed cannot be restored through wishes for longevity. Thus, Jiang Wei was reluctant to employ wishes to augment Bulma, Krillin, and the other's strength. Once Jiang Wei's wishing abilities could be utilized again, Bulma, Krillin, and the half-Saiyans would all master the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. While accompanying Bulma to a high society soiree, Jiang Wei dispatched a doppelganger to Dr. Gero's secret laboratory. Chapter 73, Paragus Audience's King Frieza. Jiang Wei, have you created a new doppelganger? He is quite the handsome young man. Dr. Gero greeted the doppelganger with a smile. What brings you to me this time? Is it regarding the magical creations you mentioned previously? Dr. Gero's eyes brightened with intrigue. I apologize, had you not mentioned it. I would have forgotten about the magical creation samples. In the gaze of Dr. Gero, filled with disappointment, Jiang Wei, utilizing his doppelganger, produced a cerulean carrot. This peculiar object belonged to a being named Bojack, an extraterrestrial endowed with formidable power. A powerful alien specimen, yet it is to be employed for the development of Cell? Dr. Gero remarked, accepting the cerulean carrot with a lackluster demeanor. No, I intend for you to utilize this Bojack as a material to create a semi-mechanical android. It must not rely on an eternal energy furnace. Rather, it should be an absorption-type android. Jiang Wei articulated his intentions. Jiang Wei, do you not disdain semi-mechanical transformations? Dr. Gero inquired with curiosity. By wishing upon Jiang Wei, Dr. Gero was able to harness the rabbit's superpower, reverting the cerulean carrot back into Bojack. At that moment, Bojack lay in a state of unconsciousness, having been tampered with by Jiang Wei, rendering him a mere subject for Dr. Gero's experimentation. I have suddenly developed an interest. Moreover, considering this fellow's size and his well-developed musculature, would it not be a waste if he could not be transformed into an absorption-type android? Ha! Jiang Wei chuckled. As Dr. Gero instructed his assistant, Android 19, to lift Bojack and place him into the specialized research apparatus, he inquired, then, why not convert this giant into an eternal energy furnace model akin to Android 16, rather than opting for the relatively outdated absorption type? Android 19, with a somewhat disgruntled expression, retorted, Dr. Gero, absorption-type androids are not inferior to those powered by eternal energy furnaces. His Excellency Jiang Wei possesses remarkable insight. Dr. Gero's face twitched at this remark. Jiang Wei smiled. It was evident that Android 19 was not entirely subservient to Dr. Gero. Often, he held his own opinions. In contrast to the taciturn Android 16, who would remain silent for days and had a tendency to attempt to devour Dr. Gero when the opportunity arose. Android 19 had emerged as the most successful creation of Dr. Gero. Nodding at Android 19, Jiang Wei then addressed Dr. Gero, in terms of strength. Bojack surpasses the eternal energy furnace you recently developed, thus it is only fitting that the absorption device be integrated into him. Dr. Gero was somewhat unconvinced yet found himself without a rebuttal. His Android 16 possessed a combat power of less than 1 billion, representing the pinnacle of his eternal energy furnace development. There remains room for improvement in the eternal energy furnace, Dr. Gero conceded. Jiang Wei merely smiled. After entrusting Bojack to Dr. Gero, he directed his doppelganger to return. The transformation of Bojack into an absorption-type android would require several months, and Jiang Wei was in no hurry to utilize him. Life continued in tranquil monotony until ding. Report, Master. A projection from a parallel universe has gathered 7 Dragon Balls and summoned you. Jiang Wei paid no heed to the automated voice, and, once he had finished, donned his trousers before addressing the satisfied Bulma. Dear wife, I must venture out once again. please keep an eye on things at home. Leave the house to me. You need not worry, my husband, she replied reassuringly. Bulma nestled beneath the covers, her voice soft and gentle. In her eyes, Jiang Wei transformed into a radiant golden light. Vanishing into another realm, Frieza, after vanquishing his brother Kula, returned to the frozen homeworld of the demon clan, diligently training in the frigid cold for over a year. Ha ha ha. Now, I am invincible, having become the true emperor of the universe. He felt an overwhelming surge of power emanating from his new transformation, far surpassing the strength he had previously acquired through the Goku clone provided by Jiang Wei when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Even Frieza could not suppress a hearty laugh. Congratulations, Lord Frieza, on gaining even greater power. His loyal subordinate, Jinyu, praised upon Frieza's return. Due to his valor in rescuing Frieza on Namek, Jinyu had earned a more prominent position, becoming the supreme commander of Frieza's forces. Rise, Commander Jinyu. How is the takeover of Kula's territory progressing? Frieza inquired as he settled onto his throne, addressing the respectfully standing Jinyu. Your Excellency, after you defeated King Kula, his forces became leaderless and were easily overwhelmed by us. I believe it won't be long before the end of Kula's army arrives, and all their territories will fall under our dominion. Jinyu responded confidently. Commander Jinyu, you have performed admirably. Frieza acknowledged Jinyu's accomplishments during his own training. However, I feel overwhelmed by the responsibility of leading the entire Frieza army. I implore you to reappoint a commander. Allow me to continue as the captain of the Jinyu force. Jinyu expressed his eagerness to gather the resurrected members, like Guldo, to reform the Jinyu force and choreograph new dances to celebrate Frieza's impending victory over Kula's army. Truly, Jinyu had no interest in the position of supreme commander of Frieza's forces. Were it not for his current role, he would have already summoned the other 4 resurrected members using the Dragon Balls of Namek to reassemble the Jinyu force and prepare the dance he had long envisioned. Cough. As Frieza delicately sipped his red wine, savoring its flavor, he nearly choked on Jinyu's words. Recalling the days when he frequently observed the Jinyu force's specially choreographed dances for him, even the Cosmic Emperor felt a slight shudder, quickly replying, Commander Jinyu, please do not underestimate yourself. You have done splendidly, and I am very pleased with you. There is no need to reappoint a commander for the entire Frieza army. As for Mr. Rikum and the others, they too fought valiantly against Kula's forces on Namek and sacrificed their lives for me. They are worthy of commendation, and I intend to reward them just as I have rewarded you. I have new plans for Mr. Rikum and the others. As for the Jinyu force, I shall seek out others to recruit suitable members for its reconstruction. Ha ha ha. Remove Jinyu from his position as the supreme commander of Frieza's army and summon Mr. Rikum and the others to reassemble the Jinyu force? Only a fool would think Frieza would entertain such an idea. In that case, I must extend my gratitude to Frieza on behalf of Rikum and the others, Jinyu lamented. In the ensuing years, Frieza's forces eradicated the remnants of the Gula army and began an unrelenting expansion. Victorious in every battle, they displayed an undeniable trend towards conquering the entire universe. Until one fateful day, a spacecraft arrived at the headquarters of Frieza's army, from which emerged an aged Saiyan seeking an audience with the cosmic overlord, Frieza. This elder Saiyan identified himself as Paragus. Chapter 74, New Planet Vegeta. Ho ho ho, who would have thought that our world still harbors living Saiyans? Frieza, seated upon his throne, gazed at the reverent Paragus below, a glint of cold malice flashing in his eyes. If the previous annihilation of the Saiyan homeworld, planet Vegeta, and the extermination of all Saiyans was merely a consequence of a prophecy left by the ancestor of the Frost Demons, the cosmic pirate Chilled, then Frieza's mindset had significantly transformed after the battle on Namek and the death of his formidable brother, Gula. The words of his ancestor, Chilled, rang true. The legendary Super Saiyan did indeed exist. Frieza himself had even experienced the power of the Super Saiyan through Jinyu's body-switching ability, a force so formidable that even Gula had fallen before it. Those Saiyan monkeys must be exterminated without exception. As long as a single Saiyan remained alive in this world, they could pose a threat to Frieza and the entire Frost Demon clan. Upon first laying eyes on Paragus, Frieza's singular thought was to eliminate this old Saiyan immediately. However, a proverb crossed his mind. When one sees a cockroach in a room, it is likely that many more dwell unseen in the corners. The same logic applied here. The emergence of a Saiyan before Frieza suggested that there were likely many more lurking in the far reaches of the universe. He was eager to discover if Paragus had any kin remaining. Greetings, Lord Frieza. Paragus clasped his right hand to his chest and bowed respectfully to the seated Frieza. Clad in a white cloak, with a monkey's tail coiled around his waist and only one eye remaining, he appeared extraordinarily weathered. Ho ho ho, Mr. Paragus. How unexpected it is to find that a Saiyan, whose race faced extinction due to a catastrophic event, still survives in the cosmos. Pray tell, are there others of your kind who have also endured? Suppressing his murderous intent, Frieza inquired with a sinister smile. In response to Lord Frieza, yes, aside from myself. there are other surviving Saiyans. We have discovered a new homeworld, which we have named New Planet Vegeta. Now, we have learned of your impending dominion over the universe and wish to once again serve under your command. Paragus knelt on one knee, bowing his head respectfully. Oh, what an unpleasant name, New Planet Vegeta. Frieza's voice was low, and Paragus below could not hear him. Ah, Mr. Paragus. I am quite pleased that you Saiyans are willing to rejoin my ranks and become a part of the Frieza force. How about you lead the way? And I shall personally visit your new planet Vegeta to accept your allegiance? Frieza said with a smile, though his eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. The old Saiyan before him, whether he wished to or not, could not refuse the commands of the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Frieza intended to annihilate new planet Vegeta and slaughter all the Saiyans upon it. You honor us greatly. We shall pledge our undying loyalty to you, King Frieza, Paragus exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Soon, Frieza, accompanied by Jinyu and a contingent of elite soldiers from the Frieza force, set off under Paragus's guidance to the Saiyans' new home, New Planet Vegeta. Out of Frieza's sight, a cunning smirk of triumph crept onto Paragus's aged face. After a period of travel, Frieza and his entourage, following Paragus, arrived at a vibrant planet located in the southern galaxy. Mr. Paragus, is this your new planet Vegeta? Frieza summoned Paragus, a mocking smile plastered on his face. Yes, esteemed King Frieza, Paragus replied with utmost reverence. Ah, Mr. Paragus. I wish to treat you to a splendid spectacle, Frieza said, looking at Paragus, who was blissfully unaware of the impending doom facing all Saiyans, with a teasing expression. Thank you very much, King Frieza. I will certainly watch attentively. Oh dear, my stomach feels unwell. It must be something I ate. Please allow me to step away for a moment, King Frieza. Paragus suddenly clutched his abdomen, speaking in a voice filled with trepidation. Go on. Frieza waved his hand dismissively, and Paragus, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily exited the control room of the spaceship, still holding his stomach. Foolish Saiyan. Frieza scoffed as he watched Paragus leave. By the time Paragus returned, Frieza planned to ignite a spectacle in the universe with New Planet Vegeta. Just as he had with the Saiyan homeworld, Planet Vegeta, Frieza intended to relish watching Paragus's face contort with regret and despair, lamenting his decision to lead Frieza to New Planet Vegeta, which would bring calamity upon the surviving Saiyans. After thoroughly enjoying Paragus's exquisite expressions, Frieza would generously allow him to join his kin once more. After a brief interval, a soldier approached with alarming news. King Frieza, we have just discovered that a small spacecraft has detached from our mothership and is descending towards New Planet Vegeta. Paragus has also vanished. The sinister smile that had graced Frieza's face faded. He sensed the situation slipping from his control. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an explosion resounded. Frieza's colossal spaceship, resembling a donut, erupted into flames and explosions. Lord Frieza, we have been deceived by that old scoundrel Paragus. In a state of panic, Jinyu rushed before Frieza, exclaiming, the bomb he stealthily installed in our ship's power room has now caused catastrophic damage, and we've lost propulsion. What shall we do? With a sharp rebuke, Frieza chastised Jinyu. Yet within him, a fiery rage ignited. He had not anticipated that the Saiyan, who had appeared so subservient, harbored such ill intentions. Frieza had sought to outmaneuver his adversary, only to find himself ensnared in a trap. How could this not provoke his fury? Now, stripped of their flagship and adrift in the cosmos, Frieza and his subordinates were devoid of the means to teleport or survive indefinitely without sustenance. Their only hope lay in executing an emergency landing on New Vegeta. Once they set foot on this new planet, Frieza vowed to unleash a massacre upon the Saiyans inhabiting it, especially upon capturing Paragus. He swore that the old fool would not meet a merciful end. Amidst the billowing smoke, the massive donut-shaped mothership plummeted toward New Vegeta. Chapter 75, Broly. New Vegeta remained largely undeveloped, with many areas devoid of human activity, save for a few regions where towns were under construction. A thunderous roar filled the sky as the enormous donut spaceship, spewing thick black smoke and sporadic bursts of flames, descended toward the ground. At this moment, Frieza and his subordinates had abandoned their out-of-control vessel and were gliding through the air, aiming for the regions marked by civilization. Once they reached a planet teeming with life, Frieza and his companions would be safe. They merely needed to eradicate the Saiyans on New Vegeta, then utilize the communication feature of their power detectors to contact Frieza's headquarters, from whence a new spaceship could retrieve them from this still primitive world. However, upon their arrival, they were met by Paragus, who had long prepared for their arrival, leading a legion of cosmic soldiers that encircled them. Lord Frieza, are you pleased with our welcome? Paragus proclaimed triumphantly. In truth, Paragus had long been aware of the true circumstances behind the destruction of the Saiyan homeworld. It was not merely a calamity caused by an asteroid impact, but rather orchestrated by Frieza, the heartless tyrant who had unleashed cosmic devastation. Had it not been for his son Broly creating a protective shield, Paragus would have perished alongside King Vegeta and the other Saiyans. Thus, Paragus harbored a profound vendetta against Frieza. Luring him to New Vegeta was merely a facet of Paragus' revenge plan, intending to harness the impending collision of a comet with the so-called New Saiyan homeworld to ensure Frieza's demise by natural disaster. Frieza, destroyed planet Vegeta, deceitfully claiming it was due to an asteroid-induced catastrophe. Thus, I, Paragus, in pursuit of vengeance, shall ensure that you, Frieza, perish in a true catastrophe. Subsequently, I will usurp your dominion over the cosmos. A flawless scheme for retribution. Yet, I did not anticipate that the cunning Frieza would not merely fall into the trap, but instead, with his ruthless nature, would seek to obliterate the newly discovered planet Vegeta along with the illusory, surviving scions therein. It was only due to the regard I held for Frieza that I devised a contingency plan, discreetly installing a bomb in the power chamber of Frieza's mothership, thereby thwarting his potential retaliation. Reflecting upon this, I cannot help but break into a cold sweat. Had I not been sufficiently astute, I would have met my demise by now. Mr. Paragus, you have indeed surprised me greatly. Thus, I have resolved not to allow you an easy death. Frieza gazed at Paragus with a malevolent expression, infuriated at being outsmarted by an aged scion. Is that so? I trust you will maintain this conviction, King Frieza. Paragus exhibited no fear of Frieza, bolstered by the presence of a young scion, bare-chested with a metallic collar around his neck, whose dull gaze reflected a sense of lethargy. This youth was none other than Broly, Paragus' son, the legendary Super Saiyan, born with an astounding battle power of 10,000. And as he matured, his strength would increase exponentially, transcending the limitations of his cells to instinctively grasp the transformation into a Super Saiyan. In contrast to ordinary Saiyans, he was a prodigious force. Thus, King Vegeta sought to eliminate the father and son duo, fearing that Broly's ascendance would threaten the royal family's dominion over the Saiyan race. Now, Broly has matured into a formidable young man, his terrifying power only amplifying with age, igniting within Paragus the ambition to leverage Broly's strength to supplant Frieza and reign supreme over the universe. Frieza, with a frigid gaze, scrutinized the confident visage of Paragus, then shifted his attention to the bare-shouldered youth beside him, who bore a resemblance to Paragus, his expression contemplative. Mr. Paragus, the scion beside you must be your pillar of strength. Although Broly typically appeared taciturn and lackluster, his exterior belied the immense prowess he possessed, a realization not lost on Frieza. Indeed, King Frieza, your discernment is commendable. He is my son, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan whom your ice demon race fears most. Surprised, are you not, King Frieza? Speaking of my son, despite my own modest battle power, I cannot help but swell with pride at having birthed such a remarkable being. Oh, Mr. Paragus, if you believe that I, the illustrious Emperor of the universe, Frieza, would tremble before the so-called Super Saiyan, you are gravely mistaken. Frieza scoffed dismissively. Were it the same Frieza who battled his elder brother, Cooler, on the planet Namek, he would have been drenched in sweat. Frieza, unable to best his formidable brother, had resorted to a clone of Goku provided by Jiang Wei, transforming into a Super Saiyan fueled by his fury towards Cooler, easily triumphing over what he once perceived as an unfathomable power. However, the present Frieza had dedicated a year to rigorous training on the icy homeworld of the Frost Demons, enabling him to attain a new stage of transformation. A Super Saiyan? Such a foe could be effortlessly vanquished. How could Frieza, the mighty king, regard the legendary power of the Super Saiyan with disdain? Paragus, incensed by this slight against his son, Broly, commanded, "Go and greet King Frieza." As he spoke, Paragus retrieved a remote control from his attire and pressed a few buttons, lifting the restrictions placed upon Broly. It turned out that Broly's power surged uncontrollably each year, rendering his emotions highly volatile. The slightest provocation could send him into a frenzied rampage, indiscriminately wreaking havoc. To mitigate this, Paragus had placed a metallic collar around Broly's neck, a limiter to prevent his son from succumbing to madness. With an expression that conveyed his intent to witness Frieza's downfall, Paragus observed as the unrestrained Broly raised his arm towards the ever-cautious Frieza. "Hello, I am Broly. Pleased to meet you, King Frieza." Broly waved, his demeanor rather vacant. Paragus interjected, "Broly, what are you doing? I did not instruct you to act foolishly." With a look of innocence, Broly replied, "Father, you told me to greet King Frieza, did you not? Why do you blame me now?" A hearty laughter erupted from Frieza and his subordinates. "You imbecile. I meant for you to slay Frieza. Do you understand now?" Paragus smacked his forehead in exasperation. Realization dawned on Broly's face. "Father, had you said so earlier, it would have sufficed. I am more than willing to do so." An unfathomable, terrifying power erupted from Broly, sending tremors through even Frieza's core. Chapter 76. Frieza faces defeat at Broly's hands. As Broly's hair transformed into a golden hue, his muscles swelled, presenting him as a formidable human-like beast. "Frieza, relish your remaining days." Paragus swiftly retreated, flanked by numerous soldiers of the universe, while Broly, now in battle mode, exhibited a terrifying indifference. "This fellow is even more potent than the Super Saiyan you previously encountered," remarked Jinyu, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Broly, his expression grave. "Captain Jinyu, I must concede that I have underestimated the legendary Super Saiyan." Frieza, sensing Broly's overwhelming aura, wore a grave expression. "Let the blood sacrifice commence with you, Frieza?" Broly, with eyes devoid of color, advanced towards Frieza, emanating an immense sense of oppression with each heavy footfall, leaving deep impressions upon the ground. Haha. Frieza swiftly activated his newly acquired transformation from a year of training within the Ice Demon clan. In an instant, he appeared before Broly, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Broly's neck. A resounding crash echoed. Broly, however, did not flinch, absorbing the blow from Frieza's kick without a scratch. "Remarkable. He can withstand the mighty King Frieza's assault," Jinyu exclaimed, astonished. Frieza's own shock was no less than Jinyu's. Had it not been for the mask of his new form, the disbelief on his face would have been apparent to all. That was close. Frieza leapt high, narrowly evading Broly's massive hands that sought to grasp his right foot. Had Broly caught him after that kick, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Frieza, I shall claim you as my offering." With his hands now empty, Broly's expression twisted into a snarl, unleashing an aura of terror that erupted from his muscled frame. "Damn it, perish." As Broly's menacing presence grew, Frieza, now airborne, summoned all his strength, unleashing a dual death beam powerful enough to shatter planets towards the Broly who had now looked up at him. Broly was struck in the head, yet he remained unfazed. With a furious roar, Broly's aura intensified further. Even the metallic collar around his neck finally surpassed its limits and shattered into fragments. "Frieza, your end is nigh." From a safe distance, Paragus watched with a smug satisfaction. It was evident that King Frieza was no match for Broly. Jinyu realized that if things continued this way, they were doomed, and began devising a means of survival. Multiple death beams. Frieza, seeing that his previous full-force attack had failed even against Broly's head, disregarded his stamina and unleashed his ultimate technique against Broly's bulging physique. Yet, it proved ineffective. Broly remained impervious. "What manner of monster are you?" Frieza's heart sank. Was this creature immortal? Monster? "No, I am a demon." Broly's expression grew increasingly ferocious as he withstood Frieza's key attacks with invincible poise. Green light beginning to shimmer from his hands, generating energy fluctuations that sent chills down Frieza's spine. Soon enough, Broly gathered a green key sphere, cackling maniacally as he hurled it towards the airborne Frieza. What a terrifying key blast. If I were to be struck, I would surely be obliterated. Frieza, sensing the astonishing energy contained within the sphere aimed at him, hastily maneuvered aside, narrowly avoiding the lethal green blast. At this moment, Broly's figure flickered, abruptly vanishing from the ground and reappearing behind the recently relieved Frieza. With a fierce kick, he struck Frieza's back. "Ack!" Frieza gasped, expelling a copious amount of blood, yet, due to his mask, he swallowed it back down. The force of Broly's kick sent him hurtling towards the ground, landing like a cannonball beside Jinyu and his companions, creating a massive crater and a cloud of dust. King Frieza had been defeated. Many soldiers who had accompanied Frieza turned pale upon witnessing this scene. Only Jinyu, in a moment of desperation as he watched his leader plummet, devised a plan for their sole means of escape. "Raikum, you must urgently instruct Guldo, who guards the 7 Dragon Balls, to summon Shenron and have him come to New Vegeta to save us." Jinyu commanded through his scouter, addressing Raikum, who was far away at the Frieza Force headquarters. After defeating Kula, both the Namekian Dragon Balls and the Dragon Balls of Jiang Wei had fallen into Frieza's possession. However, after commencing his training, Frieza became unmatched, rendering the Dragon Balls unnecessary, as he preferred to rely on his own strength to achieve his desires. At Jinyu's urging, the Namekian Dragon Balls were used to summon Purunga, resurrecting Raikum and his 3 comrades. Deep down, Frieza harbored a wish he longed to fulfill with Shenron's power. But being the fearsome cosmic emperor, he found himself hesitant, concerned about the opinions of others, and bashfully reluctant to realize it. "Received, Captain. I have relayed your command to Guldo. By the way, Captain, why did you not order Guldo directly, but chose to convey the command to me instead? I am not responsible for safeguarding the Dragon Balls." Raikum, sporting a pineapple-shaped head, questioned with perplexity. "Jinyu, that is indeed a valid point." Jinyu responded, prioritizing his own pride. "There are considerations in my reasoning that you may not comprehend." In truth, Jinyu had not overthought it, merely passing the command regarding the Dragon Balls to Raikum. He had not realized that Guldo, also equipped with a scouter, could have received the order directly. A slip-up. "Our situation is precarious. Scatter and break through. Every man for himself. Remaining will only hinder progress." After advising the accompanying soldiers of the Frieza Force to fend for themselves, Jinyu immediately soared towards the direction where Frieza had fallen. The soldiers who had joined Frieza, all having combat powers exceeding 2,000, heeded Jinyu's command and scattered in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Paragus began directing the assembled cosmic soldiers to encircle the fleeing Frieza Force soldiers. As Jinyu reached Frieza's fallen position, the dust began to settle, revealing Frieza struggling to rise, appearing significantly injured. King Frieza flee. The loyal Jinyu, while launching energy blasts towards Broly to divert the attention of the terrifying legendary Super Saiyan, shouted towards Frieza. Frieza hesitated for a moment, turning to flee despite his grievous injuries. You shall be my blood offering. There is no escape. Broly, undeterred by the energy blasts fired by Jinyu, ferociously pursued Frieza. In the next instant, Jinyu stood defiantly before Broly, arms and legs outstretched, proclaiming, change. Chapter 77, Kakarot. Kakarot. Jinyu, in a bid to buy time for his loyal master, Frieza, activated his unique ability. However, it proved futile. The disparity in combat power was insurmountable. Broly was not immobilized. Upon seeing an obstruction, he raised his hand with a menacing expression and unleashed a green energy blast. Jinyu was obliterated instantly, leaving not a trace behind. With Frieza now fleeing into the distance, Broly let out an enraged roar that echoed to the heavens, his form flickering as he charged after Frieza. While in pursuit, he fired green energy blasts aimed at Frieza. Frieza dodged left and right, evading Broly's attacks. Broly, growing ever more furious, gathered another green energy blast, but this time aimed at the nearby soldiers of Frieza's army who were pursuing him, obliterating them into mere fragments. Witnessing Broly indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike, Paragus and the other cosmic soldiers dared not recklessly pursue the fleeing Frieza's troops, instead keeping their distance from Broly to avoid collateral damage. Meanwhile, on the headquarters planet of Frieza's army, the short,
stout green-skinned good received the urgent order, relayed by Rakuma from Captain Jinyu, to use the 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenron for assistance. Without hesitation, good complied.
Aware of the perilous situation faced by Frieza and Captain Jinyu, he retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls from their designated location and stacked them outside on the ground. Raising his hands to the sky, he called out, "Come forth, Shenron." In an instant, the sky darkened, crackling with thunder. A weighty, apocalyptic aura enveloped Frieza's army. All soldiers gazed upwards, their faces marked with astonishment. Jiang Wei appeared, surveying his surroundings and noting that he found himself on an alien planet, starkly different from Earth, populated by various extraterrestrial beings clad in armored combat uniforms, all equipped with power-level scouters. "Is this the Frieza army summon?" Jiang Wei murmured, his gaze falling upon the diminutive green alien with one large and one small eye among its 4, instantly recognizing him as a member of the Jinyu force. "State your wish, and I shall fulfill it," the imposing blue dragon boomed. "Good." Addressing the towering Shenron with utmost respect, declared, "Esteemed Shenron, please journey to New Vegeta and rescue the endangered Frieza and Captain Jinyu." Whether it be Frieza or Jinyu, both have instructed their subordinates with utmost rigor that when the 7 Dragon Balls are utilized to summon the Eternal Dragon, they must exhibit the utmost respect towards Jiang Wei, sparing no effort in their deference. In the case of Barunga, however, attitude is of no consequence. Upon hearing Gudu refer to him as Mr. Dragon, Jiang Wei was immediately reminded of Frieza, who summoned him on Namek to combat against Gula. It appears that his summoner is, in fact, an acquaintance. This realization was simple enough. Jiang Wei raised his dragon claw and snapped his fingers with a resounding crack. The colossal azure dragon, stretching hundreds of meters, instantly transformed into a golden radiance and soared in all directions. Gudu finally exhaled in relief, hoping that King Frieza and Captain Jinyu would emerge unscathed. Ding, time freeze acquired. Ding, golden binding technique acquired. Ding, telekinesis acquired. Jiang Wei nodded. Although Gudu possessed meager strength, he had nonetheless provided him with 2 remarkable abilities. At that moment, Jiang Wei found himself floating above the New Vegeta planet, witnessing Broly engaged in combat with Frieza. So, this is Frieza's new transformation? No wonder he is being thoroughly beaten by Broly. Jiang Wei smirked, shaking his head, and deemed Frieza's year-long training culminating in a new transformation with a mere 2 words: worthless. In this parallel universe, or rather, the cinematic universe, Frieza's latest transformation was not the golden Frieza of Dragon Ball Super, nor the black gold Frieza, but rather a battle form resembling a biological entity, adorned with an exoskeleton and a mask akin to Gula's. It makes sense. The Dragon Ball world where Jiang Wei resides is evidently the true Dragon Ball universe, with the narrative unfolding in accordance with its established lore. Frieza and his father King Cold are known as the Frieza clan, whereas in this world, Frieza and his elder brother Gula belong to the Ice Demon clan. Clearly, the Ice Demon lineage from the films possesses a significantly lower potential than that of the main storyline's Frieza clan. Observing Frieza still managing to hold his ground against Broly, while Jinyu was nowhere to be seen, most likely having perished, Jiang Wei was in no haste to intervene. Instead, he raised his hand to press his combat power detector. Beep beep. Broly, combat power 3 billion, the legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza, combat power 2 billion, Ice Demon 5th form. Mr. Dragon, you have finally arrived. Please save me. At At that moment, Frieza was being hoisted by Broly by the throat, clearly in immense pain, while Broly's other hand relentlessly pummeled Frieza's face, rendering his mask into tatters. All the while laughing heartily. King Frieza, I thought you could hold your own against Broly for a bit longer. Jiang Wei shrugged, a faint smile upon his lips. Frieza, upon hearing this, nearly fainted. Was this what he called holding his own? He was on the verge of being beaten to death by this lunatic. It was only then that Broly turned his gaze, now devoid of any color, towards Jiang Wei and inquired, Who are you? I have not seen you before, and it matters not. Once I have offered Frieza as a blood sacrifice, you shall be next. Foolish creature. It is undoubtedly Frieza who has summoned reinforcements from somewhere. Yet they shall not save him. His fate is sealed, and you are next. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, is unmatched and invincible. None can stand against him. Were it not for his emotional instability and inability to control his power, I would have harnessed Broly's strength to dominate the universe long before Frieza ever had the chance. Ha! Paragus, noticing an additional presence in the air, laughed maniacally. Jiang Wei paid no heed to Paragus, dismissing him as a mere jester, one who could boast of a single prodigious son, otherwise a worthless wretch. Broly, do you recognize him? Jiang Wei asked, disregarding Frieza, whose face had been grotesquely mangled. With a smile, he activated his transformation technique, assuming the form of another. In the next moment, upon seeing Jiang Wei take on that familiar visage, Broly's demeanor shifted instantly, his aura escalating dramatically. Even his hair transformed rapidly into a vibrant green. For Jiang Wei had morphed into none other than Son Goku. Kakarot, Kakarot, Kakarot. At that moment, Broly, consumed by rage, had entirely lost his sanity, incessantly shouting Kakarot, and discarded Frieza as if he were an empty beverage bottle. Like lightning, he surged towards Jiang Wei, raising his muscular arm to deliver a crushing blow to Jiang Wei's face. Chapter 78, Monster? No, I am the demon. Faced with Broly's formidable punch, Jiang Wei merely crossed his arms over his chest, maintaining an expression of calm, unflinching. The disfigured Frieza gasped in alarm. Mr. Shenron, do not underestimate Broly. He is a monster. Paragus sneered coldly. Indeed, a foolish individual. To dare withstand Broly's onslaught. What do you think you are? This cannot be possible. In the incredulous gazes of Frieza and Paragus, Broly unleashed a ferocious punch that collided with Jiang Wei's face. Jiang Wei remained utterly unmoved, as if Broly were merely jesting and had not struck with genuine intent. Both Frieza and Paragus understood, however, that the frenzied Broly would never engage in mere jest. Broly's eyes widened, seemingly astonished that his punch had landed on Jiang Wei's face without inflicting any pain. Akin to the moment when Android 16 struck Cell in the narrative. Truly a worthless fool, your strike carries no weight. Transforming into Son Goku, Jiang Wei deliberately taunted Broly, eager to gauge how much power the legendary Super Saiyan could unleash when provoked emotionally. For Jiang Wei, despite not actively enhancing his own strength, Broly's legendary status appeared diminished. He could only muster a two-word evaluation: trash. Ant. Beep. Broly, battle power 4 billion, legendary Super Saiyan, turned green. Jiang Wei, battle power 42 trillion, transforming into the humanoid Shenron and activating Super Saiyan with 220 times the Kaioken. Jiang Wei's consistent approach involves exerting a portion of his strength during sparring sessions with his subordinates. However, when engaging an adversary, he unleashes his full power, embodying the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit with utmost vigor. This unwavering confidence is what empowers Jiang Wei to contend with Broly. With an astonishing combat strength of 42 trillion, one must ponder how Jiang Wei could possibly falter. As for those who falter, they are merely inexperienced and overly eager. With Jiang Wei taunting Broly under the guise of Sun Wukong, the latter unleashed a roar of unparalleled fury, causing the new planet Vegeta to tremble under the resonance of his cry. You wretched fool, Kakarot, Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly's fists rained down like a tempest, his legs striking with the swiftness of the wind, treating Jiang Wei as nothing more than a target for his relentless assault. Frieza and Paragus, standing by, were left in awe, as amidst the storm of Broly's full-force strikes, Jiang Wei remained as steadfast as a rock. All of Broly's attacks were to Jiang Wei as mere mayflies attempting to shake a tree, utterly ineffective. In fact, amidst Broly's onslaught, Jiang Wei leisurely indulged in a piece of gum, chewing nonchalantly as he inquired, "Would you care for a piece of gum, Broly?" Kakarot, Kakarot. Witnessing his all-out assault fail to inflict any damage on Jiang Wei, who even had the audacity to chew gum, fueled Broly's rage, causing his aura to surge uncontrollably. Beep. Broly, combat power 4. 3 billion, the legendary Super Saiyan transformed. Beep. Broly, combat power 4. 7 billion, the legendary Super Saiyan transformed. Beep. Broly, combat power 4. 9 billion, the legendary Super Saiyan transformed. Why won't you perish? Why won't you perish? Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly, now in a frenzy, gathered a green energy sphere in his hands, unleashing numerous ki blasts that struck Jiang Wei's face. Yet still, he remained undeterred, chewing his gum. After firing hundreds of green ki blasts, Broly, exerting all his strength, coalesced an enormous energy wave, which, in the astonished gaze of Frieza and Paragus, exploded against Jiang Wei's visage. Boom. The mere residual force of this colossal energy wave left Frieza grievously wounded, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, Paragus, the cosmic soldiers on the new planet Vegeta, and Frieza's army were obliterated in the aftermath of Broly's devastating attack. Haha, surely, this must be the end for you? Broly, having executed a close-range assault, found himself slightly injured. As the new planet Vegeta crumbled under the strain, he gazed at the smoke-shrouded spot where Jiang Wei had stood, a triumphant grimace spreading across his face. This was Broly's ultimate strike, delivered at point-blank range. He could not fathom how Jiang Wei could survive such an onslaught. What is it that you find amusing? Pray, enlighten me, Broly. As the smoke dissipated, revealing Jiang Wei unscathed and smiling serenely at Broly, whose once maniacal expression was now marred by sheer horror, the tension in the air was palpable. In Broly's eyes, Jiang Wei appeared unscathed. Not a single wrinkle marred his attire. You cannot be Kakarot, Broly exclaimed, hovering in the air and taking a few steps back. Oh, are you finally awake? Jiang Wei reverted to his original form and floated before Broly, inquiring with an intriguing tone. Why can't I kill you? What manner of monster are you? Broly gazed at the approaching Jiang Wei, terror etched upon his face. Jiang Wei drew near, revealing a grotesque grin. Monster? No, I am the true demon. Ha! You are a demon? No wonder. Broly uttered, his strength depleted, reverting from his Super Saiyan form. His hair returned to its natural black, and his swollen muscles normalized as he lost consciousness and plummeted from the sky. The legendary Super Saiyan, the old Broly, had a power level of merely around 10 billion. Is this all? Jiang Wei shook his head but nonetheless caught the falling Broly, as well as the barely alive Frieza. At that moment, although the battle had ceased, the new planet Vegeta was in ruins, the earth shattered, and magma erupting incessantly. It was imminent doom. With one hand grasping Broly and the other clutching Frieza, Jiang Wei utilized instant transmission, using the energy signature of Goku as a coordinate, and instantaneously arrived at the headquarters of Frieza's army. Jiang Wei's sudden appearance startled Goku and his companions. Upon seeing Frieza still clinging to life in Jiang Wei's grip, their expressions relaxed. Lord Frieza, are you alright? They rushed forward, surrounding their leader with idle chatter. Jiang Wei had already placed Frieza on the ground, and had he possessed any strength left, he would have scolded them. Do I look like I'm fine? Prepare the medical pod immediately. Finally, Guldo uttered something sensible. Mr. Shenron, where is Captain Jinyu? Guldo cautiously inquired, glancing at the unconscious Broly. Dead, Jiang Wei replied nonchalantly. He produced 2 Senzu beans and fed them to Frieza and Broly. Chapter 79. Acquiring the bloodlines of Frieza and Broly. After consuming the Senzu beans, both Frieza and Broly were instantly revitalized. Mr. Shenron, thank you for your assistance. Ho ho ho. Frieza, noticing Broly's return to his lethargic state, once again wore his trademark malevolent grin as he addressed Jiang Wei. With Jiang Wei present, Frieza felt no need to fear Broly's formidable power. Moreover, since Jiang Wei had rescued Broly, it indicated that Broly held some value to Jiang Wei. Frieza, a being capable of dominating the universe, would not lack such discernment. Thus, he merely glanced at Broly without further comment. Lord Frieza, before I depart, you may still grant me a wish. Jiang Wei smiled at Frieza, indulging his recently developed penchant for collecting. Is that so? Then I humbly request, Mr. Shenron, to resurrect Captain Jinyu. Frieza declared without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, apart from the high-ranking officers, the soldiers of Frieza's army are regarded as mere disposable commodities, akin to waste paper, with no inclination to resurrect them. This is a simple matter. Jiang Wei, not one to fuss, simply snapped his fingers. Having mastered the transformation technique of Pu'er with remarkable finesse, he effortlessly transitioned between forms, leaving outsiders unable to discern whether Jiang Wei was in his true state or had transformed into a humanoid dragon while masquerading as himself. Perhaps only his wife, Bulma, could truly differentiate his authentic condition. Frieza, my old acquaintance, I see you again. Upon his recent resurrection, Jinyu was overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of Frieza. A villain at heart, he had naturally descended into hell after his demise in this cinematic universe, yet before he could even acclimatize to the underworld, he was resurrected to continue his misdeeds under Frieza's command. Ding. Acquired Death Beam. Ding. Acquired Double Death Beam. Ding. Acquired Frenzied Death Beam. Ding. Acquired Frozen Demon Bloodline. Inactive. Frieza's techniques, akin to the Crane schools, primarily relied on finger strikes, which greatly pleased Jiang Wei, eliciting a smile upon his face. Broly, what are you doing here? After expressing his loyalty to Frieza, Jinyu was startled to notice Broly, who stood silently to the side, appearing rather listless. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly's terrifying reputation was deeply ingrained in Jinyu's mind. Mr. Dragon, you are here, he remarked, catching sight of Jiang Wei and visibly relaxing, his expression shifting to one of indifference. Jiang Wei nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Broly, saying, Broly, your father Paragus has perished. Do you wish to resurrect him? Broly, devoid of any emotional response, replied, he is dead? I have no interest in reviving him. Can I follow you? You are a true demon, and I wish to be like you. You wish to accompany me? Welcome aboard. From this day forth, I shall be your elder brother. Jiang Wei laughed heartily, opening his arms to Broly, unperturbed by the latter's lack of desire to resurrect his father. Having dealt with Saiyans before, Jiang Wei understood and respected their customs. After all, neither Bardock nor King Vegeta had been resurrected by Goku or Vegeta. Raditz, in the story, even stated that killing one's father is a hallmark of being a Saiyan. Broly's attitude towards Paragus was quite Saiyan indeed. Conversely, the new Broly's reaction to Paragus's death at the hands of Golden Frieza was not typical of a Saiyan. Ah, the new Broly. Jiang Wei stroked his chin, a contemplative glint in his eyes as he glanced at the old Broly, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Zongzi, Broly wishes to join me. Can you escort him back? Ding. No problem. Bidding farewell to Frieza and Jinyu, Jiang Wei and Broly transformed into two beams of golden light, vanishing instantly from this cinematic realm. Upon returning home, Jiang Wei gathered everyone and introduced Broly to them. The group warmly welcomed their new colleague to the Capsule Corporation's security department. Next, a grand feast awaited. After arranging Broly's life, Bulma approached Jiang Wei, wrapping her arms around his neck. Darling, hold me, she said sweetly. Jiang Wei complied, knowing that the siblings were not present at that moment. Bulma rose onto her toes, leaning in for a kiss. With a smile, Jiang Wei embraced her waist and lowered his head to meet hers. Darling, make sure to perform well tonight, Bulma teased. The following day, a rejuvenated Jiang Wei sought out Broly, who was training alongside others. Broly, are you satisfied with life here? Jiang Wei greeted him with a smile. Big brother, this training method is unlike anything I've seen. It suits me perfectly, Broly replied, a hint of a smile gracing his face. He glanced at Yamcha, Vegeta, and others laboring in the gravity chamber, noting their lackluster abilities. You let them be your subordinates? On the new planet Vegeta, ever since Broly had displayed a frightened expression due to Jiang Wei's presence, something remarkable had happened. Broly's previously unstable emotions had now stabilized, no longer resembling his former self. Without the metallic collar around his neck, he could have easily succumbed to uncontrollable rage. Indeed, immense power could rectify all defiance. Even the legendary Super Saiyan in his berserk state was no exception. Broly, I must insist that you take me to the Supreme Kai's realm. After the battle on the new planet Vegeta, Jiang Wei realized he could no longer afford to be complacent. He needed to adopt the same ambitious mindset he had when he first arrived in this world. Understood. I will take you to the Supreme Kai's realm. Broly, unfamiliar with what that entailed, simply followed Jiang Wei's instructions. It was quite straightforward. With a snap of his fingers, Jiang Wei utilized Broly's wish to travel to the Supreme Kai's realm. However, Jiang Wei lacked the ability to teleport there on his own. Ding. Acquired explosive impact. Ding. Acquired massive meteor. Ding. Acquired luminous energy shield. Ding. Acquired the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Inactive. As Jiang Wei materialized in the Supreme Kai's realm, he was immediately noticed by two individuals with pointed ears, one large and one small. These were none other than East Supreme Kai Shin and his attendant, Kibito. Mortal, this is not a place for you, Shin exclaimed, wearing an expression of divine superiority as he reprimanded Jiang Wei, who had suddenly appeared in the Supreme Kai's realm. No, it is I who holds authority here now, Jiang Wei replied with a confident demeanor, addressing East Supreme Kai Shin. He raised his hand to press the power level detector. Beep, beep. Shin, power level 7 billion. Kibito, power level 7.5 billion. It was reasonable for Kibito, as Shin's attendant and bodyguard, to possess a slightly higher power level than his master. Otherwise, in the event of danger, it would be uncertain who would protect whom. In the narrative, had Babidi not brought along the Demon Realm's king, Dabura, he would have been swiftly dealt with by the Supreme Kai and his attendant. Babidi was well aware that he should always have Dabura by his side to prevent any opportunity for the master-servant duo to take advantage of. Are you aware of what you are uttering? Before you stands the most magnificent Supreme Kai in the entire universe. Have you heard of the cosmic overlord Frieza? With but a mere finger, I could obliterate him. Are you frightened now? If so, you should hasten to depart. Xian, with an air of superiority, rambled on with a plethora of words. Ha! Jiang Wei erupted in hearty laughter. You could annihilate Frieza with a single finger? How utterly terrifying. Or perhaps, when the king adorns himself with a golden skin, I wonder if His Excellency will still possess the audacity to proclaim that he could crush Frieza with a finger? What is so amusing about that? Xian was perplexed by Jiang Wei's reaction. Your Excellency's jest has rendered me at a loss for composure. I apologize. After Jiang Wei had his fill of laughter, he remarked. Xian, with utmost seriousness, replied, I was not sharing a jest. No, what you just uttered was indeed a jest. Jiang Wei retorted with a knowing smile. Simultaneously, in a show of courtesy, he released a mere fraction of his formidable energy. The Supreme Kai realm began to tremble. Such an overwhelming aura. Saiyan and Jibit turned pale. In that moment, they felt as though they had returned to the days of battling the Majin Buu. The mortal before them possessed power sufficient to rival Majin Buu. It was truly terrifying. Jiang Wei, capable of reading minds, sensed the thoughts of Saiyan and Jibit and found their ignorance quite disheartening. How frightening it is to lack experience, to compare him, Jiang Wei, to that wretched Majin Buu. Do you understand why Majin Buu remains sealed on Earth? It is merely because Jiang Wei could not be bothered with him. Otherwise, with a mere finger, he could eradicate Majin Buu. Your Excellency is correct. What I said earlier was indeed a jest. Saiyan's demeanor shifted instantly, adopting a fawning expression. The Supreme Kai realm returned to its normal state. Saiyan and Jibit dared not act recklessly before Jiang Wei, allowing him to roam freely within the Supreme Kai realm. 12 Earth hours passed. Jiang Wei popped a piece of gum into his mouth and, observing the bent figures of Saiyan and Jibit before him, inquired, "Would you care for some gum?" He offered 2 pieces of gum to Saiyan and Jibit. Did they dare to refuse? Yes, of course we would like some. It was a simple matter. Jiang Wei snapped his fingers, and a vast multitude of gum appeared from the air, burying the unsuspecting Saiyan and Jibit. Ding. You have received healing for any injury. Ding. You have acquired instantaneous movement without the need for sensing energy. Ding. You have gained the ability to create. Ding. You have obtained the position of Supreme Kai, inactive. Saiyan and Jibit struggled to emerge from the mountain of gum. Your Excellency, having arrived in the Supreme Kai realm, is there anything that Jibit and I can assist you with? It was only then that Saiyan, considering Jiang Wei's standing akin to that of Majin Buu, dared to inquire cautiously. I am Jiang Wei, and I have come to the Supreme Kai realm upon hearing of a divine sword that has never been drawn by anyone. Thus, I am here to draw that sword. Jiang Wei, without being overly aggressive, smiled as he spoke. XN and GBT exchanged a glance, their expressions laden with confusion. They were perplexed by how a mere mortal like Jiang Wei could possibly know of the legendary divine sword in the Kaishin realm. A sword that had never been drawn from its sheath. Even XN, the Kaishin, along with his attendant GBT, had been unable to wield it. Should the tales be true and one managed to draw that sword, they would gain formidable power to confront the malevolent Majin Buu. Logically, this secret should have been known only to them. However, it was not a matter of great consequence. If even the Kaishin could not draw the sword, then Jiang Wei, regardless of his strength, should also be incapable. Lord Jiang Wei, please follow me, XN said, leading the way. GBT felt a sense of frustration, yet lacked the courage to voice it. In their minds, Jiang Wei was on par with Majin Buu. Offending him was unthinkable. As they approached the sword embedded in the ground, XN cautioned, Lord Jiang Wei, allow me to clarify. To my knowledge, no one has ever succeeded in drawing this sword. He gestured towards the sword, his tone cautious, implying that should Jiang Wei fail, he should not take out his frustration on them. You may need to revise your understanding, Jiang Wei replied, stepping forward to grasp the hilt of the sword and applying a gentle but firm pressure. The ground of the Kaishin realm began to tremble noticeably. XN and GBT were nearly struck speechless in astonishment. How could it be possible for a mere mortal to draw the legendary sword? One that had eluded every previous Kaishin? Jiang Wei successfully extracted the sword that sealed the ancient Kaishin. Is the rumor true, Lord Jiang Wei? Upon drawing this sword, do you indeed acquire immense power? XN inquired, his excitement palpable. Of course, the rumors are false, Jiang Wei murmured, inspecting the sword. If you claim that Uncle Bird has never seen the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber, I would find that hard to believe. He raised the sword before him, and with a swift exhalation, he unleashed a torrent of sugar residue onto the blade, producing a sound reminiscent of metal fracturing. To the astonishment of XN and GBT, the sword shattered into 2 pieces. Staring at the broken sword, XN muttered in disbelief, impossible. This cannot be. This sword is reputed to be indestructible. How could it break in such a dramatic fashion? Jiang Wei chuckled, indestructible? Nonsense. GBT, glancing at the half of the sword still in Jiang Wei's hand, quietly asked, Lord Kaishin, is there any way to repair this sword? XN shook his head with a weary smile. GBT, I cannot say. This sword has existed for countless years, and the knowledge of its forging has long been lost. However, Jiang Wei interjected, you wish to repair this broken sword? While it may indeed be useless and merely a gimmick, if you truly desire to restore it, you may return to me after some time. As GBT, the Kaishin's bodyguard, possessed strength surpassing even XN's, Jiang Wei would not overlook him in his ambitions. My lord, you can actually repair the legendary sword of the Kaishin realm, which has been lost to time. XN exclaimed, utterly astonished. What is the true identity of Jiang Wei? With a smile, Jiang Wei nodded at XIN and reached into his pocket, producing an earring and adorning his left ear with it. Is that a Patera earring? The trio exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, in the realm of the Kaishin, how is there another person? Jiang Wei remarked. Old man, you finally made your appearance. Before Xian and Jebet could fully comprehend, an elderly figure, clad in garments akin to theirs, appeared unexpectedly, his pointed ears and frail demeanor drawing their attention. The old man gazed in astonishment at the earring adorning Jiang Wei's left ear. Chapter 81. Who is more powerful, Jiang Wei or Beerus? The old Kaishin stared intently at the earring and inquired, Young man, how do you possess the Patera earring, which is reserved for the Kaishin? Could it be that you are a Kaishin from some universe? No, you are merely a mortal. Is this earring truly valuable? For me, it is of no consequence. I could amass as many as I desire. Jiang Wei removed the Patera earring to prevent any unintended fusion with others. After replicating East Kaishin Xian, all Jiang Wei needed to do was extract and then reclaim the East Kaishin's avatar to obtain another Patera earring. By repeating this process, he could accumulate numerous Patera earrings. Thus, Jiang Wei regarded the Metamoran's fusion technique that birthed Vegeto with disdain, considering it nothing more than garbage for those who required such a method. Why bother with fusion techniques? Just use the Patera earrings to summon Vegeto. I have plenty of Patera earrings. The old Kaishin, stooped and cautious, approached Jiang Wei. Casting a profound glance without uttering further words, Jebet respectfully asked, Esteemed elder, may I inquire who you are? I am a Kaishin from 15 generations past. The old Kaishin replied. What? A Kaishin from 15 generations ago? Both Xian and Jebet expressed their profound shock at the old Kaishin's identity. Facing his ancestor, Xian spoke reverently. May I ask, esteemed ancestor, why were you sealed within this legendary divine sword? Upon hearing this, a flicker of terror crossed the old Kaishin's otherwise calm expression as he slowly responded. You wish to know why I was sealed within this divine sword? That is a tale from long ago. A vicious and powerful individual, fearful of me, confined me within this sword. Xian pressed further. Was that individual who sealed you away as formidable as Majin Buu? With a chuckle, Jiang Wei could no longer contain his laughter. Xian was genuinely terrified by Majin Buu, viewing him as an insurmountable threat. The one who sealed you away was actually the God of Destruction Beerus, correct? Jiang Wei queried, locking eyes with the old Kaishin. Beerus, the God of Destruction? Who is that? Is he more powerful than Majin Buu? Xian and Jebet exchanged glances, perplexed. The old Kaishin, upon hearing these words, was visibly disturbed. Young man, do not speak the name of the God of Destruction so carelessly. Furthermore, should you mention that esteemed one's name, do so with the respect it deserves, rather than with such a casual demeanor. The old Kaishin admonished, his tone urgent, addressing both Jiang Wei and Xian. Xn and GBT were taken aback. I see, ancestor. It seemed that the God of Destruction, Beerus, was even more terrifying than Majin Buu. Jiang Wei merely chuckled. Were it not for his adherence to martial ethics, he would have long since dealt with Beerus and the Grand Minister by simply finding a few reckless souls to make a wish for an extreme one-for-one exchange. Did he really need to concern himself with a trifling being he could eliminate with a mere word? To be candid, the lives of all characters in the Dragon Ball universe lie within Jiang Wei's whims. Of course, he saw no need to convey this to the old Kai. Tell me, have you been sealed by Beerus? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. The old Kai stared at him, silently nodding. After being sealed by Beerus for so long, do you wish to find someone to teach him a lesson? Jiang Wei posed a question that startled the old Kai greatly. Young man, do not speak recklessly. I have never thought of such a thing. The old Kai exclaimed, waving his hands in alarm. Jiang Wei scoffed. After all, he was merely a kitten raised by the angel Whis. And look how frightened you are. I wish to know if my current strength can stand up to Beerus. Jiang Wei inquired with keen interest. At that moment, his hair transformed into a golden hue, and his body radiated with lightning and golden energy. As he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, ding, Jiang Wei, battle power 1 trillion, transformed into Super Saiyan 2. XN and GBT were aghast, exclaiming, Lord Jiang Wei's power is undoubtedly capable of contending with Majin Buu. It is truly terrifying. Young man, you are incredibly strong, in my perception. Your strength ranks just below that of the God of Destruction across the universe, the old Kai remarked, maintaining a calm exterior while his heart raced with astonishment. No less than that of XN and GBT. Jiang Wei possessed such terrifying power that, as long as Beerus did not intervene, he could indeed dominate the universe. At the very least, they, the few Kaishins, would be utterly incapable of resisting Jiang Wei. This is merely my insignificant power. Watch closely, for I am about to unleash my full strength. Jiang Wei had only been toying around before, but now he was serious. As he summoned his entire might, the entire Kaishin realm trembled under the immense pressure. XN and GBT looked on in horror. The old Kai was drenched in cold sweat, seemingly on the verge of losing composure. Ding, Jiang Wei, battle power 200 trillion, transformed into humanoid Shenlong, Super Saiyan 2 20 times Kaioken. Old Kai, Does my current power allow me to contend with Beerus? Jiang Wei hovered in the air, looking down with authority. I do not know, the old Kai replied. His head bowed as he pondered, before answering after a moment. Whether it was Beerus or Jiang Wei unleashing his full power, their battle prowess had far exceeded the old Kai's comprehension. Were it not for the old Kai having witnessed Beerus firsthand, he would have believed Jiang Wei's claim of being a god of destruction, given his current strength. In a word, it was the weakness that limited the old Kai's imagination. My strength is still insufficient. Jiang Wei pondered for a moment, muttering to himself with a spirit of unwavering resolve that he would never act rashly without absolute certainty. Hearing this, the old Kai's face twitched in disbelief. Was his power still insufficient? Should he be capable of effortlessly crushing the god of destruction, Beerus, with a mere finger to be deemed powerful enough? Indeed, that was precisely Jiang Wei's sentiment. Unless he were to hold back, he would never permit an adversary to engage him in combat for more than a single exchange. If an enemy could truly withstand more than one round against him, Jiang Wei would deem his own strength woefully inadequate. He believed that only when no foe could withstand even a single blow from him could he consider himself truly powerful. This belief was precisely why he referred to his neighbor as worthless. If one could not resolve an enemy with a single strike, who could be called anything but worthless? It seemed clear to him that he needed to continue enhancing his strength. In his heart, he mused, your prowess surpasses our wildest imaginations. You must have released me from my seal to awaken your own potential, to push beyond your limits, correct? Coming back to his senses after the overwhelming shock, the old Kai began to address Jiang Wei with respect, affirming his assumptions. You are only partially correct, Jiang Wei replied, landing gracefully on the ground while playfully shaking a finger at the old Kai. Partially, the old Kai was left utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the full meaning of Jiang Wei's words. He was, of course, unaware that Jiang Wei had activated a collection mode, intending to harness the old Kai's ability to unlock others' potential beyond their limits, a need he himself did not share. While I do not require you to unlock my potential, my subordinates do, so I would appreciate your assistance, old Kai, Jiang Wei stated. Those familiar with Dragon Ball understood that the old Kai's ability was exceedingly time-consuming, and Jiang Wei, feeling rather indifferent about the tedious process, decided to let the old Kai handle it. The old Kai readily agreed, refraining from making any demands as he might have in other circumstances. Although he was aged, he had not yet tired of life. Jiang Wei then brought his entourage to the Kaishin realm, requesting the old Kai to simultaneously unlock their potential beyond their limits. In the following days, Jiang Wei repaired a rather useless divine sword and replicated Jebit. He also entertained the lecherous old Kai, taking him to Earth to broaden his horizons. Merely perusing adult magazines was hardly stimulating. Thus, he replicated the old Kai as well. Once everyone had unlocked their potential, Jiang Wei led them back to Earth. By this time, everyone possessed a Patera earring, allowing them to transform into fused warriors as needed. With just his subordinates, Jiang Wei could easily overpower the neighboring weaklings. Before departing, Xian requested Jiang Wei to deal with Majin Buu, to which Jiang Wei readily agreed, as it was only a matter of time unless Babidi abandoned his plans for Majin Buu and ceased his journey to Earth. Upon his return, Jiang Wei eagerly activated the divine role of the replicated Kaishin, seeking a suitable location near Earth to create his own planet. The abilities of the Kaishin were quite fascinating. Capable of creating planets and life. Was a new Kaishin born into this universe? The North Kai was utterly incredulous. He promptly sought an audience with King Jiang Wei. For after all, the Kaishin was the supreme authority over the Kais, and the North Kai dared not breach decorum. How could that mortal, Jiang Wei, have ascended to the status of a Kaishin? He was clearly not of our kind. Both the Elder Kaishin and East Kaishin Shin and Kibito were equally astounded and incredulous. Unlike the gods of destruction, who encompassed a plethora of species such as cats, mice, and elephants, the Kaishin were a homogeneous race, characterized solely by their pointed ears. The Elder Kaishin and his contemporaries remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Wei, by fulfilling wishes, had not only replicated their lineage but had also appropriated their divine responsibilities. Were it not for Jiang Wei's lack of interest, the Kaishin would have already been as readily available as the Super Saiyans in the latter stages of the narrative. Nevertheless, with the emergence of a new Kaishin in this universe, the Elder Kaishin and his peers could not feign ignorance, and thus proceeded to pay their respects to Jiang Wei. The Elder Kaishin even proposed that he bore the duty to mentor Jiang Wei and Shin on how to be a competent Kaishin. In the Elder Kaishin's eyes, Jiang Wei was the newly born Kaishin, while Shin was deemed an inadequate one, utterly overwhelmed by the likes of Majin Buu. Naturally, Jiang Wei had no need for the Elder Kaishin's guidance. However, he graciously welcomed them should they choose to reside on the planet he had created. This planet, in essence, was a replica of Earth, imbued with the distinct characteristics of the Kaishin realm, forming a Kaishin domain that mirrored Earth's environment. The Kaishin realm was the most conducive place for cultivation. On the planet fashioned by Jiang Wei, beyond the Kaishin realm, there existed the hyperbolic time chamber, a region for producing sins of beans and spiritual fruit trees. The Kaishin Jiang Wei named the planet he created as Super Earth. Once Super Earth was brought into existence, the security department of the Capsule Corporation finally relocated from West City, severing ties with the main company, and moved to Super Earth. As the populace rejoiced in the arrival of this highly favorable environment for cultivation, Jiang Wei began to create life. Drawing upon the years of collaborative experience with Dr. Zeno in developing androids, Jiang Wei used Earthlings as a template to forge a new breed of humanity. Newly born, these beings possessed a minimum battle power of 10,000. Jiang Wei created 5 billion of these new humans, settled them on Super Earth, and began to cultivate their civilization, drawing upon Earth's scientific advancements. The elder Kaishin watched Jiang Wei's actions with trepidation. Your Excellency, what you are doing now is in violation of the rules governing the Kaishin. Kaishin are not permitted to create civilizations that are inherently powerful. Only basic life forms may be birthed. The elder Kaishin admonished earnestly. I am the rule. Jiang Wei replied with a nonchalant attitude. The elder Kaishin could only sigh. Jiang Wei, in his transgressions as a Kaishin, would undoubtedly face repercussions. As for the God of Destruction Beerus, it was uncertain whether Lord Beerus could contend with Jiang Wei. The magnitude of their powers exceeded the limits of the elder Kaishin's imagination. However, the old Kaishin was acutely aware that above the God of Destruction, there existed an even more formidable being, one capable of erasing the universe itself. Even if Jiang Wei were unafraid of Lord Beerus, it was inconceivable that he could contend with that being. On the other side of the universe, the angel Whis also sensed the disturbance. After all, the Kaishin and the God of Destruction were of the same divine tier. The sudden emergence of another being of their caliber was sufficient to capture Whis' attention. Through his staff, Whis observed the entire process of Jiang Wei creating the Super Earth with great interest. While it was known among the divine beings that Jiang Wei's actions violated the established rules, Whis found the situation amusing and did not regard Jiang Wei's transgression with any seriousness. After all, wasn't it a violation when Beerus sealed the old Kaishin within the God Sword? As the God of Destruction, Beerus outsourcing his responsibilities to cosmic real estate agents while he indulged in perpetual slumber was hardly compliant with the rules. Whis, as an angel, had already turned a blind eye to numerous violations by divine beings. Why would he take Jiang Wei's actions to heart? This newly emerged Kaishin piqued Whis' interest. He often felt a sense of ennui. After all, as a caretaker, his cat slumbered endlessly, leaving him with little entertainment. Having witnessed numerous conventional Kaishins, the sudden appearance of one who eschewed the established norms naturally drew Whis' attention. Yet, it was merely an attraction. A single Kaishin was not of sufficient importance to warrant Whis' personal intervention. Hadn't he remained indifferent when Majin Buu wreaked havoc upon the Kaishin in the past? At that moment, a gaunt, hairless cat clad in a robe and nightcap stirred, sitting up in bed with a bleary-eyed expression. Whis, where are you? The cat, just awakened, began to call out loudly. Chapter 83, The Challenge of Vegeto. Oh dear, Lord Beerus has awakened. Such an occurrence is quite rare, Whis exclaimed, seizing his staff and approaching Beerus to await his command. He was acutely aware of his pet's habits and understood that something significant must have transpired to rouse this slothful feline from its slumber. Whis, I feel as though another Kaishin has bound their life to mine. Tell me, has a new Kaishin arrived in my universe? Beerus inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Your intuition remains as impeccable as ever. A mysterious Kaishin has indeed appeared in Universe 7, Whis replied with a smile. Hopefully, this newcomer will not be as feeble as the previous ones. It would allow me to sleep more soundly, Beerus said, stretching his arms and collapsing back onto the bed, drifting off to sleep once more. A single Kaishin was hardly enough to capture the attention of Beerus, the God of Destruction. Were it not for the binding of the Kaishin of the universe to the God of Destruction's life and the rules, Beerus would not have even stirred from his slumber. Should I inform Lord Beerus that the ancient Supreme Kai he sealed away has been released by the newly emerged Supreme Kai? Whis glanced at the soundly sleeping Beerus, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, before discreetly departing, revealing to this lazy feline that the safety net Lord Beerus had set up for himself had already been compromised would surely lead to an entertaining spectacle. Yet it might impede his own enjoyment of the unfolding drama. Without a second thought, Whis prioritized his desire to witness the spectacle. A month later, the warriors continuing their training on Super Earth had significantly enhanced their powers, particularly Goku and Vegeta. As for Broly, Jiang Wei had only recently realized that while Broly possessed remarkable talent, his comprehension was quite lacking. His progress relied solely on innate ability, rendering later efforts somewhat optional. Brother, I have now mastered Super Saiyan 2 at full power and have grasped a new transformation that surpasses it, which I shall call Super Saiyan 3. Goku found Jiang Wei, who was accompanying Bulma on a shopping excursion on Super Earth, and stated with a serious expression. Jiang Wei replied with a smile, Well done, Goku. Keep up the good work. Brother, Vegeta has also attained Super Saiyan 3. Goku hesitated before revealing. Congratulations, Jiang Wei remarked, Sensing Goku's demeanor shift, he inquired, "What is this? Do you think that having mastered Super Saiyan 3 means you wish to spar with me?" Jiang Wei's current strength far surpassed Goku's many iterations, and he did not recommend that Goku continue to use him as a benchmark for training. In truth, Broly was a promising candidate. After accepting Broly, Goku and the others quickly exhibited even more pronounced progress. With a fervent desire, Goku expressed, "Brother, although you remain unattainable, the more I strive, the more I perceive the vast chasm between our strengths. Nevertheless, I still wish to engage you in a fair match." Vegeta shares the same sentiment. "Didn't you give us those earrings? Since we cannot individually match your prowess, let us fuse using those earrings and battle you." Jiang Wei wore an amused expression. Goku and Vegeta, in their eagerness to challenge him at full strength, had even concocted the fusion of Vegeto. This was a privilege typically reserved for the strongest Gohan and Buu within the narrative. Vegeto, the mightiest of fused warriors, could effortlessly dominate Gohan and Buu in his base form. How delightful. "Goku, I consent to battle you. However, I must accompany Bulma on her shopping expedition, so let us schedule it for tomorrow." After all, his wife was still nestled against his arm. "Thank you, brother." Goku beamed with elation. "Humph. You men only think about fighting all day." Bulma cast a glance at the grinning Goku. "Never mind, I won't meddle in your affairs. By the way, where shall we dine tonight?" Bulma suddenly inquired. After pondering for a moment, Goku excitedly suggested a renowned barbecue restaurant on Super Earth. "It's quite simple." Jiang Wei shot Bulma an approving glance, appreciating her efforts as a wife. With Bulma's assistance, Jiang Wei successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. The following day, in a colossal arena specifically constructed for martial arts on Super Earth, everyone gathered to witness a rare opportunity to observe their esteemed elder brother in action. Jiang Wei floated above the battlefield, facing the enthusiastic Goku and Vegeta. True to his character, Vegeta, in all his pride, found the notion of defeating an adversary through fusion techniques beneath him. However, the overwhelming prowess of Jiang Wei compelled even the proud Saiyan to concede that attaining a level capable of engaging Jiang Wei in a fair fight through mere training was a fanciful delusion. Thus, he acquiesced to Goku's suggestion to enhance their strength through fusion and engage Jiang Wei in a spirited battle. Bulma, observing from the sidelines, pressed a button on the power level detector to assess everyone's strength. Presently, only Jiang Wei and his wife, Bulma, possessed such devices, the others did not. This was a precaution taken for the well-being of the group. Jiang Wei feared that if everyone had access to power level detectors, it might shatter their resolve, extinguishing their motivation to train diligently for him. The harsh reality remained. Jiang Wei was undeniably invincible. While everyone acknowledged that their elder brother was an incomprehensible monster whose power could not be rationally surpassed, it was preferable not to shatter the metaphorical window separating them from this truth. An insurmountable goal could extinguish the drive to strive. Beep, beep. Jiang Wei, power level 100 billion. Goku, power level 30 billion. Vegeta, power level 1 billion. Yamcha, power level 700 million. Krillin, power level 900 million. Tien, power level 800 million. Kaiatsu, power level 500 million. Bulma, power level 300 million. Blonde Launch, power level 320 million. Zanya, power level 8 billion. Cell, power level 10 billion, perfect form. Frieza, power level 10. 2 billion, perfect form. Broly, power level 10. 5 billion, perfect form. Cooler, power level 10. 4 billion, perfect form. Piccolo, power level 2 billion. Raditz, power level 6 million. Nappa, power level 9 million. Old Broly, power level 200 million. Oolong, power level 80,000. Poir, power level 80,000. Elder brother, please give it your all. Vegeta and I are about to fuse, Goku reminded Jiang Wei, scratching the back of his head. Shortly after acquiring the Patera earrings, he fused with Vegeta to become Vegeto. Goku felt a lingering trepidation regarding the power of Super Saiyan 3 Vegeto. Yet, it was this very strength that ignited his confidence to engage his revered elder brother Jiang Wei in a full-scale battle. No one was a match for elder brother, but surely Super Saiyan 3 Vegeto would be the exception. Humph. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully as he and Goku prepared to merge. A warrior clad in a blue bodysuit and adorned with white gloves, bearing a visage reminiscent of both Son Wukong and Vegeta, emerged before the onlookers. It was Vegeto. Jiang Wei, maintaining a calm demeanor, observed the seemingly invincible Vegeto and pressed the battle power detector. Beep beep. Vegeto, battle power 31 trillion. Chapter 84, The Inflation of Battle Power. Brother, please do not hold back, Vegeto confidently declared. Even as a new persona formed from the fusion of Son Wukong and Vegeta, the respect for Jiang Wei, this elder brother, resonated deeply within Vegeto's very core. As you wish, Jiang Wei replied, his expression unchanged. After experiencing the might of the fusion warrior born from the Patera earrings, both Jiang Wei and Bulma had gained a clear understanding of their formidable strength. To describe the fusion warrior as overwhelmingly powerful would be an understatement and a disservice to their prowess. If Jiang Wei were to face Vegeto now, he would be but a shadow of the strength he possessed over a month ago in the realm of the Kai. Vegeto, utilizing his full power, could easily dispatch the Jiang Wei of that time with a single blow. Thus, fully aware of the fusion warrior's extraordinary might, Jiang Wei had fulfilled numerous wishes for his subordinates over the past month. Yaha! Vegeto instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and charged towards Jiang Wei. Influenced by Jiang Wei, Sun Wukong refrained from any frivolity, confident that he had no cause to act recklessly before his elder brother. Vegeto's personality was similarly swayed by Sun Wukong. As Vegeto approached, Jiang Wei maintained his composure and prepared to unleash his full strength. Bulma, observing the two combatants as they engaged in battle, quickly raised her hand to activate the battle power detector. Beep beep. Jiang Wei, battle power 80 trillion, transformed into a humanoid Shenron and then into Super Saiyan with a 320-fold Kaioken. Vegeto, battle power 12. For trillion, transformed into Super Saiyan 3. As they clashed, Vegeto was defeated. The onlookers, including Krillin, gasped in astonishment. Such a powerful Vegeto. Effortlessly vanquished by elder brother in a single move. Defeated and falling to the ground, Vegeto reverted to the forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Wukong, wearing a rueful smile, gazed at Jiang Wei with eyes full of admiration. Truly, he was the elder brother of Sun Wukong, an unparalleled force. Meanwhile, Vegeta's face first expressed disbelief, then fell into despondency. Jiang Wei appeared to be on par with the God of Destruction, Beerus. Unlike Sun Wukong, Vegeta had entirely lost the will to fight. Following this battle, deep within the cosmos, aboard a spaceship, a tiny insect-like creature exclaimed, "What astonishing energy!" Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it was unprecedentedly powerful. My Majin Buu may finally have a chance to break free from his seal. Ha ha ha. This jubilant little creature was none other than the malevolent sorcerer Babidi. Attracted by the immense energy unleashed during the battle between Jiang Wei and Vegeta, Babidi believed he stumbled upon a great opportunity and hurriedly flew towards Earth. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei commanded all members of the security department to master the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. This was a simple task. With a snap of his fingers, Jiang Wei enabled everyone with Saiyan blood, including Bulma, to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Aside from Bulma's bodyguard, Zanya, and her two pets, Jiang Wei smiled. For his desire was to empower everyone. Having only the protagonist be strong served little purpose. The wish was made by Vegeta, instantly elevating Jiang Wei's base combat power to an astonishing 32 trillion. Jiang Wei patted Vegeta on the shoulder, knowing that with Vegeta by his side, he could attain any level of power he desired. For Jiang Wei, combat power had become a trivial matter. Thus, he transformed everyone into fused warriors, gathering 5 individuals and, following the storyline, transferred their energy to himself. On this day, the legendary Super Saiyan God was born, with Jiang Wei's hair turning a fiery red. Upon experiencing this transformation, he realized that the Super Saiyan God effect was akin to that of the Patera earrings, but it could be achieved by a single individual rather than requiring a fusion of 2. Darling, unleash your full power. Let me see your current combat strength, exclaimed Bulma with excitement. Jiang Wei surveyed the area, noting the intrigued expressions on Vegeta and the others. Eager to discover his own potential, he ascended into the sky, preparing to unleash his full might. The combat power detector Bulma was using had reached its limits, having been obtained through a wish made to Jiang Wei, and it possessed no upper limit for detection. Naturally, Jiang Wei utilized the same combat detector as Bulma. Beep. Jiang Wei, combat power 32 trillion, transforming into Super Saiyan God. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Wei further expanded his power beyond that of the Super Saiyan God, executing a series of transformations. Beep. Jiang Wei, combat power 32 trillion, transforming into human form Shenlong, then into Super Saiyan God. Beep. Jiang Wei, combat power 12. 8 trillion, transforming into human form Shenlong, then into Super Saiyan 3, then into Super Saiyan God. Beep. Jiang Wei, combat power 2. 56 trillion, transforming into human form Shenlong, then into Super Saiyan 3, then into Super Saiyan God with a 20x Kaioken. Darling's total power is approximately 20 trillion. I simply cannot fathom anyone in this world who could rival him. Bulma gazed at the series of staggering figures displayed on the combat power detector, feeling faint. After all, even as a Super Saiyan 3, her own power was merely 120 billion, making it utterly incomprehensible to grasp the magnitude of combat power reaching the trillion level. Not only Bulma, but even Vegeta and the other fused warriors were left utterly astonished by Jiang Wei's revealed strength. Without a doubt, it was a spectacle to behold. In the presence of Jiang Wei, the fused warrior Vegeta was akin to an ant that could be effortlessly crushed with a mere finger. After the initial shock, Vegeta and the others displayed expressions of joy. Given the temperament of their elder brother, it was expected that everyone would strive for progress together. The god of Super Saiyan, needless to say, was a gift each individual would receive. As anticipated, once the ability to grant wishes had cooled down, Jiang Wei instructed Goku and Vegeta to fuse into Vegeto once more and make a wish for everyone to transform into Super Saiyan gods. Upon the fulfillment of this wish, joy enveloped the group. However, the God of Destruction, Beerus, found no cause for celebration. At the moment Jiang Wei ascended to the status of Super Saiyan God, Beerus awoke with a start from his slumber. In the narrative, Beerus possessed a curious disposition towards the Super Saiyan God. Yet, in the present, the mere thought of the Super Saiyan God filled him with unease, as if foreboding misfortune awaited him. Whis, are you familiar with the Super Saiyan God? Beerus, still shaken from his nightmare, inquired of his attendant. The Super Saiyan God? Whis paused momentarily and replied, if Lord Beerus is referring to a formidable group of warriors capable of transforming their hair to a crimson hue, then on a planet known as Super Earth, created by the recently mentioned Supreme Kai, there are indeed many Super Saiyan gods. Chapter 85, Tasking Broly to Retrieve Broly. Many Super Saiyan gods? The expression on Beerus's feline visage grew as harsh as a parched desert landscape. Whis, we must journey to this Super Earth to witness the Super Saiyan gods firsthand. I cannot rest or enjoy my meals until I unravel the mystery surrounding the Super Saiyan gods, Beerus declared after a tumultuous inner debate. Oh yes, a splendid idea. Lord Beerus, Whis, who had long harbored a desire to savor the culinary delights inherited from Earth, found himself constrained by his angelic duties. He could not abandon the God of Destruction to indulge in his own whims. Now, with Beerus's approval, Whis had a valid reason to travel to Super Earth and sample the local cuisine. As Beerus and Whis prepared to embark on their journey to Super Earth, Jiang Wei had a thought and summoned Broly, entrusting him with a task. He instructed Broly to utilize the wish-granted ability of instant transmission, which did not require sensing energy, to travel to planet Wampa and bring back the new version of Broly. Every skill that Jiang Wei mastered was shared among those around him. It was not only about his own strength, but also about forging the mightiest team. In times of need, he expected his younger siblings to possess sufficient power to resolve matters independently without burdening their elder brother. Only when absolutely necessary would Jiang Wei intervene. Understood, elder brother. Broly, having completely devoted himself to Jiang Wei, did not hesitate to set off for planet Wampa in search of a Saiyan who shared his name. This was a thoughtful approach from Jiang Wei, considering the previous Broly's limited intellect, as referring to the new Broly as a namesake would simplify comprehension for the older version. Broly utilized instant transmission, a remarkable ability that required no sensing of energy, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the desolate planet of Vampa. The stark barrenness of this world was striking. Could it truly sustain a Saiyan? As Broly surveyed the empty surroundings, he could not help but exclaim, Father, a formidable energy signature has manifested on this planet. Upon his arrival, he was immediately sensed by the new version of Broly residing on this planet, causing him to tense every fiber of his being as he relayed the information to his father, Paragus. The original Broly emanated an unprecedented aura of oppression. Broly, are you suggesting that someone has ventured to this forsaken planet? Splendid. We might finally be able to escape. In stark contrast to his son's apprehension, Paragus had grown weary of the desolation of this world, to the point of near madness. Father, the source of this energy is incredibly powerful, the new Broly insisted. But Paragus was already too consumed by his own thoughts. He hurriedly scrambled toward the direction of the formidable energy. With a resigned sigh, the new Broly swiftly pursued his father. Before long, Broly encountered the new Broly and his father. The moment he laid eyes on them, he was struck by a sense of astonishment, sensing an oddly familiar energy emanating from the pair. However, he dismissed the thought. Are you a scion of the Frieza Force? Paragus, now an old man, eagerly inquired of Broly. In his understanding, all scions were affiliated with Frieza's army. Broly paid little heed to Paragus's question. His gaze fixated on the new Broly, who he presumed to be the scion his brother sought, sharing the same name. Seems rather ordinary, he mused. Yet, why do I feel an unsettling sense of danger from this individual? Conversely, the new Broly was equally captivated by the older version. The latter appeared lethargic. But the new Broly harbored a nagging feeling that, should he unleash his fury, it would prove exceptionally troublesome. Are you a scion of the Frieza Force? Please, take us away from here. We have endured decades on this desolate planet. Paragus, filled with excitement and hope, extended his hand toward the stranger who bore a resemblance to his son. The planet Vampa, both desolate and remote, rendered it a seldom visited location, with few spacecraft traversing its vicinity. This isolation had trapped Paragus and the new Broly on this barren world, leading Paragus to believe that the remainder of their lives would be spent in this bleak existence. However, the emergence of the old version of Broly ignited a flicker of hope within Paragus, allowing him to envision an escape from this wretched, desolate planet. This exhilaration caused Paragus to completely disregard his son's warning. I am not a scion of Frieza's army. My brother is Vegeta. It was he who sent me here to retrieve the scion named Broly, who bears my name. As for you, my brother did not mention taking you back. Broly turned his gaze towards Paragus, whose features bore a slight resemblance to his own, and replied in a calm tone. Whether or not you belong to Frieza's army is irrelevant. All that matters is that you can help us leave. Paragus began to gesture animatedly, clearly fixating on the first part of Broly's words. Broly had not indicated an intention to bring him back to Super Earth. Let us depart, that fellow named Broly. Ignoring Paragus, Broly approached the new version of Broly, extending a hand. The new Broly looked bewildered. You want to take me away? Where is your spaceship? I do not see one. Moreover, if you do not take my father with you, I will not leave this place. What? You won't take me away? Paragus finally grasped the situation. The imposing Saiyan before him, resembling his son Broly, was only willing to leave with his own son, leaving Paragus to fend for himself on this forsaken planet. In an instant, the once excited and hopeful expression on Paragus's aged face twisted into a mask of fury. You must take me as well. Otherwise, you shall not take Broly, nor shall you leave this place. Broly remained impassive. Paragus's malicious words elicited no response from him. In his previous demeanor, he would have easily dispatched such a nuisance with a simple energy blast. Paragus barked. Broly sees him. How he arrived on this planet is inconsequential. We must compel him to take us away. Paragus had endured enough time on this planet and would not relinquish the hope of escaping lightly. Since the old version of Broly was unwilling to assist him, Paragus was more than willing to resort to force to ensure he was taken along. Chapter 86, The Battle of Broly. As for plans after leaving this cursed planet, Paragus harbored a singular thought: to exact revenge on King Vegeta. It was King Vegeta who, years ago, had exiled him and his son Broly to this desolate wasteland. This was merely because Broly had displayed immense combat potential since birth, and King Vegeta feared that Broly would threaten their royal dominion over the Saiyans. Thus, he fabricated an excuse to cast Paragus and his son into exile on this barren border planet. Decades have passed since that fateful banishment, decades of suffering endured. It must not end like this. Paragus will undoubtedly seek retribution against the instigator of all this chaos, King Vegeta. The new Broly refrained from intervening, merely casting a cautious gaze upon the old Broly, although a metallic collar constricted the new Broly's neck, signifying his own struggle with overwhelming power. He exhibited a far more stable demeanor than his predecessor, embodying the inherent goodness of a Saiyan. The command from Paragus to confront a stranger he had never encountered caused the well-intentioned new Broly to hesitate. Furthermore, the terrifying aura emanating from the old Broly instilled a sense of caution in the new Broly. This adversary was formidable and should not be underestimated. Broly, what are you waiting for? Are you disregarding your father's commands? Seize him and let him lead us away from here. Paragus's sharp reprimand snapped the new Broly from his indecision. I understand, father. After decades of mutual reliance, the new Broly remained accustomed to obeying his father's directives. In the next moment, a fierce determination ignited within his gaze. I'm sorry, but I cannot disobey my father. Meanwhile, the old Broly's muscles began to swell, yet his eyes retained clarity, devoid of any madness. The affliction that had once plagued the old Broly had been subdued by the indomitable strength displayed on new Vegeta. A terrifying presence manifested on Wampa Star. Such an intimidating aura. Could it be that this individual possesses strength surpassing even my Broly? Paragus fell to the ground, filled with regret over his decision to capture the old Broly. You intend to capture me? Just as well, my brother instructed me to bring you back. So allow me to see why you hold such significance in his eyes. The old Broly, muscles bulging, laughed heartily at the solemn new Broly before him. As the old Broly ceased to restrain his might, an even more formidable pressure bore down upon the new Broly. With a mighty shout, the new Broly could no longer withstand the oppressive force from the old Broly and was compelled to strike first. Is that all you can endure? The old Broly laughed. In the next instant, the two legendary Super Saiyans collided with the force of a cataclysm. Boom! The very ground of Wampa Star trembled violently beneath their clash. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from their impact, reducing all hills in its path to mere dust. Had Paragus not prepared in advance by retreating into a deep pit, he too would have been obliterated by the devastation wrought by their collision. The two Brolys separated briefly, only to collide once more with the ferocity of a meteor striking the earth, resulting in an even more intense upheaval. Crackle! The two engaged in an extraordinarily fierce exchange of blows. Hidden within a nearby pit, Paragus cautiously raised his head, barely able to catch glimpses of their fierce confrontation. The violent energy fluctuations generated by their combat left Paragus in a state of alarm. How infuriating! Had I known that this unfamiliar foe could contend with Broly so evenly, I would never have allowed Broly to pursue him. My impulsiveness has led to a grave miscalculation. Paragus felt that resorting to violence was not the wisest course of action. Rather, gentle persuasion should have been the preferred approach. The sheer magnitude of the original Broly's power was profoundly shocking to Paragus. The clash between the two legendary Super Saiyans continued. The new Broly, after all, was the individual designated by his elder brother. while the original Broly merely sought to gauge his capabilities, thus refraining from unleashing his full strength against the new Broly. Consequently, he only employed his base power. In the original Broly's perception, the strength of the new Broly at this moment was vastly inferior to his own. Merely utilizing his base power was sufficient to suppress the new Broly. But what manner of being was the new Broly? Those who have witnessed Dragon Ball Super Broly understand. Before long, the new Broly astonished the original Broly. This individual, sharing his name, had indeed surpassed his base combat power, growing stronger with each exchange. It was the original Broly who found himself at a disadvantage. Once the original Broly fell behind, he was compelled to transform into a Super Saiyan, frantically increasing his combat power to regain the upper hand against the new Broly. Yet, this advantage lasted only for a fleeting moment as the battle progressed. The original Broly sensed an unsettling shift, and the new Broly's combat prowess swiftly caught up, once again surpassing the original Broly. This individual. The original Broly's expression was one of utter astonishment. He began to comprehend why his elder brother sought out this Saiyan, also named Broly. It was certainly not due to the mere coincidence of their names. To counter the new Broly's onslaught, the original Broly had no choice but to continue transforming, elevating his combat power to a level of superiority once more. Thus, the battle between these two legendary Super Saiyans saw their powers escalate continuously as their combat prowess surged. The ensuing shockwaves from their clash became increasingly terrifying, sweeping away everything in the vicinity of Planet Vampa. Paragus, by sheer luck, remained unscathed, sheltered by the depth of the pit. Bang! In the next instant, the original Broly's movements faltered for a moment, allowing the new Broly to land a punch squarely on his face. In that fleeting moment, the original Broly's muscular form was sent soaring like a cannonball. The force of the new Broly's punch propelled the original Broly hundreds of meters away, demolishing the towering mountains on Planet Vampa in his path. Clearly, as the battle persisted, the new Broly gained a significant upper hand over the old Broly. "You are the strongest individual I have encountered in decades. Let us engage once more," exclaimed the new Broly with a gleeful laugh. Once the skirmish commenced, he became increasingly fervent, fueled by the thrill of combat. Emerging from a heap of crumbled debris, the old Broly gazed at the new Broly, his expression betraying utter disbelief. This person, sharing his own name, was advancing in strength at a pace that even the legendary Super Saiyan himself could not match. Having ascended to Super Saiyan 3, he had scarcely engaged in battle when the new Broly not only caught up, but surpassed him. Truly, a formidable opponent. Let me witness the limits of your power. With this thought, the old Broly resolved to unleash his full strength against the new Broly. His hair transformed into a vibrant green, tinged with hints of red. Building upon the foundation of the legendary Super Saiyan, the old Broly ascended to Super Saiyan God. His aura surged exponentially. The nearby peaks, left unscathed until now, were obliterated by the terrifying energy radiating from the old Broly's transformation into Super Saiyan God. Chapter 87. The New Broly, Unlimited. To compel me to exert my full strength. Indeed, there must be a reason my brother has chosen you, the old Broly remarked with a smile, welcoming the powerful ally into his brother's fold. Now be careful. With a tremendous force, he launched a punch, creating a visible shockwave in the air as it hurtled toward the new Broly's head. Caught off guard, the new Broly was sent flying by the blow, hurtling for thousands of meters and obliterating everything in his path, including hills and terrain. Eventually, he vanished, buried beneath a pile of rubble, remaining silent for an unnervingly long time. The old Broly began to panic. I haven't killed him, have I? After all, this is the power of a Super Saiyan God. Just as he rushed to check, an explosion erupted. A ki blast shot forth, striking the old Broly squarely in the chest. Amidst the cloud of dust, he was sent reeling. The new Broly emerged from the haze, and once again, they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. As the battle raged on, the old Broly's astonishment deepened. He sensed that the new Broly was now able to match the might of his Super Saiyan God form. What manner of creature is this? The old Broly was once again shaken to his core. If the combat continued, though he could still augment his power, he now comprehended the extraordinary nature of the individual his brother had sought. Continuing the fight seemed utterly pointless. Thus, the old Broly began to unleash a flurry of ki blasts, employing the prince's technique in a desperate attempt to push back the new Broly. The older version of Broly waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "Monster, you are undoubtedly a monster. I refuse to continue this fight. I will take you and your father to Super Earth, but whether your father can stay is a decision for my elder brother to make." The new version of Broly, who had begun to surpass the power of Super Saiyan God, halted at these words. Since the older Broly agreed to take his father along to leave Planet Vampa, the new Broly found no further reason to continue the battle. Moreover, he had begun to sense that in his struggle against the older Broly, as he gradually transcended the power of Super Saiyan God, he was on the verge of losing control of himself. It was indeed time to cease hostilities. I apologize. I only fought you because I was following my father's orders, the new Broly said with a sincere expression, filled with remorse. A strong warrior does not need to apologize. You are the one my elder brother desires, and I acknowledge you. Like you, my name is also Broly, replied the older Broly with a smile. Oh, so you share my name, the new Broly responded, a rare smile gracing his features. It was only then that he realized the current state of his father. Could it be that during their intense battle, he had forgotten and inadvertently caused his father to be reduced to ashes? As this thought crossed his mind, panic surged within him. However, his anxiety was short-lived. As with the older Broly's assistance, they discovered the unconscious Paragus buried beneath a heap of rubble in a deep pit. The older Broly then used instant transmission, which required no sensory perception, to take the new Broly and his father back to Super Earth to meet Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei administered a Senzu bean to Paragus and arranged for him to be taken away for care. Broly has informed me of your situation. It seems you can rapidly break through in battles against formidable foes. Jiang Wei observed the somewhat awkward new Broly before him. Engage with me. I wish to see the limits of your abilities. Elder brother, that's not feasible. I almost lost control during my previous battle with that Broly, the new Broly replied honestly. Huh, you have no idea of my power. If you fight me, I can help you manage the loss of control that arises from your rapidly increasing strength. The Broly you mentioned before was once a wild and uncontrollable fighter, yet I managed to rehabilitate him, Jiang Wei said, patting the new Broly on the shoulder with a smile. The new Broly was greatly intrigued and quickly inquired, Elder brother, can you truly resolve my issue with power instability? That is quite simple, Jiang Wei declared, snapping his fingers. The legendary Super Saiyan bloodline of the new Broly was now within reach. Thus, they proceeded to a specially designated training arena, the size of a city, to commence their battle. Jiang Wei's objective was to test the limits of the new Broly's power enhancement. Throughout the ensuing confrontation, the new Broly would showcase his ability to dominate Golden Frieza, compelling Goku and Vegeta to exert their full strength. An earth-shattering battle raged for an entire day. Ultimately, the new version of Broly conceded defeat, thereby concluding the battle. In the aftermath, Broly expressed his lingering trepidation, remarking, brother, he truly fights like no ordinary being. In contrast, Jiang Wei's assessment was that Broly himself fought in a manner that defied humanity. It was evident that unless one could vanquish Broly with a single blow, this formidable opponent possessed the potential to grow stronger infinitely. Jiang Wei engaged in combat with Broly for an entire day, yet he was unable to ascertain the limits of Broly's power. Fortunately, prior to their confrontation, Jiang Wei had managed to awaken Broly's legendary Super Saiyan lineage. Thus, whenever Broly surpassed Jiang Wei's strength through battle, Jiang Wei was able to immediately reclaim his edge over him. This dynamic continued as Broly would exceed Jiang Wei, only for Jiang Wei, sharing the same bloodline, to regain his advantage once more. Eventually, even amidst the consumption of Senzu beans, Broly found himself utterly exhausted, leading him to voluntarily concede, thus bringing an end to the conflict. However, in the wake of the battle, Broly discovered that he had gained mastery over his own power, for which he felt immense gratitude towards Jiang Wei, his elder brother, and expressed his willingness to serve him wholeheartedly. Ding! Jiang Wei assessed his battle power at a staggering 50 trillion. After a day of combat with Broly, he felt confident that even in his base form, he could obliterate the God of Destruction Beerus with a mere finger. In terms of fighting prowess, Jiang Wei believed he had reached a level unmatched within the Dragon Ball universe. Yet, he harbored a nagging intuition that, as a deity wielding the authority of destruction, Beerus might not be easily overcome solely through mindless augmentation of battle power, unlike the Kais, who specialize in creation. Chapter 88. The Almost Forgotten Android 20, Bojack. Jiang Wei. The Android 20 you requested I create has been completed. When shall you come to collect it? On this particular day, while Jiang Wei was enjoying intimate moments with his wife, Bulma, he suddenly received a message from Dr. Gero. Android 20? Did I really request that? When was this? I have no recollection, Jiang Wei replied, his expression one of confusion as he pondered the matter, finding no trace of memory. It was the exceptionally robust, muscular extraterrestrial you entrusted to me. You asked me to modify him into an absorption-type android, Dr. Gero clarified. Realization dawned upon Jiang Wei as he exclaimed, Ah, you mean Bojack. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. Given the recent exponential increase in the battle power of Jiang Wei and his subordinates, the notion of an android with a mere couple of billion in battle power had evidently lost its appeal to him. You can have Bojack, Jiang Wei generously offered. No. Please, take him back. Android 20 possesses too much power. If he were to develop a rebellious streak like Cell, I won't be able to rely solely on androids 19 and 16 to save my life. Dr. Gero exclaimed in alarm, fearing to activate such a potent creation of his own. Jiang Wei scoffed. Dr. Gero, if only you devoted as much effort to training as you do to your research, you wouldn't be too afraid to claim even a mere Bojack. If he dares to show any defiance, a mere finger will extinguish him. What a waste it is. the hybrid Saiyan lineage bestowed upon him by Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero's face twitched. I am a scientist, not a martial artist. And my focus must remain steadfast on my research. Very well, you should hasten to retrieve Android 20. I have kept him close. Yet I do not even dare to activate him. Thus, Jiang Wei had no choice but to dispatch a clone back to Earth from Dr. Gero's clandestine laboratory to procure a metallic container marked 20. Upon opening this container, he beheld Bojack, his eyes wide open yet motionless. Soon, Bojack began to tremble, regaining consciousness and promptly sitting upright. Beep, beep. Android 20, combat power 5 billion, initial. He gazed at Jiang Wei, feeling the immense power he possessed after his transformation into an android, far surpassing his former strength, along with a unique ability to absorb the combat power of others. A flicker of defiance gleamed in Bojack's eyes. Android 20, I am your master. What manner of gaze do you cast upon me? Jiang Wei admonished as he noticed Bojack's hostile expression. Begone, Android 20. I am Bojack, the Bojack who instills fear across the entire galaxy, striking terror into the hearts of the North Kai and his old cronies. Jiang Wei, you have been exceedingly careless. Not having those grotesque green-skinned fiends guard your side is your gravest error. Bojack's visage twisted in fury as he rebelled. In a flash, he seized Jiang Wei by the shoulder, his palm adorned with a gem-like absorption device that sprang into action, siphoning Jiang Wei's combat power. Jiang Wei remained still, merely observing Bojack, who was maniacally absorbing his energy, with an amused expression. Dr. Gero, that old fool, possesses a keen sense of self-awareness. He created you only to realize you are a failed prototype. TSK. Bojack's face contorted with wild madness. I am not a failed creation. Allah, I shall surely kill you and that old man. As he drained Jiang Wei's energy, his efforts intensified. Jiang Wei, do not feign indifference. Under my absorption, you must have lost a significant amount of energy. Before long, you will perish from my relentless siphoning. Ha ha ha. Bojack reveled in the continuous influx of formidable energy he drew from Jiang Wei, grinning maliciously. Have you yet to reach your limit? It seems Dr. Gero has employed a more advanced absorption technology on you than that used on Android 19. Jiang Wei regarded Bojack with the discerning gaze of a researcher assessing their creation, a look that only fueled Bojack's rage. However, this state of anger was short-lived. I cannot endure this any longer. I feel as though I might burst. Jiang Wei's energy continues to flood into me. Bojack's face morphed into one of sheer terror, overwhelmed by the sensation of energy flooding his body. He felt the agonizing pressure of reaching his limits, attempting to withdraw his hand. He was horrified to discover that it had become ensnared by Jiang Wei's energy and could not be retracted. I am going to explode. Spare me, my master. Faced with the specter of death, Bojack faltered. Android 20, I am your master. Jiang Wei gazed upon the unusually inflated, azure-hued muscles of Bojack. I am Android 20. You are my master, spare me. Bojack pleaded repeatedly. It is quite simple. Jiang Wei raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Ding. Acquired the energy absorption device of Android 20. Upon the fulfillment of his wish, Jiang Wei released Android 20. From that moment forth, Bojack ceased to exist. Only Android 20 remained in this world. Beep. Android 20. Combat power 10 billion. Energy at its limit. Jiang Wei glanced at his palm, devoid of any gem-like absorption device. However, when he placed his hand upon Android 20, he could distinctly sense his ability to absorb energy from the being's body. Evidently, this energy absorption device existed in the form of a skill. Intriguing. Although it seemed of little significance, Jiang Wei had acquired the skill to absorb others' energy. He extracted a portion of Android 20's energy to prevent him from being overwhelmed. Beep. Android 20. Combat power 8 billion. Energy absorbed. Thank you, master. Android 20 exhaled with relief. You may leave. Yes. Moments later, less than 5 minutes after Android 20 had departed, Jiang Wei suddenly felt an unusual sensation, revealing a somewhat peculiar expression. In the next instant, two figures appeared in the sky above Super Earth. It was none other than the angel Whis and the God of Destruction, Beerus, who was grasping onto him. Unlike the narrative, Beerus arrived at Super Earth with a taut expression, clearly indicating his inner turmoil. Whis, with an exceedingly polite demeanor, announced, the newly appointed Kaishin of the 7th universe. Lord Beerus has come to pay a visit. Upon receiving Jiang Wei's permission, Whis, accompanied by his feline companion, descended to the ground, guided by the planetary defense force of the newly established human civilization to meet their supreme creator, Jiang Wei. What an extravagant display for this Kaishin. Beerus huffed in displeasure. Were it any other Kaishin, even those of equal rank to a god of destruction, they would tremble before him. Yet, such a planet, which irked him, would have been obliterated by Beerus' destructive wave under ordinary circumstances. He never allows himself to be slighted. However, this was a planet inhabited by a cadre of Super Saiyan gods, and even a god of destruction like Beerus had to tread carefully until the situation became clearer. Why? Though the Super Saiyan gods were not deities like Kaishin or gods of destruction, They were divine beings, having transcended the realm of mortals. Their attacks could inflict damage upon a god of destruction who was otherwise immune to mortal assaults. Had the Super Saiyan gods not possessed the ability to harm him, Beerus would have been entirely disinclined to acknowledge them. Chapter 89, Beerus's Combat Power. Upon seeing Whis and Beerus, Jiang Wei activated his combat power detector. Beep. Weiss, power level 1000. Beerus, power level 1000. Jiang Wei first appeared astonished, and then a look of understanding dawned upon him. At the level of angels and gods of destruction, the notion of power levels becomes utterly inconsequential data. Have we not witnessed Son Goku and Vegeta, despite their relentless training, still unable to surpass Weiss, let alone defeat Beerus? In essence, power levels have become a trivial measure for angels and gods of destruction. Simply because they hold the titles of angels and gods of destruction, even with a mere power level of 1000. They can effortlessly overpower those mortals boasting power levels in the trillions or quintillions. This also elucidates that while the Super Saiyan God, despite being a divine entity capable of threatening a god of destruction, is still vulnerable to mortal strength since it is not a deity. Once one reaches the level of a god of destruction, even with a power level of merely 5, Black Frieza would still find himself defenseless, believe it or not. Jiang Wei found it perplexing that the Kaioshin, theoretically on par with the gods of destruction, could still be slain by mortal forces. Wait a moment. Is the Kaioshin truly equivalent to the gods of destruction? Jiang Wei pondered. When all the gods pay their respects to the Omni King, the Grand Minister and his angelic children do not bow, while the gods of destruction must bow. The Kaioshin, in the most humble manner, must kneel in reverence. How absurd. One who kneels and one who bows. Are their statuses truly equal? Ridiculous. Moreover, each god of destruction is accompanied by an angelic attendant, clearly showcasing a stature far superior to that of the Kaioshin. The worth of the Kaioshin as a deity pales in comparison to that of the gods of destruction. Mr. Beerus, Mr. Weiss, welcome to Super Earth. As the host, Jiang Wei naturally exuded warmth and hospitality. Lord Jiang Wei, Mr. Beerus has come for the Super Saiyan God residing on your Super Earth. Weiss elucidated their purpose after a few polite exchanges. Beerus remained silent, delegating all social niceties to his attendant, displaying a demeanor far from the casualness portrayed in the storyline during his first arrival on Earth. In the narrative, Beerus merely dreamt of the Super Saiyan God, yet in the Dragon Ball world where Jiang Wei resides, the Super Saiyan God is not a figment of imagination but a tangible reality, accompanied by a formidable group of powerful beings. Even the mightiest god of destruction, when faced with a host of divine entities capable of inflicting harm, would find it impossible to maintain a relaxed demeanor. It was only when Jiang Wei, embodying the spirit of hospitality, presented earthly delicacies to the gluttonous Beerus and Weiss that their tensions eased. In the face of delectable cuisine, Beerus and Weiss became embroiled in a comical rivalry, their manners faltering. After indulging in the Earth's culinary delights, Beerus's demeanor relaxed, returning to his original aloof, feline disposition. He addressed Jiang Wei. I sincerely appreciate your hospitality, Kaioshin. I have a request. I wish to spar with the Super Saiyan God residing on Super Earth. After a sumptuous feast, Jiang Wei addressed the assembled company, stating that Mr. Beerus sought a worthy opponent to experience the might of a Super Saiyan God. Who among you would dare to engage in a sparring match with Mr. Beerus? The crowd, brimming with confidence in their own abilities, showed no trepidation apart from their elder brother, eagerly vying for the chance to confront the guest. Perhaps we should draw lots? Suggested Bulma, to which everyone agreed, deeming it a fair approach. He, witnessing the spirited enthusiasm of the crowd, was chuckled, finding it amusing that, unlike other planets where the mere mention of the god of destruction, Beerus, would instill fear, here they were unfazed. Ms. Bulma, may I trouble you for another serving of strawberry pudding? Thank you. After indulging in laughter, Whis requested a dessert, ready to enjoy the spectacle. Beerus, with his slender feline visage, twitched uncomfortably. It was evident that he was unaccustomed to such a reaction, rendering the formidable god of destruction seemingly devoid of intimidation. Following a round of drawing lots, perhaps influenced by the unfolding narrative, Son Goku jubilantly emerged as the winner, eager to engage in combat with Beerus. With a snap of his fingers, Jiang Wei summoned forth a grand arena, sizable as a city, where the spectators could relish the clash between Son Goku and Beerus while continuing to savor their culinary delights. The two ascended to the arena's heights, each taking their stance, poised for confrontation. Son Goku, overflowing with excitement, had been rigorously training daily in the hyperbolic time chamber on Super Earth. The chamber there was even more extraordinary than on Earth, where a single day outside equated to 10 years within. In the narrative, Frieza had achieved his Black Frieza form on a planet with an anomalous time flow, yet it required considerable time investment. Under normal circumstances, one would age and perish before reaping the benefits. However, with the support of elder brother, Goku's lifespan had become virtually limitless, allowing him to fully exploit the hyperbolic time chamber. Others shared a similar advantage, including Jiang Wei and the new Broly, as long as they committed themselves to diligent training. The exceptions were Piccolo, Zanya, and Bulma, who were less inclined towards rigorous practice. As Jiang Wei observed the two combatants in the air, who had yet to engage but were sizing each other up, he pressed the button on his power level detector, his eyes widening in astonishment. What could this mean? A perplexed expression crossed Jiang Wei's face. Beep. Son Goku. Power level 300 billion. Beerus. Power level 30 trillion. The screen displayed a startling inconsistency in Beerus's power level compared to previous readings. Jiang Wei then directed the power level detector towards Whis, who was leisurely scooping ice cream with a spoon. Beep. Whis. Power level 1000. Whis's power level remained unchanged. Just as before, contemplation flickered across Jiang Wei's features. Goku, do not transform into a Super Saiyan God just yet. Begin as a Super Saiyan 1. I wish to observe Beerus's fluctuations. There is something peculiar about this fellow. Just as Goku was about to act, his elder brother's voice resonated in his mind. Understood, brother. Son Wukong, obedient to Jiang Wei's words, felt an immediate transformation. In the next moment, his eyes turned emerald green, his hair gleamed golden, and his entire being ignited with a radiant golden aura. Lord Beerus, this form is what we refer to as Super Saiyan 1, Son Wukong explained to Beerus. With a swift acceleration, he appeared before Beerus in an instant, launching a punch aimed at the feline deity's face, only to have it effortlessly thwarted by a mere finger from Beerus. He was subsequently sent flying back by the same finger. Beep, beep. Son Wukong's power level, 15 trillion, transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Beerus's power level, 150 trillion. Jiang Wei observed that as Son Wukong's power escalated, Beerus's own strength underwent a swift transformation. A pensive expression crossed his face. It was evident that Beerus had not exerted himself seriously. Son Wukong was merely propelled a distance of over 10 meters before returning. Lightning began to crackle around him, and the golden aura morphed into radiating streams of energy. Lord Beerus, this is Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, Son Wukong once again appeared before Beerus, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. This time, Beerus merely stood with his arms crossed, his feline eyes reflecting nothing but boredom. Cease these trivial antics. You must unleash the power of Super Saiyan God, or I shall not hold back, Beerus declared, exhaling with a dismissive breath that sent Son Wukong flying, his irritation palpable. Beep, beep. Son Wukong's power level, 30 trillion, transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Beerus's power level, 300 trillion. Wukong, there is no need to continue testing Beerus. You should transform into Super Saiyan God and engage him, Jiang Wei advised, gaining a clearer understanding of the fluctuations in Beerus's power levels.